Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, The Art of Explosions. Knock knock. A sound immediately came from the roof of the car, but fortunately, Jean reminded them, and Cyril and Leona had already raised their guns and fired at the source of the sound from the roof. Bang. Odis quickly warned, "Don't rush to fire." As Cyril and Leona paused for a moment, two small pieces of wood fell from the roof of the carriage to the back. Odis had realized that the enemy's fire crows had been used to drive the carriage into this alley. If you can't open the car door in the alley and can't get out, and if the driver doesn't warn you, and the enemy attacks from the roof, you'll be caught off guard. Jean had just warned that someone was going to board the vehicle, and the enemy should have heard his warning, but then a sound came from the roof of the vehicle, which made Odis very suspicious. That's why he reminded the two MI9 members not to fire all their bullets in a hurry. Upon seeing the two fallen pieces of wood, Odis earned the admiring glances of the other three people. But now is not the time for praise and pleasantries. Cyril pointed his gun at the roof of the car and said, "Alternate firing." Leona nodded and quickly loaded bullets into the revolver. But 3 or 4 seconds passed, and the enemy still hadn't boarded the vehicle. Odis and Cyril both exclaimed simultaneously, "Oh no." Cyril quickly took out the bulletproof shield folded under the seat, and Odis stepped forward to help, and the two of them held it above their heads together. Without needing to be reminded, Leona and Hugh both hid under their shields. Boom. A large fireball struck the roof of the car, blowing half of it apart. The flames spread into the carriage, setting the leather seats ablaze. Fortunately, it was a MI9 carriage, and there were bulletproof shields inside, otherwise, Odis and the other three would have been injured by the explosion. But the fire inside the carriage grew larger and larger, causing the 4 people to cough repeatedly. "Cover me." Cough cough. After saying that, Odis took out a very sharp knife from his cloth bag and cut open the back of the carriage. Cyril and Leona fired at the rooftops on either side while holding up their shields. The enemies chasing from the rooftops on both sides crouched down or slowed down to avoid them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis used his sharp knife to remove the back wall and doors of the carriage, as well as the burning seats, and threw them off the carriage, thus opening up a much wider field of vision. At this moment, Cyril and Leona put down their shields and hurriedly loaded bullets into their revolvers. They had emptied their guns while covering Odis. The pursuers realized this and immediately caught up, opening fire. However, they fired while in motion, and at a considerable distance, and none of them hit their targets. At this moment, Odis raised his crossbow again. His metal crossbow had a hit-and-run effect, and he hit another enemy. At this moment, Cyril said, "The road ahead is blocked." Odis glanced back and saw that the other end of the alley was indeed blocked by a carriage. The carriage they were riding in also slowly came to a stop at this moment. The pursuers were reduced to only 3 men. Odis and the other 3 drew their melee weapons in perfect unison, preparing to take turns providing cover as they climbed onto the rooftop to launch a counterattack. At this moment, a middle-aged man among the pursuers raised his hand, and flames burst forth around him, quickly condensing into a flock of fire crows that flew toward the carriage. Cyril immediately turned and scrambled towards the driver's seat. "Hold on a little." Clearly, this middle-aged man is the Sequence 7 arsonist. This instantly extinguished any thought of retaliation from Odis and the other 3. A Sequence 9 soldier wielding a gun could at least deal with a Sequence 8 enemy. However, Sequence 8 generally has a hard time dealing with Sequence 7 because most of them have mastered many extraordinary abilities that are difficult to resist at the Sequence 7 level, and have become significantly stronger. Therefore, in modern times, those starting from Sequence 7 are called middle sequence, extraordinary beings, while those below Sequence 7 are low sequence, extraordinary beings. Faced with the opponent's fire crow attack, Odis once again took out a blue axe from his bag. Bang. The ice bomb exploded, halting the fire crow's attack. Odis and Leona then took turns firing at the arsonist with a crossbow and a revolver, trying to prevent him from using his extraordinary abilities again. Hugh climbed into the driver's seat, pulled a pistol from the badly wounded Jean's holster, and joined in the shooting. However, among the pursuers, besides the arsonist, there were 2 other pursuers who also fired back at Odis and his companions with revolvers. Odis and Leona were shot one after the other, but because their wounds were not fatal, they continued to shoot. At this point, Cyril finally killed the driver who was blocking the alleyway and moved the carriage away. Hugh picked up the reins and made the carriage move forward again. As they turned out of the alley, Cyril jumped into the carriage. First, he and Odis helped carry the badly injured Jean into the carriage, and then Cyril drove the car. This carriage, which lacked a rear canopy, attracted the attention of many pedestrians. However, upon seeing the injured people and the revolvers they were holding, the pedestrians hurriedly left, fearing they might be drawn into some inexplicable danger. Odis pulled open the knight's uniform with its defensive magic array, then pulled open his shirt to check his chest. The defensive magic circle of this knight's outfit can block bullets fired from a revolver, but it's not a pleasant experience. Being hit by a bullet feels like being hit with a hammer, leaving a bruise. He had just been shot twice in the chest, and even breathing now felt like a burning pain. Jean and Leona did not have knight uniforms with defensive magic arrays. Jean was shot in the abdomen. Although he did not die on the spot, he lost his fighting ability. Judging from his complexion, he already showed signs of excessive blood loss. Leona was shot in the right shoulder, and at this point she could no longer lift her right arm. Odis took 2 doses of medicine out of his pocket and tossed one to Leona. The one in the glass bottle is for internal use, and the one in the porcelain bottle is for external application. After saying that, he opened another medicine, opened the glass bottle inside, poured it into Jean's mouth, then made him lie down and sprinkled the white powder from the porcelain bottle onto his wounds. Sure enough, the bleeding stopped quickly. As they treated the wound, Hugh stood guard with her gun drawn. Suddenly, she said, "They're coming." Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis stood up and, sure enough, saw a carriage chasing after them, driven by the very arsonist. Since there was still some distance between them, Odis calmly checked the weapons in his bag. He had only brought 2 ice bombs with him today, and now he only had 2 red fire bombs left. Only 5 metal arrows remained, and the remaining sword and cane were of little use in the battle against the arsonists. After a moment's thought, Odis said to Cyril, "Turn into the alley ahead." The alley ahead is a high and thick wall between 2 factories. After entering the alley, Odis, holding a red axe, told Cyril to slow down. When they were about halfway through the alley, the arsonist chased them into the alley. Odis threw the axe with all his might. "Lie down." As he spoke, he quickly lay down on the carriage. The arsonist, thinking it was another extraordinary weapon with ice and snow attacks, quickly raised his hand, and a crimson fireball appeared beside him. He threw it away to prevent the axe from falling to the ground and creating ice, thus avoiding affecting the horses running. But the moment the fireball was thrown, the arsonist sensed the danger and nimbly jumped from the driver's seat, landing in the back of the vehicle. Boom. The moment the fireball made contact with the axe, it exploded violently, blasting down the courtyard walls on both sides. Fortunately, there were factories on both sides, and although many people were frightened, no one was injured. Because it was in a narrow alley, the flames from the explosion spread to both sides, and the carriage behind was immediately engulfed in flames. The arsonist rolled on the ground in a disheveled state to avoid the shock wave of the explosion. Using his ability to manipulate fire, he was not harmed by the flames. The shattered fragments of his axe were also blocked by the carriage, so he was not injured. However, the carriage was already engulfed in flames, and the horses were killed instantly. Amidst the fire, the carriage door was pushed open, and one of the arsonist's henchmen, his body ablaze, climbed out of the carriage, which was now just a frame. But the person was burned to death the moment they landed. The arsonist had orchestrated many explosions and set many fires, but the violent explosion and flames just now, as well as the burning chassis of the vehicle, still left him somewhat shocked. He simply couldn't understand what could possibly have such power. By this time, Odis and his entourage's carriage had turned out of the alley and completely shaken off their pursuers. Cyril, who was driving, couldn't help but ask, "Chief, do you carry large-caliber shells used on steel behemoths with you?" Odis smiled and said, "Those are the hidden weapons issued by Mechanical Heart. Hidden weapon. Can that sound really be called a hidden weapon?" After that, there were no more pursuers, and the carriage eventually stopped in front of a fairly large courtyard in the western district, but without a sign. Soldiers were on guard at the gate. Cyril showed his identification and immediately ordered the soldiers to take the wounded to the hospital. After the 2 wounded men left in other carriages, Odis said to Cyril, "Go inside and report. We'll wait for you here." Cyril was slightly taken aback. This is against the rules. Goodbye." Wait. Cyril then realized that if the leader didn't want to go into MI9, he really couldn't force him to. After all, this was a high-ranking intelligence officer from Mechanical Heart, and someone whom Archbishop Hermit had protected. MI9 could only track him, but could not arrest or interrogate him. Cyril tried one last time, saying, "I'm mainly worried about the dangers for you outside." Odis said unhurriedly, "Then you can report faster." Cyril had no choice but to go in alone. Soon, he and several of his superiors came out to greet him. Chapter 90, was it really just about having a meal? The name Leader was well known in Backlund's intelligence circles, and since Odis was escorting Hugh Deerchaw for MI9, several of Cyril's superiors came out to greet him personally. The officer, the head of the operations section, was in his 40s, somewhat portly, and sported a mustache. "Chief, please come in, please come in." Odis raised his hand and said without needing introductions, Section Chief Dainsey, let's talk here. They were both intelligence workers, although they had never met, they must have seen each other's resumes and information. He turned slightly and introduced, this is Miss Deercha. She has been commissioned by the Hound to investigate Bruce's case. During the investigation, she was attacked for unknown reasons, so she asked me for help, and I brought her here. Your request has caused Miss Deercha a lot of inconvenience, and I have 3 requests for this. Dainsey, the head of the operations division, quickly said, please speak. First, this commission is too dangerous, so the reward will be doubled, Odis said. As he spoke, he looked at one of Dainsey's subordinates, a man in his 30s with short hair and a high Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. Odis sensed the barely suppressed anger in the other person's expression and eyes. But Odis had never met the other person before, nor did he remember offending him, so he didn't take it too seriously. At the same time, Dainsey immediately asked the people around him, how much of a reward was promised. One of his subordinates replied, the bounty offered by the Mysticism Research Society is £20. Darnasty readily agreed, I'll give you £50. Odis added, secondly, Miss Deercha wants to treat me to lunch tomorrow at noon to thank me for the protection I provided. I hope your investigation will not interfere with our lunch, nor that you will use your extraordinary abilities to interrogate her. She hadn't made such a promise before, but she knew it was an excuse to get the people from MI9 to release her by noon the next day. She then began to consider, how should she thank the leader? Darnasty immediately added, I know what you're worried about. We'd rather develop a talented person like Miss Deercha into our informant than persecute her. Odis continued, thirdly, in the near future, we must protect Miss Deercha and her family's safety as much as possible without disrupting their normal lives. That's for sure, Dainsey smiled. Other clues will likely be found during the preservation period. Odis extended his hand and smiled, Mr. Dainsey, it's a pleasure to meet you today. Your subordinates are all excellent, calm and determined. I think this is inseparable from your outstanding leadership. Darnese warmly grasped Odis's hand, you flatter me, or rather, your actions are truly admirable. I don't know how to thank you for your help today. The two held hands tightly, like best friends of over 10 years, and looked very close. Our cooperation has always been very pleasant, Odis said with a smile. Our respective goals have never conflicted. Darnasty nodded, you're right. But I still need to express my gratitude. I will send someone to deliver it later. How could I possibly accept that? This is what you deserve. After a long tug of war, Odis finally took his leave. Dainsey immediately sent a carriage to take the leader away. He stood at the gate of the courtyard and watched the carriage drive away. Then he said to his subordinates, please ask Miss Deercha to go in and give her statement. After Hugh followed him into MI9, Darnasty's smile vanished instantly. He told his subordinates, upgrade the danger assessment of the leader, and send a higher-level investigation team to investigate the leader's background. He had just heard Cyril say that the mechanical heart had equipped the leader with a powerful supernatural weapon, and that MI9 didn't even know what the leader looked like. Such a person had to be taken very seriously. Odis returned to 199 Hayward Avenue and, as expected, received a thank you from MI9, along with a good citizen certificate and a £60 reward. He laughed and said, this guy is really just going through the motions. Odis had long heard that this Dainsey was a man who appeared amiable on the surface but was actually treacherous and cunning behind the scenes. But I never expected this guy to be so stingy. After a moment's thought, Odis instructed the servants to post the certificate in the most conspicuous place in the living room. Then, after giving each of the 2 servants a £1 bonus, he used the teleportation array in the basement to leave. After returning to the herbalist shop by carriage, Odis first applied some blood-activating and stasis-removing medicine to her chest. Feeling much better, she continued to make the flaming arrow. That night, he stayed at another location, 176 River Bend Avenue. By now, Chebman's accomplices should have found Simon by now. North District, 16 Ernst Avenue, Nanma Ballroom. In the late afternoon, Ms. Mandy, dressed in a professional suit and exuding elegance, heard that Lord Ashburn had come to visit in person and had a waiter escort him into her office. Prior to this, Asaburn's butler had come twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, but Mandy, following Mr. Gar's instructions, did not meet with him. When Mandy learned from the newspaper in the morning that Lord Ashburn's house was on fire, she was not surprised. After all, Mr. Gar had decided to warn Ashburn yesterday afternoon. To Mandy's surprise, Mr. Gar did not ask her to issue a commission to the extraordinary mercenaries. The purpose of the warning had already been achieved. Mandy spent the entire day thinking about it and feeling uneasy about it. The fact that the warning wasn't delivered through her indicated that Mr. Gar was somewhat disappointed by her previous slowness, and she had been reflecting on it all day, wondering when she had indeed become somewhat lax in her intelligence work. Mr. Gar's use of other channels to resolve the issue this time was undoubtedly a warning to her. At that moment, a waiter knocked on the door, announcing that Lord Ashburn had been brought in. Mandy snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and focused on dealing with Asaburn. In her view, the fact that Mr. Gar entrusted her with the decision of whether to end the matter of Asaburn showed that Mr. Gar trusted her to a certain extent, and of course she could not betray Mr. Gar's trust. Asaburn brought a land deed, saying that he admired everything Mr. Gar had done for the women of Backlund, so he bought the large shop to the left of the bamboo ballroom, and gave it to Mr. Gar as a token of his respect. Mandy felt that Asaburn was very sincere, so she accepted the land deed and chose to reconcile with the Lord. Asaburn finally breathed a sigh of relief and could finally get a good night's sleep. Around 9 a.m. on Wednesday. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Wearing a knight's outfit, with messy hair and looking a bit greasy from staying up all night, Hugh Deerchaw finally returned to the apartment she shared with Furs. Dressed casually, Furs had to meet a deadline today, so she got up early. When she saw Hugh return, she quickly asked, "Hugh, what important case did you investigate last night? You didn't come back all night." Last night, Hugh had someone from MI9 deliver a letter to Furs, but there were many things she couldn't say. She only told Furs in the letter that she had some investigations to do that night and wouldn't be going back. Since this wasn't the first time there had been a mission at night, Furs didn't take it too seriously, assuming that Hugh's circumstances prevented him from specifying the details of the mission in the letter. Hugh yawned and said, "Yesterday, I went to MI9. Furs abruptly stood up, looked Hugh over again, and asked with concern, Are you all right? It is said that the place is a place where vigilante justice is rampant and the judicial authorities have no right to intervene. If a wild extraordinary person like Hugh, who has no powerful backing, were captured there, he would have almost no chance of coming out alive." Shio waved his hand, "It's nothing." She recounted her experience from yesterday afternoon, and to be honest, she herself found it somewhat surreal. She was chased by a Sequence 7 leader, but only suffered minor injuries. She was taken to MI9 to give a statement, and everyone treated her with great respect. The leader. It's all because of the leader. It was the leader who repelled the Sequence 7 and escorted her safely to MI9. It was the leader who helped her negotiate with the people from MI9, ensuring that they did not use any torture or interrogate her with their extraordinary abilities. Thinking of this, Hugh said seriously, "Thanks to the leader's protection, otherwise this commission would have gotten me into big trouble." Furs nodded, "We should indeed thank the leader, but the leader probably won't even care about the £50 you earned, right? How should we thank him?" Shio said, "At that time, the leader used the excuse that I wanted to invite him to dinner to have the people from MI9 release me this morning. I've been thinking about it, how about I treat the leader to a meal?" Furs was slightly taken aback, "Just a meal? Otherwise what?" Furs glanced at her friend's flat chest and said, "That's right. Your face is somewhat cute, but as for your figure, apart from some perverts, no one would make a move on you." Hugh rolled his eyes, "Thank you for the compliment." By Wednesday morning, Odis had finally completed the orders for the Mysterious Queen and Klein. In high spirits, he wrote a letter to Arya, a subordinate of the Mysterious Queen, instructing her to come and collect the goods at any time. He also prayed to the Fool, asking him to tell the world that the weapon he needed had been completed. Soon, the world responded, hoping to complete the transaction immediately. So Odis sacrificed a brand new, flaming arrow, and a piece of paper recording the recipe and process for making its bullet to the Fool. A few minutes later, Odis used the bestowed ritual to obtain £600 in cash, completing the transaction. Odis was about to go out and buy herself a Fenipot grilled fish or a Dixie grilled meat when her pocket watch suddenly lit up again. He immediately guessed that Hugh was probably going to treat him to lunch. Unfortunately, the character of leader is a fictional creation, so it's best not to have him eat with others, as that would reveal many of Odis's own habits. So Odis took out 5 sols and sent his assistant, Kinna, to sell grilled fish and meat. He then took a carriage to 77 Hilton Avenue, disguised himself as the leader, and used the teleportation array in the basement to meet Hugh. Chapter 91, No such person found. Wearing a mask and a hooded cloak, Odis emerged from the basement of 199 High Run Avenue and first saw Hugh Deerchaw sitting in the living room, and behind her a lady in a pale yellow dress. This young lady has long brown hair and beautiful features, but her expression is languid. She must be the magician. When Furs saw that the leader really did come out of the basement with no other doors, he suddenly recalled the plot of a novel he had read before. The novel mentions a very secure room that is often haunted. Later, after an investigation by a pastor, it was discovered that the room was actually an entrance to hell. Thinking of this, Furs smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Mr. Leader from hell." Seeing the leader come out, Hugh immediately stood up and smiled, "Leader, Mr., to express my gratitude, I have made a reservation at the Backlund Hotel. Please come and dine with us." The Backlund Hotel is one of the top hotels in this international metropolis. Just making a reservation cost £3, and the reservation was in the lobby, not in a good spot like the sofa area. A meal at a hotel like this would cost at least £10 per person. No need to spend money. Odis smiled and said, what I said yesterday was just an excuse for Dainsey and the others. Before Hugh could say anything more, Odis raised his hand and said, if you really want to thank me, how about this, I'll entrust you with something in the future, and once it's done, you don't need to take any commission. I haven't figured out the specifics yet, let's wait and see. Shio nodded. This kind of gratitude was indeed more valuable than treating someone to a meal. Okay, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay. Odis changed the subject. You're a sequence 9 now, right? Hugh answered honestly, yes, I am an arbitrator. Odis commented, for some reason, it is difficult to find the potion recipes for advancement and the main ingredients required for advancement through this method. That's right. Odis asked knowingly, do you need me to help you find the recipe for a sequence 8 potion? The recipe has been found, and we also have clues about the main ingredients. Odis nodded, if you need help, you can come to me. Consider it my investment in you. Then he looked at the two ladies in front of him and said, well then, ladies, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Shio said, I'm so sorry to have made you come all this way. Odis waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. Hugh and Furs watched the leader enter the basement, then bid farewell to the waiter and left 199 High Run Avenue in a carriage. On the carriage, Furs said, based on my observation, the leader is not a pervert. His help to you may really just be for investment purposes, and he has no other intentions. Don't be too disappointed. Maybe in a couple of years, you'll grow a little taller and your breasts will get a little bigger. Hugh glanced at his best friend with a hint of helplessness. Thank you for your encouragement. She then said, I'm just a little surprised that I rarely encounter extraordinary people who are willing to help others. This is Backlund. Furs smiled. With so many people gathered here, there must be some kind people among them. Then she changed the subject. There's something I have to remind you, even if you don't dine at the Backlund Hotel, you won't get your £3 reservation fee back. In order not to waste those £3, shouldn't we stick to our original plan and have lunch at the Backlund Hotel? Hugh sighed somewhat helplessly. All right, let's splurge this once to celebrate and thank you for helping me find the main material for the advancement, and also to congratulate you on obtaining the advancement formula. 51 Henry Street. Odis and Kana's lunch today included fish and meat, and it looked quite lavish. After lunch, just as Odis was about to take a nap, Max Livemore, the squad leader of Mechanical Heart, suddenly came to visit. Odis invited him to the lounge in the backyard. Is there any urgent task? If Max visits during working hours, it's usually for business purposes. After receiving the intelligence you provided yesterday, we immediately dispatched 2 team members to 166 Honest Road to investigate. Max, with his sharply defined facial features, got straight to the point, explaining the purpose of his visit to Odis today. Odis made tea for Max while listening to his story. Yesterday afternoon, a man in his 30s came to the herbal medicine shop to buy sunflowers. Odis sensed something was wrong with him, so he used his spiritual vision to observe him and found that his spirit was entangled in some black mist. Odis suspected that the man was influenced by dark magic or rituals, so she struck up a conversation with him and learned that the man's name was Bernie and that he lived at 166 Honest Road. Subsequently, Odis painted a portrait of Bernie and sent this information to the Mechanical Heart. When Mechanical Heart sent people to investigate Honest Road, they found that there was no man named Bernie in that residential building, nor did they find any trace of dark magic or rituals used in that building. Mechanical Heart went to the police station to look up information. Although there was a man named Bernie around there, he was an old man in his 70s and looked completely different from the portrait. This immediately alerted Mechanical Heart. Max said, we deduce that someone is indeed performing a dark ritual, but not at 166 Honest Road. Moreover, Bernie was likely coerced or tricked into buying sunflowers from your store. Although we can't prove these speculations, based on past experience, this is definitely not a simple case of a dark ritual. After taking a sip of tea, Max continued, we've investigated so far but haven't found any clues, so I'd like to ask you if you can provide any other leads. Odis took the pipe and began to fill it with tobacco while lost in thought. He slowly lit his pipe, took a few puffs, and suddenly asked, how did you determine that there were no traces of dark rituals at 166 Honest Road? Max replied, use a sealed artifact, and observe with clairvoyance. Odis then asked, so, you can only be certain that no one performed any dark rituals during your investigation? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Max said, if such a ritual was performed, there would definitely be some traces left, so we. At this point, he suddenly thought of a crucial point. Odis stated the key point for him, the gold-edged sunflower that Bernie bought is enough to erase traces of some evil rituals. Max jumped up, I'll take men and search house to house right now, hopefully the criminals haven't escaped yet. He certainly won't run away, Odis smiled. Because if he tried to escape now, you would definitely notice. Max, cane in hand, strode quickly to the door, then suddenly turned back and asked, you've already advanced to Sequence 8, do you want to join this operation as well? His main hope was that if any further clues came up, he could immediately discuss them with Odis, since this herbalist shop owner possessed a wealth of information about the extraordinary world of Backlund. What seems like a clue that leaves the mechanical heart completely baffled, Odis might be able to analyze for them using his extensive intelligence. If Max were to go to the herbalist's shop for advice at that point, it could give the criminal time to escape. Odis smiled and said, "Sorry, the herbal shop is very busy today. If the information you provided helps us solve an extraordinary case, I can apply for a £60 reward for you," Max said. "And if you are also involved in the investigation, I can apply for at least £160. He smiled and said, "You just need to sit in the carriage and answer a few of my questions." Odis immediately stood up and said, "As a good citizen of Backlund, it is my duty to help you with your case. Let's go. I can't wait to fight the evil forces to the death." Despite the urgency, Odis still went to the basement to retrieve a weapon. The weapon he used this time was that metal crossbow, primarily because Mechanical Heart knew that Odis was Mr. Gar, so there was no need to hide it. Secondly, if Odis saw the criminals escaping, he certainly couldn't ignore it. Hiding in the carriage and firing a sneak attack was the best way to strike. The two arrived at 166 Honest Road in the Mechanical Heart carriage. It was a 6-story residential building. Although it looked a bit dilapidated, it was a bustling area due to the thriving commerce around it. From the car window, you can see clothes drying on the balcony upstairs, as well as some cooking utensils in the kitchen. With Max's coordination, more than a dozen police officers quickly arrived and, under the pretext of searching for the murderer, began a house-to-house search from top to bottom. Max, now dressed in a police uniform with an oversized revolver at his waist, followed leisurely behind the police officers. Some residents were cooperative, while others were reluctant, but after seeing the search warrant, they had no choice but to let these rude policemen in. When they reached the 3rd floor, the 2 police officers knocked on the door of a resident's apartment for a long time without any response. Just as they were about to ask the building manager to open the door with a spare key, the door was smashed open with tremendous force, splinters of wood flew everywhere, and the 2 police officers were knocked down. The man who rushed out of the door was swollen all over, a size taller and thicker than a normal person, with black hair covering his face and hands. Bang. Just as the man was about to kick the policeman away, Max, who had already sensed something, fired a shot that hit the enemy squarely in the head. The shot even ripped open the skull, revealing the folds of the brain inside. But the man didn't die. Instead, he smashed through the window and jumped downstairs. Chapter 92, Chapter 92 Traces of the Rose School. Max's enormous revolver was a marvelous object. Its bullets, besides possessing some armor-piercing capability, were almost as powerful as hand grenades. The bullet had just ripped the man's head open, and his left eyeball had popped out. But the man only let out a cry of pain. Then, with his only remaining scarlet eye, he smashed open the window in the corridor and jumped from the 3rd floor. The reason this guy ran away from the front was because there were 2 members of the Mechanical Heart squad guarding the back of the building. Downstairs in front, there was also a member of Mechanical Heart guarding the area with 2 armed police officers. However, the man's mangled head startled the 2 police officers so much that they forgot to draw their guns. Thump thump thump. The member of Mechanical Heart had a stronger mental fortitude and fired repeatedly at the men. The man was shot twice more in the chest and abdomen, but he still turned at an extremely fast speed and ran towards the carriage, trying to use it as cover. He ran incredibly fast. Compared to Max, who jumped down from the 3rd floor to chase him, or the members of Mechanical Heart lying in ambush below, they were as slow as snails. Fortunately, there weren't many pedestrians on the road. The few people who heard the gunshots immediately ran for cover, otherwise they would have been horrified by the bloody scene. The men ran across the road and got closer and closer to the carriage. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from a carriage. It was a metal arrow with a simple wind elemental magic array. The strongman quickly dodged, and although the arrow missed a vital spot, it pierced his shoulder. But this injury was nothing to the men, and he was about to continue running when a second arrow came flying, this time aimed at his leg. Although the man was extremely resistant to blows, being shot in the leg would affect his running, so he had to jump away to avoid it. The 3rd arrow struck the man's groin. The pain in his head, coupled with the urgency to escape, caused the men to roar and charge towards the carriage from which the arrow had been fired. He intended to overturn the carriage and kill the people inside. Fortunately, Odis blocked their way, and Max and his teammates caught up with them. Bang. The oversized revolver fired again, hitting the man's left shoulder, tearing his skin open and exposing his shoulder blade. The bullet's immense force caused the men to stagger and nearly fall. Odis, who was ahead, seized the opportunity and shot an arrow into the man's heart. The man stopped abruptly, letting out eerie roars as he frantically scratched his chest, trying to pull the arrow out. Bang. Max's oversized revolver was fired for the 3rd time, striking the men in the back. Large chunks of flesh were blown away, and his heart, pierced by the metal arrow, fell out of his chest cavity. The man let out a scream, fell forward, and lay convulsing on the ground. Max approached and fired another shot into the man's back, only feeling relieved when the man's heart was completely shattered. Several members of the Mechanical Heart squad gathered around one after another. Max put his gun back in its holster and gave a thumbs up towards the carriage. Odis, sitting in the carriage, smiled slightly, took the arrow he had just placed on the crossbow, looked at the man lying on the ground covered in blood and gore, and whispered, "Werewolf." Then he laughed and said, "This method is really tough." After saying that, he guessed that this guy was probably a member of the Rose School. Odis had previously received information that the Rose School Indulgence faction had exposed several of its strongholds after being severely damaged by the Mechanical Heart. However, the people in those strongholds have all been evacuated. Judging from the clues left behind, the Rose School seems to have withdrawn from Backlund in an orderly manner. At the time, Odis found it strange that such an extraordinary organization, which everyone hated, would withdraw so openly and honestly. In his view, the fact that the Rose School exposed so many strongholds at once was tantamount to actively providing clues to the official Beyonders, just like leaving Backlund while shouting, "I'm leaving," through a megaphone. At that time, he suspected that the retreat of the Rose School was a performance for others. It might be intended for official extraordinary individuals like Mechanical Heart, or it might be for Sharon and her group. In any case, there are quite a few viewers. With the werewolf's exposure, the previous Rose School retreat was all for naught. Under Max's command, the Mechanical Heart quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and the blood and flesh on the road were also cleared away. They dare not perform psychic rituals on such cultists, they simply take the body away and wait for the extraordinary characteristics to emerge. Then, led by Max, they entered the werewolf's room. Odis, who was in a carriage across the street, saw two policemen rush out of the room shortly after entering and vomit violently in the corridor, presumably because they had found something very bloody inside. About 20 minutes later, Max, with a gloomy expression, came out of the room, boarded the carriage, and sat opposite Odis. "These lunatics." Odis noticed the faint stench of decay emanating from the other person. "Is there a corpse on there?" "There are 3 bodies," Max said. "One of them is badly decomposed, but the smell hasn't gotten outside because the windows are sealed. That's that guy's bedroom. He's been sleeping with a rotting corpse lately." Odis frowned. All right, no need to go into such detail." Then he asked, somewhat puzzled, why didn't he dispose of the body? A normal person wouldn't leave their body exposed at any moment. Well, their way of thinking might really be different from normal people. "There are some speculations within the church about this," Max explained. "Because similar things have happened before, some members of the Mechanical Heart team believe that the rotting corpses should contain materials needed for some of the werewolf's dark rituals." Odis nodded. "That guess is reasonable." Then he asked, "How long has this guy been living here?" "It's been more than half a year," Max said. "I suppose he was a covert agent planted by the Rose School. However, this guy doesn't seem to be in very good shape lately, so he needs some dark rituals to stabilize his condition. To avoid being discovered by the official extraordinary ones, he used his abilities to gain 1 or 2 subordinates. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. A werewolf can transform someone into a subordinate who obeys only their orders by allowing their venom to seep into that person's body over a period of time. These subordinates will gain some of the werewolf abilities, but these monsters have very short lifespans." Max continued, "This werewolf is quite cautious. The subordinates he converts are all homeless people. If 1 or 2 of them were to disappear, or even 10 or 8, no one would notice. Yesterday he sent a subordinate to the Gard herbalist shop in the Western District to buy golden-edged sunflower to dispel the traces of dark rituals in the room. That's why our first round of investigation didn't find any clues. Because werewolves possess the ability to counter divination, we were unable to find any clues even using extraordinary divination methods." Odis frowned. "I have a feeling that a crucial part has been overlooked." "Your feeling is right." Max took out 2 portraits, which were provided by Odis. One was of Bernie, whom Odis had recommended to buy the golden-edged sunflower. Odis didn't know the name of the person on the other card. It was a customer who was served by the shop assistant, Kinna, when he wasn't in the herbal shop. He directly bought golden-edged sunflower. Max said, "Up there, we didn't find the body of this Bernie, but we did find the body of another person who bought the Phnom Penh sunflower. He died not long ago. The golden-edged sunflower he bought lived for a while, but he probably died this morning." Odis clapped his hands. "I understand what that key part is. This werewolf seemed crazy when he was running for his life, but he is usually quite cautious. Since someone already came to my shop this morning to buy golden-edged sunflowers, even if they still need more, it's impossible for them to come to my shop again. Even if they did, Bernie wouldn't be so honest as to tell me the address here. It's like Bernie deliberately told me that there's a werewolf in bad shape here." Max took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff before saying, "This is also something I don't understand. Bernie's appearance is too strange. Someone tipped me off, Odis said with certainty. They know I'm an informant for Mechanical Heart, which is why they sent Bernie to attract my attention. Max stuck his hand out of the car window. That's certainly a reasonable guess, but who sent Bernie? Odis thought for a moment before saying, I'll try to contact the members of the Temperance faction of the Rose School in Backlund, but don't get your hopes up too high, I might not be able to reach them. The first suspect was Miss Sharon, who had obtained a clue about the werewolf but was afraid of exposing herself, so she passed the clue on to Mechanical Heart through Odis. The problem is, before this, Odis had no contact with the Temperance faction, so how did Miss Sharon know about her informant identity? Max nodded, a clue is better than none. I'll continue searching for Bernie through the police. Maybe some wild extraordinary person has discovered the werewolf's trail and will contact us through you. Odis hummed in agreement, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Afterwards, a carriage with a Mechanical Heart took Odis back to the herbalist shop. When they arrived at the lounge behind the herbalist shop, Odis made sure no one was in the courtyard, and then suddenly said to the air, I have something to discuss with the mysterious queen. After waiting a minute or two, and seeing no change in the situation, he repeated, I need to speak with the mysterious queen. After repeating this for almost half an hour, just as Odis was about to give up, a short phrase suddenly appeared on the table in front of him, I have arrived. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Some people just like to court death. Odis has consistently been able to find clues about the activities of the Temperance faction of the Rose School in Backlund through intelligence reports. Sharon and Marek were likely sent to Backlund several years ago to handle all matters related to the Temperance faction there, and also to use the metropolis to evade the Libertarians' pursuit. But before this, Odis had no need for the Temperance faction, so there was little interaction between them. On the return journey in the carriage, Odis thought of 3 ways to contact them. The first option is to try your luck at the Braveheart bar, but Sharon has just fought with the Libertarians, and she and Marek should be hiding for a while, so the chances of contacting them are slim. The second channel was to contact Sharon through Klein, but regardless of whether she used the identity of Mr. Gard or Odis, she was not very familiar with Klein. If someone were to suddenly contact him about the Temperance faction of the Rose School, there's a high probability that Klein would simply say, I don't know anyone like that. The third channel is through the mysterious queen, Bernadette. When Odis saw the phrase I've arrived on the table in front of him, he said, I thought you had an invisible servant watching me all along. The voice of the mysterious queen echoed in the surrounding air. There are many people who need to be watched by invisible servants, and you are just one of them. Her voice sounded somewhat unsteady, as if the signal was weak. Speak, what is it? Odis looked straight ahead. In fact, he didn't know where to look, so he simply looked straight ahead and said, I hope you can help me contact the Temperance faction of the Rose School. After a moment or two of silence, Bernadette said, I don't have any connections in that area. You do, but you might not know it, Odis smiled. Do you remember the night that the Punisher's informant was killed? Remember. You said you had just attended an extraordinary gathering. Odis said, half-jokingly, based on some information I had previously obtained, there was indeed an extraordinary gathering in that area, but it was at a very high level, and not every extraordinary person could join. And I learned from another source that a vengeful spirit had appeared at that gathering. She was an important member of the Temperance faction. It was indeed learned from a piece of intelligence obtained previously, that intelligence being called the original work. Odis clearly remembered that Bernadette and Sharon had met several times at a gathering of extraordinary people. In addition, Odis had indeed received some intelligence that there were 2 very high-level extraordinary gatherings in Backlund, one of which was the gathering that Sharon and Bernadette attended. There aren't many parties that would interest Bernadette, so Odis boldly guessed that Bernadette had attended the party where Sharon had connections. After a second or two of silence, Bernadette suddenly said, compared to your excellent intelligence gathering and analysis skills, my intelligence officers are all idiots. Odis thought to himself, this praise sounds a lot like Roselle's. After a while, Bernadette said again, there happens to be a party tonight, I can help you contact her. Then she asked, what do you want with her? It's like this. Odis did not hide anything and gave a brief account of today's case. This is not something that needs to be kept secret. Although they are all secret organizations, slightly more normal secret organizations, such as Elemental Dawn and Psychological Alchemy Society, will also distance themselves from the madmen of the Rose School, and even do not mind to strike them down. Bernadette is the leader of the Elemental Dawn, and her style of doing things is quite different from that of the Rose School. She probably doesn't have a good impression of the Rose School either. Moreover, if you're asking for help, it would be pointless to be secretive about it. Based on these ideas, Odis told Bernadette the truth. Finally, Odis said, I would like to ask that vengeful spirit whether the second person to buy the sunflower and give me the address of the werewolf was sent by her. Is the goal to help us find the werewolf? Sure, Bernadette said. The reward is to find out information about the outlaw, Black Emperor. Odis paused for a moment before saying, this task is quite difficult. I was there at the time, and to be honest, I still don't understand how that guy left the scene, let alone which direction to look for him. Just keep an eye out for information in this area. I'll pay you if I get any news, but it doesn't matter if I don't. For Bernadette, it was just a matter of passing on a message, so the reward didn't need to be high. Odis nodded, okay. Bernadette's words make things easier. Immediately afterward, the mysterious queen left, and Odis pondered the case again, but still couldn't find any clues, so he simply went to continue writing the Compendium of Combat. South of the bridge, a vibrant bar. There were no fighting matches tonight. Simon, the bar owner with yellow teeth, was smoking and preparing to finish his drink before leaving to gamble at a casino. Just as there was only a sip of wine left in the glass, 3 people pushed open the door and came in. Simon glanced at them and immediately realized they weren't there for drinks. First, these 3 people were dressed too smartly, unlike people who would come to a small bar like this. Second, they looked around as if they were looking for someone. Simon immediately realized that they might be looking for him, so he turned his head away. But it was too late, one of them had already spotted Simon and pointed in their direction. The 3 of them quickly came over and surrounded Simon. Simon's men immediately stood up and confronted the 3 men. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with brown hair. He ignored Simon's subordinates and asked Simon directly, "I'll only ask you one question, and then I'll leave. Where does Lelouch live?" Simon was a little nervous, but he still smiled calmly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Who are you talking about?" "Never heard of them." "If I buy a drink, maybe I'll remember." The man in the lead remembered the bar's rules and said to the bartender, "A drink, please." Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At Simon's signal, the bartender mixed the pub's most expensive drink and pushed it in front of the brown-haired man, £1. The brown-haired man's subordinate was about to question the bartender when he stopped him, taking £1 from his wallet and placing it in front of Simon. "Speak." Simon put away the banknotes and smiled, "I am Lelouch's agent, but I don't know where he lives." Without a word, the brown-haired man slapped Simon to the ground, while his henchman punched the bartender in the face. Whoosh! The bartender bumped into the liquor cabinet behind him, and many bottles fell to the ground and broke. Simon's men rushed to rescue their boss, but were easily dealt with by 2 of the brown-haired man's men. At first, the patrons were clamoring to help Simon, but when they saw how good he was at fighting, they all ran away with their heads in their hands, and some even took chairs and glasses with them. The brown-haired man grabbed Simon by the collar and lifted the bar owner up. "Your teeth are too ugly, I'll pull them out for you. Maybe new teeth will grow in a few days." I'll tell you. Simon quickly said, "I heard him give the address to the coachman. It's at 176 River Bend Avenue." The brown-haired man ripped open Simon's clothes, took out his wallet, and not only got his £1 back, but also took about £20 of cash from the wallet. Then he threw Simon on the ground, gave one of his men a look, and told him to keep an eye on Simon. He then led another man to the address Simon had just given him. Simon, sitting on the ground, covered his cheek and thought to himself, "His back teeth are loose, he's acting convincingly enough, isn't he?" 51 Henry Street, Gard Herbal Shop. In the evening, Max sent someone with £200 in cash, which was the intelligence fee for this case. Currently, Mechanical Heart has killed 1 werewolf, and with no obvious clues, the case is temporarily closed, so he applied for intelligence fees for Odis. Regarding the intelligence fee for Odis, Deacon Ikonzer had given special approval. It would be settled and paid on the same day. After all, Odis was their ace intelligence officer, enabling Mechanical Heart to solve numerous major cases. When Ikonzer met with the Night Watchers and Punishers in Backlund, he felt his chin could be raised even higher. After receiving the money, Odis thought back to the fact that Max had promised £160, but now he had given her 200. But then he realized, "I shot 4 arrows, each worth £10. With a smile, Odis put away the money and continued selling herbs, leaving the herb shop around 10 p.m. He still plans to rest at number 176 Hewan Avenue today. He didn't get to see his opponents from the extraordinary fighting arena yesterday, so he should have to come over today. Odis disembarked from the carriage on a street adjacent to the River Bend Avenue. He stepped into a small inn, paid 1 sol for a reasonably clean room, and then took out the Lelouch mask and costume from the Wilderness of Knowledge and put them on. After opening the window and looking around, seeing that the streets, covered in a thin mist, were deserted, Odis jumped out of the window and quickly walked to the River Bend Avenue. When Odis was still some distance away from number 176, his spirit sensed that someone was watching him. He thought to himself, "In this world, there are always people who like to seek death." As if oblivious to the stairs, he quickly opened the door, went inside, and made final preparations to welcome the guests who would be arriving that evening. 176 River Bend Avenue was actually the room that Odis had prepared for the leader to establish his authority. He originally planned to kill a group of people who were trying to find out the leader's whereabouts here, in order to make a name for himself. However, after renting the place for about 2 years, no one had been able to find any trace of the leader, so these decorations remained unused. However, today, the magic array here can finally come in handy. Chapter 94 Odis's Inventory. The magic master that Odis defeated last week, and Chibman who later chased after Odis, belonged to an extraordinary organization called the 3N Party. The organization has 3 leaders, one of whom is the highly skilled fighter Chibman. The leader who led the attack on Lelouch today was another leader named Celt. The brown-haired man who interrogated Simon earlier was one of his subordinates. Celt saw Lelouch enter the house, and soon the gas lights were turned on inside. After waiting a while longer, when the gas lamp went out, Celt waved his hand and led 3 armed subordinates quickly to the door. One of his men kicked the door open, and Celt rushed in first, but as soon as he entered, his foot slipped and he immediately fell downwards. Fortunately, Celt reacted quickly, twisting his waist in midair and half-turning to grab the door frame. With the help of his subordinates pulling him, he managed to get back outside. Celt looked back and saw that the floor inside the door was normal, with no traps. Besides, even if there were traps, they should have been broken by now, and there should be obvious signs of collapse. Celt asked his subordinates, "What did you just see?" He was puzzled as to why his spiritual sense hadn't detected any danger. One of his subordinates, Ford, said, "I saw you suddenly drop down and fall into the floor." It fell into the floor. 27 or 28-year-old Celt with short hair pondered for a moment, then took the Mitsubishi spike from his subordinate and poked the ground in front of the door with it. As a result, the Mitsubishi spike pierced through him instantly, but Celt felt as if he hadn't been pricked at all. This is a strange trap. Celt poked around with the Mitsubishi spike again, and soon felt the real floor just a little ahead. After confirming several times, Celt sneered, "Little trick, jump over it." Fearing that Lelouch had already escaped by jumping out of the window, Celt took the lead and leaped into the room, landing steadily. Then he strode towards the stairs, wanting to catch up with Lelouch. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Celt turned around and saw his subordinate Ford fall into the floor. At this point, it was already in the center of the living room, far from the entrance. At this moment, no one dared to move, fearing that there might be a trap ahead of them. Fitzgerald, another of Celt's subordinates, said with a slightly trembling voice, "It's a ghost." As if to echo this statement, a cool breeze suddenly swept through the empty living room, and one could faintly hear the sound of weeping. Celt realized that this trap was not simple, and the atmosphere around him was obviously wrong, so he said, "Go back the way we came." He planned to set the fire directly to force Lelouch out. For extraordinary individuals, ordinary ghosts are not something to fear. Just as they were backing away, a blood-soaked hand suddenly emerged from the middle of the floor, startling the 3 extraordinary individuals. Then, another hand reached out. Celt realized, it's Ford. Fitzgerald quickly reached out to pull him up, and sure enough, he pulled up a man covered in blood. By the dim light, Celt saw that the person being pulled up was indeed Ford. Just as he was about to ask Ford what had happened, he suddenly saw that Tutter's expression was ferocious, and his eyes only had whites but no pupils. Celt immediately warned, "Let him go." But it was too late. Ford pounced and bit Fitzgerald's shoulder, who was holding him. Fitzgerald cried out in pain and tried to pry Ford's head open, but he couldn't. Celt quickly stepped forward, reached out and crushed Ford's jaw to separate the two. Fitzgerald's shoulder was already a bloody mess from being bitten. He pulled out his dagger and said viciously to Ford, "You're insane." But he soon realized that something was wrong with Ford. The guy was making inhuman noises and was rushing at others again to bite them. Celt kicked Ford away and immediately said, "Let's go." Ford had turned into a zombie, even though he had only been out of sight for a short while. There's a problem here, a really big problem. But just as they took a step back, the door they had kicked open was slammed shut by a tremendous force from who knows where. Celt and the others sensed that not only was the door closed, but there seemed to be a spiritual wall separating the inside from the outside. At the same time, the ceiling above suddenly lit up with a pale white light, and 8 white skeletons emerged from the pale white light. They were suspended by an invisible force and quickly descended to the ground. The 8 skeletons all had red eyes that gleamed and held weapons in their hands. The red light was like eerie eyes, coldly staring at Celt and the others. "It's a skeleton warrior." Fitzgerald and the brown-haired man, Grant, were a little nervous. They were frequent participants in fighting competitions and had no shortage of combat experience, but they rarely dealt with undead creatures like this. "Don't be afraid," Celt said. "These skeleton warriors are very weak." As he spoke, he looked up at the second floor. He knew that Lelouch was hiding somewhere upstairs, controlling everything. The skeleton warriors began charging at the living creatures in the house. Celt put on his boxing gloves and kicked Ford, the zombie who was charging again, into the skeleton warriors, completing the bribery process. Then Celt raised his hand and said, "Weaken." The pale light on the 8 skeleton warriors disappeared at a visible speed, their bones turned yellow and developed small holes, as if they had suddenly become osteoporotic. Selt lunged forward, smashing a skeleton warrior with a single punch, and charged towards the stairs. Seeing how easily the skeleton warriors were dealt with, his 2 subordinates also picked up their weapons and fought them. Shelter was very careful when he took his first step up the stairs. Only after he felt that he had not missed a step did he breathe a sigh of relief and continue to climb. This is the kind of staircase that is divided into 2 sections, with a small turning platform in the middle that separates the staircase into the upper and lower sections. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After reaching the small platform in the middle, Selt turned to the side, about to step onto the upper half of the stairs to continue going upstairs, only to find that he was actually facing the lower half of the stairs going down. He was slightly dazed, trying hard to recall if he had turned to the side just now. Did I turn wrong? Did I turn left and end up turning around? Selt turned his head and saw that the upper half of the stairs was on his side. He turned around again in that direction, but what he saw in front of him was still the lower half of the stairs going down. This made Kelt, a Sequence 7 briber, feel uneasy. As an extraordinary being of his level, he had certainly heard stories of extraordinary beings encountering evil spirits. It is said that some evil spirits possess terrifying abilities, capable of keeping extraordinary individuals trapped in a very small circle, never able to escape, until the extraordinary individual is exhausted, at which point the evil spirit will devour the extraordinary individual's soul. But Lelouch isn't an evil spirit. Ah. Help. A cry for help came from downstairs. Selt saw that the skeleton warrior had been defeated, but suddenly a red, monstrous mouth appeared on the roof of the first floor, with scarlet suckers and sharp teeth inside. At this moment, the strange mouth was making a sucking motion, and Fitzgerald's shoulder injury suddenly turned outward, with blood gushing out like a fountain, and finally the blood column fell into the mouth of the red strange mouth. With slightly trembling hands, Glenn, who had brown hair, pressed on Fitzgerald's wound. It's no wonder Gran had poor mental fortitude, he had never seen such a bizarre monster or such a strange way of attack. Selt lifted his leg, ready to go downstairs to rescue, but a moment later, what appeared in front of Selt was the upper half of the stairs. He's trapped here. Trapped on the small platform in the middle by a strange force. At this point, Fitzgerald's voice was very weak and unrecognizable, and his muscles were rapidly collapsing. The pressure from the press did not have much effect at all. Seeing his companion turned into a dried corpse before his eyes, Gran trembled as he rose, his eyes glazed over. The underworld, this must be the underworld, this monster must have come from the underworld, turning this place into the underworld, this is no place for the living. At that moment, the zombie Ford pounced on Glenn, tearing at his former companion. Fortunately, Kelt had crushed the zombie's jaw, so he hadn't caused Gran too much damage. But this seemed to be the last straw for Gran. He screamed wildly, threw the zombie off his back, smashed open the window, and jumped out. Immediately afterwards, Kelt on the stairs realized that Odis had deliberately let Gran go because he felt someone watching him. This means that Odis has focused all his attention on him. Selt cheered himself up, it's just a Sequence 8. He had already figured out a way to break free from the power that was trapping him. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed the second-floor railing, and used his arms to reach the second floor. The second floor has a small living room and a short corridor with 2 rooms on each side. At the end of the corridor, a dark figure was crouching on the ground, one hand touching the ground. The ground was covered with haphazard lines and symbols, and it was impossible to tell what they were. After Kelt went upstairs, the shadowy figure looked up and revealed himself to be Lelouch, wearing a mask and an old black coat. Selt said coldly, "So it was you who was behind this." He glanced again at the lines and strange symbols beneath his feet, wondering how Lelouch had created those traps. Just with these lines and symbols. Wasn't everything just now quite terrifying? Odis smiled and said, "That's because when I was making these arrangements, I was researching the abilities of the underworld and the Death God pathway. Now, it's just you and me left. Before you die, I'll make you understand what you just went through." Chapter 95, Defeating a Sequence. At this moment, Sequence 7 Kelt was facing Sequence 8 Lelouch, but he felt a little uncertain. He simply couldn't understand what the lines Lelouch had drawn were for, or why there were so many strange traps in the house. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Lelouch, also known as Odis, said like a collector introducing his collection, "When you first enter, you will encounter an illusionary magic circle. It looks like a perfectly good floor, but I've actually made some holes between the floor and the basement. In the basement, there were rows of upright iron spikes, all coated with a powder made from black corpse peony and green ghost grass. Neither of these herbs is particularly rare, but they can instantly turn a dead person into a living corpse. Of course, I don't have the ability to control zombies, but the characteristic of zombies is to bite living things. They won't come to the second floor to attack me unless they bite you all to death. Selt then realized, those were all carefully designed traps. Otherwise what? Odis smiled. Do you really think this is the underworld? He paused and then said, as for the skeleton warriors later, those are undead summoning arrays. When I was setting up these arrays, I hadn't fully understood the undead summoning techniques. Now, after my improvements, the things that this magic circle can summon are much more powerful. The only troublesome thing is that after they have defeated the enemy, they are not very willing to return to the underworld. Where's that red-beaked monster? Selt asked. What is that? That's from my research last year, Odis explained. It's a kind of spirit monster that loves to suck blood and can make people's blood spray out and into its mouth. This is the new summoning circle I added just now after I saw that your companion was injured. Kelt hadn't expected that those bizarre attacks just now seemed to be casually arranged by Lelouch. What about the traps on the stairs? That's my own invention, Odis smiled. I call it the turning array. It's an attack targeting mental entities that will cause some confusion in the target's sense of direction. For example, your brain commands you to turn 90 degrees, but your body actually turns 180 degrees, or doesn't turn at all. In short, the movement of your limbs and the commands of your brain will become uncoordinated. Unfortunately, the magic circle only works when the target inside it turns around, and it cannot cause other actions or other kinds of chaos. No wonder my spiritual sense didn't detect any danger. It turns out these are all traps, harmless until you step into them. Kelt sneered, I was right, they're all just little tricks. As he spoke, he suddenly threw a small piece of wood at Odis, which he had picked off the wooden railing when he jumped up to the second floor. But the moment the small wooden block was thrown, Selt was surprised to find that his forward-throwing motion had turned into an upward-throwing motion. The goal of bribery also becomes ineffective. Odis smiled and said, Did you really think I was showing off my magic array to you? Ever since we were on the stairs, the magic array on the wall has been attacking your mental body, and your logical abilities are about to completely malfunction. This is the core magic array set up here. It will not only attack the mental body, but if you stay here for a long time, the spiritual body will also be affected to some extent. This is an effect that comes with necromancy-type magic arrays. These arrays, or the underworld that the arrays connect to, will have some influence on spirits. Odis had previously discovered these effects and thus provided some guidance as he had hoped. Gran, who just escaped from here, was impacted by the shock to his spiritual body. Otherwise, the tragic death of his companions would not have caused a Sequence 8 in relatively good condition to collapse. Odis's old black coat was good at protecting against such attacks, so the plan was that even if they encountered a Sequence 7 opponent, as long as they could hold them off, they would quickly gain the initiative. Selt did feel that the logic behind his actions had become somewhat chaotic, but he did not back down. Instead, he used the weakening ability again. This time, he weakened the influence of the surrounding forces on him. After using the ability, he instantly felt that his condition had improved a lot. However, Odis had already taken the opportunity to enter one of the rooms. Selt followed closely behind and saw Lelouch standing against the wall, looking at him with a half-smile. Kelt snorted and kicked a chair at Odis, finally completing the bribery process. He then chased after Odis while using his arrogance ability. This ability can make someone arrogant, lower their morale, and make them prone to making mistakes. Although Lelouch was wearing a mask, Celtic could sense that the smile on his face had turned into an arrogant expression. In that instant, the wall behind Odis suddenly became illusory, and he passed through it, arriving in the next room. Odis smiled, found a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and leisurely waited for Kelt to die. Haha, this trap is perfect, I'm a genius. At this moment, a cold aura permeated the surroundings. This coldness was not like the chilling cold brought by the grey fog of Backlund, nor was it the biting cold of the winter sea breeze. Instead, it strikes straight to the soul, a chilling coldness from the inside out. In the next room, after Odis left, the door slammed shut. Then, Kelt saw eerie patterns and symbols emitting a pale white light appear on the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room. Realizing something was wrong, Kelt rushed to the door, but as soon as he took a step, cold water surged up from the ground. The hairs on his body stood on end instantly, and he felt as if his soul was being constantly washed by icy water, making his body extremely stiff. This water is no ordinary water, it is the water flowing in the River of the Dead that the dead travel on by ferry to the underworld. Even a Sequence 7 level extraordinary being's spirit body cannot withstand the prolonged scouring of these waters, especially since the water level is still rising rapidly and has already reached waist deep in the blink of an eye. Celt's lips were purple, his face was deathly pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. He was still trying his best to reach the door, knowing that it was his only way to survive. The tide of the River of the Dead quickly reached his chest, and the air Celt exhaled from his lungs turned into cold mist. Finally arriving at the door, Celt suddenly swung his fist, and, crack, a hole appeared in the door panel. But that's not enough, because these streams of water don't exist in reality, so they only have minor breaks and don't flow outwards. By this time, the water had risen to the corners of his mouth, and Selt felt the suffocating sensation of death. He used his last bit of strength to throw another punch. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Click. He broke the door in half, destroying the surrounding sealed magic array and creating a hole, through which water immediately flowed away. The water flowing inside the room was icy cold, the river of the dead that could wash away spirits. However, it did not flow out through the holes in the door, but instead flowed into the void, returning to the underworld. The corridors were filled with a chilling wind and were unusually cold, but there wasn't a trace of liquid. At the same time, because the magic circle was destroyed, the sealed environment inside the house disappeared, thus severing the connection with the river of the dead, and the tide inside the house quickly receded. In the end, only a thick layer of frost remained in the room, and all the furniture, carpets, and other furnishings were not wet. Covered in bruises, Selt fell to the ground and struggled to crawl out onto the corridor, finally feeling like he had returned to the human world. Your spirit has suffered permanent damage. Odis said with a smile, standing in the doorway of the next room. I was so careless, I should have sealed the door completely. Yes, I was so careless. Odis seemed to snap out of his daze. He had been about to come out and seal the door, so why was he sitting there indulging in self-admiration? He took a step back abruptly, but the weakening from Kelt lying on the ground still struck him, and Odis immediately felt a decline in his spirituality, strength, and so on. Odis thought to himself, it is indeed quite difficult to deal with Sequence 7 alone. Fortunately, this is his home turf, and it was designed to be able to deal with Sequence 7 at its highest level. Although Odis was weakened at this point, he regained his composure. He took a sword he had prepared long ago from the wall. The sword was white like bone and was made by Odis from the bone of a hellish rhinoceros that he had bought by chance. It was a weapon specifically designed to attack the spirits of the target. With his sword in hand, Odis strode into the corridor and saw Kelt climbing toward the window at the end of the corridor, trying to escape from there. However, because his spirit was very weak at this time, the attacks on his mental body and spiritual body were even more intense, so he had great difficulty crawling and his mentality was on the verge of complete collapse several times. Upon realizing that Lelouch had appeared, he struggled to turn over, trying to continue using his extraordinary abilities to hold off Odis. But Odis didn't give him that chance, directly using the silver-white sword as a javelin, which flew out with a clang and pierced Kelt's abdomen. Selt cried out in pain, feeling the piercing pain of the sword wounding his already weakened spirit body once again. Odis took a handful of powder that he had prepared beforehand, which could increase his affinity with the underworld, and sprinkled it on Kelt. Selt suddenly froze, unable to move at all. Odis stepped forward, drew his sword, and cleanly slit Kelt's throat. Black blood flowed from his neck, sending the briber to the underworld. Odis pinned the silver-white sword to Kelt's chest to prevent the corpse from turning into a zombie. Then he dealt with the zombies on the first floor, recovered the extraordinary characteristics of the three people, and removed Kelt's cold gauntlets. Finally, they set it on fire, completely abandoning the stronghold. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Audrey received news of Lelouch again. Odis has 3 such defensive strongholds. One is 176 River Bend Avenue, which Odis just abandoned, another is Gal Herbalist's shop, and the last is 77 Helen Avenue, where Odis currently resides more often. In addition, some extraordinary traps were set up in the basement of Hilton Avenue, the 3rd-floor room of the Nanma Ballroom, and the suburban laboratory, but their power and scale were far inferior to those 3 defensive strongholds. 176 River Bend Avenue was the place where he first used the composite magic array, and he also conducted many experiments there. However, due to a lack of experience at the time, the traps were poorly concealed. Any extraordinary person with a certain amount of knowledge of occultism could understand that these traps were set up using magic arrays once they reached the 2nd floor. Because of this experience, when Odis designed the composite magic array for Garrison Herbal Shop and 77 High Lynn Avenue, in addition to being much more powerful, it was also very well concealed. Previously, when Odis dealt with the Fighting Scholar and the Secret Seeker, who broke into Gard's Herbal Shop, he planned to activate the Herbal Shop's magic circle after he had used up all the bullets in his flaming arrow. But at that moment, he saw Arya, the subordinate of the Mysterious Queen, and decided to use the Fool to intimidate the Mysterious Queen, which is why he ran to the backyard. Little did anyone know that Arya was very cautious. After hearing Odis chanting the name of some being, she chose to continue observing. Otherwise, Odis wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. As for the concealment of these composite magic arrays, Odis once tested them by inviting Bernadette to his home. As long as it is not activated, even a demigod would have difficulty detecting it. The reason for abandoning number 176 River Bend Avenue is that it is an old stock with limited power, and it is not cost-effective to continue maintenance. Odis glanced back at his original masterpiece. The fire at number 176 was growing larger, but it had not affected the neighbors. In the flames, someone finally shouted, "Fire!" Odis turned and hurried away into the thick fog, returning to the inn where he had booked a room earlier. Only then did he take out his spoils and examine them, a gauntlet and 3 extraordinary items. The gauntlets correspond to Sequence 8, and their abilities and negative effects are unknown. Since Odis doesn't need them at the moment, they've been placed in the wilderness of knowledge. Of the 3 extraordinary traits, one is known to be a Sequence 7 tier Briber trait, while the other 2 are only known to be Sequence 9 tiers, with their specific sequences unknown. After putting away the spoils, Odis thought to himself, with these spoils, 176 River Bend Avenue has finally broken even. At that moment, a short sentence suddenly appeared on the wall in front of Odis, "I have come." Odis was slightly taken aback. "The party is ending so late. I just watched a performance." Bernadette's voice came from the air. She commented, "With the help of the magic circle, you have already reached the strength of Sequence 7. But those magic arrays can only be fixed in place and cannot be taken away at any time, so you only have the strength of Sequence 7 in specific places." Odis nodded. "That is a very fair assessment." Then he asked, "Have you made contact with that vengeful spirit?" "I asked for you," Bernadette said, unaware of the man's whereabouts. She said that neither she nor her companions have taken any action against the libertarians recently. "That's strange." Odis couldn't help but frown. "Who could have warned me? And what's their purpose?" South of the bridge, a vibrant bar. There was no business here today, only the bar owner Simon, a bartender, and a member of the 3N party were watching them. Bang. The wooden door was suddenly kicked open, and all 3 people looked toward the entrance. Glenn, with brown hair, appeared there. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked to be in very poor condition. The 3N party member had a bad feeling. "What's wrong?" Ignoring his companion's question, Gran grabbed Simon by the collar and demanded, "What kind of monster is Lelouch? What kind of monster is he?" Simon, however, recalled Lelouch's earlier instructions. When the other party came to him a second time, he should not be polite to them. So he said coldly, "I don't know what kind of monster he is, but I do know that if you keep grabbing my collar like this, you'll die a horrible death." Grant shuddered, immediately released the door, and then took a few steps back, looking somewhat dejected, before sitting down in the chair behind him. The 3N party member asked again, "What's wrong?" We fell into Lelouch's trap. Ford and Fitzgerald are both dead," Grant said. "And what about Chief Kelt?" "He's dead too." Grant then changed his mind. He must be dead too, he was already trapped there. After their initial surprise, the 3N party members immediately exclaimed, "Quick, go back and get help." Gran was dragged away like a walking corpse. Simon, who was adjusting his collar, overheard their conversation clearly. "A leader has died." Yesterday, he learned that the organization that had been causing them trouble was called the 3N Party. It was said that the organization had 3 leaders, each with magical abilities. "Give me a drink," Simon said to the bartender. He congratulated himself on having a new patron, because it was said that whoever could kill the leader of the 3N Party would become the new leader of the organization. Thursday morning, Queens Road, at the Earl of Donut's villa. Today, Donut's eldest son, Joel's, is holding a mystical salon at the villa, inviting many aristocratic youths with an interest in the mystical. Among them was Audrey Hall, who today shared with some friends 3 ways to prepare daisies and the uses of this herb. The noblemen around her were amazed, praising Audrey for her professional handling of the herb and for explaining it in such detail that anyone could understand. As Audrey accepted the compliments with a smile, she thought to herself, "I have to thank the Hermit for providing the material." At the same time, she also praised her friend, which made everyone happy and made the discussion in the salon more lively. Once the topic was over, Audrey smiled and said, "Unfortunately, we encounter too few occult cases. Each salon can only discuss this kind of occult knowledge." At this moment, a young nobleman said, "I have a mysterious event that happened in Backlund to share with you. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." The speaker was Quincy, the son of Earl Philip. Audrey kept smiling at the other person, and everyone else looked at Quincy as well. In fact, Audrey had noticed earlier that Quincy's demeanor today was somewhat dismissive, and he wasn't really listening to what others were saying. Moreover, he almost spoke several times but held back, clearly indicating that he had learned some occult information and wanted to share it at the most exciting part of the salon. So Audrey helped create the right atmosphere, and then at the right moment, she revealed her regret, and Quincy immediately took the bait. Quincy said, "This morning at 176 River Bend Avenue, a case involving the occult occurred." Joels, the organizer of the salon, was taken aback at first, and then said, "I read it in today's morning paper." The paper said that the fire was caused by a gang fight. Several noblemen nodded in agreement. They had all read the report. At first the police thought it was a fire, Quincy continued, but when they were clearing the scene, they found 3 bodies. Because few people lived in that house, it was assumed to be a gang fight. But before I came to the salon, I unexpectedly learned the results of the autopsies on those 3 bodies. Of the 3 who died, one was stabbed to death with a sharp weapon, one died from having his blood drained, and the third, although he had a wound on his neck, froze to death. The other noblemen expressed their surprise, frozen to death. Frozen to death at the scene of the fire. Oh, by the goddess above, have you been drained of your blood? No one questioned the autopsy results provided by Quincy, because Quincy's father, Earl Philip, was the minister of the order. Quincy said, "This must be a case involving the occult. I happened to learn some inside information about this case by chance." The speaker was a young nobleman named Theodore, who was about 22 or 23 years old. The nobleman who came to the salon immediately said, "Tell us quickly. What is going on?" Quincy was displeased to see that everyone's attention had immediately turned to Theodore as soon as he finished speaking. "How do you know about the case that just happened last night?" "As everyone knows, I enjoy going to 155 Kings Road to watch fighting matches," Theodore said with a smile. "Of course, this is also related to the fact that my cousin is currently the manager of the fighting arena." Upon hearing this, Audrey frowned slightly, her beautiful brows furrowing. Most of the people present knew about the so-called fighting competition taking place there. But Audrey only saw indifference, a sense of entitlement, and no one showed any doubt about the existence of the fighting arena, not even through their eyes. At this point, Theodore continued, "This morning, I went to my cousin's to pick up the tickets for this week, only to find out that there were fighters in the fighting arena yesterday because of a fight that took place off the field on River Bend Avenue as a result of a match last week. It is said that 3 people died in that battle, one of whom was a veteran fighter in the arena. And their opponent is a newcomer named Lelouch." Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator demeanor for a moment. "Lelouch." "Yes, that's the name," Theodore said with certainty after a moment's thought. He continued, "You all should understand now, right? It was the same River Bend Avenue, and 3 people died in the same incident. So, this Lelouch is likely an extraordinary," Joel said. Audrey wondered, based on my previous observations, Lelouch is not a vicious person, so why did he suddenly kill 3 people? Chapter 97, Chapter 97. 1 Verbal warning. Those aristocratic youths who attended this salon knew that the matches at the fighting arena at 155 Kings Road occasionally featured some strange abilities, but the arena explained that these were magic tricks and illusions. Few people doubt this, because everyone knows that the games there are more focused on entertainment. Only then did people realize that there might be extraordinary individuals among those contestants. But they quickly realized that it was unlikely, since why would a mysterious extraordinary being participate in such a competition for others to watch? The noble children present are still under the protection of their families. They can only guess at the existence of mysticism and extraordinary beings through some clues. They do not know much about the extraordinary beings and have not yet come into much contact with the dark side of Backlund. The discussion about the extraordinary case on River Bend Avenue continues, and Theodore answers Joel's question. "Lelouch is very likely an extraordinary." Then he smiled and said, "This week's competition will be very exciting because my cousin has arranged for Lelouch to face 2 good friends of that veteran player who died." Edith, the Viscount Thomas's daughter, asked, "Won't the police arrest this Lelouch?" "There has always been a consensus between the fighting arena and the police," Theodore explained. "If a criminal appears among the fighters, and that criminal still participates in the match as scheduled, then the fighter will be allowed to participate in another match in the presence of the police. If this athlete dies on the field, it is tantamount to committing suicide out of guilt. If a contestant wins the competition, he will receive a large commission, which will be delivered to the person he designates before he is taken away by the police for trial. Furthermore, the fighting arena will occasionally bail out very promising fighters. The specific arrangements depend on the fighter's ability and his choice." Theodore paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "So if Lelouch shows up on Sunday, this week's matches are sure to be very exciting. Are there any seats left?" "I want to watch this week's game," said Joels, the organizer of the salon. "Me too." Several noblemen expressed their willingness to go and watch the match, including Audrey. At this moment, she had mixed feelings and hoped to observe Lelouch again to see if he was a bloodthirsty demon. Theodore said, "No problem, I've got it covered." In the afternoon, at 51 Henry Street, Gard Herbalist. Odis was continuing to write the combat manual in the backyard when Max, the captain of the Mechanical Heart team, suddenly arrived. As Odis poured tea, he asked, feigning ignorance, "What do you want with me?" "Captain Iconcel sent me to warn you that he can pretend he doesn't know anything about the River Bend case, but he doesn't want anything like this to happen again," Max said seriously. Back when Odis operated 176 River Bend Avenue, he was still under the close surveillance of the Mechanical Heart, so they were naturally aware that Odis had some arrangements there. But they have never known exactly what was arranged. This is the attitude of the Mechanical Heart, and even the entire Church of the God of Steam and Machines towards Odis's research, which they considered to be just some trinkets made using spirituality, and did not pay much attention to them. Max had provided the church with some of Odis's research, hoping to see if Odis was researching the resurrection of his family. The church scholars gave a negative answer, and Max stopped paying attention to Odis's research. At the time, both church scholars and Max thought Odis's research was too novel, somewhat absurd, and impossible to achieve. What they didn't know was that it was only the theoretical part of Odis's research, and a very small part at that. After the incident on River Bend Avenue late last night, the Mechanical Heart team remembered that it used to be one of Odis's strongholds, which is why they speculated that the culprit in yesterday's case was likely Odis. However, since Odis had provided information about the 3N party a long time ago, they knew very well what kind of people the 3N party were, so Iconzer chose to turn a blind eye. Odis smiled and said, "They came to us suddenly, and I didn't have time to ask for your help, so I had no choice but to do this." After giving a brief explanation, he asked, which official organization of extraordinary individuals took on this case? The Night Watchman. Max didn't hide it. "I understand," Odis said. "The character of Lelouch will soon disappear." He then skipped over the topic. "I contacted the Temperance faction of the Rose School through some channels, but it wasn't them who sent someone to tell us the werewolf's address." Max rubbed his forehead, and after sitting down in the chair, he asked, "Is the information reliable?" "Reliable." Odis believed that Miss Sharon had no reason to deceive the mysterious queen. Max sighed. "The trail has gone cold." "Don't rush," Odis said with a smile, sitting opposite Max. "We can also start with the motivation. This is very likely a wild Beyonder who has a grudge against the Rose School, or even an Beyonder who has a grudge against that werewolf. Knowing that he is no match for him, he used this method to inform the official Beyonders about the werewolf." Max nodded slowly and said, "I will continue to investigate the area around the werewolf's residence and continue to investigate the man named Bernie to see if we can find any new clues." He then said, "Have you ever considered that they might also be targeting you?" "I have indeed thought about that," Odis said. But I am an informant for the Mechanical Heart. Besides this room full of herbs, I don't have anything of value. There's no reason for them to test me in such a cautious way." Max thought it made sense. After a moment of silence, Max said, "We should both keep an eye out for clues about this case. Based on Max's experience, someone named Bernie might never be found again. Fortunately, this case has already eliminated a member of the Rose School, so if it's closed like this, no one will say anything." After discussing the case, Odis added, "Help me investigate someone. He's an underling of Darnasy from MI9. As he spoke, he took out a portrait of a man in his 30s with short hair and a prominent Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. When Odis was negotiating with Dainsey before, he noticed that his subordinate's gaze was a bit strange. However, Odis knew that it would be dangerous to investigate the people from MI9, so he decided to ask a member of Mechanical Heart to check the files under some pretext. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Max asked, "Why are you investigating him?" "There was no specific reason, but I just felt that something was wrong with him." Max nodded. "I'll help you look into it, but we need a catalyst." "Yes, I know." The two chatted for a while longer before Max took his leave. As soon as Odis sat down, Simon, unsurprisingly, arrived. The matter we're discussing today involves some confidential information, so the two of them will talk directly in the lounge in the backyard. Simon, who had a fierce look on his face, smiled with a hint of flattery and said, "Your plan is really meticulous and perfect. I was worried about offending the 3N party just 2 days ago, but today I realized that you must have deliberately provoked them." Odis smiled slightly, offering no comment on Simon's speculation. Simon seemed to feel greatly encouraged, and he continued, "I should have thought of that. If you can find out my background, you can certainly find out the background of the 3N party as well. You must have known that the 3N party has a rule that whoever can kill their leader can become their new leader, so you provoked them and made me reveal the address of the Southbridge district, where you set up an ambush and killed one of the 3N party leaders." Simon chuckled and said, "I've been hiding since last night. The police haven't been able to find me, let alone you. However, I still went to the fighting arena on King's Road to check if you had any matches this week, and the arena manager, Mr. Bishop, actually received me personally. He also told me that the police would be at the fighting arena on Sunday, and that he would vouch for me as long as I was willing to become the leader of the 3N party, and that the police would never arrest me. However, you will have 2 matches that day, both in the evening, one around 7 p.m. and the other around 9 p.m. The first match is a pure fighting competition, and the second match is a completely no-rules competition. You can use any weapon, and even if you kill someone in it, you won't have to worry about being held responsible." He exclaimed, "It wasn't until this moment that I realized your goal was to become the leader of the 3N party. Although I've heard that the 3N party has a bad reputation, it can serve the nobles and get to know many high-ranking figures in Backlund. In a few years, you too will be a powerful figure in Backlund." Odis maintained his smile and made no comment. Suddenly, he took out his wallet, counted out 6 10-pound notes, and handed them to Simon. "You should hide for the next couple of days. By Sunday, you won't have to hide anymore." "Thank you, Mr. Lelouch." Simon chuckled as he accepted the money. Yes, the police won't be investigating you on Sunday, so you won't have to hide anymore." Odis suddenly said seriously, "At least half of this £60 should go to your wife, so that they can no longer live as dependents." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lelouch. I will give her all £30, no, all £60. Simon laughed. "Once they become your subordinates, they will definitely earn a lot of money, and they won't have to live such a hard life anymore." Odis simply nodded, exchanged a few more words, and then saw Simon to the door. Only after watching Simon get into the taxi and leave did he coldly laugh and say, "If I wanted to gain the favor of nobles, would I need to go through all this trouble?" After saying that, he winked at another horse-drawn carriage on the street. The taxi quickly followed. The driver and passengers were all Enoch's men. Odis had arranged for them to wait for the match in the morning. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Not just anyone can become Odis's subordinate. In the following days, Odis diligently wrote the combat manual at the herbalist shop, and he could clearly feel the effects of the potion's absorption. He anticipated that once he finished writing this book, he would be able to fully digest the potion. Odis also crafted some extraordinary weapons for use in Sunday's match. These weapons cost him nearly £500. It stung a little. On Saturday, Odis completed the deal with the hanged man Alger, spending another £750 to obtain the same main material as the Sequence 7 wizard, the complete brain of the pale neck. Odis plans to see if he can trade for another key ingredient at next week's tarot meeting. As for the meetings of the Mysticism Research Society, they are not held regularly on a weekly basis, so Odis plans to reschedule the meeting for next Tuesday. Sunday arrived quickly, and around 9 o'clock in the morning, Odis arrived at the Nanma ballroom, gave Mandy £500 in cash, and asked her to do something for him. He then returned to the herbal shop and waited for Simon to arrive. Odis ate dinner early and waited for Simon, who came to pick him up for the match, around 6 o'clock in the evening. After getting into the carriage, the two sat facing each other, and Simon exclaimed again, "The more I think about it these past 2 days, the more I feel that your plan is absolutely perfect. Back then, you came to my underground fighting arena to fight in underground boxing matches because you hoped to use my connections to get into the fighting arena at 155 Kings Road, right? Without realizing it, I have already been used by you. I'm not a god," Odis smiled. "At the time, I didn't know you had access to 155 Kings Road. Tonight's plan only came to mind after I learned that you had such connections. In the following days, I made some improvements and used some of my channels to gather intelligence to ensure that the plan could proceed smoothly." Simon took a deep breath. That's still pretty impressive. He was very curious about what kind of intelligence Odis was collecting. Odis did not continue the topic, but suddenly asked, "Did you give your wife the previous £60 in cash?" Upon hearing this question, Simon suddenly became somewhat flustered. "I gave it to her. I have a subordinate who is a gang leader. He also has a lot of bad habits, alcoholism, gambling, and a penchant for fighting," Odis said calmly. "I never object to my subordinates' bad habits. After all, entertainment options are really limited in this era. But no matter what kind of bad habit it is, there should always be a limit." Odis seemed to be talking about something completely unrelated to the two of them, but Simon already felt a chill run down his spine. He was a gambler, and an addict to gambling. He didn't give the £60 to his wife at all, he gambled it all away in the last few days. "In my opinion, the right balance is whether or not you treat your family well within your means," Odis continued slowly. "You love your daughter very much, but you are not a qualified father or husband. Living under someone else's roof is not easy. With your income, they don't need to live like this at all. It's not that I'm being overly sympathetic, but if you treat even your own family like this, how will you treat me when it really matters? How can you expect me to trust a gambler with no bottom line?" Simon swallowed hard and quickly said, "Mr. Lelouch, listen to me." Odis suddenly drew the dagger from his waist and slashed Simon's throat. Simon looked surprised and quickly covered his neck with both hands, but blood still gushed out of his veins. "You know my true identity. Since you haven't passed the test I gave you and can't gain my trust, I have no choice but to make you disappear completely." Odis kicked Simon, who was trying to escape, back into his seat. "You should have been prepared for this from the moment you joined this game. This is Backlund, the Backlund that eats people without spitting out the bones." He paused and then said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged for your wife and daughters to go to the countryside and bought the Passion Bar from them for £500. Well, after you die, that run-down bar will naturally be bought by your wife. In the countryside of East Chestershire, you can buy a 2-story house with a yard for just £70 or £80. Now land is cheap, and you can become a small farmer by buying land for £100. As long as they work hard enough and don't invest recklessly, the mother and daughter will be well off for the rest of their lives." Simon had lost too much blood and was convulsing, unable to escape again. In the final moments of his life, he listened intently to the man's words, afraid of missing a single word. I also specifically instructed the subordinates who were to do this, Odis continued, to spread rumors that your wife and daughters are mistresses and illegitimate children arranged by some important person. This can effectively prevent them from being bullied, or at least make those who want to take advantage of them think twice. As for your shabby pub, it's not worth £500. Consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work and dedication in doing things for me during this time. And your manager and several important subordinates will die in the upcoming gang shootout. All right, you can go now. Blood was everywhere, Simon's eyes were unfocused, and he died in regret and remorse. After confirming that Simon was dead, Odis knocked on the wooden planks of the carriage, and the carriage immediately stopped. The driver got out of the driver's seat and opened the door, Mr. Gard. The coachman turned out to be Enoch, and the carriage was called by Simon. In other words, Simon has been under Enoch's surveillance for the past few days. Odis took out a bottle of corpse-dissolving water from his pocket, dispose of the body properly, make it clean. Enoch nodded, yes. As Odis got out of the car, he said, don't take over Passion Bar right away. Wait until other gangs take over there, then drive them out next month and take over the bar. The carriage stopped in a quiet alley, where there were no pedestrians around. Yes, Mr. Gard. Enoch waved, and a carriage drove up from the other end of the alley. The driver said respectfully, Mr. Gard. Odis nodded, got into the carriage and completed the disguise. By then, the carriage had arrived on the street. He got off the carriage again, waited a short while, and then hailed a horse-drawn carriage to continue his journey to 155 Kings Road. As soon as Odis stepped out of the carriage outside the arena, police officers and arena attendants surrounded him. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. One of the policemen said, Lelouch, I suspect you're involved in a murder and arson case. Odis, who was already wearing a mask, raised her hand and said, I am well aware of the consensus between the fighting arena and the police. You don't need to scare me like this. As he was talking, he calmly paid the driver's fare and was about to go inside when he was stopped by a middle-aged policeman with deep eyes. No matter what, you are a murderer and an arsonist. Don't be too arrogant. Odis's spiritual senses indicated that this was an extraordinary being, likely the captain of a night watch squad. He said coldly, do you know about the 3N party? How many people's blood is on their hands? Why didn't you speak up and stop them from being so arrogant? The policeman with the deep-set eyes was named Carl, and he was indeed the captain of the night watch squad. He paused slightly after hearing Odis's words and stepped back to make way for Odis. Odis was led to the lounge by a waiter. Some of the police followed closely behind, while others went to the stands, ready to keep a close eye on Odis's every move. In the lounge, the middle-aged man who looked like the butler greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lelouch, Manager Bishop asked me to inform you that you have been awarded the opportunity to join the 3N party and become its leader. If you are willing to become the leader of the 3N party and survive tonight's game, Mr. Bishop is willing to pay a huge bail for you to get you acquitted in the Southbridge case. Odis nodded, I am willing to become the leader, but if I win the battle tonight, I hope to join the 3N party at the moment of victory, in the presence of Mr. Bishop. The middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, said, I will pass on your message. Then he asked, didn't your agent, Simon, come along? I fired him, Odis said. I will hire a new agent as soon as possible. The other party was not surprised. After all, starting tonight, he would become the new leader of the 3N party, and it was normal to change to a more presentable proxy. So he just nodded and didn't ask any further questions. As usual, Odis sat down and closed her eyes to rest. At 7 o'clock sharp, she entered the venue after being reminded by a middle-aged man who looked like a butler. This competition was held at the same stadium with simulated streets. Many people know that today's game is exceptionally exciting, so there are more spectators than usual, filling the stands to capacity. This includes Audrey Hall. She saw the direction of the entrance from afar, and the young man wearing a mask and dark knight's clothes was none other than Lelouch, whom she had seen before. After Audrey's further observation, she still believed that Lelouch was not a bloodthirsty person. Was he really the murderer in the case in the South District of the Bridge? On the field, Odis saw his opponent, Chibman. The two had already sparred once and knew each other to be formidable opponents. So, with serious expressions, they approached each other and finally stopped about 2 meters apart. Chibman suddenly spoke up, I didn't expect that your goal was to become the leader of the 3N party. Odis smiled slightly, offered no explanation, and instead took a tentative step forward, throwing a punch to launch the first attack. Chibman raised his hand to block, but Odis suddenly moved closer and kicked out. Chibman turned to dodge, and Odis took the opportunity to lean up and squeeze Chibman, making him stumble. Odis seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand and began to launch a series of attacks using elbow strikes, bumps, and squeezes. In the stands, Audrey and other young noblemen found Lelouch's fighting style very novel and began to discuss his shoving and bumping techniques. At this moment, the experienced Chibman gradually regained his footing and began to counterattack. Odis's arm was accidentally grabbed by him, and he suddenly threw Odis to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Chapter 99, Defeating the Useful with No Moves. When faced with Chibman's over-the-shoulder throw, Odis did not use his other hand to push against Chibman's back as a normal fighting move to neutralize the force. Instead, he jumped up using Chibman's momentum, did a somersault in the air, and landed steadily. Then, while Chibman was holding her arms with both hands, Odis suddenly leaned towards Chibman again. With his extensive fighting experience, Chibman is now somewhat afraid of Odis's shove, which looks like she's trying to crawl into his arms but is actually trying to bump his chest with her shoulder. If you get hit by that, you'll definitely be sent flying and completely lose the initiative in the fight. Chibman had no choice but to send Odis's arm out to block Odis's attack. But Odis's attack changed quickly. He suddenly stopped his foot and changed from a collision to a pull. With the force from Chibman himself, he pulled his opponent into a stagger. At the same time, Odis kicked out, trying to trip Chibman. At this moment, Chibman's rich combat experience came to his aid. He quickly released Odis's arm and took the opportunity to push back a step, thus neutralizing Odis's attack. However, Chibman lost the slight advantage he had just gained, and Odis switched from defense to offense. At this moment, Chibman sensed that Lelouch seemed to be even more powerful than last week. In their previous encounter, their strength and skills were evenly matched, but in this rematch, Odis clearly had a slight advantage. This was not Chibman's misconception. The intense fight last time had given Odis a deeper understanding of the essence of Bejiquin, so he maintained a slight advantage at this moment. Applause could be heard from the audience every now and then. Today's audience are experts, they know exactly what makes a fight between two people exciting. Even Audrey and others who didn't know much about fighting felt the charm of fighting after seeing the two people's swift and short exchange. At this moment, Odis suddenly changed his fighting style, which was no longer as fierce as before, and many of his movements became slower. But not all movements slow down, instead, they strike swiftly the moment an opportunity arises. Chibman was caught off guard because Odis's fighting style looked soft and even harmless. However, the control of force points in this fighting style completely exceeded Chibman's understanding of fighting techniques. For example, when Chibman throws a punch, Lelouch reaches out to block it. At first, the force of the block is not great, he simply pushes the punch away skillfully. When Chibman's punch reached its limit and he had no more power left, Lelouch suddenly launched a counterattack, catching Chibman off guard multiple times. If you were to ask Lelouch at this moment what fighting style he uses, he would definitely say it's Tai Chi. However, Tai Chi alone was not enough to defeat Chibman. He is a Sequence 8 fighter whose brain and muscles are made for fighting, and with his years of fighting experience, he helped Chibman regain his composure and begin to look for an opportunity to counterattack. It wasn't until Odis's fighting style became sometimes fierce and sometimes gentle that Chibman began to feel that he was starting to lose his grip. In this extremely challenging fight that tested both willpower and skill, Odis, constantly honed by a powerful opponent, suddenly had an epiphany: why be bound by Bejiquin and Taijiquin? Simple and effective attack methods are the most practical. This suddenly reminded Odis of the fabricated 9 swords of Dugu, the concept of defeating moves with no moves. Although it is a fabricated concept, it is quite sophisticated. Once you've mastered a certain level of skill, you'll inevitably gain some insights and understandings, which are the most valuable things in your life. Through this arduous battle, Odis went through a process of learning and understanding, gaining a new understanding of combat. Unconsciously, his fists became powerful when force was needed and gentle when gentleness was needed. This feeling was wonderful, making his own spirituality extremely active, and his strength, speed, and mental reaction all reached their best state. Odis quickly realized that this was acting, and it even seemed to be a wonderful state that acting alone could not achieve. At this moment, the extraordinary characteristics within him became remarkably obedient, becoming an integral part of his body. They exhibited an unprecedented harmony with his spirit. Bang! Chibman was hit in the chest and slammed into the wall. Adi immediately snapped out of his reverie. He was about to give chase when he suddenly stopped. "You are no longer my match." Chibman clutched his chest. "Whether we're opponents or not isn't up to us to decide." He gritted his teeth and continued to attack Odis. Odis first dodged the attack, and then, when the time was right, he suddenly raised his leg and rammed into Chibman's abdomen with his knee. Odis then stepped back and moved aside, leaving Chibman to kneel on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen. This unexpected turn of events drew gasps from the audience, who seemed somewhat bewildered as to why the previously brilliant and evenly matched battle had suddenly become one-sided. The reason is that Odis's level of skill has far surpassed that of the audience, and the audience can no longer understand what is so wonderful about his fighting techniques. Chibman took a few deep breaths before saying, "The 3N Party's mission is to entertain the audience, to entertain those high-class audiences above us. What you're doing now is wrong, the audience can't keep up with your movements. What a pity. Odis exclaimed. You have such a high level of fighting skill, yet you spout such nonsense. He said, I'm not like you. I'm not a clown who pleases others. Chibman stared at Odis and suddenly shouted, then what do you expect me to do? Lelouch. What other way is there for an ordinary person to become a member of the upper class in Backlund, besides serving the nobles? Odis kicked out like lightning, striking Chibman on the head. Chibman's head slammed against the wall, tearing his skin and making him dizzy. He tried several times but couldn't get up. Odis said, I have no way, but I can tell you that your method is terrible. At this point, seeing that blood had been drawn on the field, the referee felt he could give the audience an explanation, and thus announced, Lelouch wins. Amidst enthusiastic applause from the audience, Odis quickly left and returned to the lounge through the iron gate. Several police officers were still waiting in the lounge. They also heard the enthusiastic applause, but they didn't know why the audience was clapping. As soon as Odis appeared, a waiter offered him towels and water, but Odis refused them all. He returned to his seat and began to reflect on and summarize his insights, and suddenly felt that he had digested a lot more of the potion. He closed his eyes and pondered quietly for about half an hour before suddenly opening them and looking at the middle-aged man who looked like a butler not far away. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Upon seeing Odis looking at him, the other party immediately smiled and said, Mr. Bishop agrees to your request. If you can win just as spectacularly in the next battle, he will personally go to the arena after your victory and personally preside over the ceremony for you to join the 3N party. The other party smiled and said, this is a great honor. Mr. Bishop is a true aristocrat. Having such an aristocrat preside over your initiation ceremony will immediately give you a great reputation within the 3N party. Odis smiled and said, thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Bishop. Then he asked, in the next match, you can use any weapon, without any restrictions on the type of weapon, right? Yes. Is there a limit to the number? No. Odis nodded, I heard the competition is being held in another venue, right? Here's the thing, please follow me. Led by a middle-aged man who looked like a butler, Odis arrived at the Wild Field Arena, about 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, some nobles felt that the upcoming matches were not very interesting, and they all took carriages to the Wild Arena to wait for Odis's next match. After arriving at the lounge, Odis went to the restroom. When he came out, he looked like a traveler on a long journey, carrying a large backpack that was a head taller than him and a bulging waist pouch around his waist. In addition, he wore a large, somewhat ill-fitting coat over his dark-colored knight's uniform. She also changed into a pair of brightly colored shoes, a sword hung outside her waist pouch, and a one-handed shield in her left hand. This change left the middle-aged man, who looked like a butler, dumbfounded. You're. Odis glanced at the other person, didn't you tell me there was no limit to the number? No. No, the other person stammered before saying, I'm just wondering, when did you put these things in the bathroom? Odis smiled but didn't explain. Because he had too much stuff and there wasn't enough room to sit, he had to take off his backpack and sit down to rest with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, the extraordinary officers among the surrounding police activated their spiritual vision and saw that Lelouch's backpack, pouch, sword, and shield were all emitting multicolored light. Even his knight's outfit, coat, and shoes radiated a spiritual color. The night watchmen exchanged glances, seemingly seeing the same question in each other's eyes, is this guy a craftsman? Otherwise, where did he get so many extraordinary weapons? At exactly 9 o'clock, when Odis entered the arena carrying a large bag and holding a shield, the audience was stunned. Many of them had seen plenty of no-rules competitions and all sorts of strange weapons, but this was the first time they had ever seen a competitor bring so many weapons to a competition. Odis's opponent, Alva, the leader of the 3N party, carried only a silver-white sword, with a dagger and a silver-white revolver at his waist. Upon seeing his opponent, Alva immediately realized that carrying so much equipment must be very inconvenient for him. He quickly stepped forward, drew his revolver, and fired repeatedly at Odis. But to his surprise, Odis's speed was just as fast as his. He saw the other party supporting his shield and charging at him like an angry rhinoceros. Chapter 100, Chapter 100 The True Weapon Master. The venue for the new match was a large artificial grass field, on which there were also dry, leafless trees. The reason there are no leaves is to prevent them from obstructing the audience's view. These trees are all made of hard sandalwood, and although they are dry, revolver bullets still cannot penetrate their trunks. There were also some marks of being cut and chopped on the tree trunks, indicating that the contestants had fought fiercely against these trees in this arena. The stands here are higher than the previous arena, and once the match begins, a sealed artifact will create a barrier to protect the spectators from being hit by stray bullets. Tonight, a special match is being held here. To be precise, Lelouch is the most special character among them. He carries a large backpack full of weapons and also has a shield that seems to be of little use. The reason it was said to be of little use was that the shield was simply too small to stop the bullets fired by his opponent Alva's revolver. However, after the two sides started fighting, everyone saw a magical scene. Lelouch was carrying such a big backpack, yet he moved with incredible speed. The shield was so small that it couldn't even cover his face, yet it completely blocked the bullets fired from Alva's revolver. Some extraordinary individuals in the audience clearly saw that it wasn't Lelouch's shield that blocked the bullets fired from Alva's revolver, but rather that the bullets, regardless of their angle of attack, were all drawn into the shield. If your eyesight isn't good enough, it would look like Alva is aiming at Lelouch's shield. Alva realized that his opponent was not as reckless as he appeared. His equipment had a purpose, and the revolver would hardly be able to hurt him. Alva then stopped his charge and instead quickly retreated. At this moment, his entire aura changed rapidly, and his eyes became entirely white, losing the color of his pupils. A sudden chill ran through the arena, making Odis shudder. He knew that Alva was beginning to use his extraordinary abilities. This is a spirit medium who can summon spirits to fight for him. Odis also stopped charging. He opened the backpack on his back and took out a long, golden metal rod. This metal pole is over a meter tall and has a very bright color. Audrey, sitting in the audience, lacked sufficient knowledge to fully understand how the two players clashed on the field. But she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she listened attentively to the conversations of the people around her. Sure enough, Audrey vaguely heard someone behind her explain that metal rod must have been made with a lot of spiritual materials from the sun pathway, so it looks bright and warm. Look at Lelouch's opponent again. The colors in the space around him seem to have dimmed. He must be using some extraordinary ability related to the undead. It is well known that spiritual materials from the sun pathway are very effective against the spirits of the dead. At this point, someone asked, "There's no point in them fighting like this. It's like they're just swinging weapons into thin air. And they were so far apart before, they couldn't even hit each other with a revolver, right?" This was also the question Audrey had just asked. At that moment, Alva was pacing back and forth with heavy steps, seemingly chanting a spell. Meanwhile, Lelouch was swinging his sword at thin air, which was not as intense as the previous match. It was more like the two of them were doing a comical dance on the field. However, after listening to the explanation from that person, Audrey realized that she needed to use spiritual vision to understand exactly how the two people were fighting. Sure enough, the voice that had explained earlier laughed and said, "That's because you can't see it." Audrey remembered the voice, because this person must also be an extraordinary being. Then, using the method she learned from the tarot meeting to open her spiritual vision, she activated it. She immediately saw Lelouch wielding a long sword, fighting against several illusory figures. The illusory figures seemed wary of the golden metal pillar behind Lelouch. Although they outnumbered him, none of them dared to launch a sneak attack on Lelouch from behind. Moreover, the sword in Lelouch's hand often emitted crackling lightning, so it was definitely not an ordinary sword. The illusory figures also seemed hesitant to approach the sword. At this moment, Lelouch swung his sword to force back the illusory figures around him, and suddenly took out a red javelin more than a meter long from his backpack. He pointed at Alva and then threw the javelin. The javelin made a strange, humming sound. Even though Lelouch didn't seem to exert any force, it flew a long distance and aimed precisely at Alva. Alva realized the javelin's sharpness and quickly dodged it. A miraculous scene unfolded. The javelin suddenly turned around and exploded not far in front of Alva. Boom. The huge explosion startled the audience. No one expected that a javelin could produce an explosion similar to a small-caliber artillery shell, creating a large crater in the arena. But what's even more surprising is that the javelin exploded right in front of Alva, yet Alva didn't die. He didn't seem to be seriously injured, but rather took cover behind a tree in a very disheveled state. At this moment, even those in the audience without supernatural vision realized that the match had gone beyond the realm of fighting. The two fighters were engaged in a fierce battle that they couldn't understand. Many viewers suddenly felt that this kind of competition seemed a bit terrifying. On the field, Odis used his spirit vision to see that just as the javelin was about to pierce Alva, he summoned a spirit to block in front of him, thus avoiding the explosion caused by the javelin and only suffering minor injuries. Odis's javelins were similar in principle to fire bombs, but their power was far less than that of fire bombs. The difference is that these javelins have excellent armor-piercing capabilities and the ability to target specific objectives. Odis only needs to point out the target, and the javelin will fly toward it, with the ability to change direction twice. However, in terms of economic efficiency, the javelin is not as cost-effective as the flame bomb, but the leader has already used the flame bomb, so Lelouch obviously cannot use it again. At this moment, Alva, who was hiding behind the tree, recovered from the explosion and continued to manipulate the undead she had summoned to attack Odis. Odis took a yellow can from his pouch and threw it toward the undead not far away. The canned item hit the ground with a soft thud, and golden powder sprayed out of the can, scattering everywhere. This is sun powder that Odis himself concocted. Although he did not pray to the eternal sun for his power to enhance the effect of the sun powder, sprinkling it on the dead still caused them unbearable pain, making them writhe on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Odis quickly rushed towards Alva. Although spirit summoners can summon the dead to fight for them and can also damage the spirits of their targets, they are considered relatively strong in Sequence 7. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. However, their disadvantages are equally obvious. The abilities of the sun pathway and spiritual items are very effective against the undead they summon. Therefore, the weapon Odis is carrying today was specially made by him to deal with these undead. He threw another javelin in Alva's direction. Boom. The tree was blown in half. Alva quickly dodged the explosion and drew his revolver, firing at Odis. The explosion was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. The shock of the explosion excited them greatly, making it even more thrilling than watching previous fighting matches. Meanwhile, on the field, Alva changed tactics, drawing his silver sword and charging towards Odis. At this moment, his attack method of summoning the dead had been neutralized by Lelouch. He had no advantage from a distance, so he planned to fight Lelouch while summoning the dead to ambush Lelouch. But Alva clearly underestimated Odis's intelligence-gathering capabilities and the preparations he had made for this battle. Lelouch held a shield in one hand and drew his sword, seemingly ready to spar with Alva. But when the two got close enough, the outer shell of the shield suddenly fell off. On the fallen outer shell, there was an exquisite magic circle. Before Alva could see the structure of the magic circle clearly, the outer layer spontaneously combusted. The flames quickly covered the magic circle, burning away all traces of it. At this moment, the golden shield that Odis was holding had turned into a silver shield. Alva thrust out his sword very cautiously, and Odis, who was not very good at swordsmanship, managed to parry it somewhat awkwardly. Just then, the shield in Odis's hand suddenly flew towards Alva like a projectile. The two were too close, and the attack was completely unexpected. Alva didn't even have time to grab a spirit to shield himself before being struck in the shoulder by the shield. The Gravedigger path also has a good physique, and Alva is prepared to withstand this attack. To his surprise, the shield's impact wasn't very heavy, but it seemed to be hanging on his shoulder instead of hitting the ground. At this moment, when Alva saw Lelouch turn and run away, he immediately realized something was wrong and quickly reached out to remove the shield, only to find that the outer layer of the shield was very sticky and could not be removed at all. Immediately afterwards, Alva heard a soft thud sound. Realizing the danger, he quickly threw away the silver-white sword and reached for it with both hands. Sizzle. His clothes were torn, and his shield was taken off, but it stuck to his hands. At this moment, Odis suddenly fell to the ground. Boom. Almost the next second, the shield exploded violently, turning Alva completely black and blowing off both of his forearms. But he didn't die, he just fainted. Odis rushed forward and stabbed Alva to death with his sword, then took the psychic's silver sword, revolver, and dagger. He knew perfectly well that the explosion just now wouldn't kill a Sequence 7. After Alva recovered from his injuries, with the help of the undead, he would still be a very difficult enemy to deal with. Odis couldn't carry a large bag of weapons to subdue the undead every day like he did today, so he simply killed the opponent to eliminate any future trouble. The audience gasped twice in quick succession. The first gasp came from the unexpected explosion. The second gasp came from Odis's astonishment at killing his opponent right before their eyes. Suddenly, a loud round of applause, like a solo performance, rang out in the stadium. The doors to the fighting arena opened, and Manager Bishop walked toward Odis while clapping. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 Lelouch of the Rebellion. When Odis saw Bishop, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. Bishop didn't come in alone, he was accompanied by an extraordinary bodyguard. However, he asked the bodyguard to keep a little distance from him because he was about to give a speech and performance and didn't want the audience to be distracted by the bodyguard's presence. Bishop opened his arms to Odis and said, "Young man, you did a great job and gave the audience a wonderful performance." He then turned to the audience and said, "Today, the fighting arena welcomes another outstanding fighter. Although he still lacks some combat experience, his weapon designs are incredibly imaginative, and he will definitely bring more exciting matches to everyone in the future." The nobles who enjoyed watching the matches at the arena immediately applauded. They also recognized Lelouch's potential and knew that under Bishop's tutelage, he would definitely become an excellent fighter. "Come here, young man." Bishop beckoned to Odis, "Kneel before me, and I will preside over your induction ceremony into the 3N party." As Odis walked toward them, Bishop began his speech. The N in the 3N party stands for Noble, and the name of this organization means 3 leaders loyal to the nobles. Some say that having a strong physique and extraordinary abilities is enough to become a great figure in Backlund. But they are only half right. They need our approval to become big shots in Backlund. Times may change, but our lineage, honor, and status remain unshakable. Many spectators applauded enthusiastically, among the nobility, there was considerable support for the theory of bloodline. However, many newly emerging nobles, or those with more enlightened ideas, had little interest in such theories and didn't even bother to raise their hands in response. Odis was already more than 10 meters away from Bishop. In order to lull the manager of the fighting arena and his bodyguards into a false sense of security, he put his large backpack on the grass and took the sword from his waist. After seeing Odis's movements, the bodyguards in the distance continued to stroll leisurely in the distance. Although they were still paying attention to Odis, unlike before, they were no longer focusing all their attention on Odis. Meanwhile, Audrey in the audience was conflicted. Would he kneel? Would he really kneel before Bishop? It's better to kneel down. Audrey thought that Bishop's speech had already portrayed him as a superior person. If Lelouch didn't kneel down, it would make things difficult for Bishop to handle. He might even get angry out of shame and give the bodyguards an order to attack Lelouch. Nobles are born nobles. Bishop's speech continued, they should enjoy everything in this world. Humble people who want to live a decent life must surround themselves with us, listen attentively, and meet our needs. Then he looked at Odis in front of him. Young man, you must remember this. The nobles created the prosperous backland, providing you with a good living environment. Odis suddenly interrupted him. To be honest, what you just said was disgusting. As he spoke, he deftly pulled an extraordinary incendiary bomb from his pocket and threw it at Bishop's feet. Phew! Instant flames erupted from the ground beneath Bishop's feet, engulfing the nobleman who had just been giving a passionate speech. All of this happened so fast that Bishop let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, rolling around and trying to extinguish the flames on his body, before Odis suddenly jumped back. The bodyguard immediately raised his hand towards Odis, trying to subdue him, but saw that Odis's shoes were emitting colorful light, allowing him to leave at an astonishing speed and escape the range of his extraordinary abilities. The bodyguard had been watching Odis closely, but hadn't shown anything suspicious before his sudden attack. The moment Odis threw the extraordinary incendiary bomb, the bodyguard who was pacing was walking right behind Bishop, so Bishop didn't have time to react. Immediately, the bodyguard realized a serious problem. He was not capable of putting out the fire. By this time, Bishop was on the verge of death, no longer able to scream, but the fire was still burning fiercely, and soon burned through Bishop's belly, and the noble Bishop died just like that. The bodyguards quickly chased after Odis. If he could catch the murderer, he might be able to avoid punishment. The nobles in the audience only then realized what was happening and let out a series of screams. Everything happened so fast that some people initially thought it was a performance. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred on the field. Odis used a javelin with armor-piercing capabilities to blast a huge hole in the wall. He paused briefly at the exit and shouted to the audience, I don't hate nobles, but I hate these self-righteous nobles who insist on dividing people into classes. This manager's crimes will appear in the mailboxes of the Backland Police Department and major newspapers tonight. It's time to bring this devil and his henchmen to justice. He had more to say, but the bodyguards had already caught up. Odis immediately left through the hole in the wall and casually threw a Molotov cocktail into the hole to stop the bodyguards from chasing him. Odis dared to do this tonight primarily because the barriers in the audience not only protected the audience but also prevented the extraordinary individuals there from helping Bishop. Only a demigod could break through that barrier instantly. The demigods among the nobles are currently very busy, and no one has the time or interest to watch such a low-ranking competition, so they only need to deal with Bishop's bodyguards. Bishop was merely the son of a viscount, and his bodyguard was simply an interrogator. Based on the information he had gathered, Odis deduced that, given Bishop's personality and habits, he would most likely use Lelouch's 2 consecutive victories to showcase the exciting future matches in the fighting arena to the noble audience, and incidentally promote his noble supremacy philosophy. If someone were to kill someone with a knife or gun, the interrogator might stop them, since the act of drawing a knife or gun is likely to alert someone. However, if the extraordinary incendiary bomb is used, the other party has never seen such a thing before, so the success rate is greater, and the interrogator does not have the relevant fire extinguishing capabilities. In addition, Odis's backpack has a weight-reducing magic circle, and his shoes can also increase his movement speed. The interrogator doesn't have the ability to increase running speed, so Odis only needs to pay attention to the other bodyguards in the arena and avoid being surrounded at the beginning. In the fighting arena, there are also other extraordinary individuals, and even 1 or 2 sequence SIXS. However, they were sent by the arena's behind-the-scenes owner and were not responsible for protecting Bishop. Moreover, they usually did not appear in the arena but instead directed the guards from the center of the command room, making it difficult for them to keep track of Odis's movements. Just like when dealing with that psychic, Odis made thorough preparations to achieve her goal. As Odis's loud laughter echoed from outside the arena, he threw an incendiary bomb into the arena window, and fire immediately raged inside. The nobles cried out in alarm and fled the stands under the cover of their bodyguards. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Audrey remained calm, because she observed that although Lelouch set fire to the arena, he did not set fire to the exit of the stands. In other words, Lelouch gave the audience time and space to escape. The manager seemed to have done many bad things, but because he was a nobleman, he and his subordinates did not receive the punishment they deserved. So Lelouch made his move. He must have had a meticulous plan, getting close to the manager little by little, and then, when the time was right, making him receive the punishment he deserved. At that moment, Audrey, who was at the back of the nobles' procession, heard Lelouch's voice again. "Nobles, it's time for you to pay the price for your disregard for life. You can be high and mighty, but you cannot be inhuman. I'll help you destroy this fighting arena. From now on, being a fighting arena manager will be a high-risk profession." Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out in succession, and the entire 155 King's Drive was engulfed in flames. Audrey felt a pang of worry for Lelouch. He should escape immediately, or he would be stopped and captured by the guards and the extraordinary individuals hired by the arena. Moreover, setting fire to the King's Road, so close to Sadrak Palace, would likely attract the attention of official extraordinary individuals who would arrive quickly to investigate. But once she went downstairs and left the fighting arena, Audrey was no longer worried, because the noble audience was in complete chaos. Not every nobleman who came to watch the match was an extraordinary being or had an extraordinary bodyguard. Most of them were ordinary people. The surrounding fires and the occasional explosions reminded them of Alva and Bishop's tragic fate, and they couldn't help but urge the driver to leave as soon as possible. However, the explosions and flashes startled the horses, causing chaos and frequent accidents such as car crashes and rollovers. Some of the guards and extraordinary individuals in the arena, under the tutelage of former manager Bishop, prioritized helping the injured nobles, which gave Lelouch the opportunity to set fires everywhere. After calmly observing her surroundings, Audrey called a few friends to quickly come to the grass. Running away in this chaos would be unwise, but currently, the fire has not spread to the open grasslands, so it's safe to take shelter here for the time being. Audrey's friends watched as the entire fighting arena descended into chaos. Many people were trampled and injured by the horses, and some were even pushed around the fire, their clothes catching fire. The fighting arena had completely lost its order. They were relieved to have temporary shelter on the grass. At that moment, Audrey, sensing something, saw Lelouch running towards them quickly by the firelight. Audrey noticed that Lelouch's backpack and waist pouch were almost empty, presumably because he had used his weapons in the right places. By the firelight, she saw that Lelouch's mask seemed even more mysterious, and his slender body seemed to contain infinite power. However, the colors of his colorful shoes seemed to have faded considerably. Lelouch stopped on the grass, glanced at Audrey and the other nobles, and suddenly smiled slightly. "Remember, I am the rebellious Lelouch." As he spoke, his ill-fitting coat suddenly emitted a faint, ethereal light, and Lelouch also became ethereal. The next second, he vanished from Audrey's and the others' sight. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Backlund has more than one Lelouch. Audrey and her friends stood there stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, unable to react, and then Lelouch vanished right before their eyes. "Incredible," exclaimed one of the noblemen. Another nobleman remarked, "He must be an extraordinary individual." Just then, the pursuers who had been chasing Lelouch caught up and cautiously inquired, "Gentlemen, are you all right? Did Lelouch harm you?" "No," said Joels, the eldest son of Earl Donut. "You should go and help the others." After the guards left, the noblemen resumed their discussion, while Audrey couldn't wait to read tomorrow's newspaper. Just then, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. In November, the snowy season in Backlund, a torrential downpour began without warning, soaking everyone in the fighting arena, but also extinguishing the fire. But the fighting arena was in complete disarray. One arena had been destroyed, and the trees and plants were almost burned. When the Punisher arrived at the scene, the Night Watchman team had already conducted a preliminary investigation and cordoned off the area. The Church of Storms is holding a council of prion tonight, so Archbishop A. Snake, the Singer of God, of the Diocese of Backlund is not present. The case is being handled by Connor, a senior deacon of the Church of Storms. Connor asked Carl, the leader of the Night Watch squad, somewhat puzzled, "What are you doing here? This is the jurisdiction of the Punishers, and the deceased also worshipped the Lord of Storms. Theoretically, other official extraordinary organizations have no right to interfere in the investigation of this case." Carl briefly described their investigation into Lelouch's case, as well as the established practices between the fighting arena and the official extraordinary organization regarding criminal contestants, which had been maintained with the support of some nobles. Connor knew about these things, so he began to inquire about the case. Suddenly, all the extraordinary individuals looked up at the top of the arena, where a noblewoman in an evening gown, exuding elegance, had appeared. All the extraordinary beings present greeted her. She was the royal demigod Georgina Augustus. Georgina slowly raised her hand in response, then her gaze slowly swept across the distance. But after looking around, she didn't find anything. The next second, Georgina appeared not far from Connor and Carl, and said in a leisurely tone, "I have no intention of interfering in this case. I just came to ask what happened here. Carl then recounted the case to the demigod, and by this time, the Punisher had obtained some crucial clues from Bishop's bodyguard, learning that the shield used by the murderer Lelouch had once undergone a shell shedding. The location of the murderer can be determined by the detached outer shell, but no shield shell was found at the scene. The members of the Punisher team came over to ask Carl if the Night Watchers had collected the shells first. It's gone, Carl said. Can't find it. Connor was somewhat surprised. How could it not be found? Carl said, I don't know. Maybe someone took it away. We had limited manpower at the time and couldn't seal off the scene immediately. Connor frowned. Did the killer have accomplices at the scene? Carl fell silent and did not participate in the discussion. Connor thanked Carl for his description of the case and officially took over the case. After Carl and the other members of the Night Watch team left, Georgina suddenly said, he lied when we were talking about that key piece of evidence. Although the leader of the Night Watch squad was well hidden, Georgina was a demigod of the arbitrator pathway, and her spirituality was keenly aware of the lies of others. Connor was slightly taken aback. He knows who took the shield's outer shell. Georgina shook her head. To find out exactly which aspect of Carl had lied, she needed to use her extraordinary abilities to interrogate him. But even if she is a demigod and the duke of this country, she cannot arbitrarily interrogate the extraordinary beings of the church. More than half an hour later, the Punisher finally found the outer shell of the shield in the woods outside. However, by this time the murderer had already been on the run for more than an hour, and may have already left Backlund, and made some counter-divination arrangements, so the outer shell of the shield was no longer of much use. Later, Donat speculated that the shield shell was likely hidden in the woods at Carl's behest, or even by Carl himself, but the scene was too chaotic to provide evidence for this speculation. By the time he realized this, it was past the time limit for some ritual magic, and he could no longer use mystical methods to prove Carl's innocence. However, Donat simply couldn't understand why Carl, who never showed mercy to extraordinary criminals, would help hide such crucial physical evidence. After using the teleportation array hidden in her coat to leave the fighting arena, Odis appeared in a small alleyway on a street more than 10 kilometers away. It was only a little past 9 o'clock at night, and there were still many pedestrians on the street. However, they were all attracted by the explosion and fire at the fighting arena, and no one noticed that there was an extra person in the alley. However, Odis remained very cautious and hid in the dim light of the alley. He quickly used a spatial magic circle to hide his backpack, waist bag, weapons, shoes, knight's clothes, and so on in the wilderness of knowledge. At the same time, he took out the clothes, shoes, coat, and top hat that he had prepared in advance from the wilderness of knowledge. After changing his clothes, he simply climbed over the house on one side of the alley and appeared in another alley. Then he calmly walked out of the alley and waved to flag down a horse-drawn carriage. As soon as Odis got into the carriage, he felt as if a gaze was scrutinizing him from behind. Many pedestrians on the street had a similar feeling and stopped to look in the direction of the fighting arena. That was the scrutiny of a demigod, something that not only extraordinary beings could sense, but also ordinary people with a stronger spirituality could feel. However, as the scrutiny quickly disappears, ordinary people will only think that it was their imagination. Odis didn't take it too seriously, because she had already completed her disguise and could face such scrutiny with composure. Only if she felt guilty would she be noticed by the demigod. After the carriage had traveled 7 or 8 blocks, Odis got off, walked for a while, and then took a taxi back to 77 Helen Avenue. When he got home, he made himself some noodles as a late-night snack. While eating his noodles, Odis was pondering whether the newspapers could withstand the pressure. After all, this was a scandal involving a nobleman, and ordinary newspapers wouldn't dare to report it. In the editor-in-chief's office of the Daily Observer, editor-in-chief Rahino had finished his work and was about to turn off the lights and leave. Just then, Mike Joseph, a reporter with blue eyes and a handsome appearance, knocked on the door and came in carrying a thick file bag. Editor-in-chief, I found this in the mailbox when I went downstairs just now. He handed the file bag to the editor-in-chief. I've seen it. It's evidence of Viscount Wade's second son, Bishop, hiring someone to kill, harming a young girl, and assassinating striking workers. Rahino grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, put on his glasses, and took a quick look. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then the editor-in-chief fell into deep thought, and Mike did not urge him, but stood there quietly waiting. After a dozen seconds, Rahino took a deep breath and said, I was going to have a car accident in a little while, and then I went to the hospital. I didn't know about this. And you didn't know that Bishop was the Viscount's son. According to the newspaper's work system, this information was adapted into a report, and the front page headline for tomorrow was removed and replaced with this report. By the time we discovered all this, it was too late. You learned that Bishop was actually a nobleman, and you were filled with regret. Mike nodded. That's the best way to handle it. Based on past experience, if Viscount Vetter finds out tonight that someone has left these materials in the newspaper's mailbox, he will likely send someone to his door. Whether at home or at the newspaper, Rahino will face pressure from a nobleman, and under his coercion and enticement, the report may very well be dropped. Therefore, in order to deal with such situations, the newspaper has its own procedure, the editor-in-chief has to find a place to hide, and the whole operation is carried out by the reporter. This way, the other party won't be able to find the newspaper's manager for the time being, and they can also pretend to dismiss the reporter afterward to give the nobles an explanation. Mike then added, "Please be mentally prepared. Viscount Vetter will surely confront the newspaper after seeing these reports." "There's no need to worry too much," Rahino smiled. "These old nobles are very particular about appearances. To show their magnanimity and benevolence, they won't do anything to us. Well, of course, it's not certain if they have the opportunity to completely bankrupt the newspaper." Then he gave Mike a deep look. "You should also be mentally prepared." Mike smiled easily and said, "The era of the old aristocracy is over, and Viscount Wade's theory of noble bloodline is outdated. People need to see the truth, which will help awaken the public's mind and give full play to the power of public opinion." He glanced at the name written on the outside of the file folder and said, "There's more than one Lelouch in Backlund. Number 77 Highlyn Avenue." After Otis finished eating his noodles, he went back to his bedroom and read for a while. In fact, he had no interest in reading and didn't absorb a single word. However, Otis's long-standing experience of being monitored led him to develop a habit of using reading as a cover for thinking about problems. His main concern was whether his actions had revealed any flaws or whether he had left any clues. The only thing that couldn't be recovered in time was the outer shell of the shield. However, protected by the wilderness of knowledge, he cannot be found using abilities such as divination. After reviewing the events and finding nothing missing, Otis lay down on the bed to rest, and as usual for the weekend, entered the wilderness composed of illusory light and shadow. He knew the way well and arrived deep in the wilderness, inside a tower made up of spheres of light. Otis doesn't plan to do any research this week. He intends to finish writing the combat manual in this space. But before that, Otis glanced at the 3 weapons captured in today's battle. Alva has been the leader of the 3N party for more than 3 years and has a lot of good stuff in his possession, which Otis sees today. The silver-white sword was a magical item corresponding to the 7th level of the sequence, but Otis's spirituality could not sense which specific path it corresponded to. At that moment, he suddenly looked at the ball of light in the center of the room and had a bold idea. So he held the silver-white sword in one hand and placed the other hand on the orb of light. Just as he had guessed, using the power of the orb of light and the status of wilderness of knowledge, the abilities and negative effects of the silver-white sword were immediately apparent. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 The potion completely digested. The silver-white sword in Otis's hand corresponds to Sequence 7, Weapon Master, of the Warrior Pathway. He could even trace the formation of the silver-white sword back to the time when a Weapon Master died, and his extraordinary properties combined with the sword in his hand to form this magical item. The sword's ability is that anyone who uses or carries it will acquire extensive combat skills and weapon usage experience. For example, even someone who has never handled firearms before can become very knowledgeable about any firearm and reach the level of a sniper. The negative effects are, if you wear this weapon for more than 30 minutes in total, regardless of whether you are in battle, you will feel sore all over your body, easily get tired, and your spirituality will be in a relatively low state for the next 24 hours. Otis put the bone sword aside. The negative effect wasn't too serious, since the physique of extraordinary individuals had been enhanced. The soreness and fatigue were easily overcome. Then he looked at the gloves he had seized from Capin's villa. Otis had long wanted to know the gloves' abilities and negative effects, but had never found a way to find out. At this point, he could finally use the wilderness of knowledge to discern the gloves' capabilities and negative effects. The gloves have the following abilities: exile, imprisonment, whip, death, and prohibition. Prohibition can only be stacked twice, meaning that prohibition can only be used 3 times in a single battle or within a certain time period. However, this was enough to make Otis happy, because these abilities were all at the Sequence 5 level. Then he sighed, it's a pity that this magical item can't be taken out and used now. Otis then looked into the glove's negative effects. Wearing the glove would cause severe hair loss and make one prone to arrogance and aloofness. He recalled the previous owner of this strange item, who did seem to be wearing a hood, and at the time he thought the person was playing a judge. Looking back now, it might have been to cover up something shameful. However, these negative effects were barely acceptable, as Otis happened to know a hair regrowth formula. Once the hair fell out, it would just grow back. Another negative effect is that arrogance can easily lead to missed opportunities in battle or put oneself in a dangerous situation. However, now is not the time to worry about that. Otis has created enough extraordinary weapons for use at Sequence 8 level. Just like the battle tonight, with sufficient preparation, it's not impossible to take down a Sequence 7. However, this is on the premise of being well prepared. If there is no time to prepare, it will be like the arsonist we encountered that day, where we were lucky to escape. Next, Odis looked at the other spoils. Alva's revolver was an extraordinary weapon. Its bullets could not only damage the physical body but also harm the spirit. If the wounds on the spirit are not treated with appropriate ritual magic, the wounds may never heal. To Odis's surprise, the dagger was also a magical item that could enhance the wearer's agility and grant them superb thieving skills. The negative effect is that it becomes difficult to suppress the urge to steal. This magical item was clearly used by Alva to increase his agility. Although he was a psychic, one magical item made him proficient in combat, and the other made him agile. Even without learning combat, he would be a master fighter. Odis recalled the gauntlets he had seized from another leader a few days earlier, and used the orb of light to examine them. They were seals corresponding to the Sailor Pathway Sequence 8, Wrathful People. Its main ability is to accumulate its anger and power, allowing it to unleash its attack in an instant. A negative effect is that it can lead to impulsive actions due to anger. Swimming for half an hour every day can significantly reduce this negative effect. Odis had long heard that the arena had invested in the 3 leaders of the 3N party, and now it seemed that the investment was considerable, with 2 Sequence 7 leaders possessing a total of 3 magical items and 1 extraordinary weapon. By that calculation, my actions in destroying the 3N party were a win-win situation. Odis materialized a display case on one side of the room made of light spheres and then placed the spoils on it one by one. He planned to sell the gauntlets and daggers if the opportunity arose, since these 2 items were of little use. That silver sword is worth keeping, it might come in handy. I must keep the gloves for myself, so I need to give them a name. After thinking for a long time and consulting a lot of information, I finally came up with the name, Hand of Judgment. Those who fight Odis are guilty. Although the name is a bit cringy, it's still better than just giving someone a code name. After examining the wondrous items, Odis began to calmly write the Compendium of Combat. He made preparations in advance, sending paper and ink from the outside world into the Wilderness of Knowledge, so that after leaving the Wilderness of Knowledge, the completed manuscript could be taken out and used outside. It took about 15 days of external time to finally complete the 120,000-word outline of combat. He barely rested during the process, because the more Odis wrote, the more spiritually vibrant he became, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Especially when summarizing his 2 battles with Chibman, he felt his spirit was about to boil. The book also elevates its content by recounting the experience of fighting Chibman. The preceding sections were mostly about techniques and theories, but this summary offers readers the possibility of sudden enlightenment, providing invaluable combat experience and analytical conclusions. After carefully revising the manuscript, Odis submitted the book to the Wilderness of Knowledge as his research topic, and then woke up from his dream. The moment she awoke, Odis felt something shatter within her body, and that shattered part joined the spiritual cycle within her, becoming a part of herself. This is the feeling of the potion being completely digested. In less than a month, the fighting scholar had already digested the potion. So, advancing to wizard should be on the agenda. He plans to take a short break after becoming a middle-rank wizard, properly digest the potion, and then continue his advancement. At the same time, they also have to make a decision whether to leave Backlund. If they remain in Backlund, they will be affected by the mechanical heart, which will limit some of their actions. For example, in this operation against the 3N party, Captain Icons of Mechanical Heart will likely send Max to confront them again tomorrow. But Odis also knew very well that the Mechanical Heart was mainly blaming him for not reporting the matter, and that the Mechanical Heart didn't really care about the 2 people he had killed yesterday. It wasn't that they were indifferent, but rather that they had long disliked those people. At present, Odis is very useful to the Mechanical Heart, so at most, he will only be criticized by name, and there will be no real punishment. Thinking of this, Odis couldn't help but sigh. As long as he was in Backlund, he would be subject to the Mechanical Heart. He had considered leaving Backlund before, but he was sure he would be caught by the Mechanical Heart. He estimated that the higher-ups of the Church of the God of Steam and Machines would not let him go so easily. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I wonder if they have relaxed their surveillance on me. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Regardless of whether he relaxed or not, Odis intended to try to leave Backlund when the time was right. That night, Odis tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and only managed to drift off to sleep through meditation. Inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Queens. On Monday morning, Audrey went to the restaurant for breakfast as usual. As she passed by the newspapers, she glanced at the front pages of a few newspapers. The newspapers were placed in the dining room because Count Hall had a habit of reading them while having breakfast. Audrey soon noticed that it seemed only the Daily Observer had reported on the Bishop incident. Countess Catherine asked with some concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" Caitlin was told that Audrey went to the fighting arena to watch a match last night, but the arena caught fire, and she was worried that her daughter would be frightened. Earl Hall put down his newspaper and looked at Audrey with a serious expression, saying, "If I had known you were going to watch the fighting match, I wouldn't have let you leave. My views differ somewhat from those of Viscount Wade and the others, and you should also try to stay away from such barbaric competitions." Count Hall had already spoken with Audrey last night, and he was only saying this now to solidify the outcome of that conversation. "I understand, Father," Audrey said earnestly. "I will never go to the fighting arena again." Seeing that his daughter's attitude was quite good, Earl Hall grunted in agreement and continued reading the newspaper. As Audrey sat down, she said, "Speaking of Viscount Wade, I just saw a report about him in the Daily Observer." Earl Hall was slightly taken aback. He glanced at his personal valet, who immediately handed him the Daily Observer. As he read, the Count unconsciously frowned, and finally placed the newspaper on the dining table. "It's a disgrace to the nobility." He paused before saying, "Was this done by that Lelouch you mentioned yesterday?" Yesterday, Audrey told Count Hall everything she had seen and heard, and she also gave a legitimate reason for appearing in the fighting arena. She had heard that Lelouch was an extraordinary being, and she and some friends wanted to investigate him, which is why they appeared in the fighting arena. Earl Hall already knew that Audrey and her friends were enthusiasts of the occult, so he did not criticize Audrey harshly, but only warned her not to go to such potentially dangerous places. Audrey replied, "I think Lelouch is right. Some nobles are indeed a bit arrogant." Earl Hall lamented, "They don't know when they'll wake up." For a nobleman, bloodline isn't the most crucial factor. Vision and ability determine the height of his life. Through yesterday's events, I have gained a deeper understanding of some of your previous teachings. Audrey quickly steered the conversation toward the direction she hoped for. Earl Hall smiled with satisfaction. "Perhaps it's time to let you experience some things." That was exactly what Audrey wanted. At this point, Audrey's brother, Hilbert, noticed, "It seems that only the Daily Observer has reported on Bishop's affair." Audrey chimed in at the opportune moment, "They are so brave." Earl Hall picked up the newspaper again and glanced at it before saying, "If they need it, I will provide some assistance in secret." This was Audrey's second objective, which she accomplished with her brother's help. Chapter 104, Chapter 104 The Lelouch Incident Takes Flight. 51 Henry Street, Gard Herbal Shop. Just as Odis had predicted, Max came early in the morning to confront him. "I just reminded you a few days ago to behave yourself, but last night you actually went to King's Road and set fire to something." Max, afraid his voice was too loud and others would hear, looked out the window into the courtyard to make sure no one was outside before lowering his voice and saying, "Do you know that place is only a few kilometers from Sabrak Palace? And they killed someone in front of so many people." He sighed and added, "Captain Iconsell is very angry about this, and Archbishop Horamic Hayden is also disappointed." Odis sat down in the chair, first filling his pipe with tobacco, then taking out 2 large packs of cigarettes from the drawer. "Your favorite Mustang brand cigarettes, these 2 packs will last you a month." "Don't interrupt." Max's swearing was cut off, and he finally sighed and said, "You must report this kind of thing. If you've reported it, are you willing to let me do it freely?" Odis looked at Max and said, "When the 3N party was harming innocent people in Backlund and dealing with those dirty deeds for the nobles, why didn't you get so angry?" Max sat down opposite Odis with a hint of helplessness. "Actually, everyone is very supportive of your actions last night, but of course, such words cannot come from the mouth of an official extraordinary being." "That's good. You could have just said those things in front of outsiders," Odis said. "There's no need for us to get so angry now that it's just the 2 of us." Max chuckled. "You must have thought that mechanical heart would help you keep it a secret, which is why you took such a bold step, right?" Before Odis could answer, Max said seriously, "You must report this in the future. If Archbishop Horamic has a problem with you, your situation will change. Besides, this is too dangerous. You're only a sequence 8. "I know." Odis knew that Max was indeed worried about his safety, so she said seriously, "I'm not some kind of guardian of justice. I only do this kind of public service occasionally." Max smiled and said, "Public welfare undertakings, those descriptions are quite apartment." He reached out and took the 2 large packs of cigarettes that Odis had bought for him. "I won't take your cigarettes for nothing." As he spoke, he took out a thin folder from his bag. "To avoid attracting attention, I only found this basic information." Odis opened the file and glanced at it. It was the MI9 member he had previously asked Max to investigate. When Odis was negotiating with Daincy, she noticed that one of Daincy's subordinates looked at Odis with a strange gaze, which seemed to be filled with anger and hatred. Although Odis didn't know him, she felt more at ease after investigating his background. Odis saw that the MI9 member was named Corman Donahue, the son of Count Donahue, or more precisely, the Count's illegitimate son. Many nobles' illegitimate sons served in MI9 and the Eastern Byron Army, and many second sons served as officers in them. Relatively speaking, these departments are more demanding and dangerous, and nobles rarely arrange for their heirs to work or gain experience in these places. They prefer to place their heirs in the Ministry of Defense. Audrey's brother Alfred is a good example. According to convention, the title of Earl of Hall would be inherited by his eldest son, Hilbert. So, in order to avoid suspicion and show that he had no interest in the title and the family property, Alfred went to serve in the southern continent. Alfred's actions were supported by his father and brother. Leveraging Earl Hall's influence, he had already made considerable progress within the Eastern Byron Army, the largest colonial army in the Kingdom of Rune. The so-called second son does not necessarily refer to the second son of a nobleman, but rather to a son who has no legal right of inheritance. Some of the more outstanding illegitimate sons among the nobility could also receive similar treatment to Alfred. Claymond is one such case. His father arranged for him to work for MI9, and he is currently one of the action team leaders in the action section, leading 3 action squads. Odis went through the information Max had provided before saying, "I have never offended this guy, nor his father." Max had already opened a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and started smoking. He also has a younger brother from the same parents. Odis glanced at the file. Corman's brother was named Bellies Donahue. "I haven't offended his brother either." "You didn't do anything wrong to his brother," Max laughed, "but you killed him." Odis thought for a moment and then realized, among the extraordinary beings protecting Cap'n, there is one named Bellies. He thought about it and concluded that the only possible reason for killing Karaman's brother was at that time. Max took a drag of his cigarette, nodded, and then said, "I asked around about Bellis. Under Karaman's care, he used to work as a field agent for MI9. 2 years ago, he was fired due to a work mistake, and was later hired by Cap'n to work as a bodyguard. It is worth noting that no one knows what mistake he made that led to his dismissal. It is said that Corman did not plead for him, and this incident did not affect Corman's career." Odis closed the documents, lit the tobacco in his pipe, took a puff, and then laughed. "If we start from this direction, we're sure to find out a lot. However, Archbishop Horamic's instructions are not to conduct investigations proactively. So when the opportunity arises, I can only have Karaman come to me to see if we can obtain further information. If the other party is the captain of the action team and has 3 action squads under his command, he should be a sequence 6. Odis believes that he should wait until he reaches sequence 7 before making any moves. Moreover, Odis didn't really want further investigation. With his God's eye view, he knew it was related to the royal family's ongoing actions. Odis suddenly realized that he could use Corman to offend the royal family, then seek the protection of the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, and use that as a reason to leave Backlund. However, this plan is very risky to carry out. If pushed too far, the royal family will really kill people to silence them, even if they are members of the Church. Moreover, if things go wrong and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery ends up in the Republic of Intis, taking refuge at the Church's headquarters, that would be quite a mess. We need to plan this out carefully and find a suitable time to implement it. Seeing that Odis remained silent, Max assumed he was pondering how to use Karaman to obtain clues, so Max said, "This is dangerous, don't rush." "I know." Odis took a puff of his pipe, a slight smile playing on his lips. After seeing Max off, Odis took the manuscript of the combat manual out of the wilderness of knowledge, glanced at it briefly, and began to ponder what channels to use for publication. Odis decided that since he had written it, he would definitely publish it, and since it contained a summary of the battle with Chipman, the author's name had to be Lelouch. This is the most difficult part. Right now, the substitute Punisher is searching everywhere for Lelouch. Publishing a book in Lelouch's name at this time would be like walking into a trap. After thinking for a long time, Odis decided to wait until the afternoon tarot session to ask the professional magician, Mississippi. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. North District, Government Avenue. Hugh Deerchaw has been given a new assignment, to investigate where her husband has kept his mistress, on behalf of an official's wife. On Monday morning, Hugh took a public carriage to Government Avenue to begin his day of tracking and surveillance. On the carriage, she heard the news published in the Daily Observer. A middle-aged man holding a newspaper said, "These nobles are really going too far." The man next to him chimed in, "Yes, I never expected there to be such a fighting arena in Backlund all this time." Those who had read the newspaper began to discuss it animatedly. There must be some ugly secrets that the nobles don't want people to know hidden there, and what's reported must only be a small part of it. Thanks to that person named Lelouch, we learned about these things. My neighbor has a very beautiful daughter, but she suddenly disappeared last year. It must have been done by those despicable nobles. Why is it only the Daily Observer that has this kind of report? What else could it be? The other newspapers must have been bought off by that nobleman, those cowards. Some people hadn't read the newspaper yet, so they asked, and Hugh roughly understood what was going on. Last night, a man named Lelouch delivered evidence of Viscount Vader's son Bishop's crimes to major newspapers in the Backlund Police Department. But in the end, only the Daily Observer published this evidence. At first, Hugh didn't take it too seriously, because such reports couldn't possibly harm a nobleman. Only after she started her work did she realize that today was different from the past. Many government departments are located on Government Avenue, or rather, the original name of this avenue is no longer known, and people simply call it Government Avenue. Hugh noticed that the mail carrier seemed unusually busy today, delivering large sacks of mail to the city hall, police station, and other locations roughly every hour. She didn't inquire, but from conversations between the postman and government officials, she learned that some of the letters were questioning the city hall about why there was a fighting arena in Backlund. Some questioned the police station about why they hadn't investigated Bishop before, or warned them not to mistreat the hero after arresting Lelouch. The letters that arrived in the morning were mostly telegrams questioning people, but by the afternoon they had become urgent. I believe that by tomorrow, even more regular mail will be arriving in droves. It is said that the Parliament building has also received many letters suggesting further restrictions on the power of the nobility, and recommending the establishment of an investigation team to seriously investigate Viscount Vetter, etc. In addition, major newspapers also received many letters. The Daily Observer received many letters praising their truthful reporting, as well as many subscription orders. Other newspapers, on the other hand, received numerous letters of criticism and notices of cancellation. All of this surprised Hugh somewhat. The report seemed to have awakened something, prompting the public to spontaneously condemn the nobleman and the government's functional departments. Hugh exclaimed, "Backlund has changed, the people here have changed." First, heroes like Robin Hood, Chief, and Byron emerged, daring to punish Capin. Then, a hero emerged who dared to expose the scandals of the nobility. Chapter 105, The Down with the Political Commissar, at the Tarot meeting. Around 2 p.m. on Monday, Odis, as usual, went to the backyard of the pharmacy to take a nap. In order to avoid being noticed when attending tarot gatherings, he pretended to take a nap every day, and now he has actually developed a habit of taking naps. Therefore, lying in an armchair, one has to be alert to make it to 3 a.m. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and the next second, he had already appeared in the Giant's Hall, on one side of the ancient bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The greeting from Justice Audrey gave Hermit Odis the feeling of hearing the school bell ringing when he was in school. As usual, Audrey greeted the others while observing them. Son was no longer in such a hurry, it seemed his problem had been resolved. The greeting session ended, and since no one had offered up Roselle's diary this week, Mr. Fool's reading session was skipped. The son Derek spoke first. "Thank you all for your help, my suspicion has been preliminarily cleared." He then briefly described how he encountered Dark came to him, how he made Dark completely lose control, and how he pretended to cough to hand over the time bug. Finally, with the help of Mr. Fool, he passed the test of the mind-reading ability of the psychoanalyst, that is, the psychologist, and was basically ruled out as a suspect by Chief Colin. When Audrey heard that the boy named Dark had taken out an appetizing mushroom that had eventually turned into a blood-stained scalp, she felt a little disgusted. But Furs, the magician, thought to himself, the son's storytelling is terrible. If I were to write it down, the part about the blood-stained scalp would definitely be the climax of the whole story. After Derek finished speaking, he thanked everyone again. The hanged man, Alger asked, "Is that shepherd elder currently under investigation?" "Yes." Derek was used to Mr. Hangman making such accurate guesses. "Later I heard that after Dark's problems, Elder Lovia was imprisoned at the bottom of the round tower." He smiled and said, "I believe that Council's investigation will bring the truth to light, remove Lovia from her position as elder, and define the true creator as an evil god." Alger, however, was not as optimistic. He continued, "Is Elder Lovia showing signs of losing control?" "I heard there are no signs of her getting out of control," Derek said. "But that's very unusual, because the other members of the exploration team have all gone out of control, but she hasn't. The Council of Six should be able to recognize that, like the exploration team leader who was previously parasitized by Amon, Elder Lovia is dangerous." Alger hummed in agreement and said, "She is indeed dangerous, but in your chief's view, such danger can be exploited. If I'm not mistaken, this shepherd elder may be released at the right time." Not only Derek, but Audrey also didn't understand why. "Mr. Hangman, the suspicion against the son has been cleared, which proves that Elder the shepherd has a big problem, right? Why was he released?" Alger smiled confidently. "In the eyes of the Silver City's chief, there are problems with the shepherd elder, but these problems may also contain opportunities to help the Silver City get out of its predicament." He said earnestly, "Opportunities don't just come to you, most of the time you have to create them yourself. Since Elder Shepherd is suspected of having connections with the true creator, could we try to use these connections to help Silver City escape its predicament?" Derek clenched his fists, but that's an evil god. "Silver City has been trapped in darkness for over 2,000 years, Alger said. Your chief has shown great composure and wisdom by not immediately siding with the true creator. Silence fell over the hall. Audrey and the other members understood the meaning of the hanged man. Silver City had endured more than 2,000 years of darkness, and the torment of those 2,000 years would make them seize any opportunity to escape this misfortune, even if it was an opportunity given by an evil god. Derek lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Alger added, "Don't worry too much. Your chief handled this matter very well. He knows very well how dangerous the evil god is. Therefore, even when using the power of the evil god, one will be very cautious and will avoid bringing danger to Silver City. I believe that Silver City has been groping in the dark for more than 2,000 years, and your council has enough wisdom to solve the current problems and seize the opportunity when the time is right. Derek's mood improved slightly. Then, what should I do? Alger shrugged. Just do what you're supposed to do, or rather, do normal things that won't arouse suspicion. Otis, who had remained silent until now, added, don't speak ill of Elder Lovia, don't say anything wrong with her extraordinary methods, and certainly don't question the true creator in public. Alger nodded. Yes, that's crucial. Derek was about to ask why, but before he could ask, he decided he should think about the question himself. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised his head. I understand. No one will believe me if I say it. Instead, it will make the chief doubt me again. Otis smiled and said, you've improved. He said, another reason is that this is too ostentatious. In the future, Elder Lovia may use this to target those who are close to you, which is not conducive to you accumulating power in secret. Derek said earnestly, I know what to do. Thank you, Mr. Hangman, and Mr. Hermit, for your help. Otis raised his hand to indicate that it was nothing. I have a new need at this gathering. With the Little Sun issue resolved, we instantly returned to the trading phase of the Tarot Club. Everyone else listened attentively to the Hermit's needs, especially Audrey, who had many questions for the Hermit, but the Hermit didn't seem to lack any money. Only by trading extraordinary materials with him, or something he needs, can you ask him those questions and get the answers you want. Otis said, I need the fruit of the tamarisk tree. He planned to try trading at the Tarot Club first, and if he couldn't get the materials, he would then try to trade with the mysterious queen. When Audrey heard about the extraordinary materials the Hermit needed, she was so excited that she almost lost her composure as an audience member. She cleared her throat to hide her excitement, then raised her hand slightly and asked, how many would you like? Otis paused for a moment before replying, 2. He was puzzled. Did Justice possess the fruit of the tumbleweed tree? Where did she get it from? The Psychological Alchemy Society. That's enough. Audrey smiled. Mr. Hermit, I have the fruit of the tumbleweed tree. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. And there were more than just 2, it seemed like there were 4 or 5, stored in her house's storage room. When she went there to find the main material for the audience before, she browsed through the extraordinary material stored in the warehouse, including the fruit of the flying tumbleweed tree. Otis smiled and said, you're quite the resourceful lady. Do you want gold pounds, or something else? May I ask you a question? Audrey then said somewhat embarrassedly, it's not through my own channels, it's through family accumulation. Yes, family accumulation. Alger paused for a moment, then asked, you were born into a family of extraordinary individuals. Then why would you still buy potion recipes from him? No, this is a complicated issue. Audrey hesitated for a moment before saying, well, I've seen this extraordinary material before in my family's warehouse. The house's warehouse. Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, suddenly felt a mouthful of blood rise to his throat, and he almost spat it out. Alger thought to himself, nobles are really rich. Furs, on the other hand, had already begun to fantasize, if I had such a warehouse. Haha, what a pipe dream. Since the topic has come up, Audrey raised her own question. As far as I know, many noble families' main members don't seem to be extraordinary individuals, but they all have some extraordinary material stored up. Why is that? Klein thought to himself, why are you asking us? We have no idea what life is like for nobles. Otis replied, I have heard that some nobles store up extraordinary properties or materials to preserve their wealth. Whether it's extraordinary properties or extraordinary materials, their state is relatively stable. Well, I mean extraordinary properties below sequence 5. And their prices are more stable than gold, almost unaffected by currency devaluation, and often even have a premium, making them a better store of value than gold. Finally, he said jokingly, consider this answer a bonus. First thought to herself, Hugh and I have been working hard and struggling, and we can barely afford to buy the potion recipe to advance our careers, but the nobles use it to preserve their wealth. Alger suddenly felt as if he and Justice were from 2 different worlds. Upon hearing the Hermit's explanation, Audrey slowly nodded, I see. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hermit. Then she asked, can we begin the transaction now? Otis hummed in agreement, go ahead and ask. Audrey was somewhat conflicted. She had 2 questions to ask, one was for more information about Amon, and the other was about occult symbols. After a slight hesitation, she said, I would like to know more about Amon. For Audrey, Amon is currently the only other high-sequence extraordinary being she can access besides Mr. Fool, and she has a strong interest in Amon's abilities. That intelligence is more valuable than a single sequence 7 master document, Otis said. I can still only trade you a portion of that information. Good. Audrey was not disappointed, on the contrary, she was very happy because it meant that the information to be traded next would be very valuable. Odis then asked, do you want to listen by yourself, or do you want everyone to listen together? Audrey smiled and said, let's all listen together. Perhaps this intelligence will also be helpful to the other members. Alger, on behalf of the other members, praised, your character is admirable. Chapter 106, Chapter 106 The Thief of Fate. All the members of the Tarot Club pricked up their ears and listened quietly to the information that the Hermit would then share. For a fool, Klein, the information about Amon was of high quality and could be obtained without spending a penny, so he was naturally happy to have such deals among his members. This is important to Derek the Sun, since Amon's true form seems to be in the Forsaken Land, and Silver City could face a threat from Amon at any time. So listen carefully, you might get some useful clues. As for the other members, including Audrey Justice, who paid for the transaction, they were very curious about Amon and hoped to obtain relevant information. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Hermit Odis organized his thoughts and said, when I was helping the Sun gather intelligence, I learned that when an extraordinary being in the thief pathway reaches sequence 2, which is what we call the angel level, this extraordinary being can steal fate. Before anyone could react, Odis continued to explain, for example, if this angel uses the ability to steal fate on a target, then the target will lose their own fate and become someone that no one recognizes, and the whole world rejects them. And this angel can possess that person's destiny, that person's friends, family, and children will all regard this angel as their friend, husband, and father. The person whose fate has been stolen can only watch helplessly as it happens, and he can do nothing about it, because everyone will treat him as a stranger. As time went by, no one could even hear his voice anymore, and he eventually disappeared in solitude. Finally, Odis commented, this is a terrifying and bizarre ability. At the head of the bronze table, behind the grey mist, Klein thought to himself, this ability is a bit too bizarre, but it sounds very powerful. When Alger, the hanged man, heard the Hermit speak of the disappearance of solitude, he suddenly let out a long sigh. In fact, some people's fates do not need to be stolen, they will disappear in solitude. Then he thought, the most powerful aspect of this ability is that within a team, others are unaware that someone's fate has been stolen, and therefore will not take any precautions against that person. When that person suddenly launches an attack, the consequences are unimaginable. Audrey felt that the goal described by the Hermit was pitiful, and at the same time felt that extraordinary power at the level of angels was too powerful, even able to steal fate. Derek was somewhat desperate. They had already discussed this at the last gathering. Amon was at least at the level of an angel, so he must have the ability to steal fate. How can we defend against such an ability? Is it even possible to defend against it? Only Furs, the magician, felt detached, as if he were listening to a ghost story. Odis continued, another piece of information concerns Amon's past experiences. As we mentioned before, the Ammon family was once a great noble family in the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Age. He paused and then said, I can't guarantee that the following information is 100% accurate, but based on some changes in the extraordinary realm later on, this information should be accurate. The 5 great nobles of the Tudor Empire were Abraham, Adam, Ammon, Jacob, and Tamara. The ancestor of Jacob's family was also an angel of the thief path. At some point in the 4th century, Ammonius stole the destiny of this ancestor of Jacob's family and killed him. So for a long time, Jacob was Ammonius. Some even speculate that Jacob was killed by Ammon at the very beginning of the Tudor Empire, otherwise Jacob would have stayed far away like Zoroaster and would never have been on the same side as Ammon. No one discovered this before the fall of the Tudor Empire. Of course, it is also possible that some high-sequence beings discovered it, but did not announce it for various reasons. It wasn't until after the fall of the Tudor Empire that the Jacob family was hunted down by the Church of the True God, and the Church of the True God discovered that Jacob had actually been replaced by Ammon long ago. Odis dared not be too certain about this information. If so many important figures in the 4th Age had not discovered this in time, how could he, a herbalist shop owner in the 5th Age, know Amon's secret? The hall fell silent once more, for it sounded terrifying. The Tudor Empire appears to have 5 great nobles, but in reality, it only has 4. If the Thodal Empire had not fallen, Ammonius would likely have continued to replace Jacob. This news gave all members of the Tarot Club a profound understanding of the thief pathway angel's ability to steal fate. Alger suddenly thought of a somewhat inappropriate analogy, one person receiving the salary of 2 people. Behind the grey fog, Klein noticed an important issue. The Hermit compared Jacob to Zoroaster. Having read the contents of the blasphemy card, he vaguely understood why Ammon wanted to replace and kill Jacob. Odis continued, although no one noticed at the time, people later realized that most of the Jacob family members had died almost overnight. Combined with some discoveries made by the Church of the True God, people realized that the members of Jacob's family must have been parasitized by Ammonius without any warning, and all of them became Ammonius clones. Just as Furs was about to ask the Jacob family members, hadn't they noticed that Amon had replaced their ancestor? Upon hearing the term hermit, Furs considered whether to distance himself from the extraordinary family. It was too dangerous to be parasitized by his own ancestor without any warning. Audrey also let her thoughts wander. It's like a tarot meeting is in progress, and the members have suddenly been parasitized by Mr. Fool. No, Mr. Fool is not Amon, he would not do such a thing. Derek felt immense pressure. He even suddenly began to suspect that the people of Silver City had been parasitized by Amon and become his clones, while he himself remained normal. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If that were really the case, Mr. Fool would have reminded me. Alger, the most knowledgeable member, had already grasped the crux of the problem. He asked the hermit, who is Zoroaster you mentioned earlier. Why is he hiding from Amon? Odis did not answer directly, but looked at Audrey. Do you have a similar question? If you answer this question, our deal will end here. Reminded by the Hanged Man, Audrey realized that there seemed to be more to the story behind Amon's killing of Jacob. The Hanged Man's question was a very good angle, even more precise than her own question. So she said, yes, Hermit, please answer this question again. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis did not answer immediately, but instead addressed the person at the head of the bronze table, saying, Mr. Fool, please forgive my following speculation and blasphemy. The fool, Klein, smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing. But in his heart he thought, indeed, Ammonius killed Jacob in order to seize his extraordinary qualities. Audrey and the other members were a little puzzled as to why the hermit would ask Mr. Fool for forgiveness. But then they became happy or excited because it meant that the hermit's next answer might involve the divine realm. Odis continued, I inadvertently obtained such high-level intelligence that there are only 3 copies of the Sequence 1 characteristic for each pathway. If you want to become a god, you must collect 3 Sequence 1 traits. Alger's hands trembled slightly. It really is information about the divine level. He was very keen on collecting high-level information from the extraordinary world, but apart from the Tarot Club, it seemed that he could not hear about such high-level information anywhere else. The other members seemed to have thought of something, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Odis continued, the ancestor of the Jacob family was a Sequence 1 extraordinary, and the ancestor of the Zoroaster family, as well as the patriarch of the family during the Solomon Empire and the Second Solomon Empire, was also a Sequence 1 extraordinary. Audrey suddenly realized what she had just thought of, Amon is also a Sequence 1. He killed Jacob, so he has 2 Sequence 1 traits. Almost everyone present knew that extraordinary individuals of the same sequence were in competition with each other. However, Sequence 1 is different from the other sequences. If a Sequence 4 wants to advance to Sequence 3, then it must acquire the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 3 level. Their enemy is Sequence 3, so the other sequences are basically competing with each other from below. Furthermore, only one trait is needed for promotion, meaning that Sequence 4 is not necessarily a mortal enemy of all Sequence 3. Once you get to Sequence 1, it becomes competition between people at the same level, and those in Sequence 1 are definitely mortal enemies. Furs suddenly slapped his thigh. Amon wants to become a god. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. This idea is too blasphemous to the gods. How could the gods? Oh my god, what did I just think of? Extraordinary beings become gods after reaching a high enough level. Although no one said anything, Furs herself fell into a state of panic. It was her values, formed since childhood, or to be more specific, her understanding of the gods suddenly collapsed. Of all the members, the most composed were probably the World and Sun. The World was calm because he was a dummy, while Sun, who had received general education in Silver City, did not find this too surprising. By this time, Alger had also come to his senses. During the Fourth Age, Amon had already obtained 2 Sequence 1 extraordinary abilities. So, in the modern era of the Fifth Age, has he already obtained all the Sequence 1 abilities? Has he already become a god? Little Sun was somewhat astonished. Could the clone of Amon that we encountered before be a clone of a god? Chapter 107, Chapter 107 The Family of Abraham. Upon hearing the Hanged Man's question, the hermit Odis shrugged and said, I don't know if the patriarch of the Zoroaster family is still alive. Although he knew that it was the old man inside his poet classmate's body, it was a question that could not be answered accurately. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, considering the content related to the Black Emperor card, even if I collect all the Sequence 1 extraordinary traits, I still need to prepare a complicated ritual, and perhaps I haven't become a god yet. But it's really hard to guess what people at this level are thinking or doing. Then another question came to mind, so he manipulated the world to ask, if Amon is Sequence 1 and Jacob is also Sequence 1, how did Amon replace Jacob without attracting the attention of others? If 2 people are evenly matched, it is impossible for one to kill the other silently. Klein already had some ideas in mind, but he wasn't sure. Odis smiled and said, I can help you find out more information on this, but it will require a certain reward or price, so this matter needs to be negotiated. The world said in a somber voice, I'll think about it some more. With the transaction concluded, the tarot meeting fell silent as everyone felt they needed time to process the high-level information they had just received. After a dozen seconds, World asked in a hoarse voice, do you have any information about the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter, or the characteristics of the human skin shadow, or the hair of the deep-sea Janna? Son Derek immediately said, World's Mister, I had already inquired about the whereabouts of human skin shadow, but I may not be able to find someone to help you hunt it for a while. Derek had previously promised the world that his payment for borrowing the all-black eye would be to help him hunt down the human skin shadow. It's all right, I can wait a little longer, World said in a deep voice. Alger the hangman said, I heard someone is selling deep-sea Janna's hair, but the seller's island is quite remote, so I can only confirm it for you next week. The world said in a somber voice, having news is better than having no news. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and seeing that no one else spoke, it was clear that the deal had to be put on hold for now. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, sighed inwardly, now, only the thousand-faced hunter remains without a single clue. At this point, the magician first initiated a new deal. I want to know which organizations possess the potion recipes for the apprentice path. Well, the payment I can make is Spirit Realm Chronicles, a notebook left by a powerful extraordinary being from his travels in the spirit world a long time ago. Spiritual encounters. Klein was very interested in this, and he manipulated the world to immediately say, I can answer your question and give you some relevant information for free. He knew very well that the Hermit and the Hanged Man could also answer this question, which made him sigh, competition is bad, it always comes with freebies. Furs smiled happily, okay. Then, in a hoarse voice, World asked, would you like to hear it only by yourself, or would you like everyone to hear it? Furs thought for a few seconds before saying, let's say it this way. She wasn't inspired by justice or thought the answer to this question might help others, rather, she felt it didn't matter if other members knew the answer, as other members could fill in any gaps in the world's knowledge. If a transaction is required, she can continue to use spiritual encounters as payment. The world replied, in the Fourth Age, the apprentice path was controlled by the Abraham family and later flowed into the Tamara family, with whom they had a long-standing marriage alliance. In the Fifth Age, which is the current age, the Gnostic also had potion recipes for apprentices and master magicians who were believed to be related to the Abraham family and the Tamara family. Of course, some people suspect that the Gnostic Society is actually a witch cult in disguise. Then Klein manipulated the world to begin recounting the bonus information. It is said that the Abraham family has long suffered from a blood curse and has had to avoid danger by living in scattered locations. A bloodline curse. Furl thought of his own experience. Mrs. Enlisa had said before her death that no one outside her family would be cursed. But I used the bracelet from Mrs. Enlisa's belongings, and only then did I begin to suffer the blood moon curse. Alger and Audrey were hearing about the blood curse of the Abraham family for the first time, and each had their own thoughts. After a few seconds, Furs recovered from her regret. Thank you, Mr. World, you have cleared up my doubts. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Spiritual Encounters and offer it as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool after the gathering. Mr. Fool, is that all right? The Fool, Klein slowly nodded, all right. Alger remarked, the members of the Tarot Club are indeed extraordinary. I never expected that the usually low-key magician would have connections with such an ancient and remarkable family as the Abraham family. At this point, Odis said, I can add something to Mr. World's answer, in exchange for a question from you. Furs was initially pleased that the public Q&A session had indeed yielded some supplementary information, but then she became somewhat puzzled. Can you ask me a question? What kind of question can I answer? Odis smiled and said, you can definitely answer this question, or you have the relevant channels. Furs nodded, okay, I'll try my best to answer. She was indeed somewhat insecure, because although the Hermit had only recently joined the Tarot Club, he seemed very knowledgeable, and she really couldn't think of any questions she could answer for the Hermit. Odis said, there have always been two rumors about the potion recipes for the apprentice path in the Gnostic Society. The first rumor is that during the Fourth Age, the Abraham family declined in a very short period of time. The witch cult somehow got the opportunity to plunder a batch of extraordinary properties and sealed artifacts from this family, including some potion recipes, and used these recipes to establish the Spiritual Society. The second rumor is that during the Fourth Age, some members of the Abraham family, in order to get rid of the curse, hoped to get help from the witch cult, so they established the Gnostic Society, which was an affiliated organization of the witch cult. Of course, it's also possible that the truth lies in the combination of these two rumors, and that some members of the Abraham family hoped to get help from the witch cult in order to get rid of the curse. But the witch cult used them to find the hiding place of the Abraham family members and successfully plundered a batch of extraordinary properties and sealed artifacts. Although the Hermit stated that these were two rumors, they contained a great deal of information. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Klein seemed to see the decline of an extraordinary family in the fourth epoch, and the opportunistic actions of some evil extraordinary organizations. Alger concluded in his mind, in other words, in the eyes of the Hermit, that Gnostic society must be related to the witch cult. Furs first marveled at the sophistication of the Tarot Club, where many seemingly difficult questions could be answered from various perspectives. Then she asked the question that had been on her mind: why did the Abraham family suddenly decline? Odis said, it seems to be related to the ancestors of the Abraham family and their curse. This reminded Klein of Mr. Dorr that Russell mentioned in his diary. Could it be that the family declined because the powerful Mr. Dorr was exiled? But he immediately dismissed the idea. This might only be part of the reason. After all, such a large family would not usually have only one angel. If there is no powerful being, the decline would not be too fast. Although Furs still had some questions, she knew that if she continued to ask, the Hermit might need to use his channels to obtain relevant information, which would require a transaction and other costs. Then she looked at the Hermit. May I ask you something? Odis, however, addressed the person at the head of the bronze table first. Mr. Fool, I request to speak with Miss Magician alone. Klein said in a flat tone, okay. Whether they communicate alone or not makes no difference to him. He can still eavesdrop on conversations between two people. After the Fool shut down the other members' senses, Odis said to Furs, at the previous gathering, I heard you mention, almost inadvertently, that you are a writer. Furs paused slightly. Did I mention this before? Odis had already prepared a response to this. He pretended to be a little insecure and said, when I heard the son recount his experiences once, didn't you say, from a writer's perspective? I thought you were a writer. I think I said something like that. Furs couldn't remember exactly, because while listening to Little Son recount his experiences, she had thought several times, what if I told this story using writing techniques? Moreover, when analyzing problems, she often used the same thought process she used when writing novels, and it's very likely that she just blurted it out and inadvertently revealed this information. Even Klein, who was listening in, didn't notice whether the magician had said that, because he already knew that the magician made a living by writing, so he didn't pay attention to this at all. He thought to himself, it's not impossible that the magician accidentally revealed this information. She is very cautious in many ways, but she is completely unguarded in others. Just now, when Justice was making a deal with the Hermit, she accidentally revealed her surprise thoughts, which is why she had to cover her mouth. Odis's words were carefully crafted. He had originally considered contacting Furs through Hugh. But that would be strange, since Hugh had never mentioned Furs to the leader, yet the leader suddenly approached Hugh and said, please introduce me to your good friend Furs. Just from the sound of it, it seems like they have ill intentions. Furthermore, it might expose the connection between the leader and Lelouch, which is why he decided to use the Hermit to question the magician. He knew that Furs wouldn't notice this. Odis said, I have a few questions about the publication. Huh. Furs thought he had misheard. The Hermit is going to publish a book. A study of mystical symbols. Chapter 108. Chapter 108 is Lelouch a transmigrator. The Fool, Klein and the Magician, Furs had similar ideas. As researchers in the field of mysticism, should they also publish books? And publicly at that. However, some extraordinary individuals have left behind works on the extraordinary and mystical. The Book of Secrets, in Klein's possession, is said to be the work of a demigod. However, this book was never published and is very likely a unique copy, with at most a few handwritten copies. Furs cleared his throat, trying to hide his wandering thoughts. What kind of book do you want to publish? Well, I do know a few publishers, but it has to be a good story or have good writing for them to be interested. Odis said, these are books that belong to the category of research. He added, it's research on herbs. Furs nodded, thinking to himself, I see. She had heard the Hermit talk about herbal knowledge before, and he seemed very professional. These kinds of books are reference books, so they should easily get to the printing stage, Furs said, based on his own experience. However, the print run may be very small, usually less than 5,000 copies, or even just 1,000 copies. Odis then asked, if I mail the manuscript to the publisher, is it possible to publish it without revealing my personal information? Theoretically, it is possible, Furs replied, but the probability of it being published is very small. If the author is not well known, it is almost impossible to publish. I suggest that the author recommend the book to the publisher, as this will increase the chances of it being published. Odis thought to himself, Lelouch is somewhat famous, but it's not a good one. To avoid offending the nobles, the publisher might refuse to publish such a book. However, if Furs were to help with the recommendation, it would cause her a lot of trouble. The Punisher might very well follow this lead and collect the copper pennies from her gas meter. Then Odis thought back and realized that he could use his intelligence network to contact a few writers, but that would expose the connection between Mr. Gar and Lelouch, or the connection between the leader and Lelouch. This was also an outcome that Odis did not want to see. At this point, Furs added, besides recommendations from writers, you can also ask well-known journalists for recommendations. Odis nodded. He, too, didn't have many trustworthy journalist friends. This transaction has now concluded. After the individual discussion, the transaction phase of this tarot session has ended. During the open discussion, Audrey, embodying justice, began by saying, there was a fire on King's Road yesterday. Furs, who was also in Backlund, said, I've heard about it too. Apparently, a nobleman secretly built a fighting arena on King's Road, and it was burned down last night. She saw the news about it in the newspaper this morning. According to the newspaper, it seems that it's not just a simple matter of building a fighting arena. That nobleman also imprisoned and tortured some young girls in the fighting arena, and used the fighters to form a gang that did many shady things for the nobles. For example, killing workers who organize strikes, killing mistresses who try to blackmail nobles, killing women who report to the police after being assaulted by nobles, etc. The operators of the fighting arena used their connections with the nobles to exonerate these gang members on multiple occasions. Furs commented, such a person should be burned at the stake. At this time, the news of Bishop's murder had not yet been published, and Furs still thought Bishop was alive. After reading the Daily Observer's report, she also wrote a letter to Parliament suggesting the abolition of the legal immunity of nobles. Not only the king and queen can enjoy this right, but in the Kingdom of Rune, nobles of the rank of baron and above basically have legal immunity. As long as it is not the king, the parliament, or the church that wants a noble to die, they can legally escape legal sanctions no matter what crime they have committed. Not many people know about this. After all, it's not something to be proud of, and the judicial authorities can't publicize it everywhere. Furs only learned about this when he was writing his book and consulted many books and magazines about law. The two female members were furious about what happened at the fighting arena, but the other members didn't seem very interested. The little son in the Forsaken Land didn't care much about this topic, while Klein and Alger's experiences had long since shown them the true colors of the nobles, so they weren't surprised that the nobles could do such things. The world said in a deep voice, thanks to this fire, otherwise no one would have known about the existence of the fighting arena. He had originally planned to give a brief comment and then move on to another topic, but Justice Audrey immediately said, no, it wasn't because of the fire that people learned the truth. He was a brave, extraordinary individual who killed the nobleman who ran the fighting arena, along with several of the nobleman's subordinates. Then he set fire to the fighting arena. That nobleman is dead. Furs was taken aback. The newspaper reports aren't complete. Yes, someone has blocked the news. Audrey said seriously. According to Lelouch, it's that brave, extraordinary one who said he submitted relevant evidence to major newspapers and police stations. But only the Daily Observer reported on it, so someone must have blocked the newspaper's reporting and the police's investigation. Lelouch. Klein suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. Furs asked, what sequence number is that extraordinary being named Lelouch? How did he kill that nobleman? Audrey said, based on my observation, he only has sequence 8. What? Sequence 8. Alger joined the conversation. Didn't that nobleman who was killed have any extraordinary bodyguards with him? Yes, but I think Lelouch made thorough preparations for this. Audrey said. He first disguised himself as a fighter in the arena and attracted the attention of Bishop, the manager of the arena, through 2 matches. But because Lelouch was unwilling to join the 3N party. The 3N party is the gang that Miss Magician just mentioned, which Bishop formed using the fighters in the fighting arena. Therefore, Bishop sent members of the 3N party to assassinate Lelouch, but instead, Lelouch killed 3 of the members, and only 1 member escaped. It is said that he seems to have suffered a mental breakdown. Lelouch used some kind of magical method, and despite the crime scene being burned by fire, one of the members actually froze to death. Odis's lips curled up slightly. It felt quite nice to be praised. Fire. Klein recalled the news reports from a few days ago, and he manipulated the world to ask, was it the fire that happened on Riverbend Avenue? Audrey immediately replied, yes. It was that fire. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. This further caught Bishop's attention, so he arranged 2 very difficult extraordinary fighting matches for Lelouch. Later I heard that before the second match, Bishop promised Lelouch that if he won both battles, he would personally preside over the ceremony for him to join the 3N party. Lelouch won both battles and even killed an extraordinary being who could command the undead in battle. Bishop was delighted, believing he would have another powerful subordinate, so after the second battle, he went to the fighting arena himself. Lelouch seized the opportunity to kill Bishop and set a huge fire, burning the whole place to the ground. Klein internally commented, this was an operation with a meticulous plan. Of course, Lelouch's personal abilities were also very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to win those 2 extraordinary battles. The image of a lone hero was established in his mind. Furs seemed to understand something, and she asked Audrey, were you there at the time? Yes, I had met Lelouch before that, Audrey answered truthfully, and was very interested in the words and actions of this extraordinary person, so I went to watch the match and ended up seeing such a big surprise. Upon hearing Justice say this, Furs recalled that during the last gathering, Justice seemed to have asked the other members what the consequences would be if they refused an invitation from a certain extraordinary organization. Based on her description, she must have encountered Lelouch, who had rejected the 3N party's offer of recruitment. Alger frowned and asked, among the audience, are there no extraordinary individuals who can stop all of this? Yes. Extraordinary individuals tried to help Bishop, but their abilities were blocked by a barrier protecting the audience, Audrey explained. Because that match was a no-rules game where weapons were allowed, there had to be a barrier in the stands to protect the spectators. But what was unexpected was that the barrier protected Lelouch. Alger laughed and said, this should also be part of Lelouch's plan. He said, based on your description, it is not difficult to see that this Lelouch is a person with excellent planning ability. He approached that nobleman step by step and completed the assassination. In order to better carry out the plan, he would naturally conduct a detailed investigation of the final assassination location and collect relevant intelligence through various channels. If I were Lelouch, I would be very happy to learn that there is a barrier protecting the audience there. Because this means that assassination missions have become much simpler. First of all, there can't be any extraordinary individuals with too high a sequence among the audience. After all, a sequence 5 person wouldn't be interested in a battle between a sequence 8 and a sequence 7 person. And among the extraordinary bodyguards, it is impossible for someone to be a sequence 5. The reason is simple, who would want to be a bodyguard once they reach sequence 5? Perhaps only the king and a small number of high-ranking nobles can afford to hire extraordinary individuals of this caliber as bodyguards. Now that barrier is there, we only need to deal with the extraordinary bodyguards surrounding that nobleman named Bishop. The other members nodded in agreement, and even Odis couldn't help but admire in his heart, great minds think alike. Furs then asked, did Lelouch say anything inspiring back then? The phrase that had impressed him so much immediately came to Audrey's mind, he said he was Lelouch of the rebellion. Klein, behind the grey fog, almost slapped his thigh, I remember now, this guy is a time traveler, right? Thank you all for your continued support and donations. I'm adding an extra chapter as a token of my appreciation. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 Sherlock's Great Idea. Fool Klein suddenly remembered that Code Geass is also called Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, which is the name of an anime. It was a story about a noble boy rebelling against noble rule. He had watched 2 seasons of it before he transmigrated. He guessed that Lelouch must be a time traveler. If he were just called Lelouch, it might be a case of a coincidence, but putting rebellious and Lelouch together would definitely be a trope that only a time traveler would use. Thinking of this, Klein smiled. This world doesn't actually have only one transmigrator. Roselle transmigrated over 100 years ago. Back then, the Emperor thought he was the protagonist of this world, but now it seems he was merely the protagonist of an era. There was another time traveler who arrived in this world around the same time as me. I became the chivalrous thief, Black Emperor, and he became Code Geass. As expected of people from our hometown, we were also disappointed with this era and some aspects of this kingdom. Klein currently has no intention of acknowledging the other party, firstly because he may not be able to find them, and secondly because there would be little point in acknowledging them now. The Hermit Odis, however, felt somewhat regretful. When 2E blurted out, Lelouch the Rebellious, Klein should have already realized that this Lelouch must be a time traveler. But then he thought, it's not a big problem. Lelouch's account has been deleted. At most, he'll leave behind a book, but nothing else. With the clues Klein knows, he can't possibly suspect me. After hearing Miss Justice's reply, Magician Furs was curious, why did he leave such a message? Rebellious? Is he still a rebellious teenager? Audrey said, perhaps he was expressing his uncompromising spirit. Odis nodded slightly, those who understand me are the righteous ones. Klein almost twitched his lips in a completely unseemly manner, maybe he was just having a fit of Chinibu, just like the Emperor. Alger, the hanged man, was more concerned with, has Lelouch been captured by the official Beyonders? Audrey replied, not yet. This person is very capable, Alger commented. Klein thought to himself, to set a fire on King's Road and escape unscathed is truly remarkable. Furs said, hopefully he will never be arrested. Audrey added, I hope so. Odis's lips curled up slightly, you can rest assured about that, the official extraordinary individuals can't even catch a ghost. That topic ended there, and everyone started talking about other things. Odis said, I've received some information that the Rose School has been very active in Backlund recently. I wonder what their purpose is. Do you have any information about them? Alger and Audrey shook their heads, but the world suddenly said, as far as I know, they are dealing with some internal issues. I've heard about that too, Odis said. The licentious and temperamental factions have apparently already fought once over at the docks. Later, the Rose School libertarians were dealt a severe blow by the official extraordinary beings and seemed to withdraw from Backlund. But just a few days ago, the official extraordinary individuals dealt with another werewolf, who was also said to be a member of the Rose School. It's safe to say that their retreat was a ruse, and we don't know what their purpose was. Audrey and Furs were very concerned about this matter, both feeling as if they thought, how could something like this happen in Backlund? Klein, standing behind the grey fog, was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the Hermit knew more about the Rose School's recent activities than he did. He only knew that the Indulgence faction had withdrawn after being attacked by the Mechanical Heart, which was why Miss Sharon and Marich were able to continue their activities. However, he did not expect that their withdrawal was actually a ruse. Klein decided to inform Miss Sharon tonight and tell them to be careful for the time being. Actually, what Odis just said was meant for Klein, hoping to attract the attention of Miss Sharon and the others. Although Bernadette had previously learned about the drug buyer Bernie from Miss Sharon, the mysterious queen might not necessarily warn Miss Sharon to be wary of the Indulgence faction. It would be better to have Klein remind her again, in case this is a counterattack against the Temperance faction, the bodyguard will be in great danger. After exchanging ideas for a while, Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Odis returned to the real world and lay quietly in the armchair for a while, recalling the information he had obtained from Furs. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good way to publish it. If all else fails, the analysis and explanation of the fight with Chibman can be deleted, but that would completely destroy the essence of the book. For now, we can only wait and see, and talk about it when the opportunity arises. Next, Odis began to consider the matter of promotion. This time, he planned not to report to the Mechanical Heart, and to secretly get promoted first. Since the main ingredients were already available, Odis suddenly remembered that her shop did not yet have the blood of silver-billed cranes. He took a deep breath, got up and wrote 2 notes, then went to the shop in front and sent his clerk, Kenner, to run an errand. One note was to be delivered to 117 Queen Road, the residence of Viscount Kelton, to purchase the blood of silver-billed cranes. The second note was sent to the Backlund Post, informing members of the Mysticism Research Society that they would be meeting at 9 o'clock the next morning. After that, Odis stayed at the shop, waiting for Mr. Fool to inform him to perform the bestowal ceremony and obtain the fruit of the flying tumbleweed he had traded from Audrey. Wood District, 15 Minsk Street. Ding-a-ling. Having just finished reading The Magician's copy of Spirit World Encounters and returned to the real world from above the grey fog, Klein heard the doorbell ring. He hurried downstairs and arrived at the door, the scene outside already appearing in his mind. Standing outside the door was Mike Joseph, a reporter for the Daily Observer with blue eyes and delicate features. Klein could pretty much guess the other party's intentions. He opened the door and smiled. "Let me guess, do you need a bodyguard right now?" Klein also read the Daily Observer's report today. Mike smiled wryly and said, "Yes." Klein glanced at the street outside, then stepped aside to let Mike in. After the door closed, Mike laughed and said, "I wrote something that angered someone again, and this time, I offended a nobleman." Klein glanced through the window. "So you're being followed." "It feels like I'm being followed," Mike said, sitting on the sofa. "This afternoon I felt like someone was watching me." He took a deep breath and said, "This time the newspaper approved a week's worth of protection funds for me. How about £10 a day? For the next week, you'll be protecting my safety. If a battle breaks out, I'll give you more money." Klein opened his mouth, but said instead, "Wait a moment, I'm going to the restroom and I'll think about it." Actually, he was inclined to take the commission. After all, Mike must have been under tremendous pressure to publish the news in his report this morning. However, if it's too dangerous, he will refuse the commission and ask Isinger Stanton, who has official connections, to take on Mike's commission. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After all, this commission involved nobles, and he was very reluctant to get involved in their struggles. Upon entering the restroom, Klein removed the citron pendant from his wrist and silently thought, Michael Joseph's commission is dangerous. Mike Joseph's commission is dangerous. After reciting it 7 times, the pendant began to rotate clockwise, though not by much. In other words, there is some risk, but it is within an acceptable range. Whoosh. Klein pretended to flush the toilet, then returned to the living room. "I've decided to take on your case. When will I begin protecting you?" "It's best to start now." Klein nodded. "No problem." Then he asked, "Does your family need protection?" "I sent my family to the outskirts last night," Mike said. "The place is well hidden, they won't find it unless I visit them. As a seasoned journalist, one naturally needs a secret hideout to protect one's family." "That's good," Klein said while putting on his coat. "From now on, you will follow my orders. If I tell you to hide, you hide. If I tell you to run, you run. Also, I've thought of an excellent place to protect you, but before we go there, I must ask how much funding you've received this time." £150, Mike said. "If that's not enough, we can apply for more." "Very good." Klein smiled slightly. "How about we go to the Nanma ballroom and find some ladies to dance with?" 51 Henry Street, Gard Herbal Shop. As evening approached, Odis still hadn't received any notification from the fool about setting up the ceremony, and the blood of the silver-billed crane had already arrived. Now all that was missing was the main ingredient. Just as the herbal shop began to get busy, Odis noticed that her pocket watch had lit up again. However, this time the pocket watch was yellowish. This pocket watch could receive two signals, one from 199 High Run Avenue, the meeting place of the Mysticism Research Association. If the waiter presses the signal transmitter there, Odis's pocket watch will emit a red signal. One of them came from the Nanma ballroom. Mandy also had a signal transmitter. If she pressed it, her pocket watch would light up yellow. Odis had no choice but to hand over the business of the shop to his assistant, Kinna. He went to the basement in the backyard, changed into Mr. Gar's clothes, and used the teleportation array to arrive at the third floor of the Nanma ballroom. As soon as the door to the third floor room opened, the receptionist immediately came to greet him. Mr. Gar, Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer, is here at the ballroom again. Ms. Mandy originally thought he was just there to spend money, and even gave him a bottle of wine. But a dozen minutes ago, a group of people broke in and said they wanted to take Mr. Mike away. Ms. Mandy kept those people calm while she asked me to wait here for you so she could explain the whole story to you. Odis hummed in agreement. I understand. He strode towards the stairs, but at the top of the stairs he suddenly turned back and asked the receptionist, do you think we should protect reporter Mike? I read the news about him today and I think we shouldn't have let those people take him away. But then she lowered her head in a panic. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. Odis smiled and said, that makes a lot of sense. After saying that, he turned around and quickly went downstairs. The author has caught a cold these past 2 days and suddenly developed a fever today. All the energy is being used up so that I can only update normally and haven't had time to read everyone's comments. Everyone should also be careful, there's been a flu outbreak recently, and I think I caught it after going out for breakfast. Chapter 110 Sherlock's stomach problems. When Odis arrived on the first floor, he saw two groups of people facing off. One group was dressed in dark-colored clothes and was relatively well-dressed. Mike, an old acquaintance, and Detective Sherlock stood opposite the group. But they weren't the only ones confronting that group, there were also waiters, cooks, and thugs from the Nanma dance hall. Although they had not received explicit orders to protect the reporter, they seemed to be subtly positioning themselves to shield Mike. Mandy, on the other hand, was negotiating with the other party in a humble but not arrogant manner, warning them not to affect the dance hall's business. The guests and women hid in the distance, and the band stopped playing. Everyone watched the standoff between the two groups. Gentlemen, what's going on here? Odis asked, feigning surprise. Why is no one dancing in the dance floor? Why has the band stopped playing? Upon seeing Odis, Mandy breathed a slight sigh of relief and introduced him to the group opposite her with a smile. This is Mr. Gar. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with not-so-big eyes, who didn't look particularly fierce. His subordinate whispered an introduction of Mr. Gar to him. The man managed a forced smile. Mr. Gar, we've met before, at a ball hosted by nobles. I haven't been to a ball in a long time, Odis said. If you're here to spend money, you're welcome. And since we've met before, I'll even give you 2 bottles of wine. But if you're here to cause trouble, I'm sorry, please leave immediately. We're here to find someone. The men pointed at Mike. Please come with us, sir. Odis said calmly, he is also a guest here. I don't care where he is, but here, he can sit on the sofa if he wants, and he can stay here if he doesn't want to. The waiters, cooks, and thugs, as if given a command, moved behind Odis and stood in front of Mike. The man opposite, whose eyes were not large, who had just spoken to Odis, took a deep breath after seeing this and said, what a disappointing answer. I will report this to Viscount Wade. Please go ahead. With a gloomy face, the man waved his hand behind him, and most of his subordinates left the dance hall. The man then sat on a sofa not far away with a few of his men, clearly intending to keep a close watch on Mike. Odis said to the orchestra, continue playing the music. He then said to the waiters and cooks, go and get on with your work. As the music started, applause suddenly erupted around the dance floor, starting sparsely and then spreading out in waves. Odis smiled, this was applause for him and Mike. At the same time, the applause made some of Viscount Vedder's subordinates uneasy. Soon, people started dancing on the dance floor again, and the dance hall returned to its previous lively atmosphere. Odis gestured for Mike and Klein to sit down, then sat down beside them, cutting his cigar as he asked, are you here to spend money? Or do you want my protection? Klein said, I hope you can provide protection. Odis smiled, not bad at all. Mike frowned and said, I didn't expect that this Viscount Wade would be blinded by anger and actually try to take me away in front of so many people. At this juncture, Viscount Vedder's actions will only draw more attention to the matter. You haven't read today's evening paper yet, have you? Odis asked, lighting a cigar with a lighter. Mike suddenly realized what was going on. Other newspapers couldn't withstand the pressure and started reporting on this too. Odis had just read the Ruin Evening Post at the pharmacy. Yes, I believe that's what's irritating Viscount Wade. The three listened to the soothing music and watched the lively dance floor. They remained quiet for a few seconds. They were obviously not in the mood to appreciate the music at that moment, each lost in their own thoughts. A few seconds later, Klein spoke first. Viscount Wade will likely send people again, or use his connections to have the police or some other department take Mike away. Yes, that's what I think too. Odis took a puff of his cigar and said, we can't wait any longer, or we'll be in a very passive position. Hearing Mr. Gar refer to himself as we deeply moved Mike, the truth can no longer be hidden. My purpose in reporting the truth under pressure has been achieved. Thank you both for your protection. I want to write a report about what happened today, so please let them take me away, otherwise. Odis raised his hand. Things haven't come to that yet. What if Viscount Wade is tied up with something and doesn't have time to deal with this? Klein was slightly taken aback. You're not going to send people to set fires again, are you? Watch your wording. What do you mean by again? Odis said seriously. The fire was caused by the aging gas pipeline. What does that have to do with me? Klein resisted the urge to twitch his lips. But that is a very good suggestion, Odis said. If Viscount Wade is busy putting out fires tonight, he won't have time to arrest Mr. Mike. Klein thought to himself, hey, don't make baseless accusations, okay? How did it become my advice? However, now is not the time to argue about this. He reminded him, I've heard that Viscount Vetter has some influence in Backlund, and after all, he is a nobleman with a sound financial situation. There must be some powerful extraordinary individuals in his mansion. Odis nodded, you're right, but I remember that Viscount Wade just got a new mistress last year, and the Viscount is quite infatuated with her. If her place catches fire, I believe the Viscount will be busy putting out the fire, comforting her, arranging new accommodations, and perhaps even staying there for the night. By the time he pays attention to us again, it will be tomorrow morning. Mike opened his mouth and said, this isn't quite right, is it? Don't worry, no one will get hurt. Odis waved to Mandy, signaling her to immediately notify Enoch to send men to set fire. Even if Viscount Vader is fond of a certain mistress, he wouldn't assign her an extraordinary bodyguard, so Enoch can handle this matter. After Mandy sent her assistant to inform Enoch, Odis then had her use the intelligence network of the Nanmu Ballroom to inform the radical nobles that Viscount Wade was arresting journalist Mike. Viscount Vetter was a staunch conservative, and one of the more radical ones. Judging from the reactions of the nobles today, it seems that the radicals want to use the Viscount Vedette incident to attack the conservatives, and Odis is happy to provide them with some material. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The nobles certainly wouldn't care whether a reporter lived or died, but they could use it to attack Viscount Wade for being narrow-minded. Among the nobles, this was a very harsh criticism and attack. However, nobles generally acted very slowly. The so-called radicals referred to their radical ideas, not their radical methods. According to the customs of the nobility, they would certainly make preparations and make contacts before launching an attack on the conservatives. By then, Mike will probably already be buried. So the most important thing now is to buy Mike a few more days. Odis took a deep breath and then asked Mandy to compile a document about Viscount Vander. At that moment, Klein suddenly said, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." After he left, Mike said, "This detective seems to have a sensitive stomach." He rushed to the restroom after accepting my case. Odis smiled slightly, because that is his divine kingdom, of course he should go and visit it often. But then his smile vanished, for he had guessed why Klein had gone to the bathroom. After thinking for a moment, Odis called over a waiter and asked him to arrange a spacious room for Mike and Detective Sherlock. So he took the opportunity to follow Mike and the waiter to the third floor, and then left under a pretext, returning to the room with the teleportation array. We've already stopped Viscount Wade's men, so Mike is safe for now. There's no need for him to stay by his side all the time. After closing the door, Odis quickly removed her mask, took off her trench coat, and put it in the closet. Just after dealing with Mr. Gar's equipment, I received a notification from Mr. Fool, instructing him to prepare the altar and perform the bestowal ceremony. Odis quickly found 2 candles and drew the symbol representing Mr. Fool in the middle of the candles. He also knew that Mr. Fool was in a hurry, so he quickly set up the altar and swiftly completed the prayer for the bestowal ceremony. A phantom gate with mysterious patterns opened before them, and 2 fruits of the flying tumbleweed tree appeared on the altar. After Odis put the extraordinary materials away in a box, she quickly put on her trench coat and mask, and hurried out to check on the room the waiter had arranged for Mike. A short while later, Klein also came up from the first floor. Seeing the room, which was predominantly pink, he smiled helplessly. Odis said to them, "Don't bring any girls to keep you company tonight. Be careful tonight, and if anything happens, go to Mandy." After saying goodbye to Mike and Klein, he took Viscount Wade's information from Mandy and returned to the room with the teleportation array. With the fruit of the Philanthus genus in hand, Odis returned to the herbal shop, then spent some time in the front shop. After the busiest time had passed, he returned to his room in the backyard, lay down in his armchair, and looked at the documents that Mandy had compiled. The information said that Viscount Vedders enjoyed eating a snack called a crispy croissant in the morning. Odis thought for a moment, went to the counter in front, took some herbs, and prepared a small bottle of strong laxative. Then returned to the Nanmu ballroom, and asked the chef to come early the next morning to make a batch of exquisite, crispy croissants. Then Odis approached Mandy and asked her to send someone to follow or find out where Viscount Wade was staying that night. The two of them then made a detailed plan. When Odis returned to the herbalist's shop, it was almost midnight. To prevent any emergencies from happening at the Nanmu ballroom that night, Odis decided to stay at the herbalist's shop for the night. Just as he was about to make the bed, his spirit suddenly seemed to sense something and looked at the wooden box containing the fruit of the flying tumbleweed tree. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Advancement to Wizard. The Fighting Scholar potion has been fully digested, and the main and auxiliary materials for the wizard have been obtained. He can now advance. Odis had originally planned to be promoted tonight, but Mike's matter delayed him, disrupting his original promotion plan. It was already midnight before he had time to consider whether to be promoted. Remember this website's domain, Taiwan Novel Network TTL.TL. Odis took a deep breath. Although it was late, he felt pretty good. Let's advance tonight. Sequence 7 is also a qualitative change stage in the Secret Seeker path. After becoming a wizard, you can use some extraordinary abilities, which can greatly improve your self-protection and attack power. So Odis took the lantern, went to the counter in front to find all the auxiliary materials, and then took out another main material from the wilderness of knowledge, the brain of the pale-necked beast. After gathering all the materials, he began to prepare the potion. First, 6 drops of aconite juice, which has some toxicity, were added to a beaker. Then, 18 grams of purple-edged lilac flower powder, which has hallucinogenic effects, were weighed. Then add 60 milliliters of pure water, and a dose of poison that can cause angina and hallucinations is ready. This made Odis exclaim, the auxiliary ingredients in the potion recipe are completely fighting poison with poison. He then added the deep red blood of the silver-billed crane to the beaker. Pharmacologically speaking, this is a tonic, but it does not have any detoxifying effect. Odis opened the 2 wooden boxes in front of him and first took out a small brain that still seemed to have blood flowing inside. This brain is about the size of the pad of a thumb, but it is very similar to the human brain. In the crystal-clear tiny blood vessels, there are dot-shaped illusory lights. It is under the reflection of these lights that it seems as if blood is flowing. After the main ingredients were added, the liquid in the beaker reacted rapidly. Odis did not stir it, but the potion flowed on its own, as if melting the solids inside. Finally, Odis added 2 longan-sized fruits of the tamarisk tree, which would occasionally twitch slightly. The potion in the cup suddenly formed a small vortex, and under its own stirring, it eventually turned into a syrup-like liquid with specks of starlight. Odis thought to herself, this looks a bit more palatable than the Fighting Scholar's potion. He took a deep breath and used meditation to calm the turmoil in his mind. Once he was calm, he suddenly drank the potion. As soon as the cool potion entered her stomach, Odis seemed to hear a violent boom, and her whole body became somewhat confused, as if she had returned to her innocent and carefree childhood. But this wonderful feeling quickly disappeared. 2 or 3 seconds later, Odis felt a splitting headache. It was as if something was crawling out of her head, but she couldn't find an exit, so it was churning inside her head. Odis even had the illusion that his head had turned into cartilage, with something pushing up the left side of his skull one moment and the right side the next. This wasn't his imagination. At that moment, his head truly felt as soft as a water-filled balloon. A small bump moved around, as if a tiny snake was wriggling inside. Clang. The sound of the beaker hitting the ground brought Odis back to her senses, and she tried to fight the pain with her willpower to avoid fainting from the agony. But soon, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my head again. It wasn't just a stabbing pain, but also a tingling sensation afterward. Then came the pain of being cut by a knife, followed by the pain of being sandwiched between 2 hard objects. It was as if someone was using various instruments of torture to torment Odysseus's brain, causing it immense suffering. Finally, the first wave of headache ended, and the pain started again as a spasm. However, the second wave of pain was much less severe. Odis quickly used meditation to resist the pain, and soon the symptoms were greatly reduced. But Odis knew very well that he still had to grit his teeth and get through the final hurdle to promotion. After the pain had mostly subsided, suddenly, that unfamiliar and cold voice once again pierced Odis's ears. Boundless universe. You, pile up, jump around, knowledge, canal, endless. Although I could hear a few more words clearly this time compared to when I was promoted last time, most of them were still unclear. Those indistinct parts were either like the low growl of a beast, making Odis's heart pound, or like fingernails scratching a thin sheet of iron, making a sharp noise that made him extremely irritable, or like harmful ultrasound waves, making him dizzy. Fortunately, the sound disappeared quickly, but Odis had already collapsed to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he had lost consciousness for a brief moment. Then a severe wave of dizziness hit him, like severe motion sickness or severe drunkenness, causing him to start gagging again. A minute or two later, Odis, panting heavily, slowly got up from the ground. No, I have to find a way to block the voice of the hidden sage. Otherwise, having just been promoted and being in a weakened state, hearing him shout like that would be terrifying. Odis planned to ask Bernadette for a favor when the opportunity arose. Roselle seems to have made her a magical item that can prevent her from being chased by the hidden sage. Let's see if we can study it and make a low-end version, or try to find a way to copy one. However, that was not the issue to consider now. Odis continued to use meditation to stabilize his state. 2 or 3 minutes later, all of Odis's discomfort disappeared, but when she pressed her head, it still felt a little numb. This made him seriously suspect that the Sequence 7 wizard potion might mainly enhance the brain, which is why the advancement process was basically filled with all sorts of headaches. Odis then used her spirituality to perceive the new ability she had gained after her ascension. First, it possesses the ability to cast spells or witchcraft, but that term is too general. It should be called a series of witchcraft. They can use spiritual materials and extraordinary abilities to perform various spells. For example, with the flying spell, Odis could use flying powder, which was prepared in advance with spiritual materials, as a medium to perform a brief period of flight when needed. During this process, Odis had to sketch out the mystical symbols corresponding to this witchcraft in his mind. The recipe for flying powder was knowledge that Odis acquired after his advancement. At this moment, he had 12 pieces of knowledge related to flight techniques in his mind, including the corresponding mystical symbols and the recipes for the spiritual materials needed. Odis picked up his pipe, playing with it as he pondered. To summarize the knowledge he had gained about performing witchcraft, the 3 essential elements of performing witchcraft are extraordinary ability, spirituality, and materials. He used a vivid analogy. When performing witchcraft, the corresponding mystical symbols that appear in one's mind are like an activation code, allowing the extraordinary characteristics within the body to exert their corresponding power. In other words, as long as one has mastered enough occult knowledge, one can also create the starting code for witchcraft. Those 12 spells are a bit like must-have software. If you know programming and software design, you can design the software you need yourself. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then Odis carefully read through the occult symbols corresponding to the 12 spells he currently knew in his mind. He soon discovered that these occult symbols looked somewhat similar to common occult symbols, but upon closer examination, their usage was completely different. These symbols were simpler, yet the content expressed by a single symbol was more complex and had a more symbolic meaning. At the same time, these mystical symbols are quite different from the mystical symbols deduced by Odis. Odis scratched his head. The mystical symbols he had painstakingly deduced were not compatible with witchcraft, which was troublesome. But then he thought again that these symbols were all symbolic and did not have a fixed shape. Just like during the Warring States period, the 7 states had different scripts, but when they used their respective scripts to write documents, the meanings they expressed were basically the same. So Odis had a bold idea. Could I use the mystical symbols I deduced to practice witchcraft? An experiment must be conducted. Among the 12 spells, he chose the flame spell, which had relatively easy to prepare spiritual materials. So he immediately went to the pharmacy in front and found powdered leaves from the fiery red maple tree and red fur from the fire-patterned sable. Cut the red fluff into small pieces, add powder, and you have prepared the materials needed for the flame spell. Odis first replaced the mystical symbols related to flame magic in his mind with symbols he had deduced himself. Then, upon arriving in the courtyard, while sketching out the corresponding symbolic representations in his mind, he infused spirituality into the spiritual materials and sprinkled powder. Phew! The scattered powder burst into flames. It was a success. It really works. As the flames before him died down, Odis almost roared to the heavens. With his knowledge of mystical symbols and spirituality, he would be the wizard with the most spells at his disposal. Back in the house, Odis had a smile on his face. He filled his pipe and then dipped his hand into a few grains of powder used for the flame spell. He formed a small flame on his fingertip, lit his pipe with it, and took a satisfying puff. At this point, he was already considering whether to write a book called Complete Book of Wizardry. After a brief moment of contemplation, Odis continued to ponder the question of witchcraft. Having grasped the principles of unleashing extraordinary abilities, he began to ponder the second element, the question of spirituality. The practice of witchcraft indirectly confirms his thoughts on spirituality and extraordinary qualities. He believes that extraordinary qualities are achieved by using spirituality as a medium to unleash extraordinary abilities. In this process, spirituality occupies a very important position. In its ordinary state, spirituality will not have any extraordinary effects, but after being distorted by extraordinary characteristics and fundamentally changed, the state of spirituality becomes very different. It can mobilize the power of nature, unleash one's own potential, and disrupt the spiritual balance within a target. Click. A sudden clap of thunder sounded outside. Click. Max, who was on duty in Backlund, also heard the thunder. There's definitely no thunder at this time of year, so it's probably the substitutes handling cases again. At that moment, the door to Max's office was suddenly pushed open, and a member of Mechanical Heart held a telegram. Captain, an urgent telegram from headquarters. Max quickly got up and took the telegram. The telegram read, Odis Gard has been promoted to wizard. Under close observation and surveillance. Chapter 112. Chapter 112 allows for free entry and exit from the knowledge wilderness. Click. The thunder startled Odis. He took a puff of his pipe and thought to himself, my discoveries are indeed about the mysteries of the world's deepest depths. I wonder if a heavenly tribulation will descend and send me away. He made a self-deprecating remark, chuckled, and continued to reflect on his research into spirituality and extraordinary qualities. He believes that the essence of extraordinary abilities lies in the effect of extraordinary characteristics on spirituality. There are many kinds of such changes. For example, normal spiritual particles rotate clockwise, but extraordinary forces can change them to rotate counterclockwise. This change will cause the spirituality itself to release enormous energy. For example, two normal spiritual particles are floating quietly in the air, but suddenly an extraordinary property injects a new particle between them, a particle that can only be emitted by the corresponding extraordinary property. They became a completely new energy source capable of creating strange and powerful forces. Such changes can affect not only natural forces but also living organisms. For example, the mind-reading ability of a psychologist can be seen as an extraordinary ability, or as an extraordinary characteristic of the audience, causing corresponding mutations in the eyes and brains of the extraordinary individuals, giving them the ability to penetrate the target's mental defenses. Despite conducting extensive research, Odis ultimately discovered that the spiritual alterations caused by extraordinary traits are uncontrollable and unpredictable. In other words, even if he knows a lot of theories, it doesn't mean that the underlying logic of this world is controllable or predictable. On the contrary, the more Odis studied it, the more he discovered that the underlying logic of this world was extremely chaotic and difficult to summarize using fixed rules. It can only possess a very general summary such as the 3 laws of extraordinary characteristics. However, these studies were not without use. Since Odis knew the interaction between extraordinary qualities and spirituality, he was able to use spirituality in turn to influence the extraordinary qualities of this world. His extraordinary weapons and magic arrays were all developed and applied based on these theories. The process of performing witchcraft once again confirms Odis's research findings. When the corresponding mystical symbols appear in his mind, they can stimulate extraordinary characteristics to react accordingly and make corresponding changes to spirituality. This change was a complete, black box operation, and Odis did not discover any patterns in it. The changes brought about by extraordinary characteristics will be transmitted to the scattered spiritual materials through its own spirituality. These materials can act as catalysts and guides, ultimately successfully mobilizing the corresponding power and completing the performance of a spell. A wizard can perform many types of magic, such as the flame magic that Odis just experimented with, and can also use ice magic. Furthermore, it can also use spirit absorption to attract the dead, and radiance to attack the dead. This does not mean that the extraordinary characteristics of wizards are omnipotent, it is simply that because of the extraordinary characteristics of wizards, after Odis issued instructions using mystical symbols, spirituality could undergo different changes, thus forming different kinds of witchcraft. In this respect, the Secret Seeker pathway is slightly different from other pathways. For example, both Flame and the Fireball of the Hunter pathway sequence 7 Pyromaniac summon flames, but the underlying mechanisms they form are different. Flame technique is a reaction related to extraordinary characteristics, an extraordinary ability formed under the catalysis and guidance of spiritual materials. The Fireball technique of the Arsonist is an extraordinary ability that, driven by an extraordinary individual, directly distorts or transforms ordinary spirituality into a spirituality burning with flames. It's like adding an extra step to the Flame spell, so it's inferior to the Fireball spell, in terms of both power and controllability. After Odis figured out all the principles, he felt that the potion had loosened slightly. Unlike the potions of the Fighting Scholar, the potions of the Wizard showed no signs of being digested prematurely after the advancement. The loosening of the potion just now made Odis realize that even wizards' potions require some research and knowledge to fully understand. The research direction should be witchcraft and mysticism, but if one is to play a role, one cannot simply identify as a researcher. Just like when I played the role of Fighting Scholar before, the exhilarating fighting only made my spirit more active, providing a prerequisite for digesting the potion. The Fighting Scholar's magic potion was entirely digested through writing the outline of fighting. Since ancient times, wizards have also been half-researchers, so digesting this sequence of potions still requires starting from the aspect of knowledge. Next, Odis examined his other abilities and felt that his fighting skills had also improved. After all, his brain's reaction speed had increased, so his movements could be faster. In addition to learning how to concoct many spiritual materials used in witchcraft, Odis also learned many prescriptions. Compared to the prescriptions known by the pharmacist, these prescriptions were more like folk remedies, using strange and unusual ingredients. The Eye of Secrets has undergone a qualitative change. In addition to seeing a person's aura, it can also see how a person's luck will be in the short term. This short term is roughly 3 days. After the potion is fully digested, it might take about 5 days. We can only distinguish between good luck and bad luck, we cannot make a specific prediction. Odis thought that his pathway's sequence 3 was called Master of Prophecy, which seemed to have something to do with fate. However, he guessed that the level of a wizard was not about having abilities related to fate to see a person's luck, but rather about having a further enhanced spirituality, allowing them to see information emanating from the spirit world or the river of fate. This is similar to the clown in the fortune teller pathway, who can see what's going to happen a second or two in advance. It's a side effect that comes with enhanced extraordinary abilities. For Odis, having a strong spirituality was beneficial. He had previously invented many magic arrays, but because his spirituality was weak at that time, he could not use them outside the wilderness of knowledge. Now, he can make a breakthrough in magic arrays. Moreover, once one's spirituality is enhanced, one's inspiration also becomes stronger. For example, Odis glanced at the folder containing Viscount Vader's information. He recalled that Viscount Vader was a devout follower of the Lord of Storms, often inviting priests to his home to help with exorcisms and preaching. He would even go to church to pray devoutly for a whole day for some major investments. At first glance, Odis laughed at this guy for worshipping the wrong god. He should worship the Eternal Sun, the Guardian of Commerce, rather than the Lord of Storms. But now Odis suddenly realized that this meant Viscount Vede was a very superstitious man, and that he should not only be superstitious about the Orthodox Church, but also about other things. Soon, a bold plan came to Odis's mind. If the plan succeeded, it would be enough to hold off Viscount Vede for a week. Odis began to fill in the details of the plan step by step, and got up to prepare the corresponding spiritual powder. If that plan succeeds, it will not only help Mike resolve the crisis, but also allow him to try playing the role of a wizard. After making the necessary preparations, Odis found himself somewhat excited when he thought about the plan. I finally fell asleep after meditating again. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But just as Odis fell asleep, she found herself back in a wasteland made of illusory light. It's only Monday, and he's already back in the wilderness of knowledge. Upon entering the tower made of spheres of light, he immediately understood what was going on. After sequence 7, I can now freely enter the knowledge wilderness. As usual, I entered through sleep. Normally, one can enter through meditation, and once inside this tower, Odis already knew how to get in. What remains unchanged is that a project still needs to be completed every week and submitted to the tower. When Odis went to look up more information, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she could find the magic arrays that the giants, dragons, and elves had used. Those magic arrays were ancient and simple, yet contained immense power. Odis was so engrossed in the ocean of knowledge that he almost forgot about time. I was just promoted today and need to rest more, so I can only take a quick look for now. I'll do more research next time I come. Odis glanced briefly at the available potion recipes and found that he could access recipes through 4 different channels. In addition to the previous secret seekers, generalists, and readers, they can now even access potion recipes through the thief pathway. However, the potion recipes that can be found are from sequence 9 to sequence 7. Odis found it somewhat strange that it was the thief's route. It wasn't until he saw that the 7th sequence of that pathway was called Deciphering Scholar that he roughly understood that the pathways he could access were all related to knowledge. Needless to say, the core of the entire approach is learning and accumulating knowledge. Decryption scholars require a great deal of knowledge to complete the decryption, so this method became the 4th way that Odis could find out. This phenomenon is quite similar to some of Adam's characteristics. The more a person understands Adam, the more Adam understands that person. The knowledge in the wilderness of knowledge should be the same. The more extraordinary individuals of a certain path learn and study knowledge, the more knowledge understands those extraordinary individuals of that path. Odis was somewhat looking forward to seeing which way of learning would be the next one. After Odis was about to leave the wilderness of knowledge, he suddenly noticed that the light inside the sphere that made up the tower seemed to have become more substantial. But Odis soon realized that it was because the spirituality of her own spirit had become stronger, which was why she could see more information. The light seemed to contain boundless knowledge, but Odis was currently unable to decipher it. Back in the real world, Odis used meditation to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, Odis was half asleep when she heard Max knocking on the door, open the door quickly, I have something important to tell you. Chapter 113, Chapter 113 The Gaze of the Gods. Hearing Max knocking on the door, Odis snapped awake. This squad leader of Mechanical Heart rarely visits Odis outside of work hours. When he does, it's usually because he has something very important to discuss. After opening the door, Odis cautiously looked around the street, saw no suspicious people, and then said to Max, "Come in." After Max entered the room, he did not rush to reveal his purpose, but instead carefully observed Odis. Odis also noticed that something was wrong with her good friend. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Max looked away. "I just saw in the newspaper last night that there's another meeting of the Mysticism Research Society today, so I came to tell you that we are no longer acquiring Emperor Roselle's relics." Odis nodded, looking at Max, waiting for him to say the important thing. Max replied, "That's exactly what I came here to tell you." Huh. Odis thought she had misheard, knocking on the door so early in the morning, just because of this. Otherwise what? Max laughed. "If you take in more of the Emperor's relics, Mechanical Heart won't be able to reimburse you for the expenses. Wouldn't that be a big deal?" Upon hearing Max's words, Odis immediately realized, this is indeed a big deal. "All right, I worked the night shift yesterday, I'm going back to sleep." Max yawned. At times like this, people always envy that night watchmen, who only need to sleep 2 or 3 hours a day. As Max left, he took one last deep look at Odis. The church's higher-ups had speculated that 3 years ago, an ancient and mysterious being had awakened within Odis's body. For the past 3 years, Max had already regarded the person in front of him as Odis, putting aside the speculations of the higher-ups. But the urgent telegram from headquarters yesterday reminded him of these things. Is the person in front of me really just an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person be promoted twice within a month? But Max quickly looked away and walked away. As Odis watched Max leave, she felt something was off. As he made himself coffee, he pondered Max's unusual behavior. Soon, an astonishing thought popped into Odis's mind: the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery knows about my ascension. But then Odis felt that this was not surprising. After all, I may have been involved in a high-level case involving the Secret Seeker 3 years ago. It's only been 3 years, and the Steam Church could not have forgotten about it. Odis took a deep breath and suddenly realized that the coffee had overflowed from the cup and was spilled all over the counter. He quickly leaned over and took a sip, then wiped the coffee clean with a cloth. Sipping his coffee, Odis felt somewhat desperate. The Church of Steam had not diminished its attention on him, or rather, the God of Steam and Machinery still maintained a high level of interest in him. After all, Odis was a deity, and even if he had left Backlund, he should have been found quickly. Odis had always known that the God of Steam and Machinery must have taken notice of her. After all, the case from back then was handled by the Heart of Machinery. Moreover, given that it involves the source matter, it's impossible for the God of Steam and Machinery to be completely unaware. Therefore, Odis always made himself appear normal enough. He even prayed to the God of Steam and Machinery for power so that the extraordinary weapons he developed would have a longer service life. The truly profound parts of his research conducted in the wilderness of knowledge were not something he dared to apply to the real world. Overall, he is a talented young man who enjoys studying the occult and has improved traditional magic arrays with his research. Odis knew that as long as he didn't use the power of the wilderness of knowledge in the real world, the God of Steam and Machinery would just continue to observe, and maybe one day he would get tired of it and stop paying attention to this ordinary person named Odis Gard. But so far, Odis's previous low profile has not dispelled the attention of the God of Steam and Machinery. For a god, let alone 3 years, even 30 years is just a blink of an eye. If Odis really has a problem, what good would observing him for a lifetime do? It would only be a few decades. If there are no problems, there is no loss. However, if we can actually use Odis to find relevant information about the wilderness of knowledge, then all the observations made during these times will have been worthwhile. Of course, such observation should be like Bernadette's invisible servant, only glancing at her occasionally, not staring at Odis all day long. After all, it takes a god to pay attention to people and times more often. Odis guessed that the God of Steam and Machinery must have placed a special mark on him, such as if the God of Steam and Machinery would be aware of his advancement or his visit to a special place. Odis placed the teacup on the counter, a feeling of powerlessness he had never experienced before creeping over him. That is a god who is high above. Even if the God of Steam and Machinery doesn't personally watch over Odis, but only has the angels of the church, or even just a demigod, watch over him, it's still a gaze that Odis can't escape at the moment. Odis placed his hand on his forehead, then propped his head up with one arm, suddenly wondering if he should change his plans and join the Church of the God of Steam and Machines instead of leaving Backlund. Although it would be difficult to escape the control of the God of Steam and Machinery, one could still pretend to be confused with him. In any case, the God of Steam and Machinery will not expose this secret until he clearly demonstrates a connection with the wilderness of knowledge, nor will he descend to talk to him. Then we might as well play dumb and use the steam church to continue our advancement. But living like that is too painful. Suddenly, Odis recalled the powerful magic arrays used by the giants and dragons of the Second Age that he had just seen in the wilderness of knowledge. He sat up abruptly. I could use that new knowledge to try and find a way to temporarily hide myself. The things from that time were somewhat like Russian stuff, simple, crude, but with a miracle of brute force feel to them. Odis encouraged himself, so what if they're gods? I come from a place that doesn't believe in gods. I usually burn incense for all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, asking them to protect me, but if they can't protect me, I just ignore them. Of course, the gods and Buddhas of that time were different from the gods of this world, which truly exist. However, this gave Odis the idea of taking a gamble rather than immediately compromising with the gods. But he knew that this was not a problem that could be solved overnight. One must eat one bite at a time and do one thing at a time. When it was time to eat breakfast, he still had to eat breakfast first. West District, number 25 Baiha Street. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Miss Lisa's maid went out early with a basket to look for places to buy breakfast, as well as fresh vegetables and meat. Miss Lisa was the mistress favored by Viscount Wade. Last night, Miss Lisa's residence suddenly caught fire, and she moved here on Lily Street overnight without even having time to notify the cook. So I can't make breakfast myself today. I can only go out and buy some. Please make do with this meal for the Viscount. The Viscount left in a hurry, and the servants at the Viscount's mansion probably didn't know where Viscount Vetter had gone, nor did they have time to inform him to send breakfast here. Moreover, sending someone to inform her wouldn't be appropriate, as the Viscountess might interpret it as a provocation from Miss Lisa. As she passed a bakery, the maid smelled the aroma of bread and went inside to buy 2 loaves of white bread. At the same time, she noticed that they were selling crispy croissants here, and they looked very delicate and delicious. The maid knew, of course, that this was the Viscount's favorite, so she bought some without hesitation. After buying vegetables and meat elsewhere, the maid returned to her new residence and placed the breakfast she had bought on the table. Around 8 o'clock, Viscount Vade got up and chatted with Miss Lisa as they arrived at the restaurant. The Viscount, who was in his 50s, was pleasantly surprised to find his favorite crispy croissants on the table. After asking the maid where she bought it and having his personal servant try it, Viscount Vetter took a bite without hesitation. It tasted pretty good, and soon, a croissant was gone. So, after more than half an hour, the Viscount was too afraid to leave the toilet. After learning that he had eaten food laced with laxatives, he roared in the toilet, demanding that his bodyguards find the culprit. 2 bodyguards, along with a somewhat frightened maid, went downstairs to find Mr. Bevis and recounted in detail Viscount Wade's ordeal. This Bevis is a Sequence 6, an extraordinary bodyguard hired by Viscount Vander at great expense. Those who reach this level of extraordinary individuals are somewhat different from other bodyguards. He can protect his employer from going to his mistress in the middle of the night, and he can also protect his employer from getting intimate with his mistress, but don't expect him to stand guard outside all night. Moreover, even a noble employer like Viscount Vede, who held a strong belief in bloodline, dared not treat him too much like a servant. This was also within Odis and Mandy's calculations. Having just moved to a new place, even the most refined nobles would either go hungry or have a hasty breakfast on their first day. Nobles like Viscount Vede would most likely prefer to go hungry rather than eat outside food. But if his favorite croissant is available, it's a different story. He'll likely take a bite or two. Odis's laxative only required a single sip. To prevent the personal male servants from exposing the laxative's effects through tasting, these laxatives take effect after half an hour. A hasty breakfast won't wait half an hour, so the success rate is very high. When Mandy learned that Viscount Wade's bodyguard had returned to the bakery with a maid, she knew that Mr. Gard's plan had succeeded. As for the bakery owner and his staff, they had already been sent out of Backlund. Mr. Bevis would only know that they had moved away in a hurry, and he would not be able to find any clues. Chapter 114, Chapter 114 Lelouch's bounty is £3,600. Viscount Vedette's bodyguard, Bevis, was not good at investigating extraordinary cases, and after the leads went cold, he could only go back to report to the Viscount. Meanwhile, Viscount Wade, who was already quite exhausted, sent someone to inform the Punisher squad, asking them to find the murderer at all costs. Connor, the senior deacon of the Substitute Punisher squad, was so angry when he learned that Viscount Vader had asked the Substitute Punisher to investigate who had given him the laxative that he was almost cursing. He kicked a bar table away to vent his anger. At this moment, Connor is at the Passion Bar, leading a team investigating the Lelouch case. However, just to be on the safe side, Connor had his subordinates perform a divination, which revealed that it was neither Lelouch nor his accomplices who had given Viscount Vader the laxative. Mr. Gal's subordinates were certainly not Lelouch's accomplices. Connor assumed the Viscount had offended someone at some point and was taking revenge, so he didn't think much of it and just asked the police to investigate thoroughly. At this time, he was in charge of Lelouch's case, which put him under a lot of pressure. The police chief even came to see him personally last night, urging him to capture Lelouch alive during the arrest. Because the City Hall and the Backlund Police Department are currently under tremendous pressure, if Lelouch dies at this time, regardless of whether he was arrested or not, it will make the situation even more difficult to control, and may even lead to political events such as demonstrations. What the police chief didn't know was that by the time Connors investigated the Passion Bar, the trail had essentially gone cold. Lelouch's manager, Simon, has disappeared. Several gangs in the area have received news of Simon's death, and they began fighting over the Passion Bar yesterday. Simon's capable subordinates also died in the gang fight, and the remaining bartenders and others were unable to provide any valuable clues, and didn't even know how Simon and Lelouch met. Now there are only 3 clues left. One clue is how the surrounding gangs found out that Simon was dead. Simon had disappeared for several days to avoid police investigation, and the surrounding gangs were already getting restless. But the night before last, they received confirmation that Simon was dead. As for the person who spread the message, some gang leaders said it was a mysterious man whose face was partially covered by a hat, while others said it was a man with a full beard. In short, no one could see the other person's face clearly. This lead wasn't entirely fruitless. Last night, while investigating the surrounding gangs, they caught a fugitive. During the arrest, the extraordinary individual of the Punisher used extraordinary abilities, which is why an unusual clap of thunder sounded over Backlund last night. However, this discovery did not help in finding Lelouch at all. Another clue is the address where Lelouch committed his last crime, 176 River Bend Avenue. They contacted the landlord of the house, but to their disappointment once again, the landlord had signed the rental agreement with them through letters. The rent is slightly higher than the market price, but on the condition that the landlord cannot inspect the house during the lease term, and a £100 deposit is required, which can be used to offset any damage to the house. The landlord was very tempted by the large deposit and agreed to the terms. For more than 2 years, the landlord had looked at the house that Lelouch had rented from outside the door and found that no one seemed to be living there. However, since the rent was always paid on time and there was still a deposit of £100, equivalent to 3 years' rent, the landlord did not investigate further as agreed. Now, things have gotten even worse. The house caught fire, and it's uncertain whether the £100 deposit will be enough to cover the renovations. To make matters worse, someone died, making it very difficult to rent out the house again in the short term. The members of the Substitute Punisher team, of course, didn't care about the landlord's troubles. After taking a few letters, they planned to use them to launch an investigation. But they soon discovered that both the envelopes and the stationery were items that could be bought at any ordinary stationery store. The mailing locations of the letters were scattered throughout post offices throughout Backlund, making it impossible to find any clues. The third clue was Simon's family. After making inquiries, it was discovered that Simon's wife and daughter were staying at the home of one of Simon's relatives. However, when the substitute punishment personnel went to investigate, they discovered that the mother and daughter had been taken away on the day the Lelouch case occurred. The 3 people who came to pick up the mother and daughter also covered their faces in different ways. The relative knew that Simon was running a shady business, so after the 3 people showed Simon's ancestral pocket watch, they did not ask to see their faces. The only valuable clue the substitute punisher obtained was a sketch of a rental carriage. However, all the rental carriages in Backlund were very similar, and an investigation based on the license plate number confirmed that it was a rental carriage with a forged license plate. When Viscount Wade sent for help, Connor was preoccupied with finding clues to the case and had no energy to investigate who had given the Viscount the laxative. Judging from the rental records, he found it hard to believe that someone had been secretly planning to eliminate Backlund's fighting arena for more than 2 years. Was it really for some illusory thing like justice that Lelouch was supported in carrying out such a long conspiracy? Thinking about this, Connor felt that he could start with the victim's family members, perhaps finding some clues. Furthermore, Lelouch's counter-surveillance abilities are simply too strong. He actually cut off all the clues. Finally, Connor, having given up hope, asked the bartender and others at Passion Bar, "Has anything unusual happened at Passion Bar lately?" Under the watch of the punishment substitutes team, the few people squatting on the ground eagerly provided clues, but none of what they said was anything worth paying attention to. Then one of Simon's subordinates said, "A few weeks ago, someone won 3 matches in a row in the fighting arena." Connor initially thought it was another useless clue, having heard it was from a few weeks ago. But then he thought, 3 wins in a row. Lelouch has been winning all the time too. So he asked again, "What's that person's name?" "Have no idea." "Where did Simon find that?" "Have no idea." "Did Simon stay in touch with him after the match?" "Have no idea." Connor's raised hand slowly lowered again. Ultimately, the substitute obtained a portrait of a young man through extraordinary means. Connor was stunned. Wasn't this Odis Gard? When Odis went to Simon's underground fighting arena, he had not yet considered destroying the Backlund extraordinary fighting arena. Therefore, he inevitably left some traces, but with the protection of the wilderness of knowledge, the divination of the official extraordinary beings had no way to find him using those traces. Even if he were found, he could use his identity as an informant of mechanical heart to prevent the Punisher from arresting him. Without extraordinary powers to interrogate him, Odis was not afraid of questioning from the official extraordinary beings. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Because he had already fabricated an alibi beforehand. At this moment, Odis's biggest concern was not this matter. He did not know whether the mechanical heart would strengthen its surveillance of him again. The only thing he could do now was to continue doing what he was supposed to do and not show any abnormality. Odis was quite familiar with this lifestyle. After all, he had been closely monitored by the mechanical heart for more than a year. This morning, a meeting of the Mysticism Research Society was to be held. As usual, Odis first took a horse-drawn carriage to 77 Hilton Avenue. Here, I changed into the leader's attire and used the teleportation array in the basement to arrive at number 199 High Run Avenue. After emerging from the basement, he sat in the leader's seat, watching the members enter one by one. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Odis spoke, "Let's begin." Before the trade intelligence was even available, 4 more members purchased potion recipes from Odis, which earned him £920 at the start of the party. Just as Odis had predicted, members such as Peacock and Wolverine also began selling potion recipes. However, at this time, only 2 members had not yet purchased potion recipes, and they were clearly more interested in the potion recipes from Odis. Soon, more people started asking for the main ingredients used in the potion recipes. However, there weren't many extraordinary transactions at this gathering before, and now that so many people were suddenly asking for extraordinary materials, no one had any of them, so only one transaction was completed for the time being. Only after the extraordinary transaction is completed do people begin to exchange transaction information or issue missions. The Hound spoke first. "A high reward is offered for information on Lelouch's whereabouts." The female member, nicknamed Peacock, asked, "How high is the price you're referring to?" "Someone has offered a £200 reward for information about Lelouch's whereabouts, and a whopping £2,000 for his head," the Hound replied. "In addition to the gentleman's bounty, the police department will also pay a substantial reward. If you can kill Lelouch, you can get a total bounty of 3,600. The bounty prompted a few members to whisper among themselves. The bounty was indeed very high, but they didn't know what rank Lelouch was, so they didn't dare to say anything. Odis thought to himself, Viscount Vetter lost his son and is only willing to offer £2,000. And the official extraordinary is only willing to offer £1,600. Who do they think they are? You don't even have any information about Lelouch's whereabouts," Peacock said with a smile. The fact that the bounty is so high just shows how difficult this mission is. The Hound didn't answer the Peacock's question, but instead said, "In addition, you can get a reward of £30 to £100 for any clues you provide about Lelouch." The entire living room fell silent for 2 seconds. The Hound's final bounty almost certainly meant that they currently had no leads on Lelouch at all. Wolverine sighed. An extraordinary being set fire to Backlund, a land teeming with powerful individuals, and the official extraordinary beings couldn't find a single clue about him. This is a tremendous feat. It is something their Aurora Club should learn from. Leader Odis nodded, deeply agreeing. The other members had also seen news about Lelouch in the newspapers, but the newspapers mainly reported on Bishop's crimes and didn't describe Lelouch much. However, those who had read the reports knew that Lelouch must be an extraordinary being. In their imagination, this Lelouch had already been captured by the official extraordinary and imprisoned in a special prison. Surprisingly, the official extraordinary individuals had no clue about the other party at all. The attendee, nicknamed Giraffe, asked the question everyone wanted to know: what sequence is Lelouch in? Hound took a deep breath. Sequence 8. Many members gasped in shock, especially the few who were Sequence 8. How could there be such a big difference between them, even though they were all Sequence 8? Chapter 115. Chapter 115. The qualities of a top intelligence agent. The members of the Mysticism Research Society originally thought that Lelouch was at least a Sequence 6, or at least a Sequence 7. Places like the fighting arena should have Sequence 6 guards, and it's on King's Row. After setting the fire, there's no way to escape without some magical ability or artifact. But no one expected that it was just a Sequence 8. As members of Sequence 8, they felt they lacked such abilities and even doubted the accuracy of Hound's intelligence. Hound could tell what the people around him were thinking just by looking at them. To be honest, he was also skeptical when he first heard the news. But after understanding the specifics, it became clear that the extraordinary fighting arena had loopholes in both its programming and its facilities. First of all, the arena was too large, and 1 or 2 Sequence SIXs simply couldn't defend it. However, the royal family and nobles could not send troops or deploy extraordinary forces to entertainment venues like the arena, so the arena's extraordinary guards were not very sufficient. In addition, Sequence 6 was in command position the whole time, and it wasn't until half a minute after Bishop was killed that Sequence 6 realized what had happened. Later, Lelouch started setting fires, causing chaos among the nobles and rendering the guards almost unable to organize. The Sequence 6 was also unable to find Lelouch's location. Order was restored only after the Punisher arrived. It's fair to say that the Extraordinary Guard's response was far from satisfactory. The reason is quite simple: since the arena was built, no similar incident has ever occurred. Even if the guards had contingency plans for such incidents, they have long been abandoned due to a lack of sufficient drills. Lelouch must have done a lot of research on this in order to exploit these loopholes and carry out the assassination. The Hound admired the assassin, but his job was to capture him. The information that Lelouch is Sequence 8 is absolutely accurate. He was skilled in using a javelin-shaped extraordinary weapon and could also create a special incendiary bomb, which caught the arena guards off guard and allowed him to escape. Lelouch would certainly not go into too much detail about the specific process by which he carried out the assassination. Furthermore, according to eyewitness accounts, Lelouch likely left using a magical item that allows him to travel. The Hound doesn't intend to reveal this to everyone yet, as it would make it nearly impossible to catch Lelouch, and probably no one would be willing to take on such a request. At this moment, the chubby elephant laughed and said, "This reminds me of a proverb by Emperor Roselle: he is riding a horse but looking for a horse." The ability to create extraordinary weapons, that's a crucial clue, isn't it? When did official extraordinary individuals become as foolish as those politicians? Why don't you hire me as your advisor? No, even a pig would think of that. Everyone chuckled. After all, the official extraordinary ones present were a minority, while the wild extraordinary ones and members of secret organizations were all eager to watch the spectacle. Hound said coldly, "I won't trouble you. I'm afraid you can eat too much and will bankrupt us." Before Elephant could speak, Hound continued, "It is impossible for a Sequence 8 to create a supernatural weapon. We have investigated the origin of those weapons, but no supernatural weapon with a similar appearance has ever appeared in Backlund. Our initial assessment is that these weapons were not manufactured in Backlund." Odis actually had to thank the sharp-tongued, fat pharmacist for letting him learn about one of the official extraordinary individual's investigation directions. This is why he is so cautious about selling extraordinary weapons. If a similar incident occurs, the official extraordinary individuals will not immediately suspect him. Otherwise, simply selling extraordinary weapons wouldn't earn less than Nanma Dance Hall. Of course, the leader has also used some extraordinary weapons of considerable power, and if anyone asks, he will say that they were weapons obtained from the god of steam and machinery. A brief silence fell over the room. After a few seconds, Lion Byron said, "Gentlemen, I will not accept such a commission. Those nobles don't even consider us human beings. Besides, the disgraceful things that noblemen did were enough to warrant a death sentence." The Hound said sternly, "I strongly suspect that you have some connection with Lelouch." Odis thought to himself, "You were right. You're welcome to investigate me and follow me." Byron laughed. "Wasting your manpower might just help Lelouch escape." Elephant laughed and said, "Lelouch is probably long gone. Why would he need you to help him escape danger? Besides, even if you accepted this request, you wouldn't be able to find Lelouch." Faced with the elephant's sarcasm, Byron was not angry at all. "What you said is also true." Seeing that the lion did not refute him, the elephant lost interest. After that, no one offered any further opinions on the commission, and everyone started making other commissions and transactions. One of the commissions caught Odis's attention. It was a mission issued by the member Wild Wolf, which recruited 2 people to keep watch. The requirements were that they be very observant and able to draw portraits. When a member asked where he worked, Wild Wolf replied that he worked on Pesfield Street. The Church of St. Musel, the Church of the Goddess of Night, is located on that street. It is not only the largest church of the Goddess of Night in Backlund, but also the most important church of the Goddess of Night outside of the Amanda Mountains. Firstly, ordinary extraordinary criminals wouldn't dare to hide on this street, since the headquarters of the Backlund Parish's Night Watchers is also located there, and many members of the Night Watchers teams come and go every day. They might recognize the extraordinary criminal hiding there one day. So who is Wild Wolf targeting? A resident on that street? Do ordinary people really need highly professional surveillance? Odis keenly sensed that this commission was unusual, so he asked, "Wild Wolf, I want to make a deal with you." Wild Wolf immediately replied in a respectful manner, "Please speak. Who are you planning to track and investigate?" Odiston paused, then said, "Name your price." As is customary, Wild Wolf, as the member who posts the commission, is not required to disclose the details of the commission, but the reward for posting the commission must be commensurate with the effort of the person accepting the commission, otherwise, no one will be willing to take on his commissions. "No need to name a price," Wild Wolf said helplessly. "I don't know who the target is either. This was a very well-paid task that I received. Although the content of the commission was quite strange, the employer paid me very readily, so I didn't ask any more questions. Yesterday, my employer asked me to hire 2 more people to complete this task, which is why I posted the request at the party. Odis frowned, which made him even more concerned about the matter. Then let's make a deal. What's the content of your request? Wild Wolf nodded. Okay, £10. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Seeing how much the leader cared about this matter, everyone began to pay attention to their conversation. However, the subsequent transactions were not made public, clearly because Wild Wolf's employer requested that the specific tasks be kept confidential. Odis took out £10 in cash and handed it to the waiter, who then gave the cash to Wild Wolf and also handed him a writing tablet. Wild Wolf wrote quickly on the paper on the writing board, and 2 or 3 minutes later, the content he wrote was handed to Odis by the waiter. Odis looked at the somewhat messy handwriting. There were 3 requests. The first was to observe pedestrians on the street who were equipped with gun holsters and to draw portraits of those who frequently appeared on this street. The second was to observe pedestrians with very deep-set eyes and to draw portraits of those who frequently appeared on the street. The third was to observe pedestrians with particularly pale faces and to draw portraits of those who were also equipped with gun holsters. Upon seeing the contents of the request, Odis immediately concluded that someone was investigating the members of the Night Watch squad. In Backlund, you need a gun license to carry a gun, so there aren't many pedestrians carrying gun holsters. The key point is that most people on that street are going to church to pray and generally don't carry guns. The person carrying a gun holster is most likely a low-sequence member of the Night Watch squad. As for the deep pupils, this is a change that occurs in the pupils of extraordinary individuals after taking dark pathway potions. A person with an exceptionally pale complexion and carrying a gun is very likely an extraordinary being of the low sequence of the corpse collector pathway. Without sufficient exceptional knowledge or insight, one may not be clear about their specific observation target. Especially wild extraordinary beings like Wild Wolf have no idea that they are actually monitoring Night Watchers. Even if the Wild Wolf is discovered and captured by the Night Watchman, the person who issued the mission will not expose themselves. However, Odis still said to Wild Wolf, I want to trade you information about the quest giver. The leader's persistent questioning made Wild Wolf realize that the commission he had received seemed quite unusual. He smiled wryly and said, the other party was always wearing a veil, so I couldn't see their face. Moreover, his voice was clearly disguised, so he probably can't provide you with any useful clues. Odis thought to himself, I knew it. He said, give me a portrait of him, and a description of your impression of him. No problem, Wild Wolf said. The reward is, please tell me if this commission is very risky. Or what should I be aware of? Odis said, deal. 4 or 5 minutes later, he received the portrait with the face covered by a veil, along with a description, and then said to Wild Wolf, based on my judgment, there will be a great risk if a wild extraordinary person takes on this mission. If they observe there for a day or 2, the Night Watchman might not notice them, but if they observe for a long time, it will definitely attract the attention of the Night Watchman. The likely outcome for wild extraordinary beings who are noticed by official extraordinary beings is that they will be captured and used to experiment on the abilities or negative effects of the sealed artifacts. After hearing the leader's words, Wild Wolf decided not to continue the commission today, and the other members who were originally interested in the commission also fell silent. At this moment, Member Giraffe said, Leader, I have received 2 more pages of Emperor Rosel's notes, and they are definitely genuine. Chapter 116, Chapter 116 The New Russell's Diary. When Odis heard that someone was selling him Rosel's notebook, again, he originally intended to refuse outright, since Mechanical Heart no longer reimbursed him for the cost of Rosel's relics. However, remembering that he had read Russell's diary before, and that the guy was quite knowledgeable, he decided to buy the diary and take a look. Odis said, the person who wanted to acquire Rosel's relics is no longer in a hurry, so the price he offered is not as high as before. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. 2 pages for £15, would you accept that? The main problem is that I can no longer claim reimbursement, I have to pay for it myself. Of course, I have to bargain when necessary. The giraffe, whose neck was slightly longer than that of an average person, said, okay. The price offered by the leader is acceptable, at least there's still a profit to be made. Odis took the 2 pages of the diary, glanced at them, and confirmed that they were indeed genuine. Fearing suspicion that he could understand the mysterious symbols on the notebook, he didn't examine them closely. He then took out his wallet again, ready to pay. At this moment, Giraffe said again, I also have a relic of Emperor Rodel here. As he spoke, he took out a small black metal box with the Chinese character, me, written on it. Giraffe continued, but there's no way to open the box. I once asked a professional for help, and they said there's a very clever mechanism inside the box. If you force it open, it might destroy the contents. As he explained, he handed the metal box to the waiter. Odis smiled helplessly. What if, when he opened it, it turned out to be a book called The Sunflower Manual or a story about characters named Wukong and Beiji? That would be hilarious. He took the box from the waiter and immediately felt its coldness. The box was only the size of a palm, but it was heavier than he had expected, as if it were solid. Odis immediately sensed that the contents of the box were valuable, but he was not yet a prophet and did not know exactly how valuable they were. If he hasn't been promoted yet and is just a fighting scholar, he won't even be able to judge whether his inspiration is valuable. After thinking it over for a moment, Odis felt that his current financial situation was acceptable, so he could buy it first and study it slowly when he got back. So he quoted a price, £50. Giraffe gave a wry smile. It seems that the person who acquired the relics of Emperor Roselle is indeed not very interested in this matter. Okay, £50 it is, but you have to tell me what's inside after you open the box. Odis nodded. No problem, but you also have to tell me where you got this box from. It was sold to me by an Intis, said Giraffe. Many Intis and Fussac people come to Backlund to sell antiques. I didn't ask how it got its specifics, but it was probably stolen or dug out of a tomb. However, considering the era, it's more likely that it was stolen. Odis grunted in agreement, counted out 6 £10 notes and 1 £5 note from his wallet, handed them to the waiter, and completed the antique transaction. The intelligence exchange at the gathering continued, and Odis listened attentively as always. About half an hour later, another piece of information caught his attention. The night before last, someone saw a river of stars flowing through the streets. However, no one else was interested in information about this very strange phenomenon, and no one was willing to trade it. As a result, Odis was unable to eavesdrop and had to initiate another trade. Tell me more about it, or write it down. Member Cheetah said, let me be specific, it's £15. Odis nodded, okay. Because the so-called flowing starry river is very similar to the ability of the astrologer in sequence 5 of the Secret Seeker pathway. Odis sent a letter last Wednesday asking Arya to pick up the goods, but almost a week has passed and she still hasn't come. Moreover, Bernadette seemed very busy, and he suspected that the mysterious queen might have some secret operation recently. Cheetah then said, it was late Saturday night last year. Many people on Rice Street in the south of the bridge saw that the Milky Way in the sky seemed to have fallen to the ground. The streets lit by streetlights suddenly became dazzling with starlight, giving people a very unreal feeling. The starlight lasted for more than 10 seconds. After the starlight disappeared, tiny grains of glittering stardust appeared on the street. However, when people went to pick them up, the stardust turned into normal sand. The most peculiar thing is that a homeless man's left leg seemed to have been assimilated by the Milky Way, and the entire leg turned into a transparent crystal that sparkled with brilliant starlight. His leg didn't fully recover until half an hour later. Cheetah paused and then said, in addition, it is said that there are voices in the starlight. Some people heard them. It seems that someone said they wanted to prevent something from descending, and others said they wanted to use some team or faction. But because the words were spoken in a fragmented manner, no one heard exactly what was said. He concluded, I think it must have been an extraordinary battle of a very high level. At this moment, Elephant laughed and said, could it be using apple pie? His sarcastic remarks made many people burst into laughter. Elephant then added, this little thing is worth £15. The cheetah blushed and was about to argue with the elephant when Odis raised his hand and said, the value of intelligence depends on where it is used. The elephant wanted to say, it's not worth £15 anywhere, but considering that it was the leader who stepped in to smooth things over, he didn't say anything more. Odis looked at the elephant's somewhat unconvinced expression and smiled to herself, don't be unconvinced either. That so-called faction is either the witch cult, the Rose School, or the Life School. Perhaps you will be dragged into it too. He remembered that the fat pharmacist was a member of the Life School. Based on the description of the cheetah, Odis can basically conclude that it must have been an extraordinary battle involving astrologers. To ordinary people, or extraordinary individuals who lack relevant knowledge, an extraordinary ability at sequence 5 is a truly miraculous phenomenon. Odis counted out £15 in cash and completed the transaction with Cheetah. During the subsequent gatherings, no further information caught his attention. Around 10:30, Odis announced the end of the gathering. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He used the teleportation array in the basement to arrive at 77 Hilton Avenue, changed out of the leader's clothes, and took a taxi to the Backlund Mechanical Research Society. In the carriage, Odis took out the 2 pages of the diary and began to read. October. After advancing to demigod status, all my previous abilities underwent a qualitative change, and I gained some powers that ordinary people could hardly imagine. I noticed that the source of these powers is divinity. Although Sequence 4 only possesses a small amount of divinity, it is precisely this small amount of divinity that has made me feel a certain change within myself, both inside and out. This change is hard to explain, but if I had to put it into words, I feel like I'm not even human anymore. This is by no means self-deprecation. I used to hear members of Mechanical Heart say that the extraordinary are monsters in human skin, and I thought that description was a bit exaggerated. Now I think that this may be their personal experience. Even if one is in a good state, after acquiring divinity, one will undergo some changes. For example, the subtle aspects of emotions may seem somewhat unfamiliar to people. It's not that they lack the ability to feel emotions, but rather that they feel unfamiliar with certain emotions, as if those are not the emotions they should have. These changes have forced me to think about a question: what exactly is divinity? Having acquired divinity, I can obviously mobilize more extraordinary power, and it is clearly different from the extraordinary characteristics within my body. If I had to give an analogy, it would be more like a catalyst, causing a certain change in extraordinary abilities, a change that deviates from the normal laws. That's right, it's a normal pattern. At sequence 5, although extraordinary traits have all sorts of amazing effects, these extraordinary abilities can still be understood after learning about the extraordinary realm, the spirit realm, the underworld, and the astral realm. Or rather, those abilities were still within the realities and extraordinary laws of this world, but the extraordinary abilities gained after acquiring divinity seem to have broken through these laws. They became more magical and more bizarre. As someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education and attended university, my thinking and logic find it difficult to accept this cognitive gap. We must figure out what divinity really is. Odis nodded slowly upon seeing this. Indeed, the Emperor had also thought of this. He has also given this some thought, believing that the emergence of divinity has catalyzed something else from spirituality and extraordinary characteristics. Further down, the next few lines describe Russell's affair with a noblewoman. Odis twitched his lips. "Your Majesty, is this how you study divinity?" Then he looked at another page of the diary, which was connected to the previous page. Continuing from where we left off, Russell continues to devote considerable space to discussing the thrill of his affair with that noblewoman. This made Odis chuckle. He hadn't expected Roselle, a demigod, to still enjoy doing this. Intis was truly a mess. In the last few lines of this diary entry, another very valuable entry appears. October 26th. During that occult gathering, I received some shocking news. Some members of the Moss Ascetic had become followers of an evil god. What's puzzling is that the hidden sage supposedly knew about this, yet remained indifferent. I asked the member who provided this information, which evil god have they become followers of? The member replied, the Undying Murmur. How come I've never heard of such an evil god? Odis stared at the diary for a while, vaguely feeling that he had heard of the Undying Murmur, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Soon, a warning from his own inspiration made him realize that it wasn't that he had a bad memory, but rather that he didn't remember the name and the meaning it represented. It was the wilderness of knowledge protecting him. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Everyone is investigating Odis. Since inspiration had given him a warning, Odis stopped thinking about the problem. He glanced at the short diary entry again and realized it must be very important information, so he put the 2 pages away and decided to think about the problem again in the wilderness of knowledge. Then Odis took out the metal box he had just acquired and studied it for a while, but still couldn't figure out how to open it. Of course, you can't discuss this with Bernadette. What if she says that the box was left to her by her father after it's opened? Should you give it to her or not? If you give it to them, the £50 will be wasted. If I don't give it to them, I might get beaten up. Thinking of this, Odis smiled somewhat helplessly, put the box away, and planned to put it into the wilderness of knowledge when they returned to the pharmacy later. Number 199 High Run Avenue. The hounds, who had also attended the party, came out of the party venue. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, he suddenly saw someone waving at him from across the street. The man Hound recognized was Klein Donahue from the Operations Division of MI9. The other person was in his 30s, with short hair and a very high Adam's apple, as if an egg was stuck in his throat. The Hound quickly crossed the road and smiled. "Cremant, what are you doing here?" "I've got a lead for you about Lelouch." Coralman's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. "I've heard you're currently in charge of finding information about Lelouch, which is a tough job. In terms of rank, Raymond and Hound are of the same rank, but Hound is not from the action section. The two know each other but are not familiar with each other. Thank you for keeping an eye out for Lelouch." The Hound smiled and said, "If the information is verified, I will report the source of the information truthfully. This means that if there is any merit, you will get a share, but if it is not true, you will get nothing. In an organization like MI9, there are few truly kind-hearted individuals. Perhaps Raymond's so-called provision of clues was motivated by some ulterior motive. Whether it's merit or not doesn't matter." Raymond smiled and continued, "Have you ever considered that Lelouch is the leader?" The hunting dog feigned surprise. He had certainly considered it, since the two did have some similarities, but then he felt that the leader was a person of the Mechanical Heart, and the Mechanical Heart would not allow the leader to kill the nobles of the Kingdom of Rune. The key issue is the lack of compelling evidence, which prevents an arrest. You didn't miss such an obvious clue, did you? Cormand laughed. Lelouch and the leader both wear masks and have used powerful supernatural weapons. That is indeed a clue. The Hound smiled, not denying the clue outright, but there is a problem. If the leader is Lelouch, where did he buy those extraordinary weapons shaped like javelins? It couldn't have been provided by the mechanical heart, could it? If we can prove that the leader and Lelouch's weapons come from the same source, we can make a call to the mechanical heart and then capture the leader. Both MI9 and the substitute punishers once planned to search for Lelouch by focusing on his weapons. However, despite using their intelligence network to inquire everywhere, they were unable to find out where Lelouch's extraordinary weapon came from. Lelouch's weapons have distinctive features. Ordinary extraordinary weapons are rarely made as disposable items, and it is also rare to make such a large quantity. Starting from these two directions, it should be easy to find the source. But this lead ends here, because no one has ever made such a weapon. It is quite certain that the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery has always been interested in supernatural machine guns and cannons, but has never produced supernatural weapons such as javelins. The key point is that the mechanical heart has never used any extraordinary weapons like javelins in any of their operations. If this is used as a clue to investigate, they will definitely deny everything. Some have suggested that Lelouch made those extraordinary weapons himself, but these ideas were quickly dismissed because the creation of extraordinary weapons has always been the domain of Sequence 6 craftsmen in the generalist pathway. Lelouch only has Sequence 8, and he is not a generalist pathway. From the perspective of the official extraordinary beings, a low sequence does not possess such capabilities. Alternatively, if the leader is an ordinary person, they could be arrested and interrogated to see if there are any clues. But he is a member of Mechanical Heart. If he wants to arrest someone, he has to give a decent reason. He can't just tell Mechanical Heart that Lelouch and the leader both like to wear masks and then arrest and interrogate them, right? Raymond laughed and said, I will find the evidence. I have already obtained a search warrant. Today I am here to search number 199 High Run Avenue. He believed that this was an important stronghold of the leader, and that some clues would always be left behind. MI9's operations section never needs a search warrant to search a place, but the leader's situation is indeed somewhat special. Raymond carefully applied for a search warrant to prove that it was MI9 conducting the search, not his personal action. The Hound said, I'll wait here for a bit. If you find evidence, I'll go with you to apply for the arrest of the leader. In his view, Raymond's search was entirely a matter of personal revenge, since the team leader's brother was the one who was killed by the leader in the Cap'n case. Raymond sneered and led his men into number 199 High Run Avenue. He had assumed the waiters would stop his search, but they didn't. After finding out which department he was from, they said he would have to pay for the damage. Raymond and his men didn't take it seriously, continuing their previous rude search tactics. But they quickly finished searching because no one lived there, and there wasn't even any furniture like wardrobes that provided privacy. Several rooms were even empty. There were many chairs in the living room where the gathering took place. They turned each chair over and carefully examined the backs and undersides of the seats, but found no clues. The basement, which had given Klein such high hopes, had no extraordinary characteristics, no spiritual fluctuations, nothing at all. He was now a little puzzled as to how the leader had left from the basement. They even knocked a hole in one of the walls and smashed several holes in the ground, but there was no secret room, no secret passage, and no extraordinary mechanism. After searching until the afternoon, Cormand had to accept the fact that he had found nothing there. Just as he was about to leave with his men, the waiter handed him a bill demanding £50 in compensation. After so many years of searching, this was the first time someone had demanded compensation from Klein, so of course he ignored it. The waiter then said, then we'll have the boss send the bill to your department. These were all things the leader had instructed them to do not obstruct official searches, and just demand more money in compensation. If the other party tries to renege on the debt, they can say that the leader will send the bill to their workplace. Raymond frowned. If the leader really went to deliver the bill, things would get complicated. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After all, almost everyone in MI9 knows that the leader had just helped them escort their informant, but then turned around and searched the leader's gathering place, causing the leader considerable losses, and they all came knocking on their door. Of course, the key issue is that they didn't find anything, and it's difficult for Cormand to explain this to Dainsey. After hesitating for a moment, Raymond took out his wallet and gave the waiter 5 £10 notes. As soon as they stepped outside, the hunting dogs surrounded them and asked, "You've been searching for so long, you must have found quite a lot, right?" Raymond snorted and quickly left with his men. The Hound said from behind them, "You didn't read the report I provided earlier, did you?" He had searched for 2 whole days at number 199 High Run Avenue, but had not found any clues about the leader. Even now, how the leader left number 199 remains a mystery. Claymont had certainly read those materials and thought that Hound, as an intelligence officer, was not professional enough to conduct a search mission, so he specially brought an expert in the field of extraordinary agencies, but still found nothing. He watched the Hound ride away in the carriage and suddenly realized that investigating the leader in the normal way would not work. Odis's carriage soon arrived at the Backlund Mechanical Research Society. Max was off today, so the Research Institute's reception staff took Odis directly to the office of Senior Deacon Eikunzer Bernard, who was also the captain of Backlund's Mechanical Heart. Captain Eikunzer, his hair still disheveled and messy, asked, "Any more leads to provide us?" Odis first glanced at the corner of the office wall. His intuition told him something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Then he said, "I learned at today's gathering that someone seems to be investigating the Night Watchers." He told Eikunzer everything he had learned, along with his own speculations. The captain nodded slowly. "This is very important intelligence. I will notify the Night Watchers immediately. As for your reward, we'll discuss it first and then send someone to deliver it to you." "Okay," Odis said. Also, on Saturday, there seemed to be an extraordinary battle taking place on Rice Street. He briefly mentioned the information about Qinghe, but didn't share his own speculations, only saying that it seemed to be a magical and extraordinary ability. Eikunzer also took it seriously and said he would send someone to re-examine the matter immediately. After seeing Odis off, Eikunzer suddenly stood up and said to the corner of the wall, "Odis doesn't seem to have anything unusual about him." An elderly man in a white priest's robe suddenly appeared in the corner where Odis had just glanced at him. It was none other than Cardinal Hermit. "He really doesn't seem to have any problems." Karamik sighed and added, "If only he didn't have any problems at all. It's rare to find an intelligence officer with such keen insight." Eikunzer asked, "What about the information he provided?" "Handle it as it comes," Horemik said. His analysis just now was very logical, so there shouldn't be any problems. Eikunzer then had his men send a telegram to the Night Watch squad to remind them. What Eikunzer didn't expect was that Crest Sesima, one of the 3 leaders of the Red Gloves of the Church of the Night Goddess, personally came to visit him. After returning to the herbalist shop, Odis rested for a while before preparing to take the initiative to play the role of a wizard. Chapter 118, attempting to play the role of a wizard. As evening fell, Viscount Vetter, who had been working all day, returned to his mansion by carriage from his mistress, Miss Lisa. The Viscount, who was in his 50s, had a sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and looked somewhat exhausted. As the carriage entered Queen's Road, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man standing by the roadside, dressed in loose wizard robes, wearing a pointed hat, with a long nose, a long beard, and leaning on a wooden staff. Viscount Wade thought the man looked a lot like the wizard he remembered, so he took another look at him. Just then, a strange voice suddenly rang in his ears, "You've been having a lot of bad luck lately." Viscount Wade was startled. "Who?" The bodyguard sitting opposite the Viscount was also startled. "What?" Viscount Wade took a deep breath. "Didn't you hear the voices just now?" The bodyguard was a little confused. "No. It's all right now." Viscount Wade thought he was just a little out of it and had misheard. But at that moment, he saw a middle-aged man standing by the roadside, dressed in a loose wizard's robe, wearing a pointed hat, with a long nose, a long beard, and leaning on a wooden staff. Viscount Wade rubbed his eyes. His clothes, appearance, and demeanor were exactly the same as the wizard from before. At the same time, he heard the voice again, "Your fate is in great turmoil, and a great disaster is about to befall you." Viscount Vetter's hands trembled. This time he was certain that he wasn't hallucinating, someone was really talking to him. But judging from the bodyguard's expression, he still hadn't heard him. "Stop the car. Stop the car now." He suddenly realized that it was very likely that the wizard from before was speaking to him in a magical way. The window of the carriage behind them opened, and Bivis coldly said to the wizard on the street, "If you follow us any further, I won't be so polite." His spiritual senses told him that the person was extraordinary, and that the other party seemed to have used extraordinary abilities just now. Because Bevis did not sense any danger, and his employer had not given any orders to attack, he only issued a warning. The wizard on the street was, of course, Odis. After returning to the herbal shop, he rested for a while and then asked Kana and several customers who came to buy medicine what kind of wizards they remembered. Based on everyone's opinions, Odis summarized 3 characteristics: a long beard, a staff, a pointed hat, and a loose wizard's robe. So Odis designed his own wizard image, a long beard that reached his chest covered half of his face, and he used props to lengthen his nose. After slightly drawing eyeliner, Odis's expression became somewhat sinister, creating a huge difference from the temperament of the herbalist. What Viscount Ved heard just now, someone speaking in his ear, was actually Odis using his invented, whispering technique, to talk to him. This witchcraft looks magical, but the principle is actually very simple. It's just a kind of necromancy that allows you to speak directly to other people's spirits. Aside from speaking discreetly so that others can't hear, this witchcraft cannot harm the other person's soul, nor can it provide any spiritual guidance. It has no other function. but it can be used to pretend to be a ghost or a spirit. Odis ignored Bivis and instead addressed the carriage carrying Viscount Vede. Fate has led me here, Salsi Vede. Son of Antonio. Glory to our ancestors. Bivis had already disembarked from the carriage. Arrest him. Wait. Viscount Wade confirmed that this was the same voice that had spoken in his ear just now. He rolled down the car window and said, let him finish. Odis's whispering spell had just convinced Viscount Wade that he had encountered a true wizard. He was indeed a true wizard, but the wizard in Viscount Vader's concept was not quite the same as the wizard in the extraordinary realm. In legends, wizards are mysterious and powerful, always hiding in dark villages or deep forests, brewing potions with strange effects, and it is said that they can even brew elixirs of immortality. They seem to have a certain insight into fate, always able to predict the destinies of certain people and events. Furthermore, the names of nobles are rarely known, yet this wizard in front of him uttered the name of the old Viscount Wade, who had been dead for about 10 years. This made Viscount Wade even more convinced that the wizard in front of him had the ability to divine or prophesy. The extraordinary bodyguard, Bivis, immediately said, Viscount, please don't be misled by his words. Let him finish speaking. Viscount Wade said weakly again. Today's experience left him somewhat dissatisfied with Bivis, as he had neither noticed that someone had given him a laxative nor been able to find the culprit. Reluctantly, Bivis had no choice but to step back 2 steps to make room for Odis. Odis continued, the glory of the Vader family's ancestors is very likely to show signs of decline in the near future. Viscount Wade quickly asked, is there any way to solve this? Yes, Odis said. Impurities have been mixed into the river of your destiny. As long as you find the source of these impurities, you can resolve the problem. How do I find it? Let's look for it at your home. Viscount Wade said, somewhat weakly, please get in the carriage. No need, Odis said calmly. You go first, I'll be there shortly. Viscount Wade nodded, continuing to move the carriage forward while keeping an eye on the wizard. As the carriage moved further and further away from Odis, he raised his staff as if chanting a spell, and then seemed to scatter some powder. Then a magical scene unfolded. The wizard strode forward, and as he walked, he suddenly stepped into the air with remarkable ease, flying forward and quickly catching up with Viscount Wade's carriage. As Odis analyzed, Viscount Vede was a very superstitious man, and after seeing Odis's performance, he almost got out of his carriage to worship him. The bodyguards all looked surprised, but only Bivis sneered, a little trick. When Viscount Vader's carriage entered the courtyard of his luxurious villa on Queen's Road, the bodyguards, servants, gardeners, and others inside were all stunned. Someone actually flew in with Viscount Wade's carriage. When the carriage stopped, the person who had been flying in midair landed steadily. With the help of his bodyguards, Viscount Wade stepped out of the car and said with a smile, Mr. Wizard, please come in. Odis grunted and in a grand manner, strode forward, and walked at the front. As soon as he entered, he nodded slightly to a noblewoman who came out to greet him. Greetings, Viscountess. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As he spoke, Odis, with his wealth of information, didn't wait for the noblewoman to react before striding into the living room. He headed towards the Viscount's living room, where he sat down on the sofa to wait for Viscount Vader and his wife. This performance surprised Viscount Wade once again. It wasn't too surprising that the wizard could recognize his wife without any introduction, since it was quite possible to tell from her clothing. But the other party's confident demeanor, as if he had been to his own home before, left Viscount Wade completely baffled as to how he had managed to do it. Actually, we have to thank Odis for the advanced intelligence system he established. He had a floor plan of Viscount Vade's house, knowing exactly where the living room, the bedroom, and even the bathroom were. Within the entire intelligence network of Ruin, apart from MI9, which possesses such an advanced intelligence system, other intelligence organizations at most have written descriptions of the structure and purpose of their buildings. When Viscount Wade sat down beside him, Odis still didn't rush to talk about the main topic. Instead, he said to the Viscount, who looked very weak, your condition is still very serious. You need to rest for at least 2 or 3 days. Viscount Vader's personal physician had been treating him for a day, but the effects of severe dehydration were still causing him great suffering. Viscount Vader clearly did not know the pharmacist, otherwise the pharmacist would have only needed 1 dose of herbs to restore him to normal. Upon hearing Odis's words, Viscount Wade became somewhat agitated. You know about my condition. Odis thought to himself, of course I know, I was the one who put the drug in. He did not answer Viscount Wade's question, but instead said, have someone go to the kitchen and bring a small bowl of black sesame seeds. Viscount Wade knew that the wizard was going to use his magic to heal him, so he quickly sent his butler to get sesame seeds. Soon, the butler brought sesame seeds. Odis stood up and sprinkled a handful of green powder on his staff, which then sprouted new branches and leaves. This stunned everyone in the room. Some servants rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Odis looked like a charlatan, muttering incantations, sometimes waving his loose sleeves, sometimes gently stroking the branches and leaves, as if helping them grow. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, flowers bloomed, and a peach was formed in just a few seconds. This operation surprised even the well-informed Bivis, because it was another witchcraft invented by Odis herself, which Bivis had never seen before. Odis picked the peach, and the flesh of the peach immediately became illusory, turning into the shape of peach blossoms and disappearing, leaving only a peach pit in his hand. Then Odis cracked open the peach pit, revealing a plump peach kernel inside. At this moment, the peach branch on his staff also quickly became illusory and eventually disappeared without a trace. Before anyone could react, Odis put down his staff, grabbed some sesame seeds from the bowl the steward was holding, put them together with peach kernels, and pinched them together to form a ball with the sesame seeds and peach kernels. Finally, he handed it to Viscount Wade. "Eat it." Viscount Wade, who had been given a laxative this morning because he ate something inappropriate, was somewhat resistant to it. But then he thought of the magical feats performed by the wizard, and in the end he took the ball, chewed it briefly, and swallowed it. A few seconds later, Viscount Vetter felt that his limbs had regained their strength. Although he had not fully recovered, he could walk without any support. This was actually a prescription, somewhat like a folk remedy, that Odis acquired after his promotion. It could effectively relieve the symptoms caused by dehydration. Viscount Wade had no more doubts at this point. He stood up and grasped Odis's hand. "Mr. Wizard, please help me. I've been having such bad luck lately." Chapter 119 Odis's Shamanistic Maneuvers. Before Odis traveled through time, when she was in college, she talked with her roommate about interesting stories about Wong Tai Sin and the like. He keenly realized at the time that the most crucial step in feudal superstitious activities was gaining the trust of the target. Once you get the target to believe that set of ignorant and superstitious logic, they will believe whatever you say afterward. At least at the time, I believed it. So Odis focused on designing his entrance, making Viscount Wade, not only Viscount Wade, but everyone around him believe that he was the real wizard. Even Sequence 6 Bivis thought that the wizard in front of him was very skilled. This made Odis feel that her spirit was very active, and even the magic potion was loosened. He realized that his role was on the right track. Apart from wizards like Gandalf who had misplaced their skill points, wizards should be mysterious and wise, possessing knowledge of all kinds of magic. Odis waved to Viscount Wade. "Since I have appeared on your inevitable path, then it is fate that has sent me to help you." He leaned on his staff, pretended to look around the living room, and then said to Viscount Wade, "Just as I expected, an evil being is watching this place and has brought you misfortune." Bivis frowned. Why didn't he sense any evil gaze? Viscount Wade quickly asked, "Then what should we do?" "Don't rush, let me take another look." Odis looked at the roof as if he were looking into the distance, and after a long while he said, "This evil being comes from the underworld, and is the lord of a region there." His gaze was very secretive, as if he were using the spirit of someone living in this house as cover. Bivis was a little confused. He knew about the underworld and lords, but he didn't know that one could use a human spirit to conceal their gaze. Upon hearing Odis's words, Viscount Vede's gaze towards those around him immediately changed, and he began to see everyone as suspicious. Finally, he asked Odis, "Should we replace all the servants?" When the servants in the drawing room heard the Viscount's words, many of them looked bewildered and reluctant. Although this family has a bad temper, everyone still cherishes this stable job. Fortunately, Odis said, "No need, we just need to find that person and exorcise the evil spirit for him. Besides, that person should be a family member of yours, otherwise it wouldn't affect your family's fortune." Many servants breathed a sigh of relief. Viscount Wade immediately said, "I'll call my family right away." "I'm not calling them here, I'm going to look in their room," Odis said. "That person's room is often connected to the underworld, so there should be some clues there." He paused and then said, "I need you, as the owner of this house, to help me search, but if you go alone, it's easy for that evil being to turn its attention to you, so you can't go." Viscount Wade was slightly taken aback. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. If I can't go myself, how can I go with you to search?" Odis said calmly, "I will take your soul with me." Viscount Wade suddenly became a little nervous. I don't have the ability to leave my body or anything like that." As a nobleman, he was certainly aware of the existence of extraordinary beings, which is why he so firmly believed in Odis, thinking that the wizard's magic and extraordinary abilities could help him. However, he found it difficult to fulfill the other party's request. Odis said, "I'll help you. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger." Upon hearing this, Viscount Wade immediately beamed with joy. "You truly are a powerful wizard." Bivis was about to step forward to dissuade him, because extraordinary operations involving spirits are generally very dangerous, but he hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose to stand by and watch, intending to intervene only when he discovered the danger. Odis began directing the servants to move the sofa aside so that Viscount Ved could sit on a single sofa. Then Odis took out a pen and the spiritual materials he had prepared beforehand and began to draw a magic circle. Once everything was ready, Odis took out a palm-sized crystal ball and placed it in one of the positions within the magic circle. He explained, your spirit will enter this crystal ball in a moment, but you cannot speak, move, or hear anything, you can only see. Don't be nervous. I'll send you back after we find a clue. Viscount Wade, lacking such experience, was indeed somewhat nervous. All right. Finally, Odis opened a small medicine bottle, held it to Viscount Wade's nose, and let him smell it. Viscount Vetter slowly slumped onto the sofa, as if he had fallen asleep. Odis began chanting the incantation in a deep and solemn tone. If any fellow countrymen were present, they would be surprised to find that he was chanting in a mumbled manner. Spring slumber is unaware of dawn, everywhere one hears birds singing. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, I lower my head to think of my hometown. Steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's eyes. These spells were of course ineffective. The most crucial element was Odis's infusion of spiritual energy into the magic circle to activate it. However, in order to make it seem more ceremonial, he had no choice but to put on a show first. In fact, what Odis just said about sending Viscount Vede's soul into the crystal ball was just a charade. Possessing a spirit onto an object is a very advanced and extraordinary ability, which Odis's magic circle cannot currently do. The magic circle he drew was actually a line-of-sight extension magic circle, which could establish a close connection between one's own or someone else's line of sight and a certain object. As long as you are within 50 meters of the magic circle, you can use that item to quietly observe the situation in the distance, or cleverly bypass obstacles to observe. After Odis used drugs to put Viscount Vader into a semi-conscious state, his body could not move or speak. Only his vision followed Odis away, so Viscount Vader felt that his spirit was attached to the crystal ball and followed Odis. After the performance was nearly over, Odis infused the magic circle with her spiritual energy, and Viscount Vader's gaze fell upon the crystal ball. Half asleep and half awake, Viscount Wade thought his spirit had left his body and immediately tensed up, his muscles stiffening all over. As darkness fell, the servant turned on the gas lamp. Under the light, the magic circle drawn with occult symbols, the Viscount Vetter lying stiffly on the sofa, and the medicinal fragrance in the air made the scene look extremely eerie. Seeing that the magic circle was working properly, Odis picked up the crystal ball and said to the people around him, "You all stay here and guard the Viscount." Bevis nodded. He used his spiritual vision to see that Viscount Wade's spirit was still inside his body. He wanted to see how this wizard would handle things after Viscount Wade woke up. The others, unaware of this, all agreed in unison, yes. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Many servants secretly swallowed, trying to hide their nervousness. They were very curious whether Viscount Wade, who was now lying on the sofa, was still alive. Odis, carrying the crystal ball, arrived at the bedroom door of the Vader family member without any guidance. However, the butler followed closely behind, partly to avoid being impolite and partly to avoid losing any valuables. Besides his son Bishop, Viscount Wade had 2 other sons and 2 daughters. One of his daughters was already married, and his eldest son was also married. The family members living in the house had all been drawn into the living room by the wizard's spell performance, so there was no one in the room now. Accompanied by the butler, Odis began searching room by room. They soon arrived at the 3rd room, the bedroom where Bishop had once lived. Odis stood at the door and suddenly stopped. The butler asked, "Did you find anything, sir?" Odis did not answer, but strode into the room and pulled out something illusory from the bedside. Phew. As Odis made the pulling motion, a ghostly green light appeared in his hand, startling the butler, who quickly retreated. The firelight quickly disappeared, and Odis said solemnly, "Bring the owner of this house here, we must exorcise the evil spirit from him immediately." The butler was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wizard, the owner of this room is already dead." "Dead?" the murderer Odis asked in surprise. "Yes." "That's easy," Odis said. "Come on, let's go back to the living room." The two returned to the living room, and the wife immediately greeted them, asking, "How did it go? Did you find out who it was?" Odis did not answer, but instead put the crystal ball back into the magic circle. The butler quickly replied, "Yes, it was found in Master Bishop's room." He didn't know how to describe what he had just seen. "Oh, poor Bishop," the lady said sadly. "No wonder he died so tragically." Before Odis could say anything, the lady had already started making connections. At this point, Odis severed the connection between Viscount Ved and the crystal ball, and then gave the Viscount a potion to inhale. Viscount Wade slowly woke up. My God, what I just experienced was so amazing. It's hard to believe that I actually entered such a small crystal ball." Bevis, standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. What? The Viscount's spirit entered the crystal ball? This was something he hadn't expected at all. The Viscount's spirit was still inside his body just moments ago. At this point, Bevis fell into deep self-doubt. However, no one noticed the surprise on Bevis's face, because everyone was quite surprised at the moment, and many servants were making gestures of the moon and stars on their chests, or making gestures representing storms and lightning. Unbelievable. That will-o'-the-wisp, yes, the will-o'-the-wisp was pulled out of Bishop's pillow. Viscount Wade said, somewhat excitedly, but then his voice turned sour with disappointment. I never expected it to be Bishop. Odis said, the problem has been found. Now let's talk about how to solve it. Chapter 120, Chapter 120 Find someone to chat with. When Viscount Wade heard that the wizard wanted to solve his problem, he got up from his chair and listened attentively to what Odis had to say. Seal off Bishop's room immediately. Odis said. Seal it off for at least a week. During this week, no one should mention or write Bishop's name, nor do anything related to Bishop. Just pretend you don't know him. Viscount Vetter and his servants were stunned, but then they realized that they had never encountered such a mysterious evil being before, had no experience in dealing with such things, and did not know how to solve this problem. The only one who had seen some of the world was Bivis, who was deeply in doubt and did not raise any questions for the time being. Viscount Wade was convinced, all right, we'll blockade it immediately. Previously, Odis used the Sight Extension Array to guide Viscount Vader's vision to find which family member's room had a problem, in order to deepen Viscount Vader's trust in him. Even if Viscount Vetter himself had gone along, it wouldn't have had such a good effect. As for the will-o'-the-wisp found in Bishop's room, it was actually a modification of the flame spell. Odis added emerald skullflower powder to the required powder, so the flame was green, much like a will-o'-the-wisp. Then Viscount Wade asked, excuse me, is finding Bishop's killer considered something related to Bishop? He also believes that the person who set the fire last night and the person who administered the laxative this morning were accomplices of the murderer. However, the person who took the punishment did not seem to take the matter seriously. This is something that only people outside the Vader family can do, you can't interfere. This was Odis's main point, just pretend you don't know anything about it. At this moment, Bivis asked the question that had been on everyone's mind, why do this? Odis was waiting for someone to ask a question, and he said calmly, because the underworld and the real world are often connected by a certain concept. For example, ordinary evil spirits are supported by a certain thought. In fact, that thought temporarily connects the underworld and the real world, creating an environment for the evil spirit to exist in the real world. Bishop's situation is a little more complicated, but as long as you don't mention him for a week and treat him as if he never existed, the concept that connects the two worlds will disappear, and that evil, mysterious being will no longer be able to see this place through the concept that Bishop left behind. Bivis listened in a daze, feeling that what the wizard was saying was some kind of advanced and extraordinary knowledge, but at the same time, he felt that something seemed a little off. Viscount Wade trusted what Odis said and immediately ordered Bishop's room to be sealed off, and for the next week, no one was to mention his name. As for urging the police and scapegoats to find the murderer and to retaliate against that despicable reporter, we'll talk about that in a week. Odis added, the misfortune brought by that being is not over yet, we must proceed with caution in the near future. Viscount Wade quickly replied, yes. After watching the servants clean up the magic circle on the floor, Odis bid farewell to Viscount Vede and his family. Viscount Wade tried his best to persuade the wizard to stay, hoping that he could wait until the family had overcome its current misfortune before leaving. But Odis insisted that she had very important matters to attend to and refused to leave. Viscount Wade quickly had his butler bring a stack of gold pounds, begging the wizard to accept them no matter what. Odis took 5 of them. It was fate that arranged for me to help you, so I can't accept your money. But since you are so sincere in giving, I will accept a few as a gift from fate. Having said that, Odis leaned on his cane and strode out. Viscount Wade quickly chased after him, asking, may I ask how I should address you? Gandalf. Odis blurted out the name of a wizard. Viscount Wade then asked, if I need your help, where can I find you? Let fate decide. With that, Odis flung out flying powder, and flew out of the villa in the blink of an eye. After the wizard had walked away, Viscount Wade asked Bivis, have you heard of this name? Bivis replied, no. Viscount Vetter then asked, by which pathway did he become an extraordinary? He's somewhat like an extraordinary individual who has passed through the Hidden One's pathway, but not quite, Bivis said. He always talks about fate, as if he were someone from the life school. Indeed a mysterious wizard, Viscount Wade remarked. He's truly unfathomable. Bivis opened his mouth, as if to say something more, but in the end, he didn't say a word. He also sensed that this wizard named Gandalf harbored many secrets. After Odis flew out of Viscount Ved's house, he walked a short distance and, after making sure no one was following him, boarded a taxi. He took a taxi to the dock area, got off, removed his beard, wizard's robe and pointed hat from an abandoned factory, and put them, along with his staff, into the wilderness of knowledge. Afterwards, Odis, wearing a baseball cap with a long brim, boarded a public carriage and later a taxi. Reporter Mike should be safe for the next week and need not worry about this matter anymore. At the same time, Odis also thought that after Mike returned to work at the newspaper, she could send him the fighting manual and ask the reporter to recommend it to the publisher in Lelouch's name. But that's at least next week, and the radicals in Ruin's political circles have started attacking the conservatives with Bishop's case. Viscount, we doesn't have time to make things difficult for Mike anymore. Odis did not go to the herbalist shop but went straight home. He stopped the horse-drawn carriage on the street, got off, bought a bowl of seafood pasta from Feniport, and also bought a copy of the Run Evening Post from the newsboy. Back home, I ate my meal while reading the newspaper. Today's newspapers have begun to devote a lot of space to the fighting arena and Bishop, and reporters seem to have noticed that Lelouch is a key figure in the incident. The Ruin Evening News has already published a report about Lelouch. Odis quickly finished his noodles. He glanced at the newspaper and felt that Lelouch was a positive character. Just as she was about to get up to wash the dishes, Odis suddenly looked up and gazed towards the living room. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The house was fairly bright under the light from the gas and other sources. But it was too quiet, the furniture just sat there silently, and it didn't seem very lively. Odis took a deep breath. When she was busy, she always thought about taking a break. Now that I have some time to rest, I'm starting to feel lonely again. He smiled, washed the dishes, sat down at his desk in the bedroom, and began to review his performance that day. But I could never calm down, so I picked up a piece of paper and wrote, "Are you there?" After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without receiving a reply from Bernadette, Odis picked up a book and started flipping through it. About half an hour later, a short sentence appeared on the book Odis was reading. "I have arrived." Odis did not speak immediately, but wrote on the paper, "I may be being watched. It's not just a possibility, someone is definitely watching you." Bernadette's voice echoed in the air. On a rooftop 2 streets away, there's a seal shaped like a telescope. However, with the curtains blocking the view, he could only see a blurry figure, not your specific actions, and could not hear our voices. Odis, however, remained vigilant. "Is there any high-level surveillance here?" Bernadette paused for 2 or 3 seconds before saying, "No." Odis trusted the judgment of the mysterious queen Moor. The path of the secret seeker was highly spiritual. At Bernadette's level, if there were gods watching this place, even if she didn't know who was watching, she would definitely be able to sense it. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his earlier guess. The god of steam and machinery couldn't possibly be watching him all the time. He must have left a special mark on him, which would attract the attention of the god of steam and machinery when he was promoted or went to a special place. This is somewhat like a mark left by the goddess of night on Klein. Normally, it wouldn't have any effect on Klein, but when Klein went to the tomb with the unique death god pathway, the goddess of night suddenly descended. Bernadette asked, "The people monitoring you seem to be members of the Mechanical Heart team. What trouble have you gotten yourself into?" "Perhaps my research has caught the attention of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery," Odis said, feigning uncertainty. "They probably don't believe that it was my research." Bernadette nodded slowly. In her opinion, as long as the people of the Steam Church weren't blind, they would notice Odis's research sooner or later. Odis did not continue the topic. "I wrote to Io a week ago, asking her to complete the transaction, but she has not shown up yet." Bernadette replied, "We've been quite busy lately, but we'll complete the transaction by next week at the latest. I just received news that an extraordinary battle took place on Rice Street last Saturday, and it seems that the abilities of an astrologer were involved," Odis added. "That was an internal conflict within the Moss Order, they argued about something," Bernadette said. "I didn't expect them to be back so soon." Odis recalled the Roselle diary he had seen before, and how some members of the Moors Penitentiary were suspected of being influenced by an evil god. So he pressed further, "What about it?" "I'm not entirely sure myself right now, but I know that some members want to steal something from the Night Watchers, while others are unwilling to take the risk. Bernadette is also investigating the matter. They actually dared to rob me." Odis suddenly realized, wait a minute, could they be investigating the Night Watchers? Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door downstairs. Chapter 121, Chapter 121 The cooperation between the Night Watcher and the Mechanical Heart. Let's go back half an hour. Max Livemore, the leader of the Mechanical Heart squad, had just finished dinner with his family when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Max saw through the window that a carriage with a mechanical emblem was parked on the street outside. He smiled and said to his wife, "Looks like I have to go to work overtime." As he spoke, Max got up and opened the door. Captain Eikunzer, with his brown hair, stood in the doorway and smiled, saying, "I'll need to take up some of your time tonight. There's something I need your help with." Max smiled and said, "It's okay, there's overtime pay anyway." As he spoke, he began putting on his coat. Overtime pay. Max sighed inwardly. Odis always had overtime pay on her lips. "Ah, Odis." Eikunzer greeted Max's wife and children again. By this time, Max had picked up his cane, put on his top hat, said goodbye to his children and wife, and got into the carriage with Ikunzer. To Max's surprise, there was a captain of the Night Watch squad, Carl, on the carriage. Ikunzer explained, "This is the liaison between the Night Watchers and the Mechanical Heart. We are about to conduct a joint operation with the Night Watchers. I am appointing you as the liaison for Mechanical Heart to maintain constant contact with Night Watchers." Max was a little bewildered by the new appointment. When he left the Mechanical Research Society this morning, there was no sign of the operation taking place. Ikunzer then offered an explanation. At today's meeting of the Mysticism Research Society, Odis obtained astonishing information. He briefly recounted the whole story, concluding, "I had someone send a telegram to the Night Watchers to warn them that someone was investigating them. Lord Cresta Sessima came to the Research Council and informed me of the ongoing plans of the Night Watchers." At this point, he looked at Carl, the captain of the Night Watch squad. Carl, with his deep-set eyes, continued, "A month ago, we obtained an ancient sealed artifact. It was inscribed with many dragon script characters. Touching it would produce strange and bizarre sounds that could easily cause people to lose control. We originally planned to handle it as a normal sealed artifact, but then the church in East Bayern provided a crucial piece of information. The Rose School was actually plotting to seize the sealed artifact. So we decided to use the sealed artifact to set a trap, waiting for the people of the Rose School to come and take it. The intelligence provided to us by your agents at noon made us think that the Rose School was about to begin its operation. However, divination revealed that it was not the Rose School that was investigating the Night Watchers. Other secret organizations were also eyeing that sealed artifact, so Archbishop Anthony decided to cooperate with other official extraordinary individuals to ambush the enemy. Max realized that there were more enemies than expected, and the Night Watchers were short-handed, so a joint operation was necessary. He asked, "Why do these clandestine organizations all want that sealed artifact?" Max shrugged. "They'd have to be crazy to attack such an important stronghold of the Church of God. If it were a remote church, that would be one thing, but the churches located in Backlund are basically the second headquarters of the Orthodox Church, with demigods residing there. Although there is a tacit agreement among Orthodox churches that the divine spirit does not descend directly into densely populated large cities. But the Church of the True God has angels, they can reach Backlund in a minute or two, or even less." "We're still studying that too," Carl said. "Yes, we still haven't fully deciphered the meaning of those dragon scripts. But through divination and other means, we have determined that this sealed artifact has a powerful attraction to ancient and mysterious beings, as well as the most evil and twisted beings." At this moment, Ikunzer said again, "I remember, Odis understands the dragon race's script, right?" Max paused for a moment before saying, "According to our surveillance records, he did indeed teach himself the dragon language. But, however, there are many unstable factors in Odis. What if there really is an ancient and mysterious being inside him, and he completely exposes his true nature after seeing the sealed artifact?" However, with Carl present, it wasn't appropriate to ask this question directly. "We have informed the Night Watchers of Odis's special status, and they support our next move." As he spoke, Ikunzer took out a small, exquisite mechanical lever with a red button at one end. He said, "Bibleim and Hermit can arrive at the scene within 3 seconds by simply pressing this button." Max then realized that the condition for the Mechanical Heart to cooperate with the Night Watchers was to use that sealed artifact to test Odis. Since he was friends with Odis, having him invite Odis to decipher the dragon script would not arouse Odis's suspicion. If Odis doesn't show any problems, Max could then easily invite Odis to provide intelligence support for this joint operation, which would seem like a logical step. Thinking of this, Max said, "Okay, let's go invite Odis now." He knew all too well that this was also a test for him. Max and Odis are usually very close, but who knows if Max has been influenced by Odis. Ikunzel nodded, "You can knock on the door in a bit." The carriage arrived at 77 Helling Avenue, and Max got out and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Odis, who was chatting with Bernadette upstairs, frowned. Who would be knocking on her door so late? Bernadette replied, "My hunch was right, the truth has come knocking. We'll continue our conversation when you get back." After saying that, the other person seemed to leave. Odis didn't quite understand what the other person meant, but guessed that what she was about to face was probably related to the Moor's penitentiary that they had been talking about earlier. He hurried downstairs. His spirit didn't issue any warnings, so he opened the door. There stood Max, so late. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis's gaze fell on the carriage with the mechanical holy emblem on the street. Any progress on the previous case? He was referring to the case where members of the Rose School were discovered. Even now, Odis still doesn't know who was providing him with the clues. "No, there's another, more important case," Max said. "Captain Ikunzel is also in the carriage." Odis paused slightly. "Wait a moment." He went back and put on a coat, then looked at the streets outside shrouded in thick fog. This awful weather. So Odis put on a hat, otherwise her hair would get wet if she walked in the fog. Once aboard the carriage, Odis greeted Ikonzer. Odis was somewhat surprised to find Karl, the captain of the Night Watch squad, also there. He had also met Karl before. The leader of the Night Watchers squad who had come to the fighting arena to arrest him was this Karl in the dark trench coat. What Odis didn't know was that Karl later helped him hide evidence. Captain Ikonzer briefly explained the purpose of bringing Odis along. He said that the Night Watchers and the Mechanical Heart had a collaboration and needed to decipher a dragon's document. He had heard that Odis understood the dragon language, so he was taking him along to take a look. Odis nodded and said, helping the officials investigate cases is something we ordinary citizens should do. How is overtime pay calculated? Karl couldn't help but glance at Ikonzer, as if asking, is this really an ancient and mysterious being? Would an ancient and mysterious being ask you for overtime pay? Ikonzer was already used to it, pay according to the overtime standards for Mechanical Heart members. Well, if you can decipher that dragon document, you'll get an extra bonus. Hearing the word bonus suddenly makes me not miss my warm bed as much. Then Odis changed the subject. Winter in Backlund is really cold. He had some doubts about whether this operation was intended to serve his own purposes. Odis didn't sense Ikonzer's probing, but rather Karl's presence made him suspect that the Night Watchers might possess some crucial clue that could prove Odis was Lelouch. Therefore, were Ikonzer and the other two preparing to join forces to arrest him? He wasn't worried that Mechanical Heart would be detrimental to him. Right now, they were playing dumb with each other. Mechanical Heart was monitoring him, but it acted as if it had no suspicions about him at all. Odis knew about the Mechanical Heart's surveillance, but pretended to know nothing. However, Odis soon discovered that the carriage was not heading to the Night Watchers' headquarters on Pesfield Street in the Backlund parish, but to the dock area, which put his mind at ease. The carriage was indeed heading towards the dock area. In order not to harm innocent people, the night watchman set up a trap in a large warehouse in the dock area. Upon arriving at the warehouse, someone had already opened the gate, and the Mechanical Heart carriage went directly into the dimly lit warehouse. The huge warehouse was empty except for a metal platform in the center, on which sat a square stone that looked like white jade. Odis alighted from the carriage and suddenly looked up. A huge, black knight emblem hung from the top of the warehouse. Odis had a strange feeling that the black knight emblem had just glanced at him. He turned to look at Ikonzel and Max, and none of them showed any unusual reaction, so Odis didn't take it too seriously, assuming it was just his imagination. Odis quickly focused his attention on the stone, and he immediately recognized it. This is not ordinary dragon script. Rather, they are mystical symbols used by the dragon race. With the help of the wilderness of knowledge, Odis became proficient in these mystical symbols after advancing to the fighting scholar level. This thing, I estimate, only Odis could have translated in the entire Backlund. Chapter 122, Chapter 122 Scholar Odysseus. The metal platform under the stone is over a meter high, and the stone itself is about 30 to 40 centimeters high. Together, they are about the height of a normal person. This was the first time Odis had ever seen something with dragon mystical symbols in the real world. Each symbol is a cube, and many characters have heads and tails. Some even have wing-like structures. Overall, these symbols resemble dragons of various shapes. He was very cautious, not reaching out to touch it, but keeping a certain distance and carefully looking at the symbols on the stone. Ikonzer and his team carefully observed Odis but found nothing unusual about him. Ikonzer was secretly pleased, since no one wanted such an excellent intelligence agent to run into trouble. However, Ikonzer did not let his guard down. He still gripped the mechanical lever tightly with one hand and carefully observed Odis. About half a minute later, Ikonzer exchanged a glance with Karl to confirm that Odis was all right. Max breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even if Odis has a problem, it's not a big one. Karl stepped forward and said, our church scholars also say that this is not a common dragon script. And it seems to be the oldest dragon script, which, according to the documents, can only be understood by dragons. Odis, who had essentially completed the translation, smiled and said, that's because your scholars haven't found a way to translate it. We are indeed trying to find a way to decipher it. 3 elderly men dressed in the robes of priests from the Church of the Goddess of Night emerged from one side of the warehouse. Each church has a group of scholars who study some of the mysteries of the extraordinary world, or help translate ancient documents encountered in cases, or provide advice for exploring ancient ruins. The middle one of the 3 old men had completely white hair, and the other 2 also had white hair and beards. They had just been studying the writing on the stone, but had temporarily hidden themselves after the arrival of Odis, an unstable factor. After confirming that Odis was all right, they went back to work. Karl nodded to the elderly men with gray hair and said, Bishop Barrett, this is Odis from the Church of the Mechanical Heart, who also understands the language of dragons. The old man, known as Bishop Barrett, said calmly, "Many people understand the language of dragons, but very few can recognize these characters." None of the three scholars believed that the young men in front of them could understand the mysterious script of the dragon race. Ikonzer and Max didn't have much hope. After all, even the scholars of the church couldn't understand it, so how could an amateur who was only fluent in dragon language possibly understand it? That's right. Odis smiled as he looked at the writing on the stone. Back in the Second Age, our ancestors deciphered these dragon scripts and formed the dragon language and dragon script that we use today. This is very similar to the case of the giants' language. The dragon language and dragon script that are currently in circulation are also products of humanization. The dragon language spoken by dragons is very different from the dragon language spoken by humanoids, and the same is true for the script. The reason is simple: apart from the advanced extraordinary beings in the audience pathway, humans and dragons have different vocal organs, and their reading logic and language logic are also different. Barrett was slightly taken aback when he heard Odis's words. To have such an understanding meant that this young man was indeed very proficient in ancient writing. So he asked, "What are your thoughts on these texts?" Odis looked at the three scholars. "I started by studying the occult symbols of the dragon from the perspective of reading logic. I suddenly discovered by chance that the most mysterious symbols of the dragon race must be read together in 4 parts. Just like this, by putting the 4 symbols together, you can form a phrase. I think this is due to the different reading logic between dragons and humans. We are used to reading one word at a time, either horizontally or vertically, while they read in chunks." Ikonzer and the others didn't think much of what he said, since they weren't experts in this field and didn't quite understand the difference between the dragon language used by humans and the language and mystical symbols used only by dragons. The 3 scholars stood there dumbfounded for a full 10 seconds. No wonder I couldn't understand it no matter how I tried to decipher it. The reading order was wrong. 10 seconds later, Barrett said with some disbelief, This is absolutely an amazing discovery in the occult." Odis thought to himself, "That's because you've been stuck at the very beginning of mysticism, which is why you're so surprised." He smiled and said, "I don't know if it's amazing or not, but I can understand the meaning of these words using this method. Having a reading logic isn't very useful, because the dragon's writing logic is very different from that of humans. Many symbols are similar, but when placed in different positions, they have different meanings. Translation would be impossible without simultaneously possessing 2 logics that are cumbersome and complex to humans. Odis only intends to tell them one of the logics at this time." Ikonzer realized, "You can read the writing on the stone." "I can't read it because I can't pronounce some of the sounds," Odis nodded. "But I know what it means." Carl immediately said, "Please help us translate this." The 3 scholars were also engrossed, hoping to understand the reading logic that Oedipus had just mentioned from his translation. Odis examined the writing and said, "The writing probably means that this is a stone that came from the stars and crossed the barrier." "The great dragon of imagination," Angerwade said, "it can bring disaster, but it can also bring hope. It is a springboard for power and must never fall into the hands of vampires." Scholar Barry nodded, "That makes sense. After all, in the Second Era, dragons and vampires were not forces in the same camp." Odis pondered for a moment before asking, "What does springboard of power mean?" Ikonzel asked, "Isn't there any further explanation here?" Odis shook his head, "No." Max then asked, "What is a barrier?" Carl had the same question. But Ikonzel said to Max, "Your reading privileges aren't high enough yet. Once you level up, you'll be able to read the relevant information." Max nodded slowly, and Carl nodded in agreement. The reading permissions within the Church of the True God were roughly the same. Max's permissions were insufficient, as were Carl's, who was at the same level. It seems the squad leader doesn't have the authority to read it yet, only the captain or deacon can read the relevant materials. As Barrett stroked his beard, he said to Odis, "Young man, to translate these words, besides a special reading logic, it seems we also need to recognize the order of the words. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." As a top scholar in the church, he naturally realized that simply changing the reading logic would still not make it possible to understand these characters that resembled dragons. Yes, there's an even more complex arrangement logic involved, which can also be called writing logic, Odis said with a smile. But he only went this far and didn't continue. Barrett smiled and said, "Young man, would you be interested in joining the Church of the Goddess of Night?" Ahem, Carl cleared his throat, reminding the respected old scholar within the church that the mechanical heart was standing to the side. "Thank you for the invitation." Odis smiled in return, "But I stand by my beliefs." Barrett then asked, "I have some occult texts about dragons, could you please translate them?" "I'm quite busy with work, and I don't know if I'll have time," Odis thought to herself. "I'm always busy until we agree on a price." Barrett noticed the members of Mechanical Heart standing nearby and suddenly had an idea, "We can have a proper chat another time." He planned to directly ask the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to communicate with them and see if he could spend money or pay some price to learn how to decipher the mystical symbols of the dragon race. If the Steam Church gave the order, this young man would certainly not refuse. This idea arose because Barrett never imagined that such a young man, so well versed in ancient writing and symbols, would not be a member of the Steam Church. The group discussed the passage translated by Odis for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. So Iconcel took his leave and left with Max and Odis. On the carriage ride back, Icon said to Odis, "How about a reward of £100 for this translation job? Adding the information you provided this morning, I'll pay you a total of £200. This is already a very good price. Even in Backlund, it would be enough for Odis to live alone for more than half a year without having to be too frugal. Of course, this is on the premise that Odis is not an extraordinary being and does not conduct his own research." Odis nodded. "Okay." Max asked the question that had been on his mind: "How did you come up with the idea of interpreting those symbols in such a special way?" None of the three old scholars had mastered this method. "My friend," Odis smiled, "this kind of deciphering work requires talent." "Don't ask, it's just talent." During their conversation, the carriage first took Odis back. The carriage continued on its way, and both Icons and Max fell into their own thoughts. After a long pause, Max broke the silence. "In my opinion, Odis's problem shouldn't be too serious. He actually understands the mystical symbols of dragons," Icons said. "I'm not an expert in this area, but I saw the shock in Barrett and the others." Max sighed. "Could it be that an ancient and mysterious being resides in that body?" "But everyone has secrets they can't tell," Icons said, touching his hair. "Especially in the extraordinary world." Odis returned to his bedroom and had just sat down at his desk when he saw a short phrase on the wall in front of him: "I have arrived." Chapter 123, Chapter 123, a springboard for the power of the outer gods. After talking to thin air so many times, Odis was still a little uncomfortable. She looked left and right, but still couldn't find anything. At that moment, Bernadette's voice rang out in the air: "Did you just find out about the Moor's penitentiary, and want to steal something from the Night Watchers?" "Yes." Odis did not hide anything and recounted his experience, emphasizing the two sentences inscribed on the stone. Bernadette was also somewhat surprised. "You can actually decipher the mysterious symbols of the dragon race." Odis didn't flaunt this, but as an expert in the occult, she could deduce what those words were simply from Odis's brief description of them. "It's just that I can read it." Odis smiled. "You should know that I once studied occult symbols. In one of my studies, I inadvertently came to think of the way the dragon race reads and writes occult symbols." Bernadette chewed over a word Odis had just said, unintentionally. But she didn't continue the topic. Instead, she said, "I've heard a legend that after the first creator fell into a deep sleep, he flew into the sky and became a barrier to protect all of us. I've also heard a legend that some evil gods were banished to the stars by the creator, so they can no longer harm humans, but they are always looking for a way to return to the human world." Bernadette paused for a moment and then said, "Although they are all legends, they are very likely stories adapted from real events. The older the legend, the more likely its story contains hidden messages." She paused for a moment and then concluded, "The legendary barrier may very well be real." Bernadette's knowledge of the outer gods was very limited, or rather, at her level, she had no access to knowledge at a level above the gods. Odis felt as if she knew something, but when she tried to recall it, she would immediately encounter spiritual warnings. He knew that this knowledge could be dangerous. So Odis said, "We only need to know why the Moss Ascetic Order tried to steal the sealed artifact. As for the origin of the sealed artifact, it's best not to consider it." He then gave a reasonable explanation. "I don't believe that the Church of the Goddess of Night is completely unaware of the origin and purpose of that stone, but the Night Watchers responsible for setting the trap are also unaware of this information. That knowledge may very well be dangerous." Bernadette hummed in agreement. "Your idea is quite right. In the extraordinary realm, some knowledge itself is a form of pollution." Then she said, "However, I have a question about your translation. Although dragons and vampires are hostile factions, in the entire Second Era, the greatest enemy of dragons should have been giants. Why not say it can't fall into the hands of giants, but rather that it can't fall into the hands of vampires?" Odis couldn't answer this question either. Perhaps the vampires can use it to gain even greater power. After all, vampires have always worshipped the moon. Perhaps vampires can use this stone to obtain the power of the moon outside the barrier. Perhaps. Bernadette felt that this wasn't the answer to the question. Odis asked, "What are your plans next?" Watching the Moor's penitentiary fall into the trap of the Night Watchers and the mechanical heart, Bernadette said calmly, "If the time is right, I wouldn't mind helping the official extraordinary." She had always harbored a certain hostility towards the Moor's penitentiary. The Moor's penitentiary felt the same way towards her. Odis said, "If there is any new information, remember to let me know." Bernadette brought up another topic. "I just saw that you framed the painting that the invisible servant drew before." Odis had once invited Bernadette to his home for a meal. At that time, Bernadette noticed that Odis liked taking pictures, so she gave Odis a painting of the two of them dining together. The painting was very lifelike, much like a color photograph in Odis's memory. Odis understood from Bernadette's words that it seemed that when she left, Bernadette had been manipulating the invisible servant to wander around the room while waiting. He laughed and said, "Yes, it's quite memorable. I've already thought of a name for the painting, Dinner with the Mysterious Queen. From now on, when I brag to my friends, they'll be green with envy." Bernadette laughed and said, "I must remind you that almost every country in the northern continent has put a bounty on my head. Their bounty on me seems to be £650,000, so many people are afraid of being discovered to know me or have met me before." Odis, however, simply laid out the evidence that the two men had seen in the living room. Odis was reminded of this and then remembered the matter. Such a high bounty is enough to tempt some demigods to attempt an attack on Bernadette. But Bernadette's title was Mysterious Queen, and her whereabouts were extremely mysterious. No one could find her, and Odis's painting might be an important clue to finding her. He said, "I'll put the painting away after I've finished bragging." Odis decided that he would put the painting away after Bernadette left, since his life was more important than boasting. Bernadette only casually mentioned it and did not continue the topic. She said, as if it were a prophecy, "You will face a test this weekend." Odis asked, "What kind of test?" "I don't know," Bernadette laughed. "I'm a master of prophecy, not a master of premonition." Her voice became ethereal, thus ending the conversation. Odis asked, "You left halfway through your conversation?" "Really left? I'm going to take off my clothes and go to sleep." Seeing that no one responded, Odis jogged to the living room, picked up the photo, and then used the spatial magic circle in the basement to put it into the wilderness of knowledge, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard a faint, ethereal laugh, "Hee hee hee." It turns out that Bernadette hadn't left, she just wanted to see Odis' reaction. However, Odis was quite thick-skinned and did not show any embarrassment. Instead, he smiled and said, "I knew you were waiting to see me take off my clothes." "Hey, what's so interesting?" Bernadette said. "Don't worry, I have other things to do and don't have that much time to keep an eye on you." After hearing what she said, Odis became even more uneasy. After that, when she changed into her pajamas, she always felt like she was performing a striptease, and even when she went to the toilet, she felt like there was a pair of eyes watching her from behind. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Fortunately, Odis had been under surveillance for a long time and had become accustomed to the feeling, otherwise, she might have developed depression due to excessive mental stress. Lying in bed, Odis did not fall asleep immediately, but instead entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation. Today, he has too many questions to answer in the wilderness of knowledge. In his meditation, Odis followed the field of illusory light to the tower made of spheres of light. Without needing to look it up, Odis regained all his memories in that instant, gaining knowledge of the outer gods, the ancients, and so on. His first thought was that the unending murmurs in Russell's diary were an outer god. This outer god has actually infiltrated the Moor's penitentiary. The probability that the hidden sage didn't discover it is very small, so why did he ignore it? A terrifying thought crossed Odis's mind: could the hidden sage have already fallen and become a lackey of the outer gods? But then he dismissed the idea, thinking that if that were the case, the Moss Ascetic would become as fanatical as the Rose School, and be universally condemned. Odis stopped thinking about the question. After all, it was a question for the gods, and he had a lot of things to worry about, so there was no need to think about such a distant issue. Then, Odis gained a deeper understanding of the stone he had visited that night. Firstly, he knew more about the relationship between the barrier and the starry sky than Bernadette. The barrier was set up to block the outer gods. That stone was able to break through the barrier and come to Earth, and it even has the characteristic of being a power springboard, so it's no wonder that the Rose School would risk everything to steal it. With this stone, the Mother Tree of Desire should be able to unleash even more terrifying power upon the Earth. As for the Dragon of Imagination, Angelwade, the reason why he was unwilling to let the stone fall into the hands of the vampires was probably because he had already sensed that the vampire progenitor Lilith had been influenced by the outer gods. Therefore, this stone must absolutely not fall into the hands of the vampires. Having learned the answers to these questions, Odis went on to study some magic arrays that the dragon race had once used before emerging from the wilderness of knowledge and using the power of meditation to fall asleep. The next morning, Odis bought a piece of toast for breakfast and a copy of the Backlund Morning News. He ate and read the newspaper while riding in the public carriage. Today's newspapers have more coverage of Lelouch. Reporters learned about Lelouch's infiltration of the fighting arena from the arena's waiters and his former rivals. Although the descriptions are somewhat exaggerated, Lelouch's heroic image is gradually established. Upon seeing these reports, Odis couldn't help but smile slightly. It felt quite nice to be praised by the newspapers. Upon arriving at Gard's herbal shop, Odis did not linger. She immediately went to the basement, put on Mr. Gard's clothes, and used the teleportation array to arrive at the Nanma ballroom. He went to Klein and reporter Mike's room and told them, Viscount Wade hasn't had time to bother you these past few days. Klein asked, was that fire very serious? No, that's not it. Odis sat opposite the two of them. Viscount Wade later had an experience of being drugged with laxatives, so he hasn't been able to take care of you these past few days. Klein sighed, poor Viscount Wade. Odis took out a portrait. Detective Sherlock, I have a request for you to find this person. The person in the portrait was Bernie, who had once bought sunflowers from Gard's herbal shop and revealed the whereabouts of the werewolf to Odis. Odis felt it was of great importance to find the person who had used Bernie to alert him to the trail of the Rose School. Odis, who was always highly inspired, knew very well that this was a spiritual reminder that he should take seriously. However, in the past few days, Odis's subordinates have not been able to find this person, and there has been no news from Mechanical Heart either. It was only today that he suddenly remembered that he had a Sherlock detective who is good at finding people by his side, so he took the portrait and made a request to Klein early in the morning. Chapter 124, Chapter 124 Sherlock the detective who's good at finding people. Nanmu Restaurant, 3rd floor. Klein glanced at the person in the portrait. He was around 30 years old and looked listless. He asked, is this mission dangerous? There is some danger, Odis said. However, you only need to find someone, there's no need to do anything else, so the danger shouldn't be too great. He said, as for the reward, if we find the person, it's 60 pounds. If we only find an important clue, it's 20 pounds. The reward is very generous. Klein smiled and said, I'll take this job. He didn't even bother to divine whether the mission was dangerous, because he had no intention of going to find the person himself. Instead, he planned to find time to go, above the grey fog, to divine the person's whereabouts. Even if there is only a portrait and no hair, clothes the person wore, or frequently used items, some vague clues can still be obtained by using the power of above the grey fog. Through divination, he can know whether his search in the real world will be dangerous. If there is no danger, he will go and check. If there is any danger, provide the clues to Mr. Gard and earn only the 20 pounds reward for the important information. Then Klein added, however, I can only help you find this person after my mission to protect Mike is over. Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. He could complete a significant part of the task by simply going to the restroom. However, that would mean spending a long time in the restroom and potentially exposing his secret of using divination to solve cases, so he doesn't plan to do that. Okay. Odis nodded. This task isn't that urgent. He chatted with the two men for a few more minutes, then used the teleportation array to return to the herbal medicine shop. Odis had a lot to do this week. First, he used Gandalf's name and identity to rent a townhouse. They began using the intelligence network of the Nanma ballroom to spread the news that the famous wizard, Gandalf, had come to Backlund. The message essentially stated that the wizard Gandalf was skilled at solving all sorts of strange and mysterious mystical problems, and anyone with such needs could consult this famous wizard. Odis planned to use the next period of time to try to play the role of a wizard, maintain his good condition, and seek opportunities to digest the magic potion. In the afternoon, Odis returned to the herbal shop and began to think about how to renovate it. First, the lighting should be a bit dim. The house we rented today didn't have very good natural light, so there's really no need for much renovation. Just replace the sofa cushions and some brightly colored furniture with darker colors. You can plant some herbs in the house to add a sense of mystery, and there must be a cauldron on the fireplace. In people's minds, wizards use this to brew potions, but Odis had seen it before and it didn't seem to work very well. But in order to maintain the image of a wizard, I had no choice but to give it a try. After deciding on the decorating style, Odis, seeing that she still had some time, went to the library to look up books about wizards. For example, novels featuring wizard characters, and wizard figures in some horror stories. Odis did not return to the herbalist shop until the library closed. However, Odis did not go to help out at the shop in front, but instead studied new witchcraft in the backyard. He wondered if he should actually write a complete book of wizardry. Because he had already invented more than a dozen kinds of witchcraft, and he even needed to make a record of them. Wednesday was a very fulfilling day, and I did the same things on Thursday and Friday. After 2 days of setup, the newly rented townhouse at number 77 Rose Street is almost finished and is expected to open for business next week. Meanwhile, because Odis had a well-developed intelligence network, the information he spread had already yielded results, and it was said that some wealthy merchants with special needs were inquiring about the wizard Gandalf's address. In addition, Odis decided to write a book called Complete Book of Magic because of his experience with the Compendium of Combat, and the outline of the book appeared in Odis's mind. The opening section still discusses wizards and witchcraft, and he will include his own insights into digesting magic potions. The second part is the witchcraft he created, and the third part is the application of witchcraft. This book certainly cannot be published publicly like the combat manual. Odis intends for it to exist in the form of the Book of Secrets. It circulated only among the extraordinary, and apart from a few official books printed by Odis, the rest were all handwritten copies. Odis also used these days to prepare various powders to be used in conjunction with witchcraft. Since the mysterious queen had predicted a test over the weekend, she was prepared to take it seriously. In addition, he is also keeping track of the progress of the fighting arena and the Lelouch incident. Lelouch has now become a hero who punishes those who have not received their due punishment, which has led to a media war. On Thursday, a newspaper suddenly published a report smearing Lelouch. However, on Friday, another newspaper immediately praised Lelouch's spirit and condemned the smear reports. Odis did not participate in this war of words. It was a struggle between radicals and conservatives in the run political situation. Conservatives were unwilling to see such a hero emerge, while radicals hoped to use Lelouch to strike at the conservatives. Thus began a war of words in which the parties involved became bystanders. The radicals' attack on Viscount Vetter was just beginning, and the whole week in Backlund was full of news. On Saturday morning, Odis was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper at the herbalist's shop. Today's headline is that the king has ordered Viscount Vetter's noble title to be downgraded to Baron. Odis smiled. Clearly, the radicals had gained a considerable advantage. This is not hard to understand. After all, Viscount Vetter's son had such a big scandal, and the king only demoted Vetter's title. This was already to prevent the radicals from pressing their advantage after their great victory. It's estimated that Wade is no longer in the mood to avenge his son, and reporter Mike is completely safe. However, Odis still plans to wait until next week to send the manuscript of The Fighting Manual to Mike. Odis received Mandy's report in the morning, and reporter Mike and Detective Sherlock left the Nanma ballroom. Then we should soon get important clues about Bernie. Just as Odis had expected, his pocket watch lit up again in the afternoon, a signal from Mandy. Odis immediately went to the basement to change into Mr. Gard's clothes and rushed to the Nanma ballroom, where he indeed saw the Sherlock detective who had returned. "We found the person in the portrait for you," Klein said seriously. "To be precise, we found his body. I have already confirmed that the body is the person in the portrait. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Odis had anticipated this outcome, so he said, "Please take me to see it." The two people took a carriage provided by the Nanma dance hall and arrived at a relatively secluded street in the North District. They jumped over the wall and entered an abandoned courtyard. Klein opened the door to the basement, where a musty smell and a faint stench of decay wafted out. Upon entering the basement, he saw Bernie's body. Odis's spirituality confirmed that this person was the same one who had previously purchased sunflower from Gar's herbal shop. He was sitting in the corner, his eyes lifeless as he stared ahead. His face and the backs of his hands, among other exposed parts, showed signs of being gnawed by rats. In particular, several teeth were protruding from his cheeks, making him look ferocious. Odis asked, "Can you speculate on how he died? And approximately how long he has been dead?" Klein replied, "The time of death should be last week." Last week? Odis looked at the corpse again, confirming that there were no signs of extensive decomposition. Klein noticed Mr. Gar's confusion. "When I first arrived, there were ice shards around here. They must have used the ice to slow down the decomposition of the corpses." Actually, it was the time of death he divined. There was no ice in the basement, but strangely, even after about a week, the body showed no obvious signs of decomposition. Klein guessed that this was a side effect of some extraordinary ability, but he had no idea what that ability was, so he made up the story about ice. Although Klein and Mr. Gar both knew that the other was an extraordinary, neither of them had yet revealed it. Odis roughly understood what Klein meant. He guessed that Bernie might have died shortly after buying the golden-edged sunflower from the herbalist's shop. "He looked like he died from blood loss," Klein continued, "but I couldn't find any wounds." Odis observed carefully but found no clues, so the two of them left the basement together. As the two men were climbing the steps, Bernie's corpse, which was leaning against the wall behind them, suddenly turned its eyes and looked at the two men who were leaving. Both Odis and Klein's spirits sensed this and turned back together. But Bernie's eyes had returned to their previous angle. The two men exchanged a glance and both realized that something was wrong with the corpse. However, Klein had no intention of continuing the investigation, and Odis also planned to send the information to the Mechanical Heart so that the official extraordinary individuals could investigate it. So the two of them tacitly looked away, pretended nothing had happened, and quickly left. Once in the carriage, Odis counted out £60 in cash. "You are a very capable detective." Klein took the money and, while verifying its authenticity, said, "It was just good luck. My informant happened to find a clue." "I have two more requests," Odis continued. "First, find this person's address. Second, try to find out who he met in his lifetime. This commission may be somewhat dangerous, but the reward will also be increased." The first commission is £30, the second commission is £30 for each person found, and £100 if the person hiding behind Bernie is found. Klein smiled and said, I'll take this commission. He accepted the commission without consulting the oracle, because he planned to complete only the first commission, which was almost without danger, while the second commission sounded very dangerous. He could then claim that he was not capable enough to find the person Bernie had met in his lifetime. In addition, he did not perform divination in front of Mr. Gard, also to prevent Mr. Gard from discovering his divination abilities. The carriage took Klein back first. After Odis returned to the herbal shop, she immediately went to write a letter to Mechanical Heart. When she was halfway through writing the letter, the shop assistant Klein came to the backyard and said that a medicine buyer wanted to see Odis on something important. Odis didn't think much of it and followed them out. When he arrived at the store, he saw that the customer who had bought the medicine was none other than Bernie. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Noticed by the Hidden Sage. At that moment, Odis cursed inwardly, damn it. About an hour and a half ago, he had just seen Bernie, but it was a corpse that had been gnawed by rats. Meanwhile, Bernie in the herbal shop was still somewhat listless. His cheeks and the back of his hands, which had been gnawed by rats, were intact, but there were no signs of a corpse. Thank you for the herbs you recommended earlier, Bernie smiled. I'm feeling much better now. Odis snapped out of her daze, ah, that's good, that's good. Is it really healed? No, a dead person feels better. Even without spiritual prompting, Odis knew she was in trouble today. However, he quickly calmed down, gestured for Bernie to sit down, and then said to his assistant, Kinna, go to the Backlund Mechanical Research Institute and urge them to pay the bill. They've been dragging their feet for a long time. Okay. Kinna nodded and quickly left through the door. This was a coded message between Odis and Kinna, meaning that Kinna should go to the Research Institute to request assistance as soon as possible. Odis, sitting opposite Bernie, smiled and asked, is there anything still bothering you? He needs to do everything he can to stall Bernie. Meanwhile, in the dock area, there were traps set up by the official extraordinary beings. A vengeful spirit suddenly appeared on the glass of the warehouse window and saw the square white stone in the center of the warehouse. There was no one in the warehouse, the vengeful spirit did not feel any gaze, and the spirits did not sense any danger. But he knew there must be a trap set by the official extraordinary individuals here. But seizing the stone is a task that must be completed. Fortunately, based on their previous observations, the official extraordinary beings did not take the stone seriously enough. Although a trap was set, it was always the Night Watchers and Red Gloves who took turns guarding it, and no demigods were even sent to watch over it. This is an opportunity. This vengeful spirit was well aware that its mission was to attract the attention of the official extraordinary beings lurking nearby. Then, the two demigods of the Rose School, who were lurking in Backlund, acted swiftly, seizing the stone before the official extraordinary beings could react. The vengeful spirit jumped from the glass onto the warehouse floor and cautiously approached the stone. The surroundings were quiet, without any sound, which made the vengeful spirit very nervous. But to his surprise, he found himself standing in front of the stone, and the ambush by the official extraordinary beings still hadn't appeared. The vengeful spirit examined the stone in front of it, and after confirming that it was correct, it picked it up and left. He smiled to himself, thinking that he had done a great service this time. At that moment, he tripped over something and fell to the ground, the stone rolling a long way. Just as the vengeful spirit was about to pick up the stone, a gunshot suddenly rang out, seemingly from a very distant place. He was slightly taken aback, then became very surprised and immediately rolled to the side. In the blink of an eye, the world around us underwent tremendous changes. The warehouse was no longer so quiet, and one figure after another appeared. The battle between the Rose School and the official extraordinary ones has begun, and the place is filled with the sounds of screaming and the rat-a-tat-tat of extraordinary machine guns. The vengeful spirit then realized that the moment it jumped into the warehouse, it had been pulled into a dream by the Night Watcher. He quickly got up to help in the fight, only to realize that he hadn't tripped over anything, but had been attacked and had lost his left leg. 51 Henry Street. Odis chatted with Bernie with a smile, but inwardly she was very anxious. Bernie spoke less and less, and his expression gradually became stiff, finally settling on a strange smile. The smile sent chills down Odis's spine, he felt as if he were being stared at by a corpse. All he could hope for now was that the support from the Mechanical Heart would arrive soon. Just then, another person came to the herbal medicine shop. She was a woman in her early 20s, not particularly beautiful, but very elegant. Odis grasped at this like a lifeline, for it was Arya, a subordinate of the mysterious queen, Bernadette. She came in with a smile, but the smile vanished immediately upon seeing Bernie. Odis quickly stood up and said, "Ah, you've come at the right time. What you asked for has already been prepared for you." Then he said to Bernie, "Excuse me, let me entertain this young lady first." Bernie smiled mysteriously, "Hurry up and come back quickly, I want to continue chatting with you." Odis forced a smile and pulled Arya to the backyard. Arya said seriously, there's something wrong with this person's spirit. I know. Odis asked, can you contact the mysterious queen? I desperately need her help right now. Yes. Arya realized the urgency of the matter. She was about to recite the title of Mysterious Queen when a voice suddenly came from behind them. I must correct you. You may have been able to before, but you can't now. Bernie followed him into the backyard, still wearing that smile, but now it was even more eerie, bordering on sinister and terrifying. Arya and Odis immediately assumed a defensive stance, but they both knew that the real enemy was not the corpse in front of them. Bernie said, Mr. Alvis has sealed off the surrounding spirit world, so your prayers will have no effect. You can try if you don't believe me. Arya did not attempt to pray, for doing so would reveal her title as the Mysterious Queen. I was just wondering what your purpose is. Odis moved to the left and hid behind a flower pot filled with herbs, as if she intended to use it to avoid Bernie's attack. Before the other party could answer, Odis said, if I'm not mistaken, you should be members of the Moss Ascetic Order, and among those who haven't been corrupted by the evil god from the stars. Arya was stunned, an evil god from the stars. Over the years, her main task has been to fight the people of the Moss Ascetic Order, but how come she doesn't know anything about any evil god from the stars? Bernie's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. It seems our target was right. Your knowledge of so many secrets is proof of that. I do know some secrets, Odis said. When you reminded me of that werewolf's address last week, you were actually testing Mechanical Heart's attitude towards me. After learning that Mechanical Heart valued me highly, you deliberately used another informant of Mechanical Heart, the leader, to let me know that you were investigating Night Watchers and preparing to seize that stone. Actually, you are creating the illusion of attacking official extraordinary beings in order to attract the attention of Mechanical Heart and Mysterious Queen. From beginning to end, only the Rose School had the crazy idea of attacking official extraordinary beings. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. If I'm not mistaken, the Rose School has already begun its operations. Currently, the main force of Mechanical Heart is in the dock area, and the guys I sent out probably won't be able to get any reinforcements. At this moment, the Mysterious Queen's attention was also drawn to it, and she couldn't come over in time. Although the Mechanical Heart has been keeping an eye on him, they may not be able to immediately detect the anomaly here. Bernie chuckled in a hoarse voice, you're so smart, it saves me the trouble of explaining our operation to you. Let's go back to the same question, Odis asked, what exactly is your purpose? You. Me. Odis asked incredulously. Why me? I don't know. All I know is that some time ago, the great and mysterious hidden sage noticed you, Bernie said with a ferocious expression. And he ordered us to take you back. Odis cursed inwardly again, damn it. The gaze of the god of steam and machinery is unbearable enough, but why is the hidden sage looking over here too? This left Odis somewhat helpless. This was the downside of having gods on this path and the adjacent paths. If he showed even the slightest abnormality, it would easily attract their attention. Arya asked, where did you get this method of manipulating corpses? She also knew that the key at this moment was to stall. Drag the battle to the dock area until it ends, until it attracts the attention of the Mysterious Queen. This is the method the great hidden sage taught me, Bernie said. Such a puppet can even fool those with clairvoyance. Actually, this method of creating puppets uses living people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I have already abandoned this puppet. However, the body was seen by two people, so they had to move it and reuse it. Odis and Arya both realized that what the other person meant was that this method was instilled in him by the hidden sage. Just as Odis was about to start a new topic, Bernie suddenly raised his hand and said, there's no need to waste any more time. I didn't make a move just now because I wanted to observe Odis one last time. Now that I have a clear goal, there is no need to wait any longer. As for you, Arya, your appearance is a surprise. Even Mr. Alvis agreed to let you in, and then kill you here. As he spoke, Bernie suddenly rushed toward Arya. At the same time, a man in his 30s with his face covered by a hood appeared in the herbal shop. He was probably the one who was controlling Bernie. A ball of slowly rotating stardust appeared in his left hand as he chanted a spell toward Odis. The stardust in his hand was enough to prove that he was an astrologer who could perform secret arts without powder or scrolls. Suddenly, stars appeared in the sand, accompanied by a green glow. The herbs in the courtyard suddenly became lush and seemed to come alive, stretching out their branches and leaves to entwine Odis. Odis did not dodge, instead, he charged forward. Before he got entangled by the plants, he lunged forward and pressed his hand against the ground in front of the flower pot, activating the magic circle in the yard. Phew! Suddenly, walls of fire burst into flames in the yard, igniting the writhing herbs and Bernie, who was attacking Arya. Over here. Odis quickly reminded Arya to come over, as only the area where he was free from the fire. The fire startled both the astrologer and Arya, but after Otis reminded her, Arya reacted first, jumping over the wall of fire to hide next to Otis. Bernie, already engulfed in flames, tried to catch up, but after passing through 2 walls of fire, he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Even amidst the flames, he still reached out his hand to Arya, seemingly not having forgotten his mission. Chapter 126, Chapter 126 Battle between Demigods. The mysterious queen, Bernadette, sat atop a warehouse, wearing black-rimmed glasses, leisurely watching the battle unfold before her. Those glasses were a magical item, they functioned like a telescope and could even penetrate walls to see inside the warehouse. The battle between the official extraordinary beings and the Rose School was extremely fierce. Shortly after the battle began, all the demigods of the Rose School had joined the fight. Inside the warehouse, all the lifeless objects seemed to come alive at once, attacking the official extraordinary beings. Fortunately, the official extraordinary individuals had cleared the area in advance, and apart from the stone and the metal platform, there was nothing else in the warehouse. However, attacks from Sequence 4, Puppet, and Sequence 3, Silent Disciple, are still very troublesome. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall seemed to come alive, squeezing down one by one and bouncing towards the official extraordinary individuals. The clothes of the official extraordinary individuals became their shackles, making it difficult for them to make any moves. The metal platform holding the stones also came to life, raising its 2 metal legs and hopping and skipping towards the Silent Disciple. At this moment, the warehouse suddenly became unusually quiet, and everyone seemed to be about to fall asleep at any moment. Those bricks and clothes that had come to life immediately fell into a deep sleep, no longer attacking or hindering the official extraordinary beings. On the battlefield, the members of the Rose School were also in a semi-conscious state. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Church of the Goddess of Night joins the battle. Then, Archbishop Hermit Hayden, dressed in an into-style knight's outfit, appeared on the roof beams of the warehouse. He threw 2 metal balls with black occult symbols onto the ground. With a soft pop, the metal balls exploded, spewing out 2 streams of colorful smoke. The smoke seemed illusory yet also substantial, beginning to entangle the members of the Rose School from near to far. The smoke was clearly a gift that Horimic had prepared specifically for the Rose School, because neither the puppet nor the Silent Disciple could control it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Anthony ordered, "Withdraw." They had a plan in place. After Anthony gave the order, everyone except the 2 demigods withdrew and lay in ambush outside the warehouse. The Silent Disciple opened his mouth and uttered a vicious curse at the 2 archbishops, while the members of the Rose School below the level of demigod began to retreat. Their continued presence here will only be a hindrance. Bernadette, who was watching from a distance, frowned slightly, her brows furrowing with a touch of heroic spirit. Why hadn't the Moor's Penitentiary made a move yet? Now is the perfect time. When these 4 demigods are fighting, they only need to send out 1 demigod to easily obtain the stone. Bernadette suddenly had a bad feeling. She looked sharply in the direction of Henry Street and realized that she had lost contact with the invisible servants that had been placed around Otis. The mysterious queen realized she'd been tricked. 51 Henry Street, the backyard of Gard herbalist's shop. The fire walls burned brighter and brighter, even burning the flower pots where herbs were planted. These fire walls would not go out until the spiritual energy of the spiritual materials in the magic array was exhausted. The astrologer felt waves of heat rushing towards him, and the stardust in his hand once again produced star-like brilliance, but this time the stardust was blue. A gust of extremely cold wind blew into the courtyard, causing the temperature inside to plummet and almost extinguishing the fire wall. The cold wind reached Otis and Arya directly, making them feel icy cold and stiff. But the wall of fire had bought Otis some time, and he arrived at the control center of the composite magic circle and infused it with spirituality. A magic circle composed of illusory symbols and patterns suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the astrologer. This magic circle severely affected the spirituality around the astrologer, causing his extraordinary abilities to lose their target and giving him a feeling of insufficient extraordinary power. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Arya took out a scroll and threw it at the astrologer. The scroll shattered in midair, turning into specks of illusory blue light that enveloped the astrologer and instantly froze him into an ice sculpture. With Otis's composite magic circle and Arya's help, holding off this astrologer shouldn't be a problem. But just then, a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. However, these raindrops were milky white, like milk, which clearly indicated that they were not normal rain. Otis quickly took off his coat and ran into the house while trying to avoid the rain with Arya. But after the 2 of them had only taken 2 steps, the fire in the courtyard went out completely, and they both felt a strong sense of drowsiness. For a moment, they didn't want to walk anymore, didn't want to escape anymore, and just wanted to lie down on the ground and get some sleep. The prophet, who is sealing off the surrounding space and the spirit world, knows very well that time is limited and he must capture Otis as soon as possible. Otis mustered her strength, reached into the inside pocket of her clothes, dabbed some red powder, and while she was still conscious, stuck out her tongue and licked her middle finger. Instantly, Odis was sweating profusely from the spiciness, and felt as if her entire mouth was numb from the heat. What he just put in his mouth was a powder used in conjunction with witchcraft, one of the ingredients of which was powdered, red chili peppers, which was extremely spicy. At this moment, Odis was torn between drowsiness and intense spiciness. Then he smeared the powder on his index finger into Aya's mouth, and both of them were sweating profusely and their faces turned bright red from the spiciness. However, such stimulation only prevented them from falling asleep immediately. They remained in a state of half asleep and half awake, slowly sitting on the ground, not wanting to move at all. The astrologer finally broke free from the ice and glared angrily at Odis and Arya. Before the demigod Alvis, he was actually trapped by a sequence 6 and a sequence 7. Although Odis and Arya could hardly harm him, it was still a disgrace to him. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The milky white rain had stopped, and the astrologer only dared to enter the courtyard after smelling a pre-prepared potion. The stardust in the astrologer's hand disappeared, and the order on it was to capture Odis alive, so the astrologer dared not use his most powerful abilities. He took out a magical item he had prepared beforehand, a delicate little mirror, and casually tossed it toward Odis. The small mirror, suspended in midair, suddenly extended several thick strands of hair, instantly wrapping Odis into a black cocoon with only her head showing. Odis still retained a sliver of consciousness. He planned to wait until the enemy was off guard and then pray to the fool to see if that could solve the problem. If all else fails, one can only pray to the god of steam and machinery for help, for the god of steam and machinery will never allow the hidden sage to capture him. However, if that were the case, the god of steam and machinery would have the opportunity to influence Odis, so Odis would try to avoid taking that step unless absolutely necessary. The astrologer grabbed Odis, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and emitted a red glow from his other hand, preparing to kill Arya. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the roof. This secret technique to seal the spirit world should not be so widespread, so the one hiding in midair must be Alvis. The surrounding spirit world and space trembled slightly, and Bernadette, dressed in a lace shirt and trousers with pale yellow leather boots, appeared in this enclosed space. Upon hearing that voice, the astrologer turned and ran away with Odis on his back. Hidden in midair, Alvis had no idea that the mysterious queen would value Odis so much and would notice the blockade so quickly. His figure appeared, and immediately a phantom, mysterious shadow reappeared behind him. It was an angel from the Fourth Age. Alvis had a deep understanding of this angel, so he was able to reproduce him. Bernadette then took a small box from the void and put on the pale, metallic mask that was inside the box. After putting on this mask, all of Bernadette's life was concealed, and a sense of oppression and suffocation belonging to death spread around her. This was the level 0 sealed artifact, Pale Death, that Bernadette obtained from her father. Alvis and his reappeared figure turned pale white, and an immense pressure caused the demigod to retreat repeatedly. The astrologer, who was carrying Odis away from the battlefield, suddenly collapsed to his knees as soon as he reached the road outside. His flesh and blood quickly began to turn yellow and rot. In the blink of an eye, a sequence 5 was reduced to a skeleton and extraordinary traits, without even having time to leave a last word. Unable to withstand the pressure of Pale Death while in midair, Alvis immediately jumped into the spirit world. The phantom he summoned disappeared before it could even take effect. Bernadette did not give chase, but quickly put away her mask. Although the power of a level 0 sealed artifact was terrifying, its negative effects were also terrifying. Then she waved her hand, and a drop of milky white water emerged from the foreheads of Odis and Arya, instantly waking them up from their drowsiness. But the spiciness in their mouth started to make them feel excruciatingly uncomfortable. The black hair that had been tangling around Odis returned to the exquisite little mirror. He put away the mirror and the extraordinary properties of the astrologer, rushed into the apothecary, got a refreshing and cool potion, drank 2 mouthfuls, and then used it to rinse his mouth. Arya rushed in to find medicine, and after a minute or two, they finally felt a little better. Bernadette sat leisurely on the table and laughed, using explosive powder to stay awake. How did you even come up with that idea? There's no other way, Odis said in a hoarse voice. There aren't many ways to save yourself in front of a demigod. As he spoke, he handed Bernadette the extraordinary qualities of the astrologer, but left behind the seal in the form of an exquisite mirror. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Special Attention from the Hidden Sage. Bernadette accepted the extraordinary properties that resembled a cluster of stars, and said in her usual calm tone, I never expected that the target of the Moss Ascetic Order would be you. I didn't expect that either, Odis said honestly. Fortunately, this was in Backlund, and the Moor's penitentiary dared not gather too much power here. If the other side had sent another demigod, Bernadette, who arrived a step too late, might not have been able to save Odis. Bernadette thought for a moment and asked, what are your plans? Stay in Backlund and seek the protection of the official extraordinary beings here. After learning that she had been noticed by the hidden sage, Odis realized that leaving Backlund now was not a good idea. You can go to Lacha Island, Bernadette said. I can also provide you with sufficient protection. She used the characteristics of the Misty Sea to hide Lacha Island very well, and the Moss Ascetic Order never found it. Arya was taken aback. This was the first time she had ever heard the mysterious queen invite someone to Lacha Island. Odis took a deep breath and said, "Please let me think about it." Staying in Backlund would make it difficult to advance further, since once he advances to the god of steam and machinery, the monitoring of him will become even stricter as he continues to advance. Moreover, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery might directly prevent him from ascending to demigod status. If one is not at the level of a demigod and leaves Backlund, and is spotted by the hidden sage, it will be difficult to escape the Moss Ascetic Order's pursuit. Bernadette nodded. Okay. She said, for the next while, I will send an invisible servant to keep an eye on the herbal shop in your house. If there is another attack, you can shout for help. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Odis asked, have the mechanical heart surveillance personnel noticed anything unusual here? No, Bernadette said. I just checked, the person monitoring you today has changed from sequence 7 to sequence 8. He's under Alvis's psychedelic spell and currently thinks everything is normal here. This kind of psychedelic is very difficult to detect and difficult to notice afterward. Odis pondered for a moment, could you please let them see that my yard is on fire? Bernadette didn't ask why, no problem. After she finished speaking, her figure became ethereal, and the barriers between the spirit world and the real world disappeared. At the same time, the skeleton on the street also disappeared. The sounds of carriage bells and pedestrian conversations gradually returned from afar, and the street outside became a normal street again. The dock area, a trap set by the official extraordinary individuals. With Archbishops Anthony Stevenson and Holomic Hayden gaining the upper hand, the Rose School's campaign had failed. The demigods of the Rose School were also puzzled. The information they received clearly indicated that the Night Watchers had not taken the matter seriously enough, and had only used the power of the Red Gloves and the Night Watchers to set up an ambush. Why is Mechanical Heart involved in the war? Strange as it may be, since the war has already begun, we still need to try harder. The two demigods of the Rose School suddenly disregarded the attacks of the two archbishops and rushed toward the stone together. Their actions immediately left them severely injured, but they also took the opportunity to get close to the stone. Just as they were about to seize the stone, that symbolic symbol of night on the top of the warehouse emitted a terrifying power. This force plunged the area within a radius of several kilometers into a terrifying silence, and the stone vanished before the eyes of the two demigods of the Rose School. The two demigods almost turned and ran, but the puppet was a step too slow. His entire left arm, left shoulder, and part of his left chest also entered a hidden state along with the stone. The wound was very smooth, and his lungs could be clearly seen moving. The core of this trap lies in the divine power invoked through the symbolic symbol of night. Of course, this wasn't the goddess of night directly bestowing her power, it was more like a powerful ritual magic, falling under the category of the goddess of night's automatic recovery. If it really was the goddess of night who bestowed her power, these two demigods of the Rose School would likely have disappeared on the spot. The silent disciple and the puppet made no further effort and immediately fled for their lives. During the escape, that silent disciple threw out an ugly puppet, which instantly transformed into a normal human form the moment it left his hand and began to attack Anthony and Horomic. Ultimately, the two archbishops failed to retain the demigod of the Rose School, but they did manage to capture the puppet, a level 1 sealed artifact equivalent to sequence 4. When the battle ended, the stone in the center of the warehouse reappeared, as if it had never left. 51 Henry Street, Gard Herbal Shop. After the mysterious queen left, Odis said to Arya, let's finish the deal quickly. The reinforcements my men found should arrive in about 10 or 20 minutes. As he spoke, he led Arya to the backyard, through the ravaged yard, into the lounge, and handed her a box containing 10 flaming arrows. After a quick inspection, Arya paid Odis the money, which he counted and found to be exactly 2,000 pounds. After the transaction was completed, Odis, seeing that there was still some time, asked Arya, who was putting the box into a cloth bag, do you have any way to lessen the process of being indoctrinated with knowledge? Maintain your own condition. Arya replied, once you reach the sequence 7 level, you can understand some of that knowledge. As long as you are in good condition, there is no need to resist so much. Occasionally, you can even gain some useful knowledge. But it's different at sequence 5, Arya sighed. Both the frequency and intensity will increase. Therefore, although she already had enough merits, she hesitated to advance to sequence 5. Odis continued along this line of questioning, how did you cope with the effects of the hidden sage's words right after your promotion? Is it hard to get through? Arya paused for a moment before saying, it's just a few words of rambling. As long as your condition isn't too bad, it shouldn't have much of an impact. A few words of delirium. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Yes, Arya countered, besides those babblings, what else did you hear? Odis paused for a moment before smiling and saying, perhaps I wasn't in a good state when I was promoted, so those delirious words seemed to affect my state. He realized that he might be receiving special treatment from the hidden sage, and that only he could hear that long conversation. Arya didn't continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to Odis, she left in a hurry. Odis returned to the shop in front, reflecting on her experiences that day while waiting for the mechanical heart person. About 10 minutes later, the support from mechanical heart finally arrived. Just as Odis had guessed, only one Sequence 8 and one Sequence 9 came to provide support. The main force of mechanical heart had gone to the dock area. Odis had already prepared a lie. He told the members of Mechanical Heart that Bernie had suddenly come to the pharmacy again today. Odis hoped that Mechanical Heart could track the guy, so while they were stalling him at the pharmacy, he sent his assistant Kana to ask for help. Unexpectedly, Bernie, who possessed strange powers, suddenly launched an attack. Odis had no choice but to use the magic circle in the backyard to burn Bernie to death, and his body remained in the backyard. After examining the remains, the members of Mechanical Heart asked some detailed questions, which Odis answered one by one. Soon, they left with the remains. Max has been in charge of this case. They came here today mainly to make sure Odis is not in danger, take a statement, and collect the remains. They plan to hand over the statement and remains to Max after the joint operation over there is over. Watching the members of Mechanical Heart leave, Odis rubbed his forehead. Today, all of this was finally over for the time being. The Mechanical Heart shouldn't detect the anomaly here, we can't let them know yet that a demigod-level battle took place here today. One side is Odis's enemy, which is fine if they know about it, but it's hard to explain who the other side is. Fortunately, the demigods along this route have various ways to conceal their whereabouts, and today the attention of the official extraordinary beings is all over the dock area, so no one should notice the brief battle that took place here. After his friend Kinna returned, Odis went out and found a renovation company to clean up the burned things in the yard and then repaint it. The labor and materials will cost a total of £8, and it will take about 2 days to finish. Odis planned to continue growing herbs in the yard. Repurchasing the huge flower pots would cost about £20. As for the herb seeds, they were in the warehouse, so there was no need to calculate the cost. In this battle, Odis lost a total of £28, but gained a magical item. After finishing everything outside, Odis went to the lounge and took out the exquisite little mirror to look at herself. His spiritual senses indicated that this was a magical item that corresponded to Sequence 7. The negative effects should be minimal, because his spirit did not sense any strong danger. However, its use is relatively limited, it's mainly for keeping the target tied down for a period of time. In some situations, this ability can be quite useful, such as when launching a surprise attack. You can tie up your opponent without warning and then rush in to kill them with a single blow. However, this is on the premise that the target level is Sequence 7 or below. Generally, by the time you reach Series 6, there should be many ways to counter the attack of this magical item. After putting away the sealed artifact, Odis lay back in the armchair, considering his situation and how to solve the current problem. He quickly found inspiration in the giant's magic array. Back then, the main enemy of the giants was the dragon race. Of course, there was no need to rely on magic arrays in the battle between gods, but ordinary giants had to face two problems. The first was the enemy's psychological invisibility, and the second was how to avoid being noticed by the imaginary dragon. Chapter 128, Chapter 128 Obscuring the God's Vision. It is a painful thing to be at odds with the high-level extraordinary individuals who are the audience. For example, once ordinary giant warriors had some understanding of the imaginary dragon, Angelwade would notice them and be able to keep an eye on them at any time. Normally it's fine, but if they're discussing something confidential, like formulating a battle plan against a dragon, and Angerwade sees them, it's like reporting their battle plan to the enemy leader. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Considering the impression people have of giants, they may not have had any battle plan at all when they launched the war. However, if there is a lack of understanding of the enemy, the problem is even greater, especially for commanders, who definitely need to understand the situation of higher-level enemies. So the giants faced a dilemma. They couldn't do without understanding their high-level enemies, but if they understood their high-level enemies, those enemies would also understand them. Another issue is the psychological stealth of the enemy. For example, a group of commanders are discussing battle plans, and, imaginary dragon, Angelwade may be squatting next to them listening, without them noticing if they are not of a high enough level. King of Giants, Almer could provide them with some protection, but he couldn't protect them continuously. They would always have to find a way to deal with such problems. Fortunately, the warriors Dawn of Light can dispel all extraordinary abilities, which can solve this problem to some extent. The reason it is said to be, to a certain extent, is because don't expect a Sequence 4 level giant's Dawn Light to discover the other party's angel level psychological invisibility. In the long-term conflict between these two ancient races, the giants gradually invented two magic arrays that could detect psychological invisibility and prevent high-level enemies such as the imaginary dragon from eavesdropping. Odis's problem at this time was similar to that of ordinary giants at the time. Whether it was the god of steam and machinery or the hidden sage, they had ways to watch him without his knowledge. Moreover, Odis had no power to block such a gaze. These two magic circles provided Odis with some good ideas. First, he planned to create an early warning mechanism that would be triggered whenever a high-level gaze was directed at him, so that he would at least know that he was being watched. Secondly, by using the magic array to prevent the dragon of imagination from spying, one can avoid being watched by the gods when necessary. That very night, Odis entered the wilderness of knowledge to begin his research on the two magic arrays. That early warning mechanism is relatively simple because the principle behind this magic array is the feedback given by its own spirituality. Spirituality has a very close relationship with the spirit world, especially the spirituality of extraordinary individuals, who can obtain a lot of information from the spirit world that is difficult for ordinary people to notice. However, the subconscious judgment of extraordinary individuals can cause them to overlook a great deal of information. This is a self-protective mechanism, otherwise, they would hear or see a great deal of things they shouldn't have. If Odis were to be watched by the god of steam and machinery, theoretically his spirituality could be detected. However, since his spirituality is far too weak compared to that of the gods, it would likely be ignored by that self-protective mechanism. In addition, the gods had many ways to make Odis's spirit ignore his gaze. However, the magic circle is inanimate, it has no independent judgment. As long as Odis's spirituality provides certain feedback, it can be triggered, thereby issuing a warning signal. Modifying the other magic circle is not so easy. Theoretically speaking, if two giants talk about the imaginary dragon, Angelwade, the reason why the imaginary dragon would notice is because the event of talking about him has occurred. In Odis's series of studies, when a certain event occurs in the real world, a corresponding mark will appear in the spirit world. Many ascension rituals utilize this concept to obtain certain assistance from spiritual markers during the ascension process. For example, the ritual for advancing to the rank of trickster involves planning a grand drama, and once this drama takes place in the real world, the spirit world will have a corresponding marker. Therefore, when a person is promoted, they can use the marks of the spirit world to quickly regain their sanity. However, the corresponding abilities of the audience at a higher level did not find the mark in the spirit world, but rather in the ocean of the subconscious. The theory is the same, only the goals are different. For example, if two giants talk about imaginary dragons in the real world, corresponding marks will appear in the spirit world and in the ocean of the subconscious. The dragon of imagination can immediately discover and find the mark where its own name has appeared, and then follow the mark in the ocean of the subconscious to find the event that happened in the real world. In the end, it knows that two giants are talking about it. If the content of the conversation is offensive, the dragon of imagination can even bring down divine punishment by following the markers of the ocean of the subconscious. This is the theory of the extraordinary being of the audience pathway, who, after sequence 1, possesses the ability to know everything that is spoken. Adam's ability is similar. The magic circle invented by the giant severed the connection between the real world and the ocean of the subconscious. When they discussed the imaginary dragon within the magic circle, no corresponding mark was formed in the ocean of the subconscious, and the imaginary dragon could not know what was being discussed. However, the way and process by which the god of steam and machinery looked upon Odis was different from the way the giants and the imaginary dragon did. He made a mark on Odis, or rather, on his spirit body. Whenever he wanted to take a look, his gaze could pass through the spirit world and the astral realm, guided by that mark. With slight modifications, the giant's magic circle could be used to block the connection to the ocean of the subconscious, and apply it to the spirit world to hide the markings on Odis's spirit body. However, at Odis's current level, he doesn't know much about the astral plane. He wonders if he can also hide his mark in the astral plane. The key issue is that the knowledge wilderness is currently unable to simulate the gaze of a deity. He does have some ideas, but he has no way of determining how effective these designs will be. Ultimately, this research could only achieve the most ideal effect if Odis stood inside the magic circle, or placed the magic circle above his head. The god of steam and machinery could not find the mark on Odis's spirit, and therefore could not watch over him. The effects of the astral arrangements are uncertain, and the god of steam and machinery may find Odis again through the perspective of the gods. Odis submitted these studies to the wilderness of knowledge, which was considered part of the research conducted this week. After leaving the wilderness of knowledge, Odis was not satisfied with the result because there were too many uncertainties. But there's no other way now. After all, it's a deity. Making the other party unable to see you at certain times is already a very blasphemous design. Then Odis realized that this magic circle alone was not enough, she also needed a magical item with the ability to travel. After all, the gods are not blind. Even if Odis used a magic circle to hide the mark on her spirit body, the gods could still search for her one by one. For example, Odis, who was at 51 Henri Street, learned that he was being watched by the god of steam and machinery, and he immediately used a magic circle to cover the mark on his spirit body. However, the god of steam and machinery can still use his divine sense to find Odis. He can probably look at everyone on the entire Henley Street in less than a second. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. A second wasn't enough time for Odis to escape from Gard's herbal shop. Having the ability to travel would be different. One could escape to Dussyshire, hundreds of kilometers away from Backlund, in a very short time, temporarily escaping the sight of the god of steam and machinery. After considering it for a moment, Odis decided to try anything as a last resort, and assume that his magic circle would work. So now the other question is, where can we buy a magical item with the ability to travel? First, Odis thought of the Tarot Society, through the Abraham family's connections, and secondly, through Bernadette's connections. The former is the Apprentice family, which should have many magical items with the ability to travel. Bernadette has been active in the extraordinary realm for over 100 years and should have accumulated experience in this area. The second question is, how do we solve the problem of how to pay for this magical item? After delivering the 10 flaming arrows, Odis's savings had risen to £5,000. In addition, next week is the end of November, and Odis will receive his November dividend from Nanma Ballroom, which will be around £3,000. But that's still not enough. Such a sealed artifact would conservatively cost at least £12,000 to £15,000. Even if it sold for £18,000, it would still be acceptable as long as the negative effects weren't too severe. Odis sighed, realizing for the first time how desperately he needed money. So on Sundays, Odis not only studied witchcraft in the backyard of the herbalist's shop, but also thought about how to make money. So much so that when Max came to review the case again, Odis was somewhat distracted. Max asked Odis why she was always distracted. After learning that it was because she was short of money, he immediately got up, said that he was very busy that day, and left. Odis smiled helplessly. Although Max's salary was relatively high in Backlund, around £20 a week, it was a drop in the bucket for Odis, and he wouldn't ask him for a loan. Monday arrived, and Odis decided to sell 1 or 2 magical items at the tarot meeting to accumulate gold pounds. At the same time, actively trade information or occult knowledge with Justice Audrey at the tarot meeting, striving to save enough money by the end of this year to buy magical items with travel abilities. Only after having a rough financial plan was Odis able to focus on his study of witchcraft. Around 2 p.m., Odis lay in an armchair, preparing to attend a tarot session. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was suddenly covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in a grand hall that seemed to have been prepared for giants. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey's Justice voice rang out immediately. As usual, she greeted each member while observing the others. Apart from the Hermit seeming to have undergone a slight change in temperament, the other members seemed to be doing normally, as if they had not encountered any major events in the past week. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. It's time for another tarot session. The Fool Klein noticed that the image of the Hermit seemed to have changed slightly. He activated his spiritual vision and indeed saw that the deeper layers of the Hermit's spirit were even more illusory than before, with sparse points of light occasionally lighting up inside. Klein immediately realized, the Hermit has been promoted again. He knew very well that when the Hermit first attended the tarot gathering, he was only a sequence 9. Now, only about a month has passed, and he has already been promoted twice in a row. Upon closer examination of the Hermit's spirit, it was found that he was in good condition and showed no signs of losing control. Klein frowned. How did he do that? The other members could also sense the change in the Hermit's demeanor, but they didn't immediately associate it with a promotion. After all, when the Hermit was buying the main materials for the rank 7 level, he didn't seem to be in a hurry or eager to advance. After the tarot greeting session, Alger the Hangman first offered 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. The Fool Klein asked, "What do you want?" Alger bowed his head slightly and said in a devout tone, "Great Fool, I have unexpectedly obtained some information about ancient times and hope to verify its authenticity." Klein, though his heart pounded behind the grey fog, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Speak." Alger glanced at the other members, cleared his throat, and said, "I read in a document that the elves originated from the western continent. Is that true?" In his view, Justice, the Sun, and the Magician set a very bad precedent by asking and answering questions in public, and even having the Hermit describe the questions that Justice was asked to pay for in front of everyone. This put Alger in a very passive position. Unless it involves personal privacy or other issues, he has to ask questions publicly, otherwise the other members will think he is stingy and doesn't know how to share. His question actually revealed the key information. Regardless of whether the answer was yes or no, everyone already knew the information about the elves. Klein breathed a slight sigh of relief, because the question of the origin of the elven race had appeared in Roselle's diary before. Russell obtained some information on the Black Throne, a relic of the Solomon Empire, which included descriptions of the Western continent. Based on this, it is speculated that an accurate answer can be given to this question. Klein replied in a very relaxed tone, yes. Alger paused for a moment before respectfully saying, thank you for your answer. He then looked straight ahead, indicating that he was fine. The other members, Justice Audrey and Magician Furs, were somewhat bewildered. In their minds, elves were like a race from stories, and they never expected them to be real, and even from the Western continent. For them, the Western continent was also a legendary continent. They only knew of its existence from snippets of conversation, and before that, they had only heard about it as a legendary myth. I never imagined that the Western continent actually existed. While helping Mr. Fool research ancient materials, son Derek recalled seeing records about elves, but the ancient book did not say where the elves came from. The Hermit, Odis and the dummy world, as usual, did not react to the question. Alger's sacrifice reminded Odis that he also had 2 copies of Roselle's diary, but the Fool was currently of little help in dealing with the god of steam and the hidden sage. So Odis planned to save up the money and offer it to the Fool when he needed the Fool's help in the future. Next, it was Mr. Fool's reading time. After 2 or 3 minutes, Klein finished reading the 2 pages of the diary and then said to everyone, you can begin. Odis was the first to speak. I have a magical item to sell, which corresponds to Sequence 8, Wrathful People, of the Sailor Pathway. It is a metallic gauntlet. This gauntlet came from the briber he killed using the composite magic array on River Bend Avenue. Since he felt it was useless, he planned to sell it first. Just as Odis had predicted, Alger's first question was, how much do you intend to sell it for? What are the specific capabilities and their negative effects? 800 pounds, Odis continued. The main ability is that it allows one to accumulate one's anger and power, making one's attacks explode in an instant. The negative effect is that it can easily lead to impulsive actions due to anger. Swimming for half an hour every day can greatly reduce this negative effect. The negative effects weren't very strong, so Alger immediately said, I'll buy it. Generally speaking, magical items corresponding to Sequence 8 are priced between 600 pounds and 800 pounds. However, there is also the issue of scarcity. For example, at sea, magical items and extraordinary properties related to the sailor route are more expensive than on land. Extraordinary traits at Sequence 8 level generally sell for around 600 pounds, but the Wrathful People extraordinary trait would sell for at least 800 pounds at sea. Corresponding magical items, as long as the negative effects are not too strong, will be priced even higher. Alger bought it for 800 pounds and could resell it for tens or even hundreds of pounds in profit. Odis smiled and nodded, okay. He then added, I also have a supernatural weapon here, a revolver. It only needs to be loaded with ordinary bullets to hit the target and also attack the target's spirit, so that the target will need to use appropriate ritual magic to heal the spirit. It can be used for another 9 months, 300 pounds. This extraordinary weapon was seized from the fighting arena. Odis has no shortage of extraordinary weapons, and he also has many weapons that can attack spirits, so he doesn't need this revolver. Alger was slightly taken aback. The Hermit killed 1 or more extraordinary beings last week. And seized a sealed artifact, a transcendent weapon. Klein had a similar idea, because there was very little trading of magical items at the Tarot Club. Usually, people would bring their loot here to trade if they couldn't sell it in the real world. Audrey was very interested in the revolver, but considering that she didn't need it and it wasn't convenient for her to take it out and use it, she didn't say anything. Derek was also interested in the weapon, but Silver City didn't have any revolvers, and using it would expose him, so he didn't make a deal. Klein has the ability to use air bullets, and Furs is short of money, so no one inquired about the deal. Odis had no choice but to say, I have a way to prevent the spiritual essence of this weapon from being lost. If anyone needs it, please feel free to contact me. The usage period is still 9 months. Other members indicated that they would make a deal with the Hermit if they had such a need. Then Alger spoke up, does anyone here understand Elvish script? I mean the ancient Elvish script, not the Elvish script that can still be occasionally seen being used in the extraordinary realms. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. His question was mainly directed at the Hermit and the Sun. The former seemed to have a deep understanding of writing and language, while the latter could access many ancient documents and might even understand some of the lost Elvish script. Odis smiled and said, the ancient Elven script you mentioned can also be called the mystical symbols used by the Elven race. I dare say that there are no more than 20 people in the entire North and South continent who still understand this language. The key point is that it excludes the Western continent, the Forsaken Lands, and the Astral Plane. Another key point is humans. Odiston paused for a moment, then added, I happen to be one of them. Alger looked in the direction of the Hermit. I have a document that needs your translation. How much do you charge? I just translated a document in ancient dragon script for a client last week and charged them £100, Odis smiled. That's a reasonable fee. Klein thought to himself, is translation work really that lucrative? Furs also considered learning an ancient script, which would be much faster than making money by writing books. Alger immediately said, deal. He has consulted many people, and even asked someone to consult the descendants of the elves hidden on a certain island. But they received the same reply, they couldn't translate it. If no one at the tarot meeting could translate it, Alger planned to hand the document over to the church to earn merit. But in that case, he would miss out on that treasure. The other party agreed so readily that Odis felt the price was too low, and the fee should be increased. Mr. Fool, please materialize it for me. With Klein's help, Alger materialized the ancient elven document onto a somewhat illusory piece of paper, and in the next second, it appeared in Odis's hands. Odis stared at the characters on the paper, which were clearly different from the commonly used mystical symbols. After looking at them for a minute or two, he said, is that enough? Shall I write down the translation for you, or read it to you? Read it to me. Alger was certain that this was a key clue to a great treasure, the owner of which was a pirate who had been active at sea more than 300 years ago. It was said that both Rune and Intis had once bestowed upon him the title of nobleman, so reading it aloud might allow other members to learn some clues about this pirate. Odis translated, all my wealth has been placed in the eyes of whales. My fellow countrymen, let us use it to revitalize our people. The enemy was too powerful. I foresaw that I was destined to fail, so I hid them all in advance. Among them were even relics of the great elf king. We were once the overlords of the seas, and under the leadership of the great elf king and the Queen of Calamity, we were one of the most powerful races in the world. But look at us now, we have to live in a corner of this world, hiding from the Storm Church thugs who are hunting us down. Go and fight the cultists of the Storm Church. The position of Lord of Storms was also seized by despicable means. That position should have rightfully belonged to the great elf king. Defeat this evil god and reclaim everything we have lost. A brief silence fell over the hall. After a long while, Alger finally reacted, the divine position was stolen by despicable means. Chapter 130 Elf King Sonia Solem. Apart from the son Derek, all the other members of the Tarot Club were stunned by the information translated by the Hermit Odis. It actually says that the Lord of Storms, one of the 7 righteous gods, is an evil god. Moreover, it is said that the position of Lord of Storms was stolen by despicable means. Can a divine position be seized? This made the other members feel that simply listening to these words was blasphemy. In particular, Alger the Hangman has always shown a devout faith in the Lord of Storms, but he knows in his heart that he is just a shallow believer. Upon hearing the translation from the Hermit, Alger immediately thought to himself, that bastard is lying. How dare he think like that? Isn't he afraid of divine punishment from the Lord of Storms? Then Alger thought of something else, the Church of Storms and the elven race were once mortal enemies. The elves have now disappeared from public view, but the Church of Storms still harbors some hostility towards elves and humans who are mixed race. Alger was never given important positions because he had some elven blood. The contradiction is that both the middle and upper levels of the Storm Church advocate for the inclusion of some mixed-race individuals with elven blood. Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, was also somewhat surprised, but he quickly calmed down. It's not impossible, gods can fall, like the creator of Silver City. Justice Audrey quickly reverted to spectator mode, asking, why would the person who wrote this slander the Lord of Storms? Odis replied, it's not necessarily slander. I've seen some murals and written descriptions of the Elf King, and they all relate to waves and lightning. To be honest, this is very similar to the authority of the Lord of Storms. So that's true. The atmosphere in the main hall became even more eerie. The other members didn't even dare to raise their heads, only daring to ponder these thoughts in their hearts, because it was too shocking and too blasphemous. The magician first thought to himself, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable, this is the most bizarre story I've ever heard. Even more unbelievable is that it might not even be a story. Klein also recalled that among the ancient god materials sacrificed by Little Sun, the Elf King was indeed related to the waves. Alger recalled that the church's description of the elves described them as an ugly and rude race that enjoyed cooking and eating human blood, but those records also stated that most elves were extraordinary beings who had passed through the sailor pathway. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and asked, Mr. Hermit, do you have any information about the elf race or the Elf King? He felt that it would be very dangerous to rush into exploring the treasure if he couldn't resolve his doubts. Even if he doesn't go treasure hunting, these things might still affect his condition. I have some here, not much, and it may not be important, Odis smiled. If you want to know more, I can help you collect it. Alger nodded, okay. Then he asked, what do you need? How can I complete the transaction with you? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, today, let's complete the first transaction. I'll tell you what I know, and then you tell me how this ancient elven document came about and who its previous owner was. If there's any follow-up, tell us about your treasure hunt experience. We'll complete a further transaction next week, which can be done in gold pounds, because I'm short of money right now. Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes lit up. She planned to make a deal with the Hermit in gold pounds later to learn more about mysticism. The issue of occult symbols mentioned earlier hasn't been clarified yet. She has been trying to continue making deals with the Hermit, but Odis previously refused to accept transactions in gold pounds, so she hasn't had the chance to ask. Alger, the hanged man opposite Audrey, said, "Okay." He took a deep breath and said, "Let me start. A dozen days ago, I defeated a pirate crew and seized this document written in ancient elven script from them. At the time, the focus was on dividing up the gold and other valuables, and nobody paid much attention to these documents. It wasn't until we were returning that I went through these documents and found this information. Along with this document was a notebook, and the owner of this notebook was none other than the famous Deacon Dedeel." The other members looked slightly bewildered, because none of them had ever heard of the name. "You might not know much about this person," Alger chuckled. "He was a great pirate from 300 years ago, when there were no safe routes on the raging seas, and no so-called age of exploration. The sea was much more mysterious and dangerous than it is now. But ships were already sailing at sea because countries had colonies in the coastal waters, and many goods were cheaper to transport by sea. Back then, there were no pirate generals or kings, but Deacon Dedeel was the king of the seas in that era. It is said that he plundered mountains of treasure and established a huge pirate group, which none of the 4 kingdoms of the northern continent could destroy. Even when there was no other choice, the kingdom of Rune and the kingdom of Intis at the time made him a nobleman and sent him a lot of wealth every year in order to get Dedeel to let his country's ships go." Audrey was very interested in this legendary story, and when she heard this, she asked, "There should have been official extraordinary beings back then, right? Why didn't they capture this great pirate?" Alger smiled and said, "You probably haven't been to the sea. It's too vast, and there are too many unknown areas and places to hide. Even angels wouldn't dare say they could find a fleet at sea." First then asked, "And then what? How did this great pirate disappear?" "It is said that it was during the summer that Dedeel went to war with the Church of Storms." Alger said seriously, "A long time ago, when I first saw the records about Dedeel, I felt very strange. Why did he go to challenge the Church of Storms? He can be the king of the sea, and the Storm Church doesn't care. But if he provokes the Storm Church, that's a different story. The true master of the sea is the Storm Church. I only learned today that this great pirate hates the Storm Church, and the power of hatred even made him do something that overestimated his own strength." Odis then asked, "Is he a descendant of the elves?" He wasn't surprised by this. The extraordinary individuals on this path were all hot-tempered guys who would fight if they disagreed, and if they couldn't win, they'd just die. The elves and the Storm Church already had a deep-seated hatred for each other, so it was already quite remarkable that this great pirate had the patience to build up a large pirate crew before making his move. "Yes, Dedeel has a title, the Last Elf," Alger replied. "It is said that he possesses many secrets of the elven race. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." He paused and then said, "Through Dedeel's notes, I learned about his treasure and the clues he wrote in ancient elven script. Dedeel probably never imagined that his challenge to the Church of Storms would lead the church to launch a large-scale campaign to exterminate the elves. It is said that some elven tribes still lived scattered on some islands at that time. During this operation, the elves completely disappeared from people's sight, and no elf understood the ancient elven script anymore." Odis remarked, "Reality is truly ironic." Everyone was taken aback, and they all felt the same way. Odis organized his thoughts and said, "I saw in some ancient records that the elf king was called Suniasolum." Klein and Alger immediately realized that this was the name of an ancient god. The Hermit had actually uttered the name of an ancient god right off the bat. Audrey and Furs had no concept of ancient gods yet. They thought the elf king was like the current king of Rune or a head of state. During this tarot session, Little Sun treated it as if he were just listening to a story, since he didn't really connect with the events in the North and South continents. Odis paused for a moment before asking, "Don't you find the first half of this name familiar?" Sunia. Audrey realized after being reminded, Sunia Island is on the east side of the northern continent, and the Sunia Sea is on the east side of the raging sea. Sonia Island is currently the largest island in the sea, roughly the size of 2 counties in the Kingdom of Rune. It is rich in resources and has an important location, situated between Rune and Fuzak. Odis smiled and said, "That's right. It is said that in the early Quaternary period, the island of Sunia and the Sunia Sea were still the territory of the elven race. Until the War of the Four Emperors ended, the conflict that had lasted for over 1,000 years on the northern continent ceased. It was only then that the Fuzak Empire and the Kingdom of Rune on the eastern side of the continent began to fight for the island of Sonia, which was not far from the mainland. When we were discussing the elven race just now, it suddenly occurred to me that the Storm Church must be secretly supporting the Kingdom of Rune in its attempt to seize this island. The elves have always regarded the Church of Storms as their mortal enemy, and the royal family of Rune basically worships the Lord of Storms. As long as Sunia Island is brought under the rule of the Kingdom of Rune, the elves will lose their last stronghold. Although I haven't read any historical materials of this kind, from a normal perspective, this issue may not have initially involved the full-scale war between Rune and Fusak. But in the eyes of the Fusaks, if Rune seizes Sunia Island, he can use it as a base to attack Fusak, and vice versa. Thus the two countries began to clash over the island, and finally in 621 of the Fifth Age, the 20 Years' War broke out. In the end, Rune was defeated, and Sunia Island came into the possession of Fusak. At this point, Odis said seriously, in this battle, the biggest loser is not Rune, but the elf race. They were attacked by two nations in turn, and at the end of the Fourth Age or the beginning of the Fifth Age, they had no choice but to leave their last homeland, named after the Elf King, and flee to live on remote islands in the Sunia Sea and the Raging Sea. Chapter 131, Chapter 131 The Hermit's little classroom opens again. Odis the Hermit describes the elven race's experiences during the Fourth Age in a storytelling style. The other members were all somewhat moved when they heard about the complete decline of a race. Justice, Audrey asked, are there still elves now? As far as I know, there should be more, Alger replied. They live in the dangerous waters of the Raging Sea and lead a very difficult life. However, I've also heard that they've discovered some relatively safe islands in dangerous waters, but nobody knows the specifics. This suddenly made everyone yearn for the sea, because of the existence of the Raging Sea. There are still many unknown sea areas in the ocean. Although there are unknowns and dangers, there is also space for exploration and adventure. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Odis broke the silence. Miss Magician, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. The magician first paused slightly. Was it about publishing again? She said, okay. With the help of Mr. Fool, a space was created for the Hermit and the magician to communicate privately. Odis began, Miss Magician, we discussed the Abraham family last week. You should be able to contact a member of that family, right? Furs immediately became alert, what do you want? She didn't deny it outright. First of all, she had indeed traded information about the Abraham family last week. It was already a consensus among the other members that Miss, the magician, had some connection with this ancient family, so there was no point in denying it. Furthermore, with Mr. Fool protecting him, Furs believed that the Hermit could not find his real-world self and would not pose much of a threat to him, so he readily admitted it. She was also curious about what the Hermit wanted with the members of Abraham's family. Odis got straight to the point, I wish to purchase a magical item with the ability to travel from the Abraham family. Klein, who was eavesdropping nearby, thought to himself, no wonder the Hermit said he was short of money, it turns out he was planning to buy a Sequence 5 sealed artifact. This ability, this level, isn't cheap. Furs relaxed her guard slightly, I can indeed contact members of this family, but I'm sorry, for some reasons, I can't help you inquire about such things at the moment. She had recently established a stable relationship with Mr. Dorian Gray Abraham of the Abraham family, and she was well aware that she was still under observation by this member of the ancient family. If she were to suddenly ask him for magical items at this time, Dorian would likely go into hiding and never contact her again. Odis was slightly taken aback upon hearing this answer, realizing that the timing of his proposal was somewhat inappropriate. He smiled helplessly, it seems the only option left is to go down the mysterious queen route. However, Odis did not end the conversation there. Instead, he said, if you think the time is right, you can help me make some connections and facilitate this deal. Well, if the deal goes through, I'll pay you a commission of £600. £600. First took a deep breath, it was almost as much as her current savings, but she remained rational and said, okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. As soon as the private conversation ended, Justice Audrey, who had been waiting nearby, said, Mr. Hermit, I would like to make a deal with you to continue to understand the issue of the occult symbols we discussed earlier. Odis nodded, all right, please state your question. Audrey asked, Mr. Hermit, what is the specific function of mystical symbols? It will cost £1,000 to explain this to you completely, Odis quoted. Are you sure you want to make the deal? Confirmed. Audrey breathed a slight sigh of relief, she hadn't expected it to be only £1,000. Odis nodded, then asked, do you need to speak with me alone? Audrey still chose, let's all listen together. Furs exclaimed, you are a generous lady. Son Derek said bluntly, Miss Justice, if you want to know about the Forsaken Land, or some ancient myths, feel free to ask me. Having witnessed the Hermit's explanation of occult symbols last time, the other members were very curious about the Hermit's research and wanted to listen to it as well. Audrey liked the atmosphere and smiled, no problem. However, after thinking for a moment, she added, the amount involved in this transaction is too large. I suggest that other members who are going to listen in should pay something in return, such as the ancient mythology that Sun just mentioned. She really didn't care about the money. Although the assassination of the Intis Republic's ambassador had drained her savings, her weekly allowance was enough to complete the transaction. But Audrey had just observed that Mr. Hangman and Mr. Hermit seemed somewhat resentful of her generosity, which made her immediately realize that she had broken some rules of the extraordinary gathering. We can all listen to the last transaction, but if we do it the same way now, it could become a habit, and transactions of thousands of pounds can't be as casual as before. That's why Audrey immediately changed her tune. Hearing the words justice, Alger, the hanged man, felt somewhat relieved and said, "Ask me anything about things at sea." Furs immediately replied, "I am willing to contribute a chapter of Spiritual Encounters." Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, the Spirit World Chronicles are finally proving useful in your hands. He had originally planned to manipulate the world to say that he was not interested in the deal and then have the fool eavesdrop, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was unnecessary to be so frugal, so he manipulated the world to say, "I know a lot about mysticism and can tell you some of it." Audrey smiled and said, "All right, the deal is done. Mr. Hermit, let's begin the transaction." The other 4 members paid the price for things that interested her. Odis nodded and began to explain. To explain the specific function of mystical symbols, we must first explain 2 issues, the essence of mystical symbols and the formation process of mystical symbols. Let's talk about the second question first. As I mentioned before, the textual logic used in mystical symbols is completely different from the textual logic we use now. Let's conduct a thought experiment together, going back to the Second Age, or the First Age, and entering an ancient human tribe that lived a difficult life and was always at risk of becoming prey for extraordinary creatures. In these days when death is a constant threat, there are some crucial pieces of information that must be passed on to future generations in order to reduce the losses caused by repeated trial and error. Language is a great tool, but ambiguity can easily arise during the transmission process, so they have a need for documentation. The earliest form of writing must have resembled a realistic painting. Perhaps the precursor to writing was a simplified narrative painting. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As the Hermit described it, everyone seemed to see a unique person in a primitive tribe, writing and drawing on the rock wall. Just then, Alger suddenly realized a problem. Some realistic words are easy to represent, such as wheat, which we discussed at the last gathering. We just need to draw the shape of wheat. But how do you express some abstract ideas? That era had its own wisdom, Odis smiled. For example, in common occult symbols, the symbol for light looks like this. With the help of Mr. Fool, Odis manifested the symbol representing light. The upper part of the symbol is a circle, and the lower part is a symbol composed of 5 different strokes. Klein noticed that the lower half of the symbol somewhat resembled the Chinese character for light. Let's look at the lower half first, Odis explained. Doesn't this symbol look like a person kneeling on the ground with their arms outstretched? And the circle on top represents the sun. First of all, this represents people's attitude towards the sun. Well, I'm referring to the sun in a real sense. The sun in the sky has always provided us with free light and warmth, and has never asked for anything in return. Therefore, people's attitude towards the sun is to kneel down and praise it. This image was drawn by the inventor of writing, and it became light in an abstract sense. Alger, Audrey, and the other members nodded slowly. For those who had never been exposed to figurative language, what the Hermit had just said was beyond their comprehension, yet it made perfect sense. Even Klein felt like he was listening to a Chinese character explanation program. Odis continued, most of the mystical symbols commonly used by mankind were formed in this way. Some people have described the scene after these symbols were formed. The sky changed color, ghosts and monsters cried, and the gods were furious. Humans can record everything in the world, and later generations can easily obtain the experience of their predecessors. Over time, even ghosts and gods no longer have any secrets. Therefore, this is seen as a kind of blasphemy, a blasphemy in which humanity has broken through its own limitations. Because language is produced by vocal cords and then heard by ears, and animals also have their own calls, this is a capability given to us by the Creator. But writing is different, it's a product we created ourselves. Furs felt an empathy from ancient times, a creativity from ancient humans, but she suddenly felt that this empathy seemed to have a break. The Hermit's next description resolved Furs's doubts, but during the Second Age, humanity achieved fusion in a very short period of time, and had to abandon its original writing system. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, he smiled and explained, you can imagine that the hieroglyphs of one tribe are different from those of another, and the pronunciations are also different. For example, the word used by one tribe to describe grain might be used by another tribe to describe foxtail grass, and the pronunciation would be different. When human tribes suddenly began to merge on a large scale, they had to solve the problem of language barriers. The tribes would not compromise with each other, they could not allow themselves to continue using the word for grain as foxtail grass for a long time. Therefore, they could only compromise, each taking a step back, bypassing the written characters, and reaching a consensus on pronunciation. In general, the goal is to reach a consensus on the pronunciation of grain, regardless of what the characters representing it look like. Gradually, phonetic writing systems were formed and quickly became the mainstream. Klein thought to himself, this sounds like a lot of trouble. This is the consequence of not having a first emperor. Chapter 132, Chapter 132 The Essence of an Extraordinary World. After hearing what the Hermit had to say, the other members once again felt that the Hermit's research was somewhat obscure, but it was part of the common history of humankind. At the same time, through the Hermit's narration, they also understood the fundamental reason for the decline of occult symbols. No one used script resembling mystical symbols anymore. Those symbols gradually became obscure and unfamiliar, so no one studied them anymore. However, because mysticism also possesses certain extraordinary abilities, it is only considered a required course in mysticism. The Hermit, Odis, gave everyone a few seconds to react before continuing. Let's talk about the first question, the nature of mystical symbols. Mystical symbols are divided into two types, one is a common type of symbol, and the other is the uncommon type of mystical symbol that I mentioned before. Just like the difference between the Elven script, which is relatively niche in the extraordinary realm but is still mastered by many people, and the ancient Elven script. Here's a very important concept, the uncommon occult symbols I'm talking about weren't invented by anyone. They've always been there. The other members were taken aback, feeling that the Hermit's words were strange. At the same time, they seemed to have thought of something, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Odis continued to explain, as I said before, extraordinary races such as giants, dragons, and elves are born with extraordinary characteristics and are highly spiritual. This can be seen in the ancient race of vampires, who are born at sequence 7. Of course, I'm talking about pure vampires, not artificial ones. In that ancient era, they used their profound inspiration to perceive the essence of the world and express their understanding of this essence through their writing habits. This is what they call ancient giant script, ancient elf script, and ancient dragon script. The fool Klein realized what he had just thought of. The Hermit meant that there seemed to be a force driving these ancient races to express the essence of this world in some way. Not driving them, but doing so spontaneously. This was very, very mystical. The righteous Audrey's audience demeanor perfectly concealed her inner excitement. Yes, this is right, this is how the extraordinary world should be. The magician first thought to himself, I sensed a sense of destiny in his voice. The son Derek thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable adjective, so he simply praised, Mr. Hermit is amazing, and his discovery is amazing too. Seeing that everyone had basically grasped the point, Odis continued, perhaps we can put it another way, extraordinary characteristics gave those ancient races the ability to express the essence of this world in special ways, which is why true mystical symbols came into being. These symbols are what I call uncommon mystical symbols, which possess special abilities to mobilize the power of nature. They do not have a fixed form. Different races, such as giants and dragons, have different expressions of their appearance, but the power they possess is basically the same. Even the symbols I deduced have the same effect as the ancient dragon script and the ancient giant script. The currently used mystical symbols are merely symbols that evolved from ancient human writing, and they possess only weak power. The mystical symbols deduced by Odis are unique to humankind and are truly mystical symbols. Just like Hermes' language, which conforms to human expression habits, it also has the same level and function as ancient giant symbols, and currently only Odis himself has mastered it. Odis named them Gar runes after his own surname. In the magic circles he usually used, he only used some of the research results, mixing Gar runes with common mystical symbols. Although its power is much weaker, at least it won't reveal its special abilities. Odis was well aware of what these studies meant, they would usher in a new era for the mysticism. However, if these research results were to be revealed now, it could very well be the god of steam and machinery ushering in a new era, or even the hidden sage. In any case, it would have nothing to do with Odis. Moreover, now that Mechanical Heart has discovered his special abilities, it will surely arrest him, depriving him of his freedom and condemning him to a miserable life. Therefore, Odis would not fully disclose all of his research results until he had the ability to protect himself. Back at the tarot meeting, Alger, the hanged man who had been listening attentively, realized a problem. Why has humanity never had its own true mystical symbols? Currently, the majority of the extraordinary realm is human. Theoretically speaking, human inspiration should be able to sense the essence of this world, just like those ancient races. Odis replied, there are two main reasons. The first is that the nature of this world is composed of the extraordinary, and the extraordinary is chaos and disorder. In that ancient era, those ancient races were also in a state of chaos and disorder, so they were more likely to perceive the true nature of this world. Humans advance using magic potion recipes, which is relatively safer and more stable, making it impossible for us to resonate with the essence of this world. He paused and then said, well, one point that needs to be emphasized is that even mystical symbols like the ancient dragon script can only mobilize the power on the surface of this world. First of all, they also require the power of extraordinary characteristics to be activated, and they cannot achieve the same effect as extraordinary abilities, they can only mobilize the power of nature. Odis continued, as for the second reason, I sense that someone, or something, is hindering humanity's resonance with the essence of the world. The other members were stunned. How could this possibly hinder them? Alger immediately asked, who? I don't know, Odis said. I'm just guessing. In my research, I've felt some very strange resistance. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Without the wilderness of knowledge providing a research site, Odis felt he would certainly not have been able to complete those studies or acquire the knowledge to understand the nature of the world. He added, and in the Second Age, although that era was bloody and chaotic, there seemed to be relatively fewer restrictions on life. The other members were stunned, not expecting the two reasons to be so mysterious and obscure. Klein thought to himself, it seems that the higher the level of research into the extraordinary and the mystical, the more likely one is to encounter these ineffable and unpredictable things. Perhaps this is the essence of this world. Alger shared similar sentiments, and remarked with a touch of awe, I never imagined that in this extraordinary world that chases after power, there would actually be such extraordinary individuals who bury themselves in research. He had this idea entirely because he was unaware of Odis's research findings. If Odis knew about Alger's idea, he would definitely invite him to Gar's herbal shop to demonstrate the composite magic circle there, so that Alger could experience what it means for knowledge to be power. The attackers from the Moss Ascetic Order were of a much higher level than Odis had been able to fully utilize the magic array. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Finally, Odis said, now I will explain the specific function of the mystical symbols. These symbols, arranged according to certain rules and order, and then stimulated by spirituality, can mobilize the power of nature to a certain extent. For example, it can create sunlight within a certain range, but this sunlight is just sunlight, which can only provide illumination, unlike the sunlight summoned by the Singer pathway, which has effects such as increasing courage. Oh, because of the nature of sunlight, it can also have a certain effect on undead creatures. It sounds like a powerful magic circle, but it seems harmless. But Alger keenly realized that it had a broader function. Is that all it has to do? Odis smiled knowingly and said, of course, you can create lightning, gales, and giant waves, but you can't create tsunamis. Alger was slightly taken aback. This was equivalent to the power of the middle sequence. As for the tsunami, that was a power that only demigods possessed. The transaction ended there, and everyone fell silent, digesting the knowledge that the Hermit had just shared. A dozen seconds later, Audrey took a deep breath and exclaimed, I suddenly feel the insignificance of the individual human being. Furs nodded, agreeing. Faced with such profound research and advanced knowledge, one always feels insignificant. Then Audrey said to the Sun, Mr. Sun, please tell me about the ancient myths you just mentioned. Derek glanced at the Fool, at the head of the bronze table, and seeing that the unfathomable Mr. Fool did not stop him, he spoke up, according to the records of Silver City, there were 8 ancient gods who ruled the world during the Second Era. He looked at the Fool because he had also offered these myths to the Fool, so he began to tell the story when he saw that the Fool did not stop him. Derek said, those 8 ancient gods are the Giant King, Elf King, Dragon of Imagination, Progenitor of the Vampire Clan, Progenitor of the Phoenix, King of Aliens, Destroyer Wolf, and Demon King. The documents I found record the real names of the King of Giants and the Dragon of Imagination as Almir and Angelwade, respectively. The deal between the Hermit and the Hanged Men just now also revealed that the Elven King's real name is Sunyasolam. Audrey asked, the Elf King is an ancient god, so he's also a deity. It seems to be. Derek paused for a moment before finally saying, I'm not sure either. Audrey immediately looked at the Hermit with a questioning gaze, and Odis replied, as far as I know, they are gods, but their state is rather special. Then he uttered his usual line, I have the necessary channels to gather further intelligence. Would you like me to look into it for you? Chapter 133, Chapter 133 Amon has an older brother. Klein, the Fool behind the grey fog, was slightly taken aback by the Hermit's words. What exactly are the Hermit's channels? How can he obtain so much high-level intelligence? Alger, the Hanged Man, also exclaimed, that's information about the old gods, the extraordinary history of the Second Age. Upon hearing the Hermit's question, Justice Audrey immediately replied, all right, we can initiate another deal later. The Hermit Odis nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Audrey then asked Alger, Mr. Hangman, I've seen the title, Pirate General, in the newspaper. Can you tell me about those pirate generals? Newspapers only occasionally featured information about the sea, and Audrey only knew about the pirate generals, but didn't know who they were. No problem, Alger said. There were originally 7 pirate generals, and Hurricane Admiral Xilingus, whom we talked about before, was one of them. Audrey smiled slightly upon hearing this. From beginning to end, she believed that Xilingus was killed by one of Mr. Fool's followers, and that she had also played a part in it. The magician, Furs, had read the reports about Xilingus, but he didn't know the real cause of death of the Hurricane General. When the hanged man said it, he didn't take it too seriously. Alger continued, in addition, there are Star Admiral Katlia and Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, 2 female pirate generals. Relatively speaking, they are more restrained and have not done any heinous crimes. In contrast, Blood Admiral Senor and Hell Admiral Ludwell are either cruel and bloodthirsty or commit all sorts of evil deeds, and are recognized as the 2 most vicious pirate generals on the high seas. Deep Sea Admiral Hal Constantine mainly operates in the Misty Sea, while Twilight Admiral Tove Ivan mainly operates in the Sunia Sea. We rarely come into contact with the pirate crews of these 2. Including the already deceased Hurricane Admiral that makes 7 pirate generals. He paused and then said, not long ago, sick girl Tracy took over Xilingus's fleet. I think she will become a pirate general in the near future. Furs exclaimed, I never imagined that there was a woman among the pirate generals. This is the most comprehensive introduction I have ever heard about the pirate generals. Audrey smiled and said, news from the sea is always fascinating. Then she looked at the taciturn World at the lower end of the bronze table. Mr. World, please tell me some knowledge of the occult. Klein manipulates the World to ask, which side do you want to hear about? Anything is fine, Audrey said, as long as it's something I don't know. Klein thought for a moment before letting the World say, I heard that Amon has an older brother named Adam. Adam is a high-sequence extraordinary being of the spectator pathway, possessing the same bizarre abilities as Amon. It is said that they were all descendants of the ancient sun god and were great nobles of the Tudor family during the 4th Age. It only makes people recall that when the Hermit announced the 5 great nobles of the Tudor family, there were indeed 2 of them, Adam and Amon. They never expected that they were brothers. Alger exclaimed, this is extremely high-level intelligence. At the same time, he realized that the current way of trading was a win-win situation. Justice not only completed the deal with the Hermit and obtained the information she wanted, but also obtained some information that she was interested in from other members through this method. The other members also gained a lot of knowledge and information during this exchange. The son Derek then asked, Mr. World, is Amon's brother also in the Forsaken Land? Klein shook his head, I don't know. Derek nodded, somewhat disappointed. Then Furs said to Justice, after this gathering, I will offer the first chapter of Spiritual Encounters to Mr. Fool. However, you must be careful when you are watching. If you feel dizzy or have a headache, or if your emotions fluctuate too much, immediately use meditation to maintain your state and continue watching after you have fully recovered. Audrey nodded, okay. She took a deep breath, feeling that the transaction had been perfect. She had only spent £1,000 but had gained so much useful information and intelligence. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Alger said to the World, I've contacted the person who sells deep-sea Janna's hair, 5 strands for £500, do you want it? Klein, manipulating the World, asked, minimum trade of 5 units. He only needed 3, and he remarked, even the auxiliary materials for sequence 6 are so expensive now. As far as I know, he seems to only have 5 left, which is why he put them all together to sell, Alger said with a smile. World nodded and said, all right, I'll take them all. In Backlund, or rather on land, it's very difficult to trade for deep-sea Janna's hair. The trading session of this tarot meeting has now concluded, and everyone began to share their interesting experiences from the previous week, entering a free discussion phase. Alger first described how pirates are becoming increasingly rampant at sea due to the influence of the ironclad ships of the Kingdom of Rune, and then he said, during this trip ashore, I also inadvertently saw a case report from Backlund. Last week, members of the Rose School actually plotted to steal the seal artifacts of the official Extraordinary Ones, but were defeated by the combined forces of the Night Watchers and the Mechanical Heart. Gentlemen of Backlund, have you noticed anything unusual? Klein thought to himself, those lunatics from the Rose School are capable of anything. Neither Audrey nor Furs were aware of the relevant information. After the Night Watchers and the Mechanical Heart achieved their victory, they simply informed the Punishers as a matter of routine. Such a battle would certainly not be made public. Furs commented, it's hard to imagine that someone would dare to steal the seal of an official extraordinary. Perhaps that sealed artifact is something they desperately need. Audrey joined the conversation, or perhaps that sealed artifact originally belonged to the Rose School. Is this a revenge act by the Rose School? Klein manipulated the World and said, as far as I know, the indulgent faction of the Rose School is quite crazy and sometimes does things that lack reason. Alger said, I've also heard that they've attacked official extraordinary beings more than once in the southern continent, but this should be the first time they've launched such a crazy attack in Backlund. At this moment, Odis spoke up, regarding this matter, I have obtained some information. The Night Watchers seem to have mastered a sealed artifact that is of great use to the Rose School. And the Night Watchers knew this too, so they set a trap in Backlund. I heard that the Rose School's attempt to seize the sealed artifact failed and they suffered some losses. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He certainly wouldn't say it too explicitly, because that would easily lead other members to conclude that he was an informant for the official extraordinary ones. Klein thought to himself, this is exactly the kind of thing an official extraordinary would do. Then he thought to himself, the Hermit has a wide network of channels, he can get information about some of the official extraordinary individuals. Alger had a similar thought, because he didn't know the specifics of the incident, only that it happened. First thought to himself, I didn't expect that something like this would happen in Backlund that I was completely unaware of. Well, that makes sense, after all, it's a huge city, and I'm just an ordinary writer. Thinking of this, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. Audrey then asked, what kind of organization is the Rose School? An evil organization. Alger said first. I've heard that Blood General Senior was once a member of this organization. Their most prominent characteristic is indulging their desires, such as the urge to kill, sexual desire, appetite, and so on. Moreover, their ideas and actions were extremely crazy, causing many tragedies in the raging sea and the southern continent. Yes, what I think about most is that a few years ago, they imprisoned all the people in a medium-sized city, and then killed them all on the night of the full moon as a sacrifice to their gods. Audrey frowned. Didn't they receive the punishment they deserved? In the southern continent, whoever is strong enough is the ruler, Alger explained simply. Audrey commented, what an evil organization. Klein manipulated the world and said, the Rose School originated in the Star Plateau and was once the ruler of the Highland Kingdom. Later, a split occurred within the organization, with the indulgent and the temperate factions. What Mr. the Hanged Man just described is the style of the indulgent faction. The temperate faction, on the contrary, advocated maintaining moderation and resisting the pain brought about by extraordinary characteristics. Alger said, I've also heard that there are temperance members in the Rose School, but I've never met any of them. No wonder there's a split, Audrey said. They're completely opposite styles. Within the same organization, one group of people sounds extremely evil, while another group sounds less evil. Odis added, I've heard that the great difference between the two factions of the Rose School is related to the gods they worship. Everyone was stunned, even Klein and Alger were unaware of this. Klein thought to himself, I didn't hear the bodyguard mention that she had a god. But that's a private matter, so it's normal not to know. Alger frowned, could it be that there are two gods in one organization, or rather, two angels? If the Rose School had two gods, they would have been the rulers of the southern continent long ago. Audrey remarked, what a strange organization. The discussion on that topic ended there. The son Derek started talking about some trivial things that happened in Silver City, and everyone's attention was drawn to the Wonderland. After discussing for a while longer, Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Chapter 134, Chapter 134 Odis's Intelligence Network. After the tarot reading ended, Odis, as usual, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before getting up and taking out the magical item shaped like a gauntlet that she had prepared beforehand, ready to make the transaction. After completing the transactions with Justice and the Hanged Man, Odis praised the Fool and counted his gains for the day. He received £800 for trading boxing gloves with the Hanged Man, and later received another £100 for helping translate the ancient Elven script, for a total of £900. In addition, I received £1,000 from trading intelligence with Justice, bringing my total earnings from this tarot meeting to £1,900. Odis sighed. They were still far from their goal, and there were still many things that would cost money. He decided to wait until he received his share of the profits from the Nanma dance hall before considering negotiating a deal with the mysterious queen for magical items. Today is Monday, and it's time to check the accounts again. Enoch and Mana's assistants came to hand over the accounts one after the other. Odis and Enoch agreed that in a few days, she would send someone with the special method mentioned earlier to enable Enoch's subordinates to have combat abilities. After settling the accounting issues, Odis called Kinna over. You've been working here for about 2 years and are already very familiar with everything in the pharmacy. I need to travel frequently lately, so I'm promoting you to pharmacy manager and temporarily raising your salary to £1.10. If you perform well, I'll raise it to £2. Odis paid his confidants the full amount of their salaries, but he would often give them extra rewards. For example, when Kaina helped make the flaming arrow, Odis gave him more than £1 as a reward, equivalent to a week's salary, after it was completed. Kainer smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Gar, I will take good care of the herbal shop. I also need to find you an assistant, Odis said. For now, we'll pay you the same salary you would have when you first started as an apprentice, 12 sols per week. Kaina hesitated for a moment before asking in a pleading tone, Mr. Gar, may I have my sister as my apprentice? Although the salary paid by Odis could not compare with that of regular employees of large companies, it was always timely and there was never any delay. Most importantly, Odis has been willing to teach Kaina whenever he is willing to learn over the past 2 years. He now has a basic understanding of the efficacy and extraordinary effects of most herbs, and having a skill is essential for establishing himself in this metropolis. Relatively speaking, Kaina is lucky. At a young age, she became the pillar of her family and was the envy of her peers. He also knew that Mr. Gar had always maintained a rigorous attitude in recruiting employees, which is why he spoke of the matter in a requesting tone. Odis paused for a moment before saying, "Okay, but I must remind you that you should know very well how I deal with subordinates who have financial problems." Kaina immediately replied, "I know, we'll definitely work hard." Odis nodded, went to the backyard to get the manuscript of The Manual of Combat, and then took a taxi to a secluded post office. He found a secluded spot, turned his coat inside out, and put on Lelouch's mask. His coat had different colors inside and out, so it was enough to disguise him easily. Odis still didn't mail it himself. Instead, he spent one sou to find a newsboy to help him send the manuscript to reporter Mike through the post office. After doing all this, Odis did not return to Gard's herbal shop, but went to 66 Rose Street, the address of the wizard, Gandalf. He would stay here for most of the time until the wizard had fully digested the potion. However, considering that it would be inconvenient to return to his current residence in the guise of a wizard, in order to create the illusion that Gandalf lived there, he also set up a teleportation array between his current residence and Gandalf's residence. The Ahana crystal used in this teleportation array was the same crystal that led from his previous residence to 176 Riverbend Avenue, which Odis had recycled at the time. However, the gems in that magic circle could no longer be used, so Odis bought some small gems and many extraordinary materials, spending a total of several £100 to draw a new magic circle. After finishing the drawing, Odis thought to himself, "This is a necessary expense, and I hope the wizard, Gandalf, can recoup his investment as soon as possible." Odis tested the magic circle and then returned to his residence. He wasn't worried that the members of Mechanical Heart would lose track of him, because they knew he had a way to teleport within a small area. Max had also inquired about this magic circle, but after taking it back and studying it, he found that it was very expensive, had a limited teleportation distance, and required maintenance. The final conclusion was that it was too troublesome, so it was better to use the appropriate sealing material. Therefore, the wealthy and powerful Church of the God of Steam and Machinery completely disregarded Odis's research. Ding-a-ling. While Odis was preparing dinner, the doorbell rang suddenly. Odis saw that it was already dark outside, so he first picked up his cane by the door before looking out the window. By the light of the streetlights, Odis saw a carriage with the storm emblem on it on the street. He sighed. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Odis remained vigilant, opened the door, and greeted everyone with a smile. The person outside was Connor, the substitute Punisher butler who had lost weight. In addition to him, there were two other substitute Punisher members and a member of the Mechanical Heart team. For nearly a week, the substitutes have tried every means possible but have been unable to find any clues about Lelouch. No one, whether in Backlund or in the surrounding area, has seen Lelouch. There are already two well-developed speculations within Mechanical Heart regarding this outcome. First, Lelouch used a sealing artifact that allowed him to travel to leave. After leaving Backlund, it is unknown where he went to hide. Secondly, Lelouch removed his mask. Lelouch had never shown his true face before, and Connor guessed that Lelouch probably didn't wear a mask normally. After setting a fire in the fighting arena, he took off his mask and became himself again. But then another problem arose. Simon and several others who had seen Lelouch's true face were dead, and no one knew what Lelouch looked like. Logically speaking, such cases usually end here, since there's no point in investigating further. Backlund has a population of 5 million, and Lelouch might not even be among them. But conservatives in Backlund politics have been pressuring the Church of Storms to solve the case as soon as possible. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The Church of Storms could only allow Connor to continue the investigation, and after about a week of running around, the Punisher still hadn't found any clues. Only then did he remember that, according to Simon's subordinates, he had seen Odis at an underground boxing ring. Connor did not know that Odis was the leader and had never dealt with the herbalist, but he knew that Odis was an informant for the Mechanical Heart. Theoretically, Connor wouldn't know about an informant from another official Beyonder organization. He knew about Odis because she was a well-known informant among the official Beyonders. Although Odis was not as famous as the chief, his herbal shop not only came into contact with some occult enthusiasts, but also with some extraordinary individuals, thus providing many valuable clues for the Mechanical Heart. Of course, Mechanical Heart didn't go around publicizing that he had such an informant. Connor learned about the young herbalist through some high-level documents. Since there were no other clues, Connor decided to find something to do, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain it to the nobles. So he found out Odis's address from the Mechanical Heart, and visited him at night to let the nobles know how dedicated he was. As a precaution, Mechanical Heart also sent an ordinary member along, firstly to prevent Connor from being under too much pressure and arresting people indiscriminately, and secondly to prevent the substitute from interrogating people using extraordinary methods. They knew very well that Odis could not withstand such interrogation. Connor explained his purpose, saying he had some questions for Odis. Odis was prepared for this, and after inviting a few people in, he began a question and answer session. Odis had a solid alibi. He said that he had delivered several herbs to a viscount that day, herbs that he had collected over a long period of time. The viscount was pleased with the herbs and asked his steward to invite Odis to stay for dinner. Connor immediately sent someone to verify, and received a reply after half an hour. Such an incident did indeed occur. Odis was thus cleared of suspicion. The nobleman certainly wouldn't be kind enough to give false testimony for Odis. He was only willing to do so because Odis possessed a scandal that could ruin the viscount's reputation and cost him his title. In fact, the intelligence network that Odis planted among the nobles through the Nanma ballroom was the most important and crucial. He had more than just one or two aristocratic scandals under his control, but he rarely used them and would keep the secrets of those involved, thus maintaining a good reputation. Furthermore, the people who gathered the intelligence were not the same group who came to threaten them, making it difficult for the nobles to find out who had leaked their information. Connor was left with only a few questions. You have a stable income, why do you still fight in underground boxing matches? Because I'm looking for opportunities to practice, Odiston said. I've learned some fighting techniques, but I haven't had the chance to put them into practice. So how did you achieve 3 consecutive victories? Odis smiled and said, because the opponent is too weak. Connor re-examined Odis and nodded in realization. This is an extraordinary being, which is why he said the opponent was too weak. The matter should have ended there, but Connor asked Odis a question that was difficult to answer. Where did you learn to fight? Chapter 135. Chapter 135 opens the iron box made by Roselle. Connor, the substitute punisher, posed a seemingly ordinary question, but it was actually quite difficult to answer. Odis realized that he seemed to have considered all the issues, but he had missed a crucial one. He had used Bajiquin in a fight club. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, he didn't intend to destroy the fighting arena on King's Road at the time. He was only focused on honing his fighting skills, so he didn't pay attention to such things. If Connor were to go to the fight club to investigate, he would soon discover that the fighting techniques Odis used there were very similar to Lelouch's. Google search TWKAN. But Odis had not made any prior preparations, and if he lied hastily, he might be exposed. Actually, Connor didn't mean anything by it. Since he had come all this way, he naturally wanted to ask all the questions he had prepared. After asking the question, he looked at Odis quietly, waiting for a reply. At the crucial moment, Odis's enhanced intellect after his advancement came in a great way, and he said without hesitation, well, how should I put it, you have to keep it a secret from me. At this point, even saying something pointless is better than hesitating, at least it won't immediately arouse suspicion. At the same time, his brain was racing, trying to find a reasonable answer to the question. Connor didn't think much of it. After all, Odis already had enough alibis, and to him, a nobleman wouldn't lie because of a herbalist. He smiled and asked, is there anything that needs to be kept secret? Ha ha ha. Odis used laughter to cover up his lie, and then he said again, I will tell you, but you must keep it a secret from me. Since the question had been asked, Connor naturally replied, no problem. Wait a moment. Odis pretended to go upstairs to get something, but actually went back to his room and took out the relics of Emperor Roselle that he had collected at the Mysticism Research Conference earlier from the Wilderness of Knowledge. He took the small metal box back to the first floor. This is something I obtained by chance before. It is said to be a relic of Emperor Roselle. It took me a long time to finally open it, and to my surprise, it contained 2 fighting styles I had never heard of before. Connor was very surprised. You mean, you learned fighting from Emperor Roselle? Although Roselle has been dead for over 100 years, his influence still extends throughout the Raging Sea and the northern and southern continents. Odis smiled and nodded. You could say that. Yes, I did a divination, and what was recorded inside was indeed written by Emperor Roselle himself. Moreover, according to the contents, there are 21 more such small boxes. He was essentially saying, this little box isn't rare, and it's not too hard to get, so it's just a coincidence that my fighting style is similar to Lelouch's. Of course, if Connor later discovers that Lelouch and Odis have similar fighting styles, he will definitely be suspected. After all, official extraordinary users are not so easily fooled. But let's get through this immediate challenge first. Connor's surprise was quickly replaced by curiosity. May I have a glimpse of the Emperor's handwriting? If you're shy and don't know how to refuse others, you'll definitely have to open the box and let the other person take a look. But Odis was thick-skinned enough, and more importantly, he couldn't open the box, so he could only act. This. Odis looked troubled and said, Gentlemen, I would not have told you this if you were not official extraordinary individuals. I'm sorry, these things are very precious, and I don't want others to see them. After Odis said that, Conant didn't dare to ask any more questions, but he still glanced at one of his subordinates. The subordinate carried a sealed artifact that could be used for divination. When the steward looked over, the subordinate immediately nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed a relic of Emperor Roselle. At this point, the Punisher put aside all his doubts and politely took his leave of Odis. As Odis watched the carriage of the Punisher depart, he thought to himself, even the most irritable and impatient Punisher is not easy to fool. As Odis continued preparing dinner, she pondered how to cover up her previous mistake and how to explain the lie she had told that evening. While preparing dinner, he also came up with a plan. He had to open the iron box left by Russell and replace whatever was inside with Antisvan's boxing manual. Not only that, but they also need to add some simplified Chinese characters to confuse the public. As for how to open the iron box, Odis's first thought was to cooperate with the mysterious queen, but such cooperation was fraught with uncertainty. If Russell's eldest daughter confiscates the tin box, who can we complain to? If the person who took the punishment investigates again later, they can say that the metal box was stolen, but that would be too coincidental and would still easily arouse suspicion. After some thought, Odis decided to try it out herself in the wilderness of knowledge first, and if that didn't work, she would then discuss it with the mysterious queen. After dinner, Odis returned to her bedroom, put the metal box back into the wilderness of knowledge, and read for a while to digest her food. Around 10 p.m., Odis went to bed early and entered the wilderness of knowledge, using a specific meditation method. After passing through a field of illusory light, we arrived at a tower made up of illusory orbs of light. Odis sat in his chair, staring at the metal box on his desk, lost in thought. You can't open it by force, doing so will destroy the contents and easily damage the metal box. Thinking about this, Odis suddenly realized, it's not that it can't be damaged. So Odis quickly used the power of the wilderness of knowledge to copy an iron box. After becoming a wizard, the power of the wilderness of knowledge simulation has been enhanced, and it can now copy a real-world object with perfect accuracy. Although it looks somewhat illusory, it is actually solid when you touch it. Odis thought this ability was somewhat useless, because one had to obtain the physical object to copy it. He had always felt that if one had the physical object, the copying would not be very meaningful. Moreover, the copied content can only be used in the knowledge wilderness, and cannot be used elsewhere. But now he has changed his mind, and this ability is now very useful. When the illusory yet substantial iron box was placed before him, Odis used brute force to open it. The mechanism inside was immediately triggered. Before Odis could completely open the box, a special liquid destroyed a piece of parchment inside that looked somewhat illusory. Odis paid no attention to it and began to examine the disassembled iron box in detail. There was indeed a very ingenious mechanism inside the iron box, but Odis, after careful examination, soon found the mechanism to open it. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. To be precise, it wasn't that the mechanism designed by Emperor Roselle was ingenious, on the contrary, it was the most ingenious mechanism Odis had ever seen. It's estimated that if it weren't for the designer of the iron box, no one would know how to safely open it. However, even the most ingenious mechanisms cannot withstand continuous trial and error and repeated refinement. Odis copied another iron box. He picked it up and looked at the lower left corner behind it. This location is no different from other places, there is no indication of any hidden mechanisms. Odis pressed the button once, but there was no response. He then tapped it twice more, but still no response. He didn't rush to take further action because he knew the mechanism was there, but he needed to consider how to open it. Odis thought that it was normal that pressing and knocking had no effect, since no one knew if the iron box might accidentally fall to the ground and there might be a stone or something on the ground that would trigger the mechanism. Since pressing didn't work, they tried pulling it outwards. So Odis used the central simulator in the room to create a tool with a suction cup, which he then used to attach it to the lower left corner and pulled hard. Click. Sure enough, the metal box was opened. Odis quickly pushed the copy metal box aside and opened the real metal box in the same way. He smiled slightly and took out the parchment inside. Unfold the parchment, it contains a detailed hand-drawn map. Although it is hand-drawn, it is very exquisite and looks like a product that has been calibrated multiple times and then printed. The map is about the size of the world map that Odis remembered, with simple strokes depicting mountains and dense forests, as well as a passage of simplified Chinese characters. It looks like the map was drawn by Roselle himself. Odis's gaze immediately swept over it, where it read, "This is a treasure I found before I became consul." The clues to the treasure came from some documents on the Black Throne. It is said that the Blood Emperor was extremely insane, but he also had moments of lucidity. In a moment of lucidity, he buried a vast treasure for the Empire, the purpose of which is now unknown. It turns out that not only the Solomon Empire and the Trenforst Empire had treasures, but the Tudor Empire did too. Following this clue, I consulted many documents from the Tudor period, which eventually led me to this treasure. Haha, I was a genius back then, finding 2 imperial treasures within a few years. The problem was that the treasure was too rich, and my strength was too weak at the time, so I only took a portion of the sealed artifacts and buried the treasure again. Later, in order to quickly enhance the extraordinary power that was loyal to me, I went to the treasure again and took most of the sealed artifacts there, but I did not touch the gold and silver, because by then I was already the ruler of Intis, and power gradually made me lose interest in money. Moreover, under my wise leadership, Intis's financial situation remained sound even during the simultaneous wars between Rune and Fenaport. But a few days ago, when I suddenly thought of this treasure, my spirit made a prophecy. More than 100 years from now, someone who has had a similar experience to me and has a good relationship with my lovely daughter Bernadette will use the things in the treasure. So if you can understand this text, then you time traveler, don't say your time travel predecessors didn't take care of you. If you can't read Chinese, haha, you'll be so mad. In addition, you should easily notice my daughter, because under my influence, her dress and way of thinking are completely different from those of this era. If you know her, well, never mind, I won't go into Zarathustra's prophecy about Bernadette. Go forth, valiant warrior, and realize your personal worth with my treasure. Chapter 136, Chapter 136 The initial motivation for studying biological variations in Silver City. Upon seeing these words, Odis couldn't help but twitch his lips. How did the treasure of the Tudor Empire become your treasure, Roselle's? He then speculated that this must have been a map drawn by Russell after he switched to the adjacent pathway and became the Knowledge Emperor. Before that, the Generalist pathway did not have the ability of prophecy, while the Secret Seeker, pathway sequence 3, Master of Prophecy, and the sequences above it, had such abilities. Perhaps because they were both time travelers, Roselle's prophecy was quite accurate. First, Odis was indeed a time traveler, and second, he did know Bernadette, although their relationship was currently just SOSO, a good working relationship. As for whether or not that treasure will be used, well, who would turn down money? And it seems there are some sealed items inside. Odis thought to herself, I wonder if there are any sealed artifacts inside that grant the ability to travel. He felt that they should have had them originally, since the Abraham family was the most powerful noble family in the Tudor Empire and should have accumulated such sealed artifacts. But Odis didn't expect Roselle to leave him anything good. He knew that the sequence 7 of the Generalist pathway was called Appraiser, whose ability was to identify the sealed artifacts and their negative effects. As one advances further, the Appraiser's abilities will also improve, allowing them to appraise higher-level sealed artifacts. When Russell visited that treasure a second time, he probably took all the sealed items that didn't have much of a negative effect with him. As for the gold and silver, Odis really wanted to dig them up, but there was a big problem. He was currently being watched by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the treasure would only benefit the Church of Steam. In the end, Odis decided to keep the parchment and dig it up again when the opportunity arose. Odis then temporarily left the wilderness of knowledge and returned to her home in the real world. She found 2 pieces of parchment of suitable size, then prepared some antiquing potion and sent them into the wilderness of knowledge. Then he imitated Russell's handwriting and tone to compile boxing manuals. Odis never spoke face-to-face with Roselle, and his knowledge of this senior time traveler was basically from Roselle's diary. Fortunately, none of the people in charge of the Charlemagne case had ever seen Emperor Roselle, so the chances of being exposed were slim. These 2 boxing manuals mainly consist of pictures and text, and they explain Bajiquin and Taijiquin in different writing styles from the outline of combat. In some blank spaces, he even wrote in Chinese characters things like, I'm just that all-powerful, which are really annoying. Since no one could understand it anyway, I just wrote a few sentences and then used a potion to age it, and soon I got 2 slightly yellowed boxing manuals. However, these 2 boxing manuals were not written by Roselle. If one were to use extraordinary abilities to divine, this would be immediately apparent. But this did not stump Odis. He took the extraordinary characteristics of the briber that he had seized from the 3N party from a display shelf on the side of the room. Then, while using the power of the wilderness of knowledge to suppress the strong negative effects of the extraordinary characteristics, he used the association ability of the sequence to establish a connection between the parchment and the metal box. In this way, when using ordinary divination to verify the origin of these 2 parchments, it will automatically connect to the metal box, thus achieving the effect of confusing the divination results. This should be able to evade most censorship, since not everyone has a divination artifact, like above the gray fog. As for extraordinary traits, they can actually be used directly, but they seem harmless when they're there, below sequence 5. However, if you use them, the negative effects will be quite severe. It may react with the extraordinary characteristics within the body, causing the extraordinary person to lose control on the spot. However, Odis has the high-level suppression of wilderness of knowledge, which completely prevents him from being affected by extraordinary characteristics. After doing all this, Odis looked at the boxing manual he had written one last time, folded it up and put it back in the box, closed it again, and smiled with satisfaction. It was basically enough to get by. Even if the substitute offender still has doubts, he can deny it because he has an alibi. unless the substitute punisher uses extraordinary means to interrogate the Viscount or Odis. This is why Odis wanted a nobleman to provide an alibi. Many nobles in Rune worship the Lord of Storms, and interrogating them with extraordinary abilities would have a very negative impact. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would certainly not allow Odis, with her special status, to fall into the hands of other extraordinary organizations, so it would definitely prevent the extraordinary interrogation by the Punisher. Next, Odis began his research task for the week, to study the plants, animals, and soil of the Forsaken Land. This research should have started long ago, but it was delayed again and again due to various urgent research projects. Last week, Odis had already sent all the plants and animals she had traded from Little Sun into the wilderness of knowledge, and now she was moving them onto her desk. They are a strange fish, a blood-sucking, brain-drilling insect, a plant with tentacles, and a black-faced grass. After the strange fish was killed, it became incredibly foul-smelling. Odis treated it with herbs to prevent the stench from spreading everywhere. Those blood-sucking, brain-drilling insects are incredibly resilient, they can survive on just water. Odis even tried sugar water and salt water on different individuals, and they accepted both without hesitation. The one that drank the sugar water even gained weight. The plant with tentacles had already started growing new tentacles. Odis filled it with soil and added some fertilizer, and the plant began to grow wildly. Odis quickly discovered the key: the place where it was placed before being sent into the wilderness of knowledge was sunny, which is why it grew so fast. It seems that even after thousands of years, it still retains many characteristics of plants. As for the tentacles cut from the plants, they began to rot and dry rapidly. Odis dried them and made them into specimens for current research. Odis finally focused his gaze on the black-faced grass, which was now completely withered, like a dead wheat stalk. However, its color was dark green, not yellow. The moment these plants and animals that did not die were placed into the knowledge wilderness, all their life activity ceased, but those that were not dead before being placed in still had enough vitality. It can be understood that their time stood still at this moment. In addition, there was a bucket of silt and a bucket of ordinary soil that were also acquired in the transaction, which will be studied last. After Odis had everything prepared, he began to dissect the strange fish. He did these studies not to become a biologist, but to try to find ways to increase agricultural and livestock production. Theoretically, with the Church of the Earth Mother Goddess in existence, there shouldn't be a food shortage in this world. However, the reality is that in Backlund, and in every major city of this world, large numbers of homeless people starve to death every day. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. According to Odis's observations, in addition to some human factors, the crop yields in this world are indeed not large, and the development of animal husbandry is far from reaching the level of a livestock factory. Odis also wondered why the Church of the Earth Mother didn't solve these problems. The angel who guided this path alone should have been able to ensure high productivity within a radius of several hundred kilometers. It can even be completed in a single day from seed germination to maturity. Later, Odis probably figured it out: the essence of extraordinary characteristics is distortion and chaos, and large-scale, forced production will definitely cause crops to mutate. Most importantly, it could very well cause mutations in the people of that land as well. What if the residents of that land grow along with the plants? If it's a child who grows 20 or 30 centimeters taller in a year, no one will mind if they're surprised and celebrate with a good meal. But what if adults also grow? Growing tens of centimeters every year, in less than 10 or 8 years, that area would become a land of giants. The northern continent is alright, as wheat is the main crop. In many parts of the southern continent, corn is also grown. Corn grows 1 or 2 meters a year, and the task of the giant kingdom can be completed in 2 years. So Odis had no choice but to try the second path, genetic modification. But a new problem arose: he didn't have that ability. Odis knew that the first mate of the Star Admiral had such talent, but it seemed that the talent was too much. That guy always seemed to be messing with cows, wanting wheat to grow on them and beer to be produced by them. As for other studies, such as making fish taste like beef or turning the blood in fish into beer, in Odis's view, none of them were normal. Strangely, Odis had previously inquired about the kingdom of Feniport, but had not heard of the Earth Mother Goddess Church producing any high-yield, disease-resistant seeds, or any livestock or poultry offspring that grew quickly and had a high survival rate. After some further thought, Odis realized that they did not possess such a concept. It is said that the priests of the Church of the Earth Mother do indeed pray for a bountiful harvest, and that their prayers are very effective. I've also heard that they have the ability to mutate plants and animals, but they don't seem to have any idea about optimizing seeds. This involves concepts that only a time traveler like Odis would know: gene mutation and gene self-correction. For example, in an entire wheat field, all wheat plants are watered and fertilized the same way, and the wheat stalks don't appear to be very tall or very large. Suddenly, there's one wheat plant that grows very tall and strong, with a large ear of wheat. This is probably a genetic mutation. That seed, instead of enjoying the good life of ordinary wheat, insisted on becoming inward-looking, making other wheat varieties jealous and envious. But farmers love this kind of competition, and they will definitely plant the seeds produced by this wheat plant in the ground the following year. But then you'll find that not all seeds are as fond of involute growth as last year's wheat. At most, 2 or 3 plants will grow tall and large, since most wheat prefers a peaceful and stable life. This is probably the self-correcting ability of genes. Odis estimated that the people of this world must have tried breeding, but the results should not have been very ideal. Odis had some knowledge of this. In order to stabilize the genes of the seeds, in addition to seed selection, seedling cultivation, and artificial pollination are also necessary to obtain excellent seeds. After some time of deliberation, Odis decided to facilitate the artificial breeding process by combining extraordinary and scientific methods. The basic theory is to use extraordinary abilities to mutate seeds, stabilize genes using scientific and extraordinary methods, and ultimately obtain high-quality crop seeds. To achieve this goal, the plants and animals that have mutated due to their extraordinary nature in the Forsaken Land are very worthy of study. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, a curse from thousands of years ago. According to Odis, the most critical hurdle in his research on increasing agricultural and livestock production was how to induce mutations in plants and animals within a controllable range. The high-ranking extraordinary beings of the Church of Mother Earth may be able to increase food production, or even make a single wheat stalk grow into several ears of wheat. But such an ability must come at a price, or rather, have side effects, since the sequence 2 of this pathway is called Desolate Matriarch. Just by looking at the name, you can tell it has nothing to do with increasing production, or anything like that. It might even have the opposite effect. According to Odis, this is closely related to the influence of extraordinary characteristics on the organism's internal structure. In the first and second periods, the direct absorption of extraordinary characteristics had a similar effect on organisms as a rapid and decisive form of radioactive pollution. Whoever can withstand the damage caused by pollution will be able to use those extraordinary powers to a certain extent, and may even become an existence like the 8 ancient gods of the Second Age. Whoever can't hold on will have to lie down and get gold coins and equipment. The potion system has found a way to neutralize this radioactive pollution. Most potions work by fighting poison with poison. Their extraordinary properties can make people lose control, and their auxiliary materials can cripple them. As a result, 2 negatives made a positive, and he successfully completed the promotion. As for the ritual required after sequence 5, its main purpose is to stabilize the spirit. Because of sequence 5, and the sequences that follow, the potion begins to erode the spirit body. It's another level of mutation and radiation. The effect of extraordinary abilities on the extraordinary person is mutation, and the external effects are similar, except that the extraordinary ability allows the influence of the extraordinary person to extend to the surrounding area. Therefore, Odis's purpose in studying the creatures of the Forsaken Land was to find a reference for the extraordinary influence that these creatures had on life. Due to its extraordinary chaos and uncertainty, the extent of its impact on living organisms makes it unlikely that a standardized unit of measurement like Celsius, meter, or kilogram can be derived. However, extraordinary influences certainly have limits. For example, the influence of sequence 7 cannot exceed this level, just as Odis is currently unable to create scrolls that can only be mastered at the level of sequence 6, the scroll professor. In other words, although such an impact is uncontrollable, there is always a certain threshold. The first step is to find this threshold, and the second step is to study and utilize this threshold. Soon, Odis dissected the strange fish and was surprised to find that the fish's internal structure was extremely simple. Most of its structure was an empty cavity, and there were still some food remnants inside that Odis could not identify. After a careful search, Odis finally found the strange fish's internal organs, but they were too small. He couldn't even find obvious organs such as a heart or intestines. There were only a few simple lumps, and he couldn't distinguish what kind of organs they were. This puzzled Odis. Had the extraordinary effects fundamentally changed this fish, even causing its internal organs to atrophy severely, rendering it devoid of any fish-like characteristics? Odis also conducted some research on the Great Cataclysm at the end of the Third Age. He believes that the fall of the ancient sun god had a profound impact on the entire Earth's ecological and natural environment. The Forsaken Land was the most affected, as sunlight could not reach it, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning flashed everywhere. This is because the ancient sun god contains so much uniqueness that it, to a certain extent, represents the underlying order of this world. His fall was tantamount to a reshuffling of the underlying order. However, the ancient sun god did not possess the extraordinary characteristics of a farmer or a medicine master, so its direct impact on living beings at that time was mostly direct death. The creatures that survived in the Forsaken Land underwent varying degrees of mutation over the long years that followed. The fish before Odis must have slowly undergone a mutation. However, the extent of the mutation completely exceeded expectations. Odis remembered that in the land of the Forsaken Gods, many people had turned into monsters. If those monsters were dissected, Odis believed that organs such as the heart and lungs could be found. Even if they were grotesque and their functions were very different, their basic structure should still be there. However, the internal structure of this fish completely exceeded all of Odis's expectations. Then Odis noticed that the fish had no eyes. The only fish-like feature of its head is its mouthful of fangs. Suddenly, Odis had a bold conjecture, and he immediately went to the central simulator to look up information. He soon discovered that the strange fish's internal organs were very similar to the internal structure of some flatworms. So-called flatworms, such as the well-known planarians and port tapeworms. After careful comparison, Odis finally determined that the strange fish in front of him should be a mutated blood fluke. He looked at the strange fish, which was over a meter long, and then at the description of the blood fluke's length in the information, only 1 to 3 centimeters. Odis thought to himself, this mutation is far too great. But the facts are right in front of us, and this mutation is just that big. Odis reattached the dissected fish skin and planned to conduct a more detailed study later. Then he turned his attention to the real blood-sucking worms that could drink sugar water. Now, if someone were to say that these guys were transformed from paramecia, Odis would believe it. He took out a blood-sucking worm from the glass jar and proceeded to dissect it. Having learned from his previous experience, Odis quickly found the corresponding creatures, mosquito larvae. They have grown much larger and can move on land, but they seem to have lost the chance to become adults. Odis persisted and went on to compare it with the plant that had once grown tentacles. It turned out to be a mutated castor bean plant, no wonder it was poisonous. The tentacles of this mutant castor bean were very special, the suckers resembled those of some animals. Odis conjured a microscope and took sections for observation. He soon discovered a very peculiar sight. The cellular structure of these suckers was actually a mixture of animal and plant cells. This discovery, if it had been made before Odis's time travel, would certainly have been quite a big news story. After all, I learned the difference between animal cells and plant cells when I was a teenager. How could they be mixed together like this, all serving a castor bean plant? Odis exclaimed, in this extraordinary world, there is truly nothing that is impossible to find. Finally, Odis sliced the leaves of the black-faced grass to examine its cellular structure. Under the microscope, these plant cells were not simply withered, they had been reduced to a single cell wall, a hard shell that was completely empty. As Odis was about to raise his head, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a cell out of the corner of his eye that appeared to be not empty. So he quickly went to search for it and soon found the cell. Inside the cell wall was a head. The head has soft facial features, a single closed, upright eye, and dark brown hair. Odis quickly determined that it was the head of a giantess. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The giant's head, inside the cell wall. This sounds like an exaggerated joke. At that moment, the head seemed to sense Odis's gaze, and suddenly opened its closed single eye, looking at Odis. She opened her mouth immediately, and Odis's spiritual senses immediately detected the danger. He jumped back abruptly, leaping at least 2 or 3 meters. But the moment his feet touched the ground, he heard a vicious roar. Upon hearing this sound, Odis immediately felt dizzy and agitated. Fortunately, with the protection of the wilderness of knowledge, Odis's discomfort quickly disappeared. He looked toward the microscope and exclaimed again, this extraordinary world is truly full of wonders. Odis estimated that the giantess's head was some kind of symbol of the Queen of Giants, Annabella. He had speculated that the Queen of Giants must have died a terrible death and uttered the most venomous curse before she died. His remains became the Level 0 sealed artifact, Gift of the Earth, which gave rise to black-faced grass in Silver City. Thanks to the black grass as food, Silver City has been able to continue to this day, and most of its residents have not undergone significant mutations. This also burdened every resident of Silver City with the curse that they must kill their own relatives to avoid becoming an evil spirit. Odis quickly destroyed the slices, realizing that he was too weak at the moment and it was not the right time to study the black-faced grass. The parts that needed to be dissected were dissected, and the parts that needed to be observed in detail were observed under a microscope. Odis began writing his research report, noting that the mutations of the mutant schistosome and the mutant castor bean were greater than those of the mutant mosquito larvae. In particular, the mutant schistosome has crossed the animal classification in terms of its robustness and basically no longer possesses the characteristics of a flatworm. But it was definitely not a fish. The hollow cavity inside its body left a deep impression on Odis. Although there were few other subjects to observe, Odis guessed that there must be something special about the swamp where the mutant blood fluke and the mutant castor bean were located. Odis considered trading with Little Sun for more information on the soil around the swamp for further comparison. Then Odis began to examine the bucket of soil and the bucket of silt under the microscope. The number of microorganisms in the soil was astonishing, and they were ugly and seemed very aggressive. Odis used the power of the wilderness of knowledge to replicate the soil and conjure up seedling cups. He first covered them with a layer of soil, then sprinkled a few grains of wheat on top, and then covered them with soil again. After watering, the time progress of these seedling cups was sped up using the central simulator. Soon, some of the wheat in the seedling cups began to sprout and quickly grew into stalks and ears of wheat that were healthier and stronger than normal wheat. However, most of the wheat in the seedling cups did not germinate. Odis dug down to take a look, but the wheat seeds were nowhere to be found. They had probably been eaten away by some microorganisms. He concluded that if those microorganisms cannot be used as nutrients, they will simply be eaten. Finally, there was the bucket of silt. Odis examined it under a microscope first and found that its composition was similar to that of soil. After that, the subsequent experiments on the two were conducted together. Those experiments included heating, freezing, soaking in alkaline water, soaking in acidic water, etc., mainly to observe whether these soils were different from normal soils. While waiting for the experimental results, Odis continued to write the research report. A dozen minutes later, Odis suddenly noticed a faint glimmer in the container of heated sludge. He stirred it with a glass rod and discovered that a layer of very fine crystals had appeared at the bottom of the container. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, a great discovery that will go down in history. In his research report, Odis wrote, "It is not surprising that microorganisms are so active in the soil of the Forsaken Land. After all, these guys are very resilient. I remember that the environment in space can't kill some microorganisms. But the microbes in the Forsaken Land are clearly more aggressive, and they must have undergone some mutations. If I'm not mistaken, the virus there is even more potent. If people from outside go there, the most likely ways they will die, besides being killed by monsters hiding in the darkness, are from the disease. Insects are known for their remarkable resilience. I remember seeing a giant dragonfly fossil with a wingspan of about 1 meter from 300 million years ago in a museum before my journey through time. These guys have such incredible vitality, they've survived several world-ending events." As he wrote this, Odis looked toward the experimental platform and noticed a faint glimmer in the container heating the sludge. He got up to check and found some very tiny crystals in the heated mud. The deeper you go, the more crystals you'll find. Odis soon realized that heating had created the crystals. He stirred them continuously with a glass rod, and eventually more and more crystals were mixed evenly into the dried soil. This reaction puzzled Odis. When he examined the soil with a microscope, he did not find any minerals that could produce crystals. Why would such crystals appear when heated? Or are there even smaller minerals inside that require more specialized instruments to observe? After the number of crystals in the soil stopped increasing, Odis used small tweezers to pick up a crystal the size of a grain of sand and placed it on a glass plate. Odis took a magnifying glass and saw that although these crystals were very small, they were very regular hexagons. It was crystal clear, emitting a soft glow, but the light was slowly fading. As Odis looked at the crystals, she suddenly felt a faint connection between herself and them. He had a bold idea. He used small tweezers to place the crystal on the pad of his index finger and infused it with a little bit of spirituality. The crystal's brilliance returned. The little guy emitted a soft glow and looked very beautiful. Odis placed the crystal back on the glass plate and took a deep breath. My earlier thought was correct, these crystals can indeed store spirituality. The question now is, how long can the spirituality within the crystal be stored? He stared quietly at the crystal before him. Odis estimated it would only take a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most. Time passed by, and Odis was surprised that after more than half an hour, the crystal's brilliance remained undiminished. This is strange. Odis was certain that he had only infused a trace of spirituality into the crystal, which was still emitting a faint glow. Why hadn't he exhausted that trace of spirituality after half an hour? But then Odis seemed to realize, these glimmers of light were the colors of the spirit itself. They were not emitted by consuming the spirit. Spirituality itself is invisible and intangible, but Odis discovered in some previous experiments that some crystal-like spiritual materials can reflect the colors of spirituality itself. That color was a faint glow, something Oedipus could not explain with experiments and scientific logic, because colors in nature do not emit light, but only reflect it. The colors reflected by spirituality are soft light. These rays of light can be understood as colors such as red or yellow, which are the colors inherent in the light itself. Seeing that it was still uncertain how long it would take, Odis immediately used the power of the wilderness of knowledge to replicate the small crystal on the glass and accelerated the flow of time in the replica. At this point, Odis discovered the second ingenious use of the copying ability. If it were not a copy but the original, the wilderness of knowledge would have no way to speed up its time flow. This ability can be used to conduct experiments that require a long time to complete. As time sped up, Odis became increasingly astonished, because this tiny crystal had been glowing softly for 3 months before it began to dim. After all light disappeared, the crystal cracked and turned into ordinary soil. Odis stood up and paced back and forth, somewhat agitated. This is a huge discovery. In the extraordinary realm, there are also materials that can store spirituality, which are basically crystals. This material has a wide range of applications. For example, the sealing of many sealed objects can be accomplished simply by using the spiritual wall. If it is an extraordinary trait or the main material for advancement, it can be sealed with a wall of spirit for a very long time. However, if the sealing object has negative effects, that wall of spirituality will be consumed very quickly and needs to be replenished frequently. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, extraordinary individuals will place a crystal that can store spirituality on the outer layer of the sealing object. In order to keep the spiritual wall functioning for a long time and prevent accidents caused by forgetting or similar basic mistakes. Another function is to create an environment for storing high-level spiritual materials. Some expensive high-level spiritual materials not only require a spiritual wall, but also a highly spiritual environment within that spiritual wall. In that case, storing it for another year or two shouldn't be a problem. It's impossible to have an extraordinary person constantly providing spirituality to spiritual materials, that would be too costly. Therefore, crystals that store spirituality are used to continuously release spirituality, so that the environment inside the wall of spirituality remains in a highly spiritual state, thus slowing down the loss of spirituality from the materials. However, those crystals that store spiritual energy are very expensive because these materials are located very deep underground and are produced in very small quantities. Odis seemed to have found a substitute, as if he could already see piles of gold pounds beckoning to him. However, Odis quickly calmed down because these crystals were too small and could only store a very limited amount of spiritual energy. Odis looked at the container that had been heated earlier, which contained many tiny crystals. She wondered if it would be better to put them together in a glass bottle. With this in mind, Odis decided to try using water to see if he could distinguish the crystal from the soil. He put a few shovelfuls of soil into a flat-bottomed flask, then poured in water, stirred it, and the water became cloudy, with the crystals floating in the murky water. To see the crystals more clearly, Odis infused the flask with spiritual energy. Then, something amazing happened. After emitting a faint light, the crystals moved closer together and formed a small sphere that emitted a brightness similar to that of a small energy-saving light bulb. Odis stared at the beautiful sphere for half a minute before suddenly snapping out of it and continuing to operate it. He shook the flat-bottomed flask a few more times, then filtered the muddy water with a metal mesh, rinsed it with clean water, and finally obtained a sphere with a somewhat soft outer layer. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At that moment, Odis realized that the world's first, extraordinary lamp had appeared. The discovery of these crystals completed the final piece of Odis's previous research, an energy storage carrier. He seemed to have already seen an extraordinary and sci-fi world, a world full of mystical symbols and spheres emitting soft light. Odis held the sphere with trembling hands, then suddenly remembered that the most important thing now was to see if the sphere of light could also store spiritual energy for 3 months. However, Odis discovered that the spirituality within this sphere was not saturated. Since we are observing storage time, we must first ensure that the spirituality is in a saturated state. So Odis continued to infuse the sphere with spiritual energy, and soon the sphere became slightly brighter and as hard as crystal. Odis used the power of the wilderness of knowledge again to replicate the glowing crystal and speed up the flow of time. To Odis's surprise, the sphere stayed lit for more than a year. He started pacing excitedly again, but quickly calmed down once more. A new question arose before him: how were these tiny crystals formed? Then Odis picked up the glass rod and turned over the heated soil. Previously, the silt and soil were heated together, but small crystals appeared in the silt, while there was nothing in the soil. This first rules out the possibility that the special environment of the Forsaken Land produced those small crystals. Odis paced back and forth in thought, then sat down to ponder. Suddenly, he remembered that he had just discovered that the mutations in the mutated blood flukes and mutated castor beans were even greater. And both of these were in the swamp, right around where he had obtained the bucket of sludge. Odis seemed to see a glimmer of light. He continued to think along these lines and came to a conjecture: because the extraordinary power affected the soil and the silt to different degrees, the silt, which was more affected, produced those small crystals. Soon, Odis had a further conjecture: this strength standard was likely the influence of the demigod level. Small crystals could appear due to the influence of beings above the demigod level, but not those below the demigod level. It could also be at the angel level, but the probability is low, because if there were such a powerful sealing artifact in the swamp outside Silver City couldn't have been completely unaware of it all these years. Odis rose excitedly once more, envisioning ways to confirm it. If it were someone else, they would need to find a demigod-level helper, but Odis doesn't need to, because after advancing to Sequence 7, the central simulator can already simulate the abilities and power of a demigod. So Odis returned to the real world, pulled up the potted plants she had been growing, and sent the pots and soil into the wilderness of knowledge. After shoveling some soil, Odis used that central simulator to simulate demigod-level power and then applied it to the soil. After the effects persisted for a few seconds, Odis quickly heated the crystals, and they reappeared. As he heated the crystal, Odis pondered the problem and soon found the reason for its appearance: divinity. After reaching Sequence 4, divinity is attained, albeit in small quantities. In Odis's extraordinary model, divinity plays a very important role. It now appears that divinity has even altered the fundamental matter of this world, transforming ordinary soil into something extraordinary. Chapter 139, Chapter 139 Gandalf the Wizard appear. On Tuesday morning, Odis arrived at Gard's herbal shop with dark circles under her eyes. He was so excited last night that he didn't sleep well, and even meditation didn't work, or rather, he was too excited to meditation. Yesterday's discovery was so exciting, it not only provided a material for storing spiritual energy, but also made many of Odis's ideas a reality. For example, combining this material with the magic array he is researching can immediately create an infinite number of possibilities. Has anyone ever seen a magic circle that doesn't require immediate spiritual infusion? Has anyone ever seen a fully automated magic circle? There are so many applications. For example, the extraordinary chariot that Odis designed more than a year ago has always lacked a stable energy source. Now these small crystals have perfectly solved this problem. This is precisely why Odis was so excited, because his research had taken another solid step closer to application. We were supposed to open Gandalf for business today, but we're not opening today. I'll catch up on sleep first. Upon arriving at the herbal shop, Odis saw Kaina showing his younger sister Pasha around. The little girl looked somewhat like Kaina, and her complexion was all right. After all, Kaina's seemingly meager salary was enough to keep his family from going hungry. Pasha is a year or two younger than Kaina, but she had worked in a textile factory for a while before being laid off due to illness. Upon seeing Odis, she seemed somewhat nervous, constantly adjusting the hem of her dress. Odis greeted the other party briefly, then exchanged a few words with Kaina before going to the backyard. There, he sat in his armchair, pondering how to safely leave Backlund, since even the most remarkable discovery from yesterday would be useless in Backlund. Lost in thought, I somehow fell asleep. Odis slept very soundly and dreamed that he landed on an island where he built his extraordinary kingdom and reached the pinnacle of his life. But a dream is just a dream, and he eventually woke up from hunger. Looking at his pocket watch, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Odis rubbed his stomach and went to the shop in front. As usual, Kaina had already bought him lunch. As Odis chatted with Kenneth over lunch, he was about to return to the backyard when the postman delivered a telegram. Odis opened it and saw that more than an hour ago, Detective Sherlock went to the Nanma ballroom to tell Mandy that he had completed Mr. Gar's first commission and asked Mr. Gar to come and inspect it the next day. Odis had previously given the great detective 2 tasks. The first task was to find Bernie's address. This Bernie is the puppet name of the astrologer from the Moss Ascetic, who once reminded Odis of the address of the Rose School werewolf. Odis thought to himself, Klein is only now saying that he has found Bernie's address, which is obviously to avoid exposing his method of using divination to solve cases, and is also to hide his true strength. Since that's the case, then the schedule for the next 2 days needs to be adjusted again. There might not be time tomorrow, so let's go to number 66 Rose Street this afternoon and officially open Gandalf. So Odis greeted Kaina, then returned to 77 Highlin Avenue, changed into the wizard outfit in the basement, and used the teleportation circle to arrive at the basement of 66 Rose Street. He walked around the room to make sure everything was all right, then turned on the gas lamp, brightening the dimly lit room. This is equivalent to open for business. Odis then read a book while waiting for her first customer to arrive. However, by evening, no one had come to the door. Odis wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the business of charlatan was even more difficult to get started with than that of a detective at the beginning. Moreover, advertising this kind of business in the newspaper is obviously not a good idea, because his first client might be a member of some official extraordinary being. Therefore, the wizard's business can only be spread by word of mouth. Only when someone has come to Odis and knows that he is reliable will his friends come to Odis for help when they encounter similar problems. Although the Nanmu Dance Hall information network has been used to help with promotion, many people are still observing because there are not enough examples to support it. Odis put away the book and prepared to buy dinner. After all, wizards also need to eat. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the doorbell rang. Odis paused for a moment before grabbing her wooden staff, walking leisurely to the door, and opening it with an indifferent expression. Standing outside was an elderly gentleman in his 50s. The silk on his top hat, the gold chain on his pocket watch, and the personal valet following behind him all indicated that he must be a wealthy man. Odis felt he was not a nobleman because he was not wearing a sleeve pin or collar pin. That was a custom of the nobility. They liked to wear small ornaments inlaid with gemstones and diamonds, or small gold ornaments engraved with their family crest. Such items are usually very expensive because they are small yet exquisitely crafted, and some special styles even need to be pre-ordered several months in advance. Nobles like to use these little things to distinguish themselves from the nouveau riche, and even the king would sometimes bestow some of these little things as rewards, so some special lapel pins were still a symbol of honor. This aligns well with the habits of the Rune nobility, reserved, introverted, yet able to express their uniqueness. "Hello," Odis said indifferently, "what can I do for you?" The old gentleman was slightly taken aback when he saw Odis's attire, since it was rare to see someone in Backlund wearing a wizard's robe and a pointed hat, and also sporting such a long beard. As for that staff, it's much longer than a cane. Upon hearing the wizard's question, the old gentleman seemed to snap out of his reverie. "Excuse me, are you the great wizard Gandalf?" Odis simply replied, "I am Gandalf." "I've come to ask for your help," the old gentleman said with a smile. "Please come in." The old gentleman first said to his personal servant behind him, "Wait for me in the carriage." Then he followed Odis into the room. Odis sat down on the dark sofa opposite the old gentleman and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any tea or coffee here, and my drink is poisonous to you, so I won't offer it to you." The old gentleman bowed slightly, somewhat uneasy, and said, it's all right, I'm not thirsty." He thought to himself, how terrifying, the wizard actually treats poison as a beverage. Then he was a little embarrassed because he didn't know how to deal with the wizard. The living room fell silent. Odis thought to himself, "Oh no, I think I used too much force." After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pinched his temple, opening his Eye of Secrets. Judging from his aura, this old gentleman seemed to have some problems with his lungs, but all his other organs were in good health. The lung problems aren't too serious either, many people in Backlund have lung issues. Finally, Odis looked at the other person's fortune. There was a faint light above the spirit's head, which indicated that his fortune would be very good for the next 3 days. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The old gentleman noticed that the wizard opposite him seemed to have a different look in his eyes, and then he felt as if his soul was being scrutinized. This wasn't a misperception on his part. Odis closed the Eye of Secrets. "You will encounter some lucky things recently." The old gentleman was slightly taken aback. "Thank you. Where did you hear that I came to Backlund?" Odis then posed another question, and the conversation continued smoothly. "From a friend," the old gentleman replied. "I also heard about it from Viscount Vedette. Oh no, he's a baron now. I learned from Baron Wade that you are a very powerful wizard, so I asked a friend for your address. I just happened to be passing by today, so please forgive my hasty visit." The gentleman of Backlund would usually arrange a meeting time a few days in advance, and then visit at the appointed time. This is the proper etiquette for a normal visit. However, if you're just visiting a wizard, there's no need to use this normal way of visiting. Odis then roughly understood that the friend, the old gentleman, was referring to must be someone who helped him with publicity, or someone who had heard about the publicity. As it happened, the old gentleman recently met Baron Vader, from whom he learned that Gandalf was a very powerful wizard. Odis thought to himself, it seems that old bastard Baron Vader has no doubt about Gandalf's previous words and actions, and is still working hard to promote Gandalf. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked, "What do you want from me?" The old gentleman hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please keep this a secret." Odis nodded slowly. The old gentleman took a deep breath before saying, "I really want to know if my eldest son, Bichel, is my biological son." Odis paused for a second or two. The troubles of the rich. This will inevitably involve issues of inheritance or property division, so it is essential to clarify blood relations. "When I met Bijir's mother," the old gentleman quickly explained. Odis raised his hand. "I don't need to know the details, just a few strands of Bichel's hair, and your presence, to give you the answer." Extraordinary individuals who follow the hidden seeker path can also perform divination, but they cannot perform overly complex divinations. The only divination method that can roughly achieve the effect of a diviner is astrological divination. Other methods, such as cane divination and dream divination, are abilities unique to diviners. However, it's relatively easy to divine whether the person in front of you has been cheated on, but if you want to divine who cheated on you, you can only try astrological divination. The old gentleman was slightly taken aback. All right, I'll get the hair in the next few days and then I'll come to visit again." As he spoke, he handed the wizard a business card. Odis glanced at the name, York Elton. Then the old gentleman politely took his leave and returned to his carriage. He thought about the somewhat terrifying arrangement of the wizard's residence and the wizard's strange remarks, and suddenly hesitated whether he should send his head over. York returned home with these thoughts weighing on his mind. As soon as the carriage stopped, his hired manager came out of the house to greet him. "Mr. Elton, we have finally signed the contract with Oster Marine Company. This highly profitable collaboration has been under negotiation for more than 6 months, but a contract has yet to be signed." York jumped down from the carriage with delight upon hearing the news. "That's wonderful news." Then he suddenly remembered that the wizard had said he would be very lucky recently. York froze, utterly astonished. He knew everything. Then, he looked at his eldest son's hair. Chapter 140, A Trap. 66 Rose Street, the home of the wizard Gandalf. After seeing the old gentleman off, Odis began to consider what to eat. In fact, the old gentleman's problem could have been solved on the spot using astrological divination, but Odis did not do so. Because of his previous role-playing, he had realized that playing a wizard required a certain amount of acting, using methods that shocked or frightened the target to make them believe his conclusions. As with the case of this old gentleman, there are no institutions like paternity testing available these days, so there's no way to verify Odis's conclusion. Of course, it was also thanks to the absence of something like a paternity test that the old gentleman sought the help of a wizard. In this situation, Odis needs to find a way to gain the old gentleman's absolute trust so that he will believe the conclusions Odis ultimately reaches. To gain trust, you need to put on a show again. This is not hard to understand, because in some primitive tribes, shamans also have the task of presiding over sacrifices. Sacrifices usually involve singing and dancing, and the shaman is the one who leads the singing and dancing. That's actually just a performance. Even if there was no communication with the gods, it doesn't matter. Everyone has already watched a performance, and we weren't asked for tickets, so it's not right to say that the ceremony was fruitless. As Odis pondered this matter, he went out onto the street and saw a vendor selling dipsy pies not far away. So he decided to eat 2 pies to stave off hunger that night. The reason he often ate this was because the dipsy pie tasted similar to some pies he had eaten before he transmigrated, so he would usually eat a dipsy pie when he didn't know what to eat. In front of Odis, there was a customer who was wearing a hat, about 2 meters tall, with thick limbs and a full beard, buying cakes. The other person paid and left while eating, and then it was Odis's turn. The pancake vendor was slightly taken aback by Odis's attire, but still warmly greeted her. "How many would you like?" Odis said, 2. The vendor skillfully picked up 2 pancakes and was about to wrap them in paper when Odis warned, "That pancake is burnt." "It's all right, it won't affect your eating," the vendor said with a beaming smile. Just as Odis was about to insist that the other party give her a different one, she suddenly remembered that she was currently playing the role of a wizard, and it would damage her image if she were too concerned about such a trivial matter. So he smiled and said, "Young man, bad luck is about to befall you." As he spoke, he paid, took the cake, and left. Seeing that the wizard was willing to suffer in silence, the vendor smiled and said nothing more. Just as he was happy to have finally sold the burnt pancake, half of it came crashing down on him, leaving the vendor momentarily stunned. The burly man who had just bought a cake in front of Odis, holding a nail in his hand, angrily shouted, "You found a nail in my cake. Do you want to die?" Odis, who was not far away, turned around and saw this scene. He smiled helplessly. This was obviously a frame-up, because the iron nail was too big to be hidden in the cake. But the burly man didn't care about any of that and kept yelling for the vendor to refund his money and compensate him for his losses. Fearing a beating, the vendor had no choice but to take out his money bag, hoping to take some money from it to settle the matter. As a result, the burly man snatched the money bag, and when the vendor went forward to argue, he was slapped hard across the face. Odis watched all this quietly from a short distance away, showing no intention of helping. After the burly man robbed him of the money and strode away, Odis returned to his residence, stroked his beard, and ate a pie. That evening, Odis stayed on Rose Street, letting the neighbors know that someone had moved into the villa. The next morning, he used the teleportation array in the basement to return to number 77 Highland Avenue, where he became the owner of the herbal medicine shop again. Then they took a carriage to Gar's herbal shop, where they changed into Mr. Gar's clothes in the basement before arriving at the Nanma ballroom. Mandy had already prepared the carriage. Odis spoke briefly with Mandy before boarding the carriage to Sherlock's residence. Arriving at 15 Minsk Street, they picked up Klein, the detective Sherlock, who was already waiting there, and the two headed to Bernie's residence together. The carriage moved forward smoothly, and Klein reminded him, "Although I've found Bernie's address, I can't be sure if there are any ambushes around there." "I know." Odis, wearing a mask and a trench coat, nodded and said, "In a moment, we'll have the carriage drive past without stopping, just take a quick look." Then Odis would inform the mechanical heart of the message, and then hand it over to the mechanical heart for processing. However, Odis believed there was probably no ambush, as it was an important clue when Bernie's body was first found. However, by that day, the astrologer who had turned Bernie into a puppet was already dead, and Odis no longer took this clue seriously. Actually, they didn't need to make this trip, because Odis believed in Klein's divination. However, the two are still hiding their extraordinary abilities from each other. If they don't go and see for themselves, it seems like they are trusting each other too much, which might make Klein feel something is off. So Odis decided to go and take a look. Bernie's residence was at 17 Wildey Street, and the driver, who had already received instructions, drove past at a steady pace. Odis and Klein, both inside the carriage, glanced at number 17, though neither of them sensed any danger there. But just as the carriage was about to leave Verde Street, both people in the carriage felt a gaze upon them. Although the gaze was subtle, both individuals, being highly spiritual, noticed it. They pretended not to notice the stare and continued their previous conversation. A second or two later, the gaze disappeared. After leaving Wildey Street, Odis frowned slightly, although the Morse Penitentiary hadn't laid an ambush here, they had set up an observation post to watch everyone who passed by 17 Wildey Street. But what was the point of them doing that? After walking a distance, Klein first used a coin to divine that they were not being watched, and then smiled and said, "The gaze you just gave me can be considered as evidence. 17 Wildey Street is indeed the place you are looking for." Odis nodded slowly, took out 2 10-pound notes from her wallet and handed them to Klein. "This is the reward for the first task." He paused, then added, "The second task doesn't require investigation." The second task that Mr. Gard gave Klein was to find out who Bernie had contacted during his lifetime. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But for now, let Mechanical Heart investigate these matters. The two of them tacitly stopped talking about the case and started chatting again. "The sun is shining brightly today," Klein said with a smile. "I even saw the sun's shadow in the sky." There was indeed a faint sun in the sky, and its gentle rays shone on the street. Although it looks like there are some thin clouds, this is already quite good weather in Backlund during winter. On Minsk Street, the two said their goodbyes, and Odis left in a carriage. After watching Mr. Gard's carriage drive away, Klein glanced at the pale sun in the sky before taking out his key, opening the door, and going inside. Clang. After he closed the door, a thick fog, like a python, suddenly appeared on the street outside, but it seemed that none of the pedestrians saw the fog, otherwise they would have cried out in surprise. The thick fog lingered for a moment in front of number 15 Minsk Street before drifting toward the carriage Odis was riding in. Although the thick fog has dissipated, a faint star halo has appeared on the door of number 15. It was a small, circular ring, seemingly made of crystal, with a faint starlight shimmering inside. Meanwhile, Odis rode in a carriage straight to the Backlund Mechanical Research Society. At the same time, he was still thinking about the question he had just asked: why did the Morse Pentecostal Order still leave people around Bernie's residence to keep watch? Theoretically speaking, this move is meaningless. First of all, Bernie and the astrologer are both dead, which means that this clue has been cut off. Odis had no way of finding any trace of the Morse Pentecostal Order using Bernie's clues, so there was no need for them to continue watching this place and observing Odis's investigation progress. On the contrary, having people keep an eye on this place actually left clues. If we can catch that person, that would be a new clue. They might want to observe whether any suspicious people approach 17 Wildey Street. But why aren't they hiding properly and instead observing this? Prophecy. Odis suddenly realized that the demigod from before was likely a Sequence 3, who had received a prophecy that he could encounter Odis around Bernie's residence. The Hidden Sage's mission was to capture Odis, but now both the Gar herbalist's shop and Odis's residence are being watched by the mysterious queens, invisible servants, making it difficult for them to make a move from these places. So they came up with a plan to use Odis's trip to 17 Wildey Street to arrest him again. Odis suddenly realized that she was in great danger. Although he is wearing a mask now, it is useless under the gaze of the Eye of Secrets, and he has definitely been recognized. Moreover, not only is he in danger, but Klein is also in danger, because the other party could easily mistake Klein for an accomplice of Odis and control him. Odis thought for a moment and said to the coachman, "Back to 15 Minsk Street." Then he asked in a low voice, "Are you there?" After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without any response, the mysterious queen had only promised that she would hear you immediately if you called for help at Gar's herbal shop and 77 Helen Avenue. Odis quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote in his notebook, "I am in danger now, at 15 Minsk Street." He then stopped the carriage and handed the notebook to the driver, instructing him to deliver it to Max at the Backlund Mechanics Society as soon as possible. He then ran all the way to 15 Minsk Street and saw the star ring on the door. Odis avoided the door and cautiously knocked on the window. After knocking twice, Klein opened the door, but he had a strange smile on his face and was soaking wet for some reason, yet he seemed completely unconcerned. Chapter 141, Odis vs. Klein. 15 Minsk Street. Klein returned to his residence and first lit the fireplace. As the fire in the fireplace grew larger, he smiled and whispered, "Praise be to the fireplace." In winter, sitting by the fireplace is a real treat. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Klein was slightly taken aback, wondering why the person hadn't used the doorbell. Just as his hand was about to grasp the doorknob, Klein paused slightly, because, as usual, the scene outside the door did not appear in his mind. Click. As Klein hesitated, the door opened a crack by itself. Klein retreated as nimbly as a cat. Squeak. The door seemed rusty, and it slowly opened by itself with a grating sound. Klein saw that outside was not a street, not even Backlund, but a desolate wasteland where it was raining heavily. The wild grass swayed back and forth as it was battered by the rain, and the view from afar was gloomy, as if a pair of malicious eyes were watching this place. Klein calmly picked up his cane and tried to pry open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, a person appeared in the wilderness. It wasn't there a second ago, but it appeared the next second. That man, wearing a mask and a trench coat, is Mr. Gar. Klein was slightly taken aback. Could this be Mr. Gar's way of secretly contacting others? But he soon sensed something was wrong, because this Mr. Gar gave off a very gloomy feeling, and even seemed like he wasn't a living person. The other person's clothes were already soaked, but he didn't seem to care. After reaching the door, he said to Klein in a sinister tone, "Don't go out on a rainy day." Klein asked warily, "Why are you back again?" "I have something important to discuss with you," Mr. Gar said. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Klein said, "I have no such intention." Mr. Gar suddenly threw out a handful of iron black powder, and an invisible giant hand clenched its fist and smashed towards Klein. Klein sensed the danger and immediately activated his spiritual vision, where he saw an invisible giant hand. He nimbly dodged and pointed his index finger at Mr. Gar. Bang bang bang. Odis dared to send his coachman to deliver the message without fear of it being intercepted by the enemy because he had drawn this conclusion based on the intelligence he had gathered. Last week, the Rose School's operation failed, but the official extraordinary ones have remained on high alert and are continuing to search for the escaped members of the Rose School. No unofficial or extraordinary force would dare to make any major moves at this time. Odis thus concluded that the Ascetic Order of Moors could not possibly deploy demigods for this operation, because if they did, the official demigods could likely surround him within 10 seconds. Nor could they deploy a large number of people, as that would easily expose their location. However, if the opponent is a sequence 5, or even just a sequence 6, it will be difficult to deal with. Therefore, Odis believed that Klein should be warned to prevent him from being attacked while unprepared. But when Odis arrived at 15 Minsk Street, he found a star ring on the door. When he knocked on the window, Klein, who opened the door, was soaking wet and had a strange smile on his face. Odis paused for a moment before asking, You fell into the toilet. Treating the bathroom like a sacred place will inevitably lead to such a tragedy sooner or later. Klein just smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't go out on rainy days." Odis, secretly on guard, slowly took 2 steps back. "Can we go out if it doesn't rain?" "Don't go out even if it doesn't rain," Klein said with a sinister smile. As Odis continued to back away, she chatted idly with the other person, saying, "I get it now, so we can't go out, right?" "Yes." Odis suddenly asked again, "How was your life in Tingen?" Klein replied slowly, "It's all right." Odis hummed in agreement, confirming that the person in front of her was not Klein. Because this was Klein's secret, Odis had not discussed anything about Tingen City with Klein from beginning to end. Klein then said, "Please come in and have a cup of tea." Odis was now quite far from the doorway, and he could see that the floor inside was covered in puddles, and the furniture and furnishings looked wet. He couldn't help but ask, "Is your house leaking?" Before Klein could answer, Odis added, "How can we brew tea like this? The tea leaves must be moldy by now. I have something urgent to attend to, let's talk another day." It wasn't that he didn't care about Klein's life or death, but that guy had the protection of the Source Castle, so this kind of attack, which was obviously strange but not very aggressive, wouldn't be difficult for Klein. At this moment, Klein, soaking wet, still wore a strange smile and said, "It's too late. The moment I opened the door, you wouldn't be able to escape." Suddenly, a huge change occurred around Odis. Pedestrians on the street disappeared rapidly, houses on both sides fell into ruin in a short time, and knee-high weeds grew at Odis's feet. Then, it started to rain. Odis quickly made a judgment and sprinkled a handful of transparent powder towards Klein. A strong wind appeared and swept towards the door. He knew very well that it was neither a sealed artifact nor an extraordinary being that had made Backlund desolate. If that's the case, I estimate that even the angels of the Kingdom of Rune will have to be mobilized. Recalling that star ring she had seen on the door, Odis believed that she must have been influenced by that star ring. He even went further and speculated that, under the influence of that star ring, as long as he opened that door, he would have already entered a strange space. So Odis, like Klein, also thought of closing the door, but the strong wind couldn't budge it at all. Meanwhile, Klein had already raised his finger and was slowly striking Odis with a series of thumps. Odis quickly broke open the severely rotten door of a house across the street and hid inside. Inside the house, he began to think about how to deal with the magician. The opponent's main abilities are Flame Jump, Air Bomb, Paper Doll Substitute, and Flame Control, among which Air Bomb and Flame Control are the most offensive. Therefore, witchcraft such as fire spells cannot be used. Just as he thought of this, a small flame suddenly ignited in a dark corner of the room, and Klein emerged from it, continuing to attack Odis with air bullets. As Odis dodged an air bullet from the opponent, he immediately scattered a handful of white powder. The white powder crackled and popped between the two men, the white, firework-like explosions instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck Klein squarely on the head. Pfft. Klein suddenly shrank, turning into a paper figure, which was then charred into black scraps by lightning. While fighting, Odis had already come up with a solution. Taking advantage of the fact that Klein had used the paper doll to hide outside the room, he quickly took out the secondary spatial array that led to the wilderness of knowledge. Fortunately, although he was in a strange wilderness, that spatial magic circle was still usable. Odis reached in and took out a golden one-handed shield. After quickly deactivating the magic circle, he charged out with the shield in hand. This shield is very similar to the shield that Lelouch used in the fighting arena before, except that this shield has a simpler function and does not have a second layer of silver explosive structure. It is an early work developed by Odis. After seeing Odis rush out, Klein continued to attack with air bullets. Odis wasn't too afraid of the other party using manipulated fire to attack him, because it was raining and the surroundings were wet, so the fire attack was very limited. The golden shield deftly blocked all the air bullets. The shield was strong enough to stop at least 8 rifle bullets or 20 revolver bullets. Klein is currently still sequence 7, the magician, and his air bomb only has the power of a revolver. Using the shield, Odis quickly approached his target and then punched him in the chin. This is Odis's tactic, close combat with the opponent. The two were very close, and Klein could no longer use his air bomb ability. However, his body was enhanced by the Joker and he was very agile, easily dodging Odis's attack. However, agility alone is not enough in close combat. Odis suddenly followed up and leaned against Klein, causing him to stumble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis threw out a handful of blue powder. A cold wind blew by, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Where the powder hit Klein's body, a layer of solid ice immediately appeared, and his left half was almost frozen. But Klein seemed oblivious to pain, not even flinching, and continued to attack Odis with his frozen arms. Odis held his shield horizontally and shoved it forward, striking Klein hard in the chest. Pfft. The other party used a paper doll substitute again. Odis immediately stepped back 2 paces, waiting in the drizzling rain for Klein to appear, and then pressed his advantage. But after 2 or 3 seconds, Odis realized something was wrong, because the paper doll would reappear in a second or 2 at most, and now 2 or 3 seconds had passed. Does this mean that Klein has been defeated? But there was no time to think about that now. Odis quickly approached the door of 15 Minsk Street, grabbed the doorknob and pulled hard, but the door remained unmoved. Then Odis heard a slight buzzing sound in his ears, and he found that the scenery behind him had suddenly changed, and the dilapidated street had completely turned into a wasteland. Bang. At that moment, the sound of an air bomb rang out again in the dimly lit room. Odis quickly raised his shield. He saw a Klein appear in the room inside the door. The other person did not have the eerie smile, and his clothes were not soaked. It should be the real Klein. Odis, whose clothes were soaked from being in the rain, suddenly realized that Klein had attacked him because his clothes were wet. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Was the cigar I gave you good to smoke?" Chapter 142, Chapter 142 Don't go out on rainy days. The real Klein in the room mistook the soaking wet Mr. Gar in front of him for the Mr. Gar who had attacked him earlier. He paused abruptly when he heard Odis's question, "Who did I take to the Nanma ballroom for refuge before?" "Mike, a reporter for the Daily Observer," Odis replied. "Are you really Mr. Gar?" Klein asked. "What are you doing here?" Odis smiled wryly. "I originally came to warn you that we might be in danger, but I ran into a Sherlock detective with his clothes soaking wet who opened the door for me, and in the blink of an eye I'm here." Klein asked, "What about the other Sherlock?" "After I severely injured him twice and used the paper doll substitute twice, he disappeared," Odis said. "There should be another Mr. Gal, right?" Klein smiled and said that Mr. Gar's witchcraft is indeed very powerful, but he is far less intelligent than you. The two exchanged a knowing smile, tacitly acknowledging that they knew each other's methods. At this moment, Odis looked around and saw that only number 15 Minsk Street remained. This townhouse was located in a wilderness, surrounded by many small hills, all covered with weeds, making it look very desolate. When Odis entered the house, all the furnishings inside looked as if they had been soaked in water, constantly dripping water. Now, both inside and outside the house have become another world. Odis asked, "Have you found any clues?" Klein looked at the only door that was unaffected and whose paint was still very shiny. "This door seems to be something special." Odis nodded. "When I arrived at your door, I saw a ring that shimmered with starlight hanging on it. It must have caused some changes to your door." This time it was Klein's turn to ask, "Do you have any ideas? It would be best to try closing the door." Klein nodded. He thought so too, but the door seemed welded to the ground and couldn't be moved no matter how hard he tried. The door to 15 Minsk Street was tightly shut, as if it had never been opened. The serpentine mist returned, swirling up the star ring on the door and drifting towards the street corner. At this moment, her ability to transform into mist ended, and a woman in her 30s with a pointed face and large eyes emerged from the thick fog. Looking at the star ring in her hand, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Originally, she only wanted to use the sealing artifact to trap Odis's accomplices and prevent them from rescuing Odis. Unexpectedly, Odis herself crawled inside, which saved her the trouble of finding an opportunity to catch them. The woman strode forward, rested for a few minutes, and then transformed into a misty python once more. She learned this ability from the hidden sage, and while it might not be very useful elsewhere, it has an unexpectedly good concealment effect in the misty backland. Therefore, this task was assigned to her. Odis and Klein, standing in the wilderness, gazed at the door and fell into deep thought. The door is locked, so we could consider exploring the wilderness. However, it seems that there are pairs of malicious eyes watching us from afar, and it would be dangerous to venture out under such circumstances. Odis guessed, the wilderness before us seems to be somewhere in the real world. He sensed this when he took something from the wilderness of knowledge, and the scene outside didn't resemble the underworld or the spirit world. Could it be the astral plane? Klein nodded, confirming Mr. Gar's statement, because he had just tried it and found that he could enter above the gray fog, which should be in the real world. He voiced his question. The question is, how did we get here? Odis pondered for a moment and said, that star ring is likely a seal on the gate pathway. As long as certain conditions are met, it can be teleported here. Klein hummed in agreement. The guess seemed plausible. But the problem is back to square one. How do we trigger the conditions to go back? Odis thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try first. He grabbed the doorknob, infusing it with spiritual energy as he said, don't go out on rainy days. No response. Then Odis, while infusing it with spiritual energy, said, don't go out even if it's not raining. There was still no response. Klein, standing behind him, grinned unkindly, thinking to himself, you can only go out when it's cloudy but hasn't rained yet. But then he couldn't laugh anymore, because he had thought of this spell earlier, but only the first part. Odis sighed, it seems we'll have to think of another way. Klein asked, what's your plan? Odis said somewhat helplessly, I'm not the kind of person who's strong. Klein shared the same helplessness, neither do I. Then he said, could we try destroying this door? The situation facing the two of them now seems to be that destroying the door would be easier and less troublesome than closing it. However, neither of them took any action because they had another problem on their minds. What if they destroyed the door and couldn't get back in? At that point, the situation will be even more awkward, and the only path left might be to risk exploring the surrounding area. They stared at the door, lost in thought, when suddenly Odis said, could we remove the door frame and let it close to the door? Klein nodded, that's something we can give it a try. At least the door frame won't be damaged, if not, it can be reinstalled. Klein went to the basement and found 2 rusty crowbars. The two of them ignored the rust and, one on each side, quickly used the crowbars to remove the door frame and then latched it onto the door. There was no response, and the door still wouldn't open when I tried to open it again. Just as they were about to put the door back and think of another solution, the two suddenly discovered that the door frame was also welded in, just like the door, and it wouldn't budge. This made the two of them fall into deep thought again, but Odis soon broke the silence. If I'm not mistaken, we'll have to rotate the whole house and close the door. Klein smiled helplessly, that guess should be right, but the problem is, there are only 2 of us, how are we going to turn the whole villa around? Although they are both extraordinary beings, and both are sequence 7, they are already very powerful among wild extraordinary beings. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Even so, it would be impossible to rotate a townhouse. Odis didn't speak. He thought for a while before saying, it's not impossible. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle of essential oil made from spiritual materials. Now we'd better pray that I have enough spiritual materials. If that's not enough, we'll need the blood of 2 people, since the blood of extraordinary beings is also a very good spiritual material. Odis came outside, stopped directly in front of the villa, and began to squat down to draw a magic circle at the base of the wall. Since he prepared essential oils, there was no need to worry about them being washed away by rain. After finishing the front side, I drew the same magic circle on the side and back. Klein, meanwhile, was rubbing his chin, staring blankly at the strange symbols Odis had drawn. These symbols were not the mystical symbols he was familiar with. Some of them looked like they had wings, and some looked like they had tails, making them resemble dragons of various shapes. These are indeed the mystical symbols of the dragon race. Odis found many magic circles related to flight and levitation among the dragon race's magic circles. This made Odis realize that the dragons flew in the sky not only because they had wings, but also because they had extraordinary power. The reason is simple, such a large creature requires a tremendous amount of energy to fly. No matter how hard it flaps its wings, it would be completely against the laws of physics to support such a large body to fly into the sky. But this is an extraordinary world after all. Defying the laws of physics does not mean it is impossible. Dragons should have the ability to fly and hover. After all, the spectators and the sailors are adjacent paths, and in that era, they often mistakenly swallowed the extraordinary characteristics of adjacent paths. The magic circle drawn by Odis is the levitation magic circle, which can greatly reduce the weight of townhouses. He made some improvements on the spot, forming a small, composite magic array. Once the main array is drawn, the 4 small, floating magic arrays can be used together. After drawing magic circles in all directions, Odis came to the center of the living room and, together with Klein, cleared a dry area of the floor. When all the spiritual materials were used up, Odis had also drawn up the main array. He said to Klein, to be on the safe side, "I've left 2 spiritual interfaces. We'll have to work together to complete the operation. Put your hands in these 2 places, yes, there. Follow my instructions in a moment. The spiritual array will become illusory when I infuse it with energy. When I say rotate, turn both hands clockwise." This was Klein's first time operating a magic circle, and he immediately nodded. Odis began the countdown, 3, 2, 1, infuse with spirituality. As the 2 of them poured their spiritual energy into the magic circle, the circle in front of them expanded, became illusory, and emitted a holy light. The 4 small magic circles outside the house also lit up with a faint light, which made the whole house seem a little brighter. Crunch crunch. With a heavy creaking sound, the townhouse seemed to sway gently a few times. Turn. Odis gave the second command. Klein immediately followed what Mr. Gard had just said and tried to turn the ball clockwise. He felt as if there was a huge stone ball between his 2 hands, and he had to use all his strength to turn it even a little bit. As the 2 people gritted their teeth and worked together to turn the villa, the angle of the villa slowly shifted. After struggling for half a minute, both of them were covered in sweat, and the villa was finally joined to the door and door frame. After a soft cough, the sound of rain outside suddenly disappeared. The 2 sat on the damp ground for a short rest, then looked at the doorknob together. They stood up together, paused at the door, and then Odis grasped the doorknob and pulled the door open. The door was indeed opened. Chapter 143, Chapter 143 Shared Spoils. On a certain avenue in Backlund, a woman who was moving forward in the form of thick fog suddenly paused and looked at the star ring hidden in the fog. At this moment, the stars in the ring shone brightly and suddenly broke free from the control of the gray fog, abruptly attaching themselves to a closed door on the street. The door slowly opened amidst the glittering starlight, and Odis and Klein appeared in the doorway. The female members of the Moor's penitentiary were stunned. It was the first time they had ever encountered someone who could come out of there on their own. "I used the sealing artifact to trap a sequence 5 enemy before, and the enemy was unable to break free." The appearance of Odis and Klein startled everyone around them. The door led to a coffee shop, and the people inside wondered where the light emanating from those 2 people came from. Were they coming in or going out? Before the 2 people could even rejoice upon returning to the real world, they each activated their spiritual vision and saw the mist python not far away. Odis and Klein immediately rushed out the door, ready for battle. After a stalemate of 2 or 3 seconds, a hand suddenly emerged from the mist and threw a scroll toward Odis. Odis felt an extremely cold force rushing towards him, and he immediately sprinkled a handful of red powder, and a flame flew towards the scroll. The scroll suddenly cracked slightly the moment it touched the flames, and a violent gust of cold wind spread outwards, instantly freezing Odis's fire spell in the hard ice and snow. The chill continued to assault Odis, but he used the opportunity of his flame spell to block it, quickly took off his coat, tossed it lightly in front of him, and retreated rapidly. Upon contact with the coat, the scroll's power immediately continued to exert its remaining force, freezing the dark coat to the ground. It looked like a limp person was frozen in the street, which was very eerie. However, the scroll's power ended there, and Odis dodged the scroll's attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Klein raised his hand and used his air bullet ability to attack the enemy with a series of bang 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 sounds. Upon hearing the gunshot, people on the street and in cafes immediately hid in panic and then quietly searched for who had fired the shot. However, after searching for a long time, they only found a fool who was pointing his finger at the air and pretending to shoot. The scroll professor of the Moss Ascetic Order allowed those air bullets to hit him, and only small holes appeared on the thick fog that resembled a python, which would soon heal. At this moment, a small patch of thick fog appeared at the doorway where Odis and his companion had just appeared. However, Odis had already figured out the other party's intentions. He took another step back, came to the door again, and removed the star ring from the door before the fog rolled in. The other half of Klein used Flame Leap to get close to Professor Scroll, and took advantage of the opponent's underestimation to sweep a kick into the mist. The Scroll Professor didn't really take Klein seriously, because when she was in the mist, she wasn't afraid of most physical attacks or fire. However, Klein's kick into the mist hit his opponent instead, and not only that, it also kicked Professor Scroll out of the mist. The Scroll Professor was kicked and fell to the ground in a sorry state. She looked up in surprise and found that Klein's leg had caught fire, burning through his trousers and revealing his leg. When Klein attacked with the air bullet, he already realized that the opponent would not be harmed by any physical attacks. However, Klein did not have a premonition that his opponent was invincible, estimating that his opponent's level was sequence 6. Theoretically speaking, even if someone is at this level, they can only evade a portion of physical attacks. Then he further thought that he should be able to attack his opponent with his own body. After all, after becoming an extraordinary person, it was not only a leg, but also a spiritual organ, which was equivalent to a spiritual material full of spirituality. So Klein took advantage of the flame jump to secretly set his pants on fire, exposing a section of his calf. His idea was right. After trying it out, he was indeed able to kick the enemy. After a brief moment of surprise, the scroll professor immediately launched a counterattack, throwing a smooth scroll at Klein. Klein sensed the immense threat emanating from the scroll and immediately dodged it using Flame Leap, but the smooth scroll continued to extend towards him, clearly indicating that it couldn't be avoided in an instant. The scroll professor ignored Klein and rushed towards Odis, trying to seize the sealed artifact. If the mission fails and the sealed artifact is lost, there will definitely be some punishment. Taking advantage of Klein's attack, Odis has already taken out the secondary array of the spatial array. First, he put the star ring into it, and then took out a small white axe and an explosive dart. Seeing the scroll professor rushing over, Odis quickly dropped his secondary formation on the ground and threw out his darts. Bang! The dart exploded like a large firework, but its power was not great. This belongs to Odis's early works. The scroll professor quickly dodged, but Odis's axe attack came again. The scroll professor sensed the spirituality contained in the axe and carefully guarded against it. But her main attention wasn't on Odis, but on the secondary array Odis had left behind, where a small cloud of mist had formed. She planned to use the mist to retrieve the sealed object that Odis had placed inside the spatial array. However, the mist could not penetrate deep into the spatial magic array. This is no ordinary spatial magic circle, nor is it a magic circle that anyone can reach into. When she saw Odis suddenly drop to the ground and shout, turn around," to her companions, it was too late. The axe in midair suddenly exploded, forming an extremely intense white light. As the halo spread, Scroll Professor's vision went completely white, and his eyes hurt as if they were about to burst. Many of the onlookers, who were watching from a distance, covered their eyes and rolled on the ground screaming. Without any hesitation, the Scroll Professor immediately transformed into a mist python again, rampaging away rapidly, and even after knocking down 2 passers-by, he still did not slow down. Odis, lying on the ground with his hands covering his head, was almost unaffected by the bright light, while Klein simply turned around, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he felt that the whole world had become much darker. Odis quickly sprinkled some powder, and an invisible giant hand smashed down on the coat, which was frozen into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! The ice was shattered, and the ball of fire that Odis had just released, as well as his coat, were freed. Odis put away the secondary array of the spatial magic circle, and the cold outer garment on the ground, grabbed Klein's sleeve, and hurriedly left the place. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The flash just now should have caught the attention of the official extraordinary beings. I need to run quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to explain if I am caught by the Night Watchers or the Punishers. After running some distance, Odis flagged down a horse-drawn carriage, got in, and told the driver to go to 15 Minsk Street. Only then did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Klein's vision hadn't returned yet, so he simply closed his eyes and used his spiritual senses to perceive everything around him. Odis said first, the magical item we captured is our shared spoils of war. But now is not the time to divide the spoils. After I get back and understand its capabilities and negative effects, we can discuss the division in writing. Until then, it's safest to put it in my space pocket. Klein nodded slowly without saying anything. After all, Mr. Gard had contributed more to escaping from that eerie, rainy space and driving away the enemy, so it wasn't a big problem for him to keep it safe. At this moment, Klein was thinking about something else. Mr. Gard, or the leader, has a lot of unique, one-time use weapons, and they are all very practical. How should he ask him to buy some? Fortunately, what Klein traded with the Hermit was the flaming arrow, not a one-time extraordinary weapon, otherwise, Klein would have been suspicious by now. Odis added, when I went to inform you just now, I also sent someone to deliver a message to Mechanical Heart. I estimate that by the time we return, the people from Mechanical Heart will have arrived. You don't need to be nervous. Oh, you should have met someone from Mechanical Heart. Klein said, I've met Captain Ikoncel a few times. That's good. Odis smiled and said, just tell them the truth about everything except the sealed artifacts we captured. Klein nodded, I understand. The two then stopped talking. Klein closed his eyes to rest, while Odis warily observed the scenery outside the car window. When they returned to 15 Minsk Street, the people from Mechanical Heart had indeed arrived, and Ikoncel himself was leading the team. Just as they were searching for clues to prepare to pursue the enemy, Odis and Klein got off the rental carriage. Ikunzer breathed a sigh of relief. He had just heard a report that the person keeping watch had lost Odis and then received a distress signal from Odis, which startled him, so he quickly brought his men over. Afterwards, Mechanical Heart took statements from Mr. Gar and Detective Sherlock at Klein's house and learned what had happened. Unfortunately, the scroll professor escaped, and the trail to the Moor's penitentiary was lost once again. After giving his statement, Odis bid farewell to Klein and left in a carriage from the Nanma ballroom. Inside the carriage, Odis thought, the enemy is only a sequence 6. Although the official extraordinary ones are keeping a close eye on things, it's still a bit unreasonable to only send a sequence 6. After all, it's very difficult for a sequence 6 to capture a sequence 7. He keenly realized that this matter was not over yet. Chapter 144, Chapter 144 The Wizard's Curse. Odis first returned to the Nanmu ballroom by carriage, and then went back to the Gar herbalist's shop, where she changed her clothes. Then, he took the carriage back to 77 Highlin Road, disguised himself as Gandalf the Wizard again, and used the teleportation circle in the basement to arrive at 66 Rose Street. After running around like this, Odis thought to himself, having too many accounts is really troublesome. Odysseus, now in Gandalf's guise, emerged from the basement and sat on the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had nothing to do lately and could relax and play the wizard for a few days. With that in mind, he piled firewood in the fireplace, preparing to start a fire. At this moment, Odis's spirit suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. He became somewhat alert, but since he did not feel threatened, he did not immediately assume a fighting stance, but continued to pile up firewood. After the firewood was piled up, Odis had already thought it over. Not many people knew that the new name, Gandalf, was actually Odis, and the people peeking outside were probably there to visit the wizard Gandalf. So Odis began his performance, first reciting a few incantations, then blowing slightly into the fireplace, which immediately burst into flames and lit the firewood. Oops. Odis heard the screams outside and looked coldly toward the door. To his surprise, the person standing at the door was the same vendor who sold Dipsy's pies yesterday. Upon seeing the wizard looking at him, the vendor quickly took a few steps back. Odis strolled leisurely to the door and opened it. "What are you doing, sneaking around like that?" The vendor quickly bowed and said, "Hello, wizard, I've come to apologize." "What are you apologizing for?" "Yesterday, last night, I shouldn't have given you that burnt pie," the vendor quickly replied. After being robbed by that strongman yesterday, he lost interest in doing business and pushed the remaining bread home. It was then that he suddenly remembered the wizard's words, which seemed to say that he would be plagued by bad luck recently. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it must be a curse from a wizard. The vendor was terrified that night, fearing that the wizard would send some monster to kill him. He didn't sleep a wink, and this morning he came here to knock on the door. However, by then, Odis had already left through the teleportation array. The vendor knocked on the door for a long time but no one answered. He wasn't in the mood to do business today, so he sat on the steps in front of the door and waited. He had just heard a noise in the room, so he peeked out the window and saw the wizard lighting the fireplace. When he saw the wizard blow flames out, he couldn't help but scream. After listening to the other person's description, Odis suddenly smiled and said, "I'm not that petty. I wouldn't curse you over a pie. When I told you that I hadn't been having good luck lately, I was just stating the facts." At that time, he opened his eye of mystery and saw that the vendor's spirit was surrounded by darkness, which was a sign of bad luck. So when Odis said that, she was simply trying to play the role of a wizard well. The vendor nodded, seemingly understanding. "Then, how can I end this misfortune?" Odis raised his hand and pinched his temple, opening his eye of secrets. He saw that the vendor's head was no longer so dark, but there was no light either, meaning that his luck for the next 2 or 3 days was neither good nor bad. He thought for a moment and said, "Come in with me." After saying that, he walked ahead and said, "I have herbs here that can end bad luck early, but you will have to pay a certain price to get them." "What price?" 16 Sul. Odis didn't ask for an exorbitant amount, he wanted the value of the herbs themselves plus the price of a Dixie pie. The vendor breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. He brought enough money today. Odis took a small paper bag, opened one of the jars, and used a wooden spatula to scoop out some powder and put it into the paper bag. The moment Odis opened the jar, the vendors behind her seemed to smell the scent of sunshine. In Backlund, such flavors are intoxicating. Odis folded the paper bag and handed it to the vendor. "Go back and use this medicine to take a bath. After you use it, your bad luck will end sooner than expected." Actually, it was powder of golden-edged sunflower with a little bit of golden hand citron powder added. If you feel the house is damp, sprinkle some of this powder into the fireplace, and most of the moisture will be gone immediately. If you use it for a bath, you will feel warm and comfortable all over. The peddler's misfortune has ended, and this experience will lead him to believe that he escaped the misfortune with the help of a wizard. Seeing that there were only so few herbs, the vendor paused for a moment before quickly taking out his money and counting out 16 sul. He felt it was too little because he wasn't a fan of mysticism. Odis had been selling herbs for so many years, and he would never shortchange anyone. Mysticism is inherently an expensive hobby. Moreover, Odis was relatively conscientious, only selling him this small amount. Odis leaned his staff against the wall, took the money in one hand and handed the medicine to the vendor with the other. Young man, remember this lesson. Although Odis wasn't that stingy, he wasn't generous either. If the vendor had given him the burnt pie yesterday, he would have beaten the big guy so badly that he would never dare to rob again. The vendor took the herbs and nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. After seeing the vendor off, Odis returned to the sofa and sat down by the fireplace, passing the time by reading. I ate a little something for lunch and continued reading in the afternoon. This made Odis think to himself, these days are really pleasant. I really hope the next customer will come later. Just then, a phrase appeared in his book, I have arrived. Odis didn't put down his book, continuing to read, luckily, I didn't have to wait for you to save me. You changed your address and your clothes. It took me ages to find you, Bernadette's voice came from the air. Odis said, I've encountered the Moss Ascetic again. He gave a brief account of what happened that morning, but of course, he didn't mention the spoils of war. After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette said, they only sent a sequence 6 to capture you. You also feel something's not right, right? Instead of answering Oedipus's question, Bernadette countered, did they entice you to a place, or leave any important clues about it? Odis thought for a moment before saying, no, at least I don't remember having any. If I had to say something, it would be that Bernie's place has become important. Before that, Odis already felt that it wasn't a very important clue. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But given what happened today, I definitely need to investigate that address thoroughly, though I'll be doing it with mechanical heart. After a brief silence, Bernadette said, I've also been looking for people from the Moss Ascetic recently. I have a feeling that they are planning something big, but I don't know exactly what it is. Odis nodded, we exchange information with each other at any time. I'll ask Mechanical Heart again in a few days if they've found anything. Good. Ding-a-ling. Odis glanced at the doorway, then whispered, wait a moment, I'll go see who it is. Upon arriving at the door, Odis saw that the visitor was a man in his 30s, dressed in simple but tasteful clothes. He opened the door and said, hello. Hello. The man was slightly cross-eyed, which made him look somewhat comical. Are you Gandalf the wizard? Yes, Odis said calmly, please come in. Odis walked ahead without offering any courtesy, and sat down in his original spot before gesturing for his guest to sit as well. The man sat opposite Odis, and looked somewhat nervous. Odis said, I'm sorry, I don't have any tea or coffee here. He paused for a moment before realizing he should say the next line, and my drink is poisonous to you, so I won't offer it to you. The man immediately sat up straight and said, I'm not thirsty, I'm not thirsty. A sudden hee-hee came from beside the fireplace. The man jumped to his feet, nearly losing his balance in the process. Who's there? You misheard, Odis said with a smile. There's no one there. The man looked left and right at the fireplace, and only after confirming that no one was there did he sit down again with a wary expression. Odis said, tell me what you want to see me about. The man calmed himself down slightly before saying, Mr. Wizard, please keep what I'm about to say a secret. All right, go ahead and say it. Odis had a bad feeling. The man seemed to have mustered up his courage before saying, could you let me have a child? Odis said with some helplessness, what's the point of giving you a child? You can't have one yourself. Ha ha. Laughter rang out again by the fireplace. The man rose a second time, trembling as he stared at the fireplace. Who's there? There's no one here, Odis sighed. Let's get down to business. He said, you and your husband are infertile, aren't you? Upon hearing the word infertility, the man stopped looking towards the fireplace and said somewhat awkwardly, yes, yes. Odis thought for a moment and said, I do have a way. Bring 50 pounds back tomorrow. The man was somewhat skeptical, really. Odis laughed and said, the proper use of herbs is what wizards do best. If you don't believe me, you don't need to come. He just wanted to end this deal as quickly as possible to prevent the man by the fireplace from laughing again. Yes, yes, I will definitely come tomorrow. After the men left, Bernadette's voice rang out again, are you a wizard or an apothecary? Or are you trying to send a child to his wife? Be a little more reserved, Odis said with a hint of helplessness. I didn't even make that kind of joke. He paused and then said, but I happen to know a pharmacist who is very trustworthy and whose prices are very fair. A dose of herbal medicine costs only 10 pounds. In a situation like this man's, he and his wife might each need 1 dose. Chapter 145, Chapter 145 Gandalf's Clients. Bernadette nodded slowly. That means you made £30 on this deal. She laughed and said, you're a real genius when it comes to acting. You even destroyed the fighting arena in Backlund to play the fighting scholar. Playing the role of a wizard can also be a way to make money. When others play the role, it's both expensive and time-consuming, but when you play it, you not only digest the potion, but you also make money. Odis placed his long staff aside and laughed. It's not as amazing as you make it out to be. I just used the time others spent drinking coffee to smoke my pipe. Ha ha ha, Bernadette's hearty laughter echoed through the air once again. As the two became more familiar with each other and their conversations became more casual, Bernadette found chatting with Odis increasingly interesting. Now, the people Bernadette encounters are either subordinates or enemies. The former are usually very serious, and you can't have a casual conversation with them. As for chatting with the enemy, that's a very dangerous thing. Odis was not as cautious as a subordinate, nor as cold as an enemy. After a few hearty laughs, the two resumed their serious conversation. Bernadette asked Odis, I still don't quite understand why the Moss Ascetic insisted on capturing you. The situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to talk to Odis in detail. Later, Bernadette heard from Arya that the Moors Penitentiary had spent so much time planning, only to capture Odysseus. Crucially, this order was issued by the Hidden Sage. This is quite unusual. It's not surprising that the Moss Ascetic would take notice of Odis, given that Odysseus' research is truly admirable. However, these studies have not yet reached the point of alarming the Hidden Sages. Odis had already thought of an answer to this question. They may have discovered that I have a close working relationship with you and want to capture me and interrogate me about information about you. Don't worry, even if I'm captured by the Moss Ascetic Order, no matter how severely they torture me, I will never utter a single word about you. Bernadette paused for a few seconds before saying, not really. She meant that the Hidden Sage didn't seem to be planning to capture Odis in order to obtain information about her. But then she thought that Odis probably didn't know the reason either, so Bernadette said again, I feel that people who can say such things are unlikely to keep any secrets. Odis did not refute, but simply smiled and asked, do you have any magical items that grant the ability to travel? Yes, but the negative effects are very strong, Bernadette said. I can help you trade for a magical item with less severe negative effects for £19,000. We are good friends. Then it'll be £18,500. Is our friendship only worth £500? That makes sense. Bernadette thought for a moment. £18,800. Odis, Bernadette laughed and said, the asking price is £18,500. If you don't have that much money, I can help you pay part of it. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, let's wait a bit. He hasn't figured out exactly how to run the route yet. Bernadette said, okay. The two chatted for a while longer, but Bernadette had other things to do, so their conversation ended there for the time being. Odis wrote a letter to Mandy, asking her to ask the pharmacist to prescribe 2 herbal remedies for male and female infertility. Actually, that pharmacist was Fat Pharmacist, a member of the Mysticism Research Association, but Mandy was always the one in contact with him. After finding a horse-drawn carriage to deliver the letter, Odis continued reading while waiting for a client. Today was a relatively leisurely day. He ate dinner early and went to bed early, using meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge. Odis first took the star ring he had captured that day, and then, using the wilderness of knowledge position, learned that it was a seal artifact corresponding to the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 5 Traveler. What's rather strange is that Odis couldn't use the power of the wilderness of knowledge to learn about the formation process of this sealed artifact. The formation process of the other sealed artifacts obtained before can be understood through the wilderness of knowledge, but this one cannot. Odis simply kept this in mind and did not continue to think about the problem. Instead, he used the wilderness of knowledge to understand its capabilities and negative effects. The Star Ring's ability is this: if it's hung on a door, it can quietly teleport all life that approaches that door to a rainy wasteland, and only there. The holder of the sealed artifact can freely enter and exit the rainy wasteland and can release the life that has been teleported there by opening the door. The negative effects are, whenever the sealed item is used, the holder will be awakened one night by rain from an unknown source. If the holder uses the sealed item only twice a week, they will frequently have nightmares of wandering aimlessly in the rainy wilderness and encountering terrifying monsters. If used 3 times a week, the holder will be teleported deep into the rainy wilderness, lose the right to possess the sealed item, and will never be able to return. Odis sighed. This negative effect was quite strong. Being woken up by rain after only one use was barely acceptable. Using it twice a week seems a bit dangerous, and daring to use it 3 times would be considered a missing person incident. Moreover, this sealed artifact isn't very useful. It's fine in the city, but if you're fighting in the wilderness, where are you going to find a door? This made Odis lament, what a waste of the extraordinary qualities of that traveler. Having learned about the sealed artifact's abilities and negative effects, Odis began writing her previous research report. Odis was overjoyed to discover the small crystal that could store spiritual energy the night before last, and didn't have time to write a research report, so he's making up for it tonight. After submitting the findings to the Knowledge Wilderness, this week's research is considered complete. Odis returned to the real world and wrote another letter to Klein, roughly telling him about the abilities and effects of the sealed artifact, and discussing with him how to possess it. At the same time, Odis offered Klein another option. He paid Klein £2,000 to take full possession of the sealed artifact. In terms of the level of the sealed artifact, 2,000 is indeed too few, but in terms of the ability and negative effects of this sealed artifact, 2,000 is neither too many nor too few. Odis was willing to pay this amount of money because he had a spiritual perception that the rainy wilderness was not simple and seemed to hold many secrets. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. However, with his current strength, exploring the rainy wilderness would be extremely dangerous. He would need to reach at least sequence 6 before he could attempt it. This could be considered venture capital, but Odis was fairly certain that there would be good things in the rainy wilderness. It just required a little exploration and searching. After finishing the letter, it was getting late, and Odis yawned as he went to sleep. The next morning, while Odis was having breakfast, Mandy's assistant Bella brought the medicine that the wizard Gandalf needed. It was still the same price, £10 per dose, for a total of £20. Bella also delivered the dividends from Nanma Ballroom. The November dividend was £3,122. She could have received more, but since she had just acquired the shop next door, Mandy planned to renovate it and connect it with Nanma Ballroom. This is a considerable expense, and it will take 2 or 3 months to complete. Odis gave the letter for Klein to Bella, instructing her to mail it using the address of Nanma Ballroom. He then told Bella to inform Enoch to prepare, as he would be bringing the newly developed device on Sunday morning, which would equip Enoch's men with a wealth of fighting skills. After Bella left, Odis continued to wait, just like yesterday. The first person to visit was a man in his 30s who had slightly crossed eyes. Odis charged him £50, gave him the 2 potions, and instructed him which one he should drink and which one his wife should drink, and told him not to mix them up. The cross-eyed man left with the herbs, somewhat skeptical. Odis did not put on any show in this regard, because he believed in the fat apothecary's abilities, and such things were more effective than any performance. Around 9 a.m., Odis was greeted by York Elton, the wealthy man who suspected that his son was not his biological son. This time, York was even more polite than before. "Mr. Wizard, I am honored to visit you again. I have prepared some gifts to express my respect." During his last visit, the wizard mentioned that he had been having good luck lately. As a result, he had just returned home when he learned that his subordinate had signed a very profitable contract. York already trusted the wizard completely. As he spoke to the wizard, his personal servant quickly brought over wine and cigars, but Odis waved his hand and said, "I don't need any of these. You can take them back." Without waiting for York to continue declining, he turned and went into the living room. York was also in a dilemma. He had inquired for a long time but still didn't know what to give the wizard, so he tentatively sent wine and cigars. Seeing that the wizard refused to accept it, he did not insist. After having the valet return to the carriage to wait for him, York quickly went into the living room and closed the door. The two approached the fireplace, and Odis asked, "Have you brought what I needed?" "I brought it." York quickly took a small glass bottle from his inner pocket, which contained a few strands of his eldest son's hair. Odis nodded. "Go sit on the sofa for a moment." As he spoke, he took out the spiritual materials and pen he had prepared beforehand and began to draw a magic circle in front of the fireplace. Odis was very skilled at drawing various magic circles, and within a few minutes, 2 magic circles were completed. Odis pointed to the magic circle on the right. "You stand in there." York quickly stood up and stood where Odis had pointed, watching the wizard open the glass bottle, take out the hair inside, hold it in his hands and mutter incantations, as if he were chanting some kind of spell. After a long while, the wizard Gandalf placed the hair from both sides into another magic circle and told York, "In a moment, flames will appear in this circle. If these hairs are burned, your firstborn son will not be your child. If the hair is not damaged, he is your child." York was taken aback, feeling that the hope that his eldest son was his biological son was very slim. After all, hair is easy to burn to ash. Chapter 146, Chapter 146 Pediatric Emergency. York Elton watched intently as the wizard Gandalf performed his actions. After describing how to distinguish between biological and biological sons, Gandalf began to dance a strange dance while muttering incantations, as if he had suddenly become a different person. This is a dance that Odis fully absorbed the essence of the art form of shamanic dance, and modified it. After all, the aesthetics of the Kingdom of Rune are somewhat different from those of the Northeast. After performing for 2 or 3 minutes, Odis felt that the atmosphere was ready, so she took her staff and slammed it hard into the magic circle at York's feet. York suddenly felt an evil wind surrounding him, blowing upwards, and this evil wind continued to rise after reaching the top of his head. This was not his imagination. The magic circle beneath York's feet was a gentle breeze magic circle. When Odis placed his staff inside the magic circle, he infused it with spirituality, making it function. Although it was just a gentle breeze, this was in a wizard's dwelling, surrounded by strange plants, and on the shelves by the wall were some bottles and jars, as well as some animal specimens and skulls. In such a poorly lit room, York suddenly tensed up and stood there stiffly. Then Odis came to the side with her staff, recited a spell, and then thrust the staff into the magic circle containing hair. Phew! The flames in the fireplace suddenly shot out and landed on the magic circle. The magic circle suddenly ignited with a ghostly green light, the fireplace flames returned to normal, but the flames in the magic circle suddenly burst into flames, forming a pillar of fire taller than a person. York was shocked, and his hands trembled slightly. The pillar of fire was very close to him, but he could not feel the heat of the fire. On the contrary, he felt very cold. This is a fire magic circle, but Odis used a lot of undead spiritual materials when writing it, so it is actually some will-o'-the-wisp, which is of course very cold. The intense flames subsided after 4 or 5 seconds. A miraculous scene unfolded, the few strands of hair in the center of the magic circle were completely intact. Odis took a deep breath and said, "Your ancestors believed that was your child." In fact, after he got the hair, he had already completed the divination and determined that the hair belonged to York's child. All the subsequent actions were just a performance. York breathed a long sigh of relief. The effects of the evil wind and green flame he had just witnessed made him completely believe in the words of the wizard Gandalf. However, he still had some questions. Why do you say that my ancestors determined that the child is mine? I have some very simple ways to determine whether your eldest son is your biological son, Odis explained mysteriously. But to be on the safe side, I also summoned the spirits of your ancestors to make the judgment. You should have felt a cold wind swirling around you just now, that was actually using you to summon the souls of your ancestors. Because you are of the same lineage, your ancestors could easily distinguish whether a child was yours or not. York looked around, as if sensing his ancestors' gaze, and then said with great admiration, "You are the most powerful wizard I have ever seen." Odis first felt that her spirit body was very relaxed, and the potion finally showed signs of being digested. While he was overjoyed, he was eager to ask York if he had met any other wizards before. However, in order to keep the conversation going, Odis simply smiled and said nothing. York was delighted to finally have a huge question in his mind answered. He took out his wallet, didn't count the money, and pulled out a stack of banknotes, handing them to Odis. "Wizard, please accept my gift of gratitude." Odis reached out and took 5 10-pound notes. "Fate has made me accept this much." York was somewhat agitated. "You've taken too little." Odis laughed and said, "If I take money that is not destined for me, that money will not belong to me, and it will bring me disaster." These mystical words made York admire Odis even more, and he stopped insisting on giving her the gifts, thanking her profusely before leaving. Odis put away the money, cleaned up the magic circle on the ground, and summarized his experience of acting. First, the wizard needs to put on a certain performance. When the target believes in his identity as a wizard and trusts the conclusions he draws as a wizard, the potion can be loosened or digested. This can be seen as a spiritual interaction process. Whether it's the digestion of potions by a wizard or through other means, such interaction is necessary. The performance must continue, it cannot be stopped. As Odis sat on the sofa, she thought, the spiritual materials used in the magic circle cost about 7 pounds, so this business earned her more than 40 pounds. Not bad, not bad. She had already earned more than 70 pounds today. Odis was secretly pleased, reading her book and waiting for the next customer to arrive. However, his business either comes in 2 or 3 orders at once, or he doesn't get any orders at all, and then no one visits him for the rest of the day. He received Klein's reply first, but it was Mandy who forwarded it to him. In his letter, Klein said he was willing to take the 2,000 pounds, since the sealed artifact was of little use to him. However, he also said that he hopes to be able to borrow that sealed artifact if he needs it in the future. After reading the letter, Odis immediately wrote back, indicating that he could borrow it, but if anyone intended to explore the rainy wilderness, they would need Odis's permission. The reason is that it would be too dangerous for someone to go into the rainy wilderness alone. After writing his reply, Odis counted out 2,000 pounds in banknotes, made them into the shape of an ordinary parcel, and then handed them, along with the letter, to the coachman to deliver to the Nanwood ballroom, where Mandy would then pass them on to Klein. Afterwards, with nothing to do, Odis began to study witchcraft. The following Friday, no customers came to her door. Odis took this opportunity to develop several new witchcraft spells. By this time, his understanding of witchcraft had become quite profound, and he was already considering writing the outline of the complete book of witchcraft. It wasn't until Saturday afternoon, just as Odis was about to begin writing, that the customer finally arrived. The street vendor selling dipsy pies came in hurriedly with a middle-aged woman and a 7 or 8-year-old child in his arms. The vendor cried out urgently, "Wizard! Wizard! Please help save this child." Odis said, you should go to the hospital, not. He stopped halfway through his sentence because the child's face had turned black, his body was convulsing, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. He paused for a moment before saying, "This disease is indeed incurable by the hospital. Quickly put him on the sofa." The vendor and the woman breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Odis's words, because they had already been to the hospital, where the doctor had diagnosed them and prescribed medication, but the medication had no effect whatsoever. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After the child was laid on the sofa, he struggled even more, requiring the vendor and the woman to hold him down. Odis pinched his temple and opened the Eye of Secrets, where a phantom black shadow was attached to the child's spirit. The dark figure looked somewhat like a kangaroo, but it lacked the kangaroo's leisurely demeanor. Instead, it had a ferocious expression and was biting the child's spirit body fiercely, as if it were sucking out energy. Odis said to the two men, "Step back." The vendor quickly pulled the woman back. The shadowy figure clinging to the little boy seemed to sense the threat from Odis, and the little boy suddenly jumped up and pounced on Odis. Odis scattered the gray-black powder he had been holding, and the room was immediately filled with golden light. The dark figure was hit by the powder, and smoke billowed from its body as it let out a chilling scream. The vendor and the woman were startled, not knowing where the scream came from. Taking advantage of the monster opening its mouth, Odis imbued her staff with spiritual power, raised her hand, and slapped the dark figure away. The dark figure rolled twice on the ground, and finally stopped smoking. The 7 or 8-year-old child also collapsed to the ground with a thud, stopped convulsing, and his face was no longer contorted. The black aura quickly dissipated. The vendor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I definitely found the right person." At this moment, Odis saw the dark figure lying on the ground baring its teeth at him and attacking again. Odis quickly made a judgment: this guy's intelligence is not very high. Theoretically, it should have realized that it was no match for the enemy, but instead of running away, it continued to attack. As Odis dodged, she sprinkled a handful of colored powder, and the shadowy figure immediately appeared in the real world. The vendor and his sister saw a 7-colored monster with a large belly, strong hind legs, and a small head with a ferocious and terrifying expression. They were so frightened that they backed away, but then seemed to quickly realize something and carried the child on the ground behind the sofa. The battle didn't last long. They had just taken cover behind the sofa when the wizard seized the opportunity, knocking the monster to the ground with his staff and sprinkling a handful of iron black powder on it. This powder seemed to be more powerful than the previous one, emitting a hazy gray light in the room. When the light touched the somewhat illusory monster, it quickly dissolved amidst the monster's screams and struggles, eventually disappearing without a trace. Odis put her staff aside, took a deep breath, and said to the vendors and others, "It's all right now." He went to check on the child again, and the child was still pale and had not yet woken up. So Odis took a bottle of essential oil from the shelf, pried open the child's mouth, and poured in about 1/5 of it. With the replenishment of abundant spiritual energy, the child woke up quickly, and his complexion was no longer so pale, though he was still somewhat weak. Just as Odis was about to ask how the child had become like this, the woman spoke first, asking, "Wizard, how much is the consultation fee?" She didn't know how to describe Odis's actions or the costs involved, so she used the term medical fee. £3. Odis blurted out. This was only the cost of the essential oils, the cost of the powders he scattered while performing witchcraft was not included. However, after quoting the price and seeing the woman's expression, he knew she didn't have that much money. Chapter 147 Hermit. Just as Odis was about to say she wouldn't take their money, the vendor said, "Please give me 2 hours to go back and get this, the consultation fee." He didn't know how to describe it, or what to call the money given to Odis. The hawker had a few pounds in savings, enough to cover the medical expenses. "All right, then it's £3. Odis didn't insist any further. After all, he was playing the role of a wizard, not a philanthropist. Go back and find some skull grass near the cemetery, wash it clean, cut it up, and boil it for the child to drink. Drink it twice a day for 5 or 6 days and you should be fine. The child's spirit is still very weak and needs to be replenished with more spiritual energy. Herbs containing spiritual energy from the dead are the best supplements." The woman quickly wrote it down. Okay. Odis asked them to sit on the sofa and asked, "When did this child start showing these symptoms? Was anything strange before the symptoms appeared?" "It started yesterday morning," the woman replied. "Before he fell ill, he said some strange things, like our neighbor turned into a dark shadow and disappeared. Not long after he said those words, he couldn't say anything more." The child in her arms shrank back in fright when she heard her mother say this part of the story. So they rushed their child to the hospital, spending all their savings and getting some medicine, but it was no use at all. This morning, because the convulsions were getting worse, the vendor happened to be visiting his nephew. After hearing about the illness from his sister, he brought the child to Odis. The mother exclaimed, "You are a truly amazing wizard. You took care of that monster in just a few moves. The vendor nodded repeatedly. A few days ago, after taking a bath with the medicine the wizard gave him, he felt very warm and refreshed, and didn't feel cold even in the cold winter. After that, he was indeed no longer so unlucky. At that time, in his mind, the wizard Gandalf was already a godlike being. Odis smiled and said, "That monster is too weak." At the same time, he sensed that the potion was starting to digest again, because the process of eliminating the monster was essentially a performance. The two people in front of him were now convinced that he was the wizard, making this another very successful performance. After Odis obtained the address, he said to them, "Don't go home today, go back tomorrow." Although the vendor and his sister were somewhat puzzled, they quickly nodded. After seeing the guests off, Odis immediately wrote to the mechanical heart, believing that a very dangerous person must be living next door to the mother and child. Moreover, he speculated that it was very likely a hermit, which was sequence 7 of the mystic pathway, and he told mechanical heart to be careful in dealing with it. After asking the coachman to deliver the letter, Odis estimated that the mechanical heart would not be able to take action until evening or nightfall after some preparation, so he told the two women not to go back yet, so as not to alert the enemy. Afterwards, Odis retrieved several extraordinary weapons from the wilderness of knowledge, then calmed his mind and began to write the outline of the Compendium of Wizardry. Just as Odis had expected, led by a squad leader from Mechanical Heart, they surrounded the address Odis had provided as night fell. Although their spirits did not sense any danger, they were still very careful when launching the attack. But when they rushed into the room, they found that there was no one there at all. This puzzled them, so they searched the room and quickly found evidence that it was indeed a hideout for members of the Aurora Society. However, the other person wasn't home, it seems they had just left not long ago. The squad leader frowned. Where could he be going? Number 66, Rose Street. Before dinner, Odis received a £3 consultation fee from the peddler. After the peddler left, he did not continue writing the outline of the Compendium of Magic after dinner, but instead read the book in front of the fireplace. He knew very well that he needed to be more vigilant tonight, since the monster had died in the living room, and he didn't know if the monster's owner would come looking for him. If they can really find us, that would be wonderful. The peddlers were already struggling to scrape together the £3, so of course they couldn't be asked for more money. They couldn't possibly be doing business at a loss, could they? If that guy dared to come, Odis would definitely have to find a way to keep him there. That would be a huge profit. If the other party doesn't come looking for them, they can only wait for the intelligence fee from Mechanical Heart. As is customary, such intelligence would cost around £20. If you look closely, we didn't actually lose money, but most of the expenses weren't borne by the customers. As Odis was lost in thought, the gas lamp suddenly dimmed slightly. Odis immediately put down his book. "Come out, I know you've come." No one answered. Odis smiled and said, "Others may not be able to find you, but I do have a way." As he spoke, he drew the sword that was placed to the side. The sword immediately sparked with electricity. It was the same sword that Lelouch had used before, a sword that could fill its blade with electricity. Odis wasn't worried that the other party would be able to see through his identity with this sword, because this guy definitely hadn't watched Lelouch's match and wouldn't associate the wizard in front of him with Lelouch. After Odis spoke her second sentence, the other party still did not respond. So he slowly put on a black glove, then grabbed a handful of golden powder and threw it into a corner. A halo of light suddenly rippled in the corner, flowing outwards like water, and the corner was no longer dark, but brighter than the area around the gas lamp. "Not here," Odis said. "Then it might be here." He then tossed a handful of golden powder towards another corner, which gradually brightened up, and the dark place disappeared. "It's not here either." Odis grabbed another handful of powder. "Then I'll try over there." Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He sprinkled the powder evenly on the ground, and the shadows under the coffee table, sofa, and other furniture disappeared, but he still couldn't find the other person. Then there's only one place left. Odis suddenly looked up, and not far above him was a black, ferocious face. It resembled a giant black bat, its gaping maw ready to tear Odis apart. The bat's attack served as a signal, as black monsters darted out from the corners of the room. They are agile and all have a terrifyingly large mouth. Odis immediately threw out a large handful of iron black powder, which hit many monsters, who rolled and fled amidst screams. Odis rushed toward the gap, but was too slow. He was bitten by two black monsters, and his pointed wizard hat was snatched away by a large black bat on top of his head. Odis raised his sword and stabbed a monster that was biting him. Amidst the crackling of lightning, the monster screamed and fled. Odis was only bitten where his clothes were torn. He was not seriously injured because his clothes contained a defense array, which prevented the monsters from harming him for the time being. However, at this moment, more monsters attacked, and Odis dodged their attacks in a somewhat disheveled manner. Just then, a short knife emerged from the dim light of the roof and swiftly stabbed at Odis's shadow. A smile crept across Odis's lips, and he suddenly raised his gloved hand. Imprisonment. Suddenly, a viscous liquid appeared on the roof, enveloping the dagger and the shadow behind it, as if forming a giant piece of amber. The hermit was quite surprised, not expecting that the other party would have a magical item with the arbitrator pathway, and that this magical item was of a high level. The black glove was a sealed artifact that Odis named Hand of Judgment. After all, the composite magic circle here was not yet completed, so he planned to use the sealed artifact to quickly eliminate the enemy. It's best not to use the sealed artifact in Backlund right now, but as long as the target is eliminated, no one will know that he used it, so it's fine. Spirit Whip. Odis continued to strike the enemy with the sealing artifact. The attack of Spirit Whip caused the hermit unbearable pain. This path had already made him very mentally fragile, and after being struck by Spirit Whip, he immediately showed signs of losing control. Odis reached out her hand towards the ever-growing number of black monsters, Exile. By this time, 3 monsters had already bitten him. However, these monsters were not very intelligent. Even though they could not harm Odis, they still bit him without hesitation. Odis's Hand of Judgment emanated tremendous energy, as if these monsters were being pushed back into the dark corner by an invisible, immense force. Odis dealt with them first because he was afraid that the monster might bite his face, since he didn't have any protective gear on his face. After calmly driving away the monsters, Odis raised his hand again, pointing towards the short sword, Death. With just a light punch, he struck the man on the head, knocking him off the roof and causing the dagger to fall to the ground. At this moment, the effect of imprisonment had just ended. Odis stepped forward, stabbed the heavily wounded dark figure on the ground with his sword, and infused the sword with spirituality, using the spirituality to release an electric current. The darkness churned and struggled for a while, eventually transforming into the shape of a middle-aged man. Odis drew his sword, surprised at how easily he had dealt with a sequence 7. If Odis were to fight his opponent using witchcraft and extraordinary weapons, he was confident he could defeat him, but it would certainly not be that easy. Odis took a deep breath and thought to himself, I was able to eliminate the enemy so quickly, all thanks to this glove. At this moment, the gas lamp in the room dimmed a little more, and the darkness flowed towards Odis little by little like water. Odis frowned. He soon realized that the surging darkness was flowing toward the dead hermit. At this moment, extraordinary characteristics have begun to be released. Does this mean he is not completely dead yet? Chapter 148, Chapter 148 Nice loot. In the living room, darkness surged and rolled like a tidal wave, turning the entire room into a vast black lake. Odis held a handful of golden powder in his hand, and just as he was about to sprinkle it out, he realized that the darkness was flowing towards the dead hermit. After confirming once again that he had killed the hermit, he did not take any further action immediately. In fact, when Odis used the power of death to strike the hermit, he had already essentially killed him. The subsequent sword strike was merely a finishing blow. This made him sigh. The combo of the arbitrator approach is really useful. First, imprisonment, then death. A normal sequence 7 would be seriously injured if hit by death. Of course, even at sequence 7, there are ways to avoid it. It's just that Odis's performance was too good. This hermit completely believed that this wizard only had such great abilities, so he rushed out of the shadows, wanting to cooperate with the summoned monsters to deal with the enemy in front of him. Odis was able to defeat his opponent so easily by using the sealing artifact at the right time. As Odis was lost in thought, the extraordinary qualities emanating from the hermit before him were converging on an iron-black ring on his hand. Odis did not stop the process because it indicated that a seal would be formed. 7 or 8 minutes later, the iron-black ring expanded to twice its size, with wisps of black mist swirling around it. Soon all the mist entered the ring, forming a deep black ring with a frosted finish. Odis removed the ring and placed it, along with the Hand of Judgment, into the wilderness of knowledge. Only then did she retrieve items from the basement, such as a gas mask, gloves, sacks, sponges, and tarpaulins, and use corpse-dissolving water to dissolve the corpse. He then stuffed the sponge, soaked in yellow bodily fluids, into a burlap sack and threw it into the outside trash can. After finishing all this, Odis sprayed some potion to dissipate the scent in the room, completely concealing any trace of the hermit's presence. Having just taken down a sequence 7 enemy, Odis read for a while, and only after confirming that no other enemies were coming after him did he return to the second floor to wash up and rest. After lying down on the bed, Odis first used meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge to check the abilities of the ring he had just seized. This ring has some impressive abilities. It allows for rapid movement in the shadows, or the ability to remain motionless within them, concealing one's malice so effectively that even the most vengeful spirits cannot detect it. It can also summon monsters from the darkness, capable of tearing apart human bodies and spirits, with a maximum of 12 monsters. Odis roughly understood that the darkness that had surged toward the hermit like a tide was the power of these monsters. This should be the ability that hermits possess when they are at sequence 8, the listener, at which point they can easily hear from their gods and learn some strange and wonderful abilities. Thinking this through, Odis focused his attention again on the ring's negative effects. Wearing it would make one susceptible to hearing maddening incantations. Drinking a small cup of fresh human blood before wearing it would effectively reduce the intensity of these incantations. Wearing it would also make one prone to evil thoughts and easily impair the wearer's normal judgment. Overall, these negative effects are not too difficult to avoid. First, you can only wear it when fighting, or always keep a small bottle of human blood on hand, or simply drink a cup of your own blood before using it. The second impact may seem minor, but it is difficult to avoid because it usually occurs subtly. One can only carefully examine one's own thoughts to avoid making mistakes. Overall, this sealed item is pretty good. It could easily fetch 1,200 pounds. Odis plans to release another sealed artifact at next week's tarot meeting, but she can keep this ring for a while. It might come in handy later. Back in the real world, Odis was in a good mood, and the general outline of the whole affair had become clear. Yesterday morning, when the Hermit was using his extraordinary abilities, he was accidentally seen by the vendor's nephew. The Hermit then summoned a black monster that tore at the child's spirit, causing him to lose his ability to speak, and wanted the child to die slowly in agony. As a result, the vendor led them to Odis, and Odis killed the monster. The Hermit noticed this and came looking for him. At the same time, this also left the members of Mechanical Heart empty-handed. Ultimately, the Hermit was killed, and Odis made a fortune from this business deal. Odis rolled over and thought again, if the other party was a member of the Aurora Society, the Aurora Society should launch some investigation. After all, a Sequence 7 had died, and they couldn't just ignore it. The subsequent problems are not difficult to resolve. If any members of the Aurora Society find this place, they should immediately report to the Mechanical Heart so that the official extraordinary individuals can draw the fire. Lost in thought, Odis fell asleep. The house was already equipped with a warning array, so he didn't need to worry about being ambushed. The next morning, when Odis got up, the first thing he saw on his pillow was a lot of hair. He then remembered that one of the negative effects of the glove was hair loss. I didn't expect that wearing it for just a few minutes yesterday would cause so much hair loss. If I use it frequently in the future, I will definitely need to take some hair growth medication. After breakfast, Odysseus put on the Helmet of Wisdom and dressed as Gandalf, and went to Enoch's bar. Enoch had already gathered several of his men waiting there. When they saw Odis enter, dressed in a wizard's robe and wearing a pointed wizard's hat, they were taken aback for a moment. Then, one of the gang members laughed and said, "Does even a wizard need to drown his sorrows in alcohol?" Just as everyone was about to burst into laughter, they saw their leader Enoch's ashen face and cold eyes, so they all swallowed their laughter. Some of them had already opened their mouths but then forced them to close them again. Enoch asked Odis, rather politely, "Were you introduced by Mr. Gar? I thought Mr. Gar was coming today to use his latest research, but instead a wizard came. Could it be that he used magic to give people some fighting skills?" "Yes." Odis took a helmet out of the bag. "Who wants to go first?" Everyone was watching and no one stepped forward. Enoch had no choice but to call out, "Blackhand, you go first." The member nicknamed Blackhand reluctantly stepped forward. "Boss, is he really a wizard? Or is he a fraud? There are plenty of scammers these days, especially in the East District." Odis suddenly threw out a handful of red powder, which instantly turned into a ball of flame that burned above everyone's heads for a second or two before dissipating. Some people stepped back in surprise, while others stared at the scene in astonishment, even forgetting to step back. Odis cleared his throat and asked again, "Who wants to go first?" Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The member nicknamed Blackhand quickly came over and sat down obediently in front of Odis. Odis put the Helmet of Wisdom on him and then infused it with spirituality. The magic circle was activated instantly. After matching the brainwave frequency of Blackhand, the knowledge in the Fighting Scholar characteristic was transmitted into Blackhand's brain through the Amanda crystal. The process was completed in the blink of an eye, and Odis removed her helmet. "All done?" Blackhand asked incredulously, "It's done." Odis casually pointed to one of Enoch's men, "Come here, you two try fighting." The others cheered and pulled out tables and chairs, clearing a space for the two to fight. Blackhand indeed used many fighting techniques when he made his move, and quickly gained the upper hand. Odis said, "One more person." Enoch immediately sent out another subordinate to fight Blackhand, 2 against 1, but Blackhand still held his own. All right. Odis used his long staff to pry the 3 fighting people apart as if they were toys. "I think this is enough to prove that Blackhand has enough fighting skills in his mind. Now let's continue, next one." This time, Enoch didn't need to assign anyone. Everyone was eager to try on the helmet. Even some gang members who had some reservations about it and didn't intend to acquire any fighting skills expressed their willingness to accept it. In just a few minutes, that knowledge was instilled into everyone's minds. Most people's brainwave frequencies were able to coordinate with the spiritual frequency of the smart helmet. Only 3 people were forced to receive the infusion, and their headaches subsided after a short while. After carefully observing their adverse reactions and confirming that there was nothing seriously wrong, Odis put away his helmet and said to Enoch, "There are some other kinds of knowledge mixed in with the knowledge of combat. You don't need to pay attention to those kinds of knowledge. It would be best to hire a combat coach to instruct everyone again. In less than a month, you and your subordinates will all become combat experts." Enoch understood. "I'll go find a coach in a bit." Then, the entire gang respectfully saw Odis off, praising his witchcraft as extremely skillful. After all, no one has ever seen knowledge acquired without learning, but through such a method. This is why Odis, using the identity of Gandalf the Wizard, instilled fighting skills in them. Their praise made Odis feel that the potion had been somewhat digested once again. This led Odis to further consider, a sorcerer must gain people's trust. Just like in a tribe, if the people don't trust the sorcerer, then the sorcerer's sacrificial rites and other activities will certainly not be respected. This sorcerer has failed quite miserably. Furthermore, things like mysticism require performance and techniques to make people believe them. As long as the target trusts you, it's considered a successful performance. As Odis reflected on his journey, he rode back to his lodgings in a carriage. When he alighted from the carriage, he saw a magnificent carriage parked in front of his house. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. A new customer arrives. The carriage parked in front of No. 66 Rose Street was decorated very luxuriously and had a more beautiful appearance, unlike most of the carriages running on the road. Odis saw the carriage and guessed that the person inside was a wealthy man who had bought a title. Because the carriage has some exclusive decorations for nobles, but there are no noble family crests on the doors, this usually means that the carriage belongs to a baron or lord. But barons or nobles who have inherited their titles generally do not have the financial means to decorate their carriages so lavishly. Therefore, Odis guessed that the other party must be a wealthy person with the means to buy a title. Lost in thought, he walked around the carriage to his doorstep. At that moment, the carriage door opened, and a man dressed as a valet asked, "Excuse me, are you Gandalf the Wizard?" Without turning his head, Odis opened the door and said, "Yes." The valet then said, "Sir, you would like to come to the carriage for a talk." Odis opened the door, still without turning around. "If you want to talk, come here." As he spoke, he entered the room and placed the cloth bag containing the smart helmet on the shelf. The sir outside also got off the carriage and entered with his personal male servant, a man in his 40s, a bit fat, with a mustache, a smiling face, and very shrewd eyes. Odis invited him to sit down. "I'm sorry, I don't have tea or coffee here, and you certainly won't like my drinks." The gentleman smiled and said, "I didn't come here just for tea." Odis glanced at the fireplace, then with a wave of his hand, he sprinkled a small handful of transparent powder. A gust of wind blew by, carrying the firewood into the fireplace. This action stunned the valet behind the knight, and the knight himself was also somewhat surprised, but being a worldly man, he easily concealed his astonishment. "Tell me what you want from me," Odis said, casually sprinkling another handful of powder. Phew! The fireplace immediately lit itself. This action caused the seemingly casual jazz musician to lean forward slightly, appearing somewhat nervous. He cleared his throat to conceal his emotions before introducing himself. "I am Brad Rick. You can call me Brad or Lord Rick. I came to you because I have a personal matter that I don't know how to handle, and I would like to hear your advice." Odis nodded. "Go ahead." "I bought a manor in the suburbs last year," Brad said. "The main part of the manor is a small castle built during the 20 Years' War. Those were the assets of the once illustrious Frank family, but the family has declined in the last 100 or 200 years, and now the Frank family only has the title of Viscount. The scenery there is beautiful, and it's close to the mountains, making hunting very convenient. It's a fantastic estate. It was by the lake there that I met the beautiful Miss Eleanor Frank, a gentle and beautiful girl with elegant speech and a wide range of interests. We often chat on the grass and by the lake, and a conversation can last for an entire afternoon." At this point, Brad continued with a deeply affectionate expression, but his expression grew increasingly serious as he went on to describe it. "I inquired about Miss Eleanor's family details and learned that there was a branch of the Frankish family living in a small village across the mountain. I was talking to a friend about that village, but he heard that the village had been destroyed in a fire 20 years ago, and that there were no survivors. I found it unbelievable, so I sent people to investigate. Sure enough, they found a burned-down village on the other side of the mountain, and there didn't seem to be any other villages around there. But when I went to the castle again a few days ago, I saw Miss Eleanor again and asked her the same question. She told me that she did not live in the burned-down village, and with her guidance, I looked out at the village where she lived in the distance. There is a small village there, and you can see some villagers going about their business. But I swear, there wasn't a village there before." By this point, Brad could no longer hide his nervousness. He took a deep breath and continued, "Wizard, what should I do now?" Odis pondered for a moment before asking, "What is your belief?" "Goddess of the night." "Then go to St. Samuel's Church and confess to the priest there," Odis said seriously. If I'm not mistaken, you've encountered some unusual events. This is a matter for the Church of the Righteous God, and he has no intention of competing with them for business. Brad hesitated for a moment. I have thought about it, but when I think of the beautiful Miss Eleanor, I feel it would be such a pity if my misjudgment affected her reputation. So I hope you can help me check and determine whether it should be reported to the Church of the Righteous God. Odis understood what the other party meant. In general, it meant that the lustful desire had not been extinguished and that the other party wanted to make one last attempt. Therefore, he asked a professional to investigate Miss Eleanor. If it was only confirmed that she was strange but not dangerous, he did not intend to tell the church. Such professionals are not easy to find, and after Brad made many inquiries, he found Odis. Odis was about to refuse, but then thought better of it and decided to make money off this kind of person. Your description is very interesting. I can help you make a judgment, but we'll have to go and see for ourselves. That Miss Eleanor definitely sounds suspicious. Whatever she finds out there, Odis intends to tell the mechanical heart the results of her investigation when she returns. Brad smiled and said, "That's great." He paused for a moment and then said, "I was planning to go to the manor today. How about we take a carriage together?" Odis pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, you all go and wait for me in the carriage. I'll get ready." "We might have to spend the night there," Brad said. "Please be prepared." Odis hummed in agreement. After Brad left with his personal servant, Odis took some powder used in witchcraft and then organized the extraordinary weapons and sealed items in the spatial magic circle so that she could retrieve them in case of emergency. After tidying everything up, Odis hung a "out" sign outside the door and got into Brad's carriage. The coachman pulled the reins, and the luxurious and spacious carriage headed towards the western suburbs. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Inside the carriage, Brad was somewhat nervous facing the wizard, but he still mustered his courage and said, "Wizard, please do not harm Miss Eleanor before the investigation is completed." Odis thought to himself, these rich people really like to seek thrills, or has this guy been bewitched by that Eleanor with some kind of power? He casually agreed, "Okay." Then Odis asked, "Do you know how the Frankish family fell from grace?" "I heard that the king no longer trusts them," Brad said. At the same time, the heir of that family failed to keep up with the times and did not make any new investments while they still had some assets. Later, they could only support the entire family with income from the land. After generations of squandering, they finally began to sell their assets and completely declined 2 or 3 decades ago. Odis nodded. "It would be better if I asked someone." "Who?" Brad was slightly taken aback. "Should we have the carriage go somewhere else first?" "No need." Odis smiled mysteriously. "I can ask here, but I'll need your help." Brad was taken aback. "My help?" "Keep imagining what Miss Eleanor looks like and what she gives off." Odis extended his left hand. "Put your hand in mine, now, begin to imagine." Brad was both curious and afraid of Gandalf's witchcraft. He slowly reached out and placed his hand in Gandalf's palm. Fortunately, the wizard's hand was warm, not cold. Gandalf chanted a few incantations, and suddenly his demeanor changed, becoming gloomy and terrifying. Brad's personal valet shifted to the side. He suddenly had the urge to resign. Suddenly, Gandalf grabbed Brad's hand and squeezed it tightly. Brad tried to pull back, but it was as if he was being clamped by a large pair of pincers. He used all his strength, but he couldn't pull it back even a little bit. At the same time, a ghostly green flame appeared in Gandalf's other hand. This flame seemed to have no temperature, making Brad feel a chill on the back of his head. In his fear, he forgot to struggle. Brad's personal valet had already moved to the car door, ready to jump out at any moment. After the will-o'-the-wisp burned for more than 10 seconds, Gandalf seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The will-o'-the-wisp went out, and he slowly released Brad's hand. Immediately afterwards, Gandalf's demeanor became peaceful again. This was, of course, another performance. He had been making will-o'-the-wisps a lot lately and had gotten quite experienced at it. Odis looked at Brad and said, "I just summoned the spirits of the Frankish family." Brad rubbed his hands, somewhat surprised, and said, "Huh." Odis smiled. "Through Miss Eleanor in your mind, you can summon the corresponding undead." Brad quickly replied, "You are truly a powerful wizard." His personal valet also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Compared to Gandalf's terrifying expression just now, this was not so unacceptable. Odis waved his hand and continued, "The Frankish family was abandoned by the royal family and nobles because of their close relationship with some evil extraordinary beings. He believed that Lord Rick, the men before him, should know what an extraordinary being was." Odis's main hope was to use her performance to convince Brad of her words, as this was a reliable piece of information that the Nanma ballroom had obtained a long time ago. This news surprised Brad, and his last glimmer of hope was probably shattered. Odis added, "From now on, you must obey my orders, and that way I can at least guarantee your safety." This was another purpose behind his performance of that play. Chapter 150, A Village of Graves. Lord Brad Cree's estate is located next to the Balkis Mountains in western Backlund. The main building is a tall castle built on a small hill. Hundreds of years ago, nobles had a habit of building castles in the wilderness. Sometimes it was because the nobleman's castle was the only decent building in the entire fiefdom, and it looked as if the castle was built in the wild. Some were built for hunting or for holding banquets. The castle that Brad bought was originally intended for hunting and banquets, as the Frankish family was quite wealthy at the time. Upon arriving at the main gate of the castle, the manor's butler and servants greeted us. Brad got off the carriage and introduced Odis to everyone, saying that he was a friend of his who had come to help him find out some things, and that everyone should cooperate. Upon entering the castle, it was not as damp and dark as I had imagined. It was clear that it had undergone considerable renovations, with huge gas lamps illuminating the originally dim interior, and the floors and wall tiles had been treated to prevent moisture. Although it has the exterior of a castle, the interior decoration is no different from that of a modern house. Since it was already past noon, Brad invited Odis to lunch first. During their tea and conversation after lunch, Brad began to gaze frequently at the lakeshore, which increasingly convinced Odis that Brad was being bewitched or influenced. This is why he was unwilling to report what happened here to the Church of the True God, because he knew that doing so would hurt Miss Eleanor, and the influence he would have on her would make him reluctant to do anything to harm her. However, his survival instinct led him to believe that he should conduct some investigation, so he sought out Odis, a wizard who had just arrived in Backlund and had already gained some fame. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Odis said to Brad, "Find someone to show me around, and you don't need to worry about me. You can go about your business." All right. Brad immediately summoned the head valet of the manor and had him show Odis around. Then Brad hurried to the lakeshore to meet Miss Eleanor. While drinking his tea, Odis asked the head valet, "Do you know where the village that was once inhabited by a collateral branch of the Frankish family, but was destroyed by a fire 20 years ago is located?" The head servant nodded, "I know. I was the one who investigated the place before. I asked many people and it took me most of the day to find it." Odis hummed in agreement, "Take me there and have a look." The head valet asked, "Can you ride a horse?" Odis nodded, "I've learned that before." The original owner had memories of horseback riding skills. At that time, he was the son of a small farmer, and horses were the most common means of transportation on the farm. So the wizard, holding a staff in one hand and reins in the other, rode behind the head sergeant. As soon as Odis left the castle, he saw Brad walking and talking with a woman on the other side of the lake. Odis did not rush over to alert the enemy, he still planned to first visit the village that had been destroyed 20 years ago. The manor is surrounded by mountain paths lined with trees, and soon Brad's situation will be out of sight. However, they have talked about it many times before, so they believe that nothing unexpected will happen in the short term. After walking for about an hour along the mountain path, circling half of the mountain behind the castle, we finally arrived at the ruins of that village. The area is now covered in vegetation and looks much like a typical wilderness. Only a few dark walls stand there, indicating that people once lived here. Odis looked around and asked, "Where have all the villagers gone?" Theoretically, there should be survivors, since this is a village, not a cage or prison, and someone should be able to escape the fire. The head servant replied, "I don't know." "Don't you know?" Odis asked again. "Didn't you ask around?" The head servant gave a bitter smile, "I heard that everyone here has been burned to death." Odis laughed and said, "At least Miss Eleanor wasn't burned to death or burned, was she?" The head servant did not answer. Odis glanced back at him and saw that the other man had a strange expression, as if he wanted to say something but dared not. Odis didn't take it too seriously, after all, in the servant's eyes, this was the Lord's business, and they would avoid discussing it if possible. He then asked, "Where is Miss Eleanor currently living in village?" "On the mountaintop over there," the head servant pointed in a direction. Odis glanced around and saw that there did indeed appear to be several houses on the mountain. He then asked, "Have you been there?" "No," the head sergeant said. "The Lord once ordered me to deliver some things to that village, but no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't get into the village." "Unable to enter?" Odis asked, puzzled. He's always the one who pretends to be a ghost to fool others, this is the first time he's encountered someone else pretending to be a ghost. "Yes," the head servant said with certainty, "from a distance, you can indeed see the village, but you can't get close to it no matter what you do." Odis nodded, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go take a look." As he spoke, he sprinkled a handful of flying powder, took a few quick steps, and flew into the air. Amidst the chief valet's exclamation, Odis rushed from the treetop to the mountaintop. As the flying spell was about to end, Odis sprinkled another handful of flying powder, and continued flying forward. Perhaps because he was flying and didn't pass through the dense forest, he didn't get lost and reached the summit after 2 flights. Upon landing, Odis's spirituality immediately sensed a very evil power permeating the area. Moreover, this is not a village at all, but a cemetery. As far as the eye can see, there are graves of all sizes, some new and some old, some with tombstones and some without. All the graves were clean and tidy, without any weeds or even a single rock around them. In the middle of the cemetery, there is an open space with several thatched huts that do look somewhat like houses from a distance. Inside the thatched hut was a three-tiered altar, with a strange symbol painted in the center. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis didn't dare to look closely at the symbol, but he was certain that it didn't represent the Church of the True God. Odis did not observe more closely. His spiritual senses told him that the atmosphere was very strange and that it would be dangerous to stay too long. So Odis used his flying magic to leave the place. As he flew down the mountain, he thought to himself, what's happening here has far exceeded my original expectations. I must report to the church immediately. Odis had initially thought that Eleanor was likely a strange evil spirit, but now it seemed that her condition was far more complex than that of an evil spirit, and Odis suddenly lost confidence. After flying down the mountain, Odis said to the chief valet, I have looked, and there are no villages there. The head servant was slightly taken aback. What's there? There's nothing there, Odis smiled. Perhaps I haven't found the village either. The head servant was stunned again. He had clearly seen the wizard land in that village. Let's go back. Before the other party could ask any further questions, Odis smiled and said, it seems I was overthinking it. There's nothing wrong here. As they were about to return to the manor, Odis suddenly said he wanted to ride around the area, and as a guest of the Lord, the head valet naturally did not stop him. Odis initially moved forward slowly, but once he left the castle, he began to urge his horse to gallop at full speed. He wasn't trying to escape, but rather to get a message to Mechanical Heart as soon as possible. On his way there, Odis noticed a small town about 7 or 8 kilometers from the manor. When he arrived at the town, he found the telegraph office there. So he quickly sent an urgent message to the Mechanical Heart, asking them to notify the night watchers and send reinforcements immediately. The reason the night watch was notified was because Brad was a follower of the Church of the Goddess of Night, and according to the usual practice of the official extraordinary beings, the night watch should actually be in charge of this case. However, since Odis has already joined the case, Mechanical Heart also has the opportunity to participate in the investigation. After sending the telegram, Odis rode back at a leisurely pace. Although the return journey was somewhat dangerous, his sudden departure would arouse suspicion, and Miss Eleanor might have already vanished by the time the official extraordinary arrived. However, in order to deal with the potential dangers, Odis took a cloth bag from the wilderness of knowledge and put several extraordinary weapons in it. So Odis, staff in hand and backpack on his back, returned to the castle and immediately asked the steward where his lodgings were. He had put his backpack in his lodgings beforehand to avoid being seen by Brad. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Odis estimated that the Mechanical Heart should be mobilizing manpower and contacting the night watchers by now, and they should be able to set off around 5 o'clock. So by the time we get here, it will be at least 7 p.m. If I can manage to get through dinner in a little while, I should be fine until around 7 p.m. Odis sat in the room she had prepared for herself, gazing blankly at the beautiful sunset outside. The scenery here is indeed beautiful. Under the setting sun, the lake surface is also dyed with the color of the sunset. A gentle breeze blows, making it seem as if the sunset is rising and falling. As he was admiring the beautiful scenery, the butler came to invite him to dinner. Odis arrived at the lobby on the first floor and saw Brad and a young lady already seated. The young woman was very beautiful. Odis felt that her appearance matched all her aesthetic standards, especially her eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. Odis felt her heart race when she was looked at. Mr. Wizard, let me introduce you. This is Miss Eleanor, whom I told you about, Brad said warmly, standing up. Odis nodded slowly. Hello. Eleanor smiled and said, I know this wizard. He came to my house this afternoon and even took a look at the altar I set up. Chapter 151, Chapter 151 Encountering a Witch in the Wilderness. Faced with Miss Eleanor's sudden attack and the tense atmosphere, Odis remained calm. I only went to the village that was burned down 20 years ago out of curiosity. That shouldn't be Miss Eleanor's home, right? Eleanor looked at Odis for a few seconds before saying, that used to be my home. Odis asked, but it was destroyed by an accidental fire, wasn't it? This book is first published online by Dot. He noticed that when Eleanor was speaking, the servants around her were all very cautious and dared not make a sound. Even Brad, the owner of the castle, did not dare to join in the conversation between the two. It wasn't an accident. Eleanor suddenly took a deep breath and said, someone deliberately set the fire. They wanted to burn me alive. They wanted to burn me alive. Brad looked horrified. My God, how could such a thing happen? Thank goodness you escaped. Eleanor's beautiful smile returned. Yes, thankfully I escaped. Odis noticed that the atmosphere around him was no longer as tense as it had been. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when Eleanor suddenly asked again, you are a wizard, aren't you? Odis smiled and said, I only know a few tricks. Brad said your witchcraft is very powerful. Odis laughed and said, no matter how powerful witchcraft is, it's still just witchcraft. Eleanor nodded, that's true. Then she stared intently at Odis, did you get any results from your investigation this afternoon? Upon seeing the beautiful gaze, Odis's mind went completely blank, there's a result. He was surprised to find that he had to tell the person in front of him all the results of his investigation. Her captivating eyes were mesmerizing, and her beautiful face stirred the heart. Odysseus felt he couldn't bear to deceive such a beautiful girl. But Odysseus' inner alarm bells were ringing, he knew there was something wrong with this woman, something definitely wrong. So Odis paused, trying to look away, just completing this action had already made him sweat profusely. At this moment, Eleanor suddenly stood up, and some of the servants around her took out kitchen knives, while others picked up nearby vases and other furnishings as weapons, and slowly approached Odis. Odis realized the danger and quickly put on the black glove he named, Hand of Judgment, Note 1. Instantly, he exuded a faint but powerful aura. Eleanor paused for a moment, then sat down again, and the servants around her slowly retreated to their places. With the help of the gloves, Odis dared to look at Eleanor again. My investigation shows that everything here is normal, Odis said with a forced smile. After learning that Eleanor was not a ghost, Odis guessed that she was an extraordinary being of the death pathway, but he just realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Eleanor smiled and said, that's a reassuring result. As she spoke, she looked at Brad, who had been lost in thought. The Lord seemed to suddenly snap out of it, that's wonderful. I can finally be with Miss Eleanor without worry. Odis suddenly stood up and said, I'm sorry, I don't have a good appetite, so I won't be eating dinner. He then said to Brad, the investigation here is over, and I'm leaving first thing tomorrow morning. He was actually saying this to Eleanor, knowing that Eleanor, under pressure from the Hand of Judgment gloves, didn't intend to fight him immediately. So Odis conceded defeat, hoping to buy more time. After saying this, Odis returned to her room on the second floor. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at his pocket watch, and saw it was only 6:20. Then, while keeping an eye on the situation outside, Odis pondered what kind of extraordinary being Eleanor was. Judging from Eleanor's performance just now, she should be an extraordinary being of the witch path, so why are the servants controlled by Eleanor? Suddenly, Odis recalled the unsettling symbol on the mountaintop altar, and he suspected that Eleanor's strange abilities might be related to that symbol. Note 2. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came from the mountains. Odis quickly looked out the window. It was already dark, but Odis could still vaguely see a cloud of dust rising from the road leading from the castle to the outside world. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Knock knock knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Odis asked, who? It's me, wizard. The voice belonged to the head sergeant. He said, Mr. Brad sent me to tell you that there was a sudden landslide just now, and we are temporarily unable to leave from here. We can only ask that you stay here for a few more days. Odis replied with a gloomy face, I understand. His first thought was that Eleanor had already learned that he had asked an official beyonder for help. Southwest she blocked the road to prevent the official beyonder from arriving. But Odis thought about it. Those were official extraordinary beings, not an 80-year-old woman. Even if a landslide occurred and blocked the road, they would immediately abandon their vehicles and rush to provide support as quickly as possible. It was only 10 or 20 minutes later than expected. If Eleanor was trying to buy time, he should have acted immediately after the landslide. But she didn't rush up to fight, instead, she had someone tell her that a landslide had occurred. Odis therefore concluded that Eleanor's actions were merely an attempt to prevent him from escaping. But a new question arises, why did she stay behind? After much deliberation, Odis concluded that it might be because he was an extraordinary being. Odis had heard Max say that some followers of evil gods not only preferred to use ordinary people as sacrifices, but also those extraordinary beings with strong spirituality. Odis smiled helplessly. He had thought he was just there to eliminate a vengeful spirit or ghost, but the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. As Odis pondered this, he removed his large wizard robe, revealing the knight's attire underneath that allowed for easy movement. But Odis did not remove the hat. He could feel that he had lost a lot of hair because of wearing the Hand of Judgment. He used the hat to hold back the hair so that it would not fall out and be used by others. At the same time, Odis changed several of the extraordinary weapons he had previously taken out. All his preparations were originally for dealing with extraordinary individuals using the death pathway, but the problem was that his opponent was not an extraordinary individual using that pathway. After making preparations, Odis planned to jump out of the window and leave to meet up with the official extraordinary individuals. If Eleanor catches up, that would be even better. Odis can then reunite with the official extraordinary and launch a counterattack. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Odis ignored him and opened the window, about to jump, when Brad's voice came from outside, Mr. Wizard, it's me. Open the door quickly, I have something very important to talk to you about. Odis paused for a moment, then drew his sword with one hand and opened the door with the other. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Brad rushed in, looking terrified, and said, I saw it all. I heard it all. Eleanor has become the master here, and the servants all obey her commands. Odis looked coldly at the Lord. He had noticed something was wrong with the head servant that afternoon, which was why he hadn't sent the head servant to inform the mechanical heart, and had told the head servant that he hadn't found anything. He had just clearly sensed that everyone in the castle was suspicious and had become Eleanor's spies and puppets. Brad saw Odis's expression and suddenly realized something. He quickly pulled out a pendant with the Black Knight holy symbol from his clothes. I have this. He said, this was given to me by the pastor of the Church of the Night, who said it could help me ward off some disasters and evil temptations. Only today did I realize that it was this pendant that kept me from losing my senses. From the moment I started acting like a puppet, I never actually lost my mind. Odis glanced at the pendant and smiled. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. Brad asked, what should we do? What else can we do? Odis shrugged. I'm no match for Eleanor, so I plan to flee tonight. Please take me with you. Brad said. If you can help me escape, I will reward you handsomely. Odis said, it was already difficult enough for me to escape on my own. 800 pounds. Yes, sir. Odis smiled. I have a way to get you out of here with me. Brad breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Odis suddenly said, how about we hide in Miss Eleanor's village? Brad was somewhat surprised. Why go there? As Emperor Roselle once said, often the most dangerous place is the safest place. Odis smiled. Actually, he thought of using this method to attract Eleanor's attention and continue to stall for time. Brad nodded. The Emperor's wisdom is always admirable. Let's go. After saying that, Odis slung his cloth bag over his shoulder, sprinkled out a handful of powder, grabbed Brad by the collar, and jumped out of the window. Brad opened his mouth and screamed repeatedly. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Odis suddenly took a step forward and leisurely walked forward. The two of them flew towards the woods in a beautiful parabola. Inside the castle, Eleanor watched all this quietly, and suddenly a smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Odis led Brad quickly into the woods and climbed toward the mountaintop. Soon, a thin mist rose in the woods, but the two did not slow down and continued running towards the mountaintop. After walking briskly for more than 10 minutes, Brad, panting heavily, reached out and leaned against a tree, saying, wait, wait. Odis turned around. You can't run anymore. No. No, Brad gasped. Didn't you notice? We're lost. Odis smiled and said, let's go, we're not lost. Brad pointed to the tree branch in front of him. I've seen that tree 3 times already. Snap. Something suddenly fell and hit his outstretched arm. Brad looked down and saw what appeared to be a shoe. He then looked up abruptly and saw a corpse hanging above him, missing a shoe, swaying in the breeze as if performing a strange dance. Note 1. This sealed item has been renamed. Note 2. The setting is that Odis has only read Lord of Mysteries and not The Ring of Fate, so he does not know the information about the gifter. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. This is a sorcerer. Brad was so frightened that the hairs on his body stood on end. Odis looked up and said, this fellow has been hanging up there for a while now. Look, he's almost turned into a dried-up corpse. Brad was almost in tears. Whether he turned into a dried-up corpse or not is none of my business. Let's hurry, Odis urged again. We must reach that village before Eleanor catches up with us. After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Brad. Brad quickly followed, noticing many more corpses in the woods, hanging there swaying precariously as if on swings, adorned by something that looked like black hair. Brad no longer felt tired. He was afraid that Odis would leave him there, so he used all his strength and potential to try to keep up with the people in front of him. It seems you didn't do a proper inspection before buying this castle, said Odis, who was walking ahead. Some of the people hanging above us are over a decade old, while others haven't even started to rot yet. People should be going missing around here all the time. Brad was too weak to speak, and while he was surprised, he tried his best to keep up with the figure in front of him. After walking for another half hour, just when Brad was about to give up, the view suddenly opened up before them, and they arrived at the cemetery that Odis had visited during the day. Odis was slightly taken aback. You actually came out like this. He had originally planned to wander around inside a few times. Although the hanging corpses inside made him feel a chill, it was a good way to stall for time. Brad, sweating profusely, sat on the ground, panting heavily for a while, before looking at the surrounding graves and asking, where is this? Odis smiled and said, Miss Eleanor's house. Brad swallowed hard and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was no longer hot at all. Odis warmly invited, come, say hello to Eleanor's family. Perhaps you can even find Eleanor's grave among the tombstones. Brad was so frightened that he trembled all over, and his face turned deathly pale. At that moment, a piercing creaking sound suddenly came from the cemetery, as if a series of damaged doors were being opened, or as if some wooden object was being lifted up. Then, from behind each grave, one hand after another emerged. Some were nothing but bones, while others were covered in rotting flesh. Judging from their appearance, they must often crawl out of their graves, and each of them knew the way well, quickly standing beside their own graves. Odis reached into his backpack. Look how friendly they are, they came out to greet us. He smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Go back and lie down, that's the best way to treat a guest. Brad felt his legs trembling, and a warm sensation in his crotch caused liquid to flow down to his feet. Then, there were strange noises in the woods. By the moonlight, Brad saw that the corpses on the trees were slowly crawling down and closing in on them. After the initial shock, Brad felt less terrified. At worst, he'd just die here. My grave is not here. Eleanor emerged from the woods, followed by the castle's steward, head sergeant, and other servants. Eleanor said coldly, many people wanted me dead, but in the end I survived and built graves for those who wanted me dead. Odis looked around at the corpses and the ghosts that Brad couldn't see, emitting a faint white light. They were completely surrounded. However, Odis remained calm. The fact that Eleanor had appeared here meant that the official extraordinary support was coming soon. She planned to leave after dealing with Odis and the others, or go and deal with the official extraordinary again. So Odis said, if I'm not mistaken, you were the one who set the fire in your village 20 years ago, weren't you? Yes. Eleanor said frankly, they say I've sold my soul to the evil god and they want me dead. She laughed and said, these people are ridiculous. When I was little, they were the ones who kept talking about finding ways to become stronger. When I found a god who could make people stronger, they said that he was an evil god. There was no other way, so I had to sacrifice them to the gods, so that they would all die in agony. Then, I built a cemetery here and buried them all in it, so that even in death they would still be under my control and could never escape. Odis frowned and said, you are an extraordinary being of the witch pathway, and you seem to be a sequence 6, but this pathway doesn't have the ability to control corpses and the undead, does it? Eleanor smiled and said, this extraordinary world has many, many secrets, more complex and more bizarre than you can imagine. She paused and then said, there's no point in wasting any more time. It will take a long time for your companions to find you, while I'm confident I can take care of you in a minute. Wait a minute, Odis said. I have another question. Why haven't you killed Brad yet? Let me guess, are you trying to use him to attract more people here? When Brad heard Odis suddenly mention him, he felt a surge of strength return to him, and he got up and drew the dagger he had prepared beforehand. That's right. Eleanor smiled and said, he has been sending servants here for more than a year, which is why I have been able to control such a large force. However, he himself was unaware of this. Although the pendant on his body protected some of his sanity, he was always in a state of being bewitched by me. Only when he was a little more sober would he think of saving himself. Brad rubbed his head. I killed so many people. And I didn't even realize it. As he spoke, he held the dagger still and swiftly stabbed at Odis's lower back. Odis, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly grabbed Brad's wrist and shook him violently, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. Then, Odis pushed Brad down without even glancing at him. I've always felt there was something wrong with him, but now that his sneak attack has failed, your charm ability is over. Brad stood there, seemingly trying to recall what he had just done. Eleanor smiled and said, I don't know how powerful your witchcraft is, but you are certainly quite clever. Few can escape being betrayed by their own comrades. However, Odis's cleverness was no longer of any use. With a wave of her hand, Eleanor summoned the surrounding corpses and undead to swarm towards Odis. I need to correct some of your earlier ideas, Odis said, taking a red axe from his bag. I think the official extraordinary beings should be able to find us soon. As he said this, he threw the firebomb in his hand toward the altar. Elena smiled slightly, pointed her finger, and a skeleton jumped up and caught the axe. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, knocking down a pile of corpses. The skeleton that caught the axe was blown to pieces, and many other corpses were set ablaze. However, they felt no pain, their bodies were engulfed in flames as they silently continued forward. The blank-faced undead were also affected by the explosion, lying there in disarray, creating a gap in the encirclement. The explosion snapped Brad back to his senses, and the will to survive gave him strength again. He seized the opportunity and ran toward the gap in the encirclement. The official extraordinary individuals in the distance must have noticed this as well. But Odis did not rush towards the gap, instead, he charged towards Eleanor, raising his hand, imprison. Eleanor was also startled by the explosion. She had seen explosions before, but never one so violent. The key point is that the explosion came from an axe, which is quite unexpected. When Eleanor came to her senses, she was surrounded by thick liquid and was imprisoned. Odis rushed closer, death. He stretched out his fist and slammed it hard into Eleanor's left shoulder, severely deforming it. The death of a punishment knight cannot be avoided with a substitute. But Eleanor suddenly smiled, grabbing Odis's fist with her uninjured right hand. If I were just an extraordinary being, I might very well die at your hands today. She glanced at the head servant in the castle, who immediately became lifeless and collapsed to the ground. Ennelin's injuries miraculously healed. Odis's eyes widened. He had never seen such an extraordinary ability before, but he remained calm. Exile. The newly recovered Ellelyn was pushed away by a tremendous force, and in the blink of an eye, she was far, far away from Odis. Odis turned and ran toward the gap in the encirclement of corpses and undead, but the gap was already being closed again. Odis then pulled out a firebomb, threw it, and hid behind a tomb. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion made Odis's ears ring, and he scrambled forward, escaping through the gap. After leaving the encirclement, Odis had only run a few steps when he saw Brad standing there blankly, staring in the direction of the altar. Odis stepped forward, sprinkled a handful of flying powder, and lifted Brad up by the back of his collar. As she took flight, Odis threw another firebomb toward the altar. Throughout the entire ordeal, Odis dared not look at the symbols on the altar. Even so, after Odis threw the firebomb in that direction, he suddenly felt extremely guilty, as if he had done something terribly wrong. Boom. The loud explosion brought Odis back to his senses. He saw the thatched hut burning and collapsing, and the altar destroyed. Odis had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly felt a force pulling her and Brad down. Having escaped her exile status, Enolin now possessed more spider silk. Like a venomous spider waiting in its web, she pulled Odis and Brad closer and closer to her.